Hello, everyone. Welcome. It's Saturday, June 3rd, 2023. We are here in New York City, and this is Have Your Say 247. We have a special guest joining us today. He predicted that Bola Tinubu will be the candidate of the APC. He predicted that he will win the election, and it's acceptable and normal for him to go to Abuja for the inauguration. So we are we're bringing in Chief Alex Kaba, the publisher and editor-in-chief of U.S. Africa Abroad, U.S. He's in Abuja, where he went to see the inauguration and be part of that. So Alex Kaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Wow. Wonderful. Nice to see you, and nice to see you at your former playground. You know, you used to be a reporter in Abuja. And how is Abuja today?
Well, Abuja today is very fine, very calm.
Okay. You were at the inauguration?
Yes, I was in the inauguration live. Yes.
At the venue?
At Enugu Square, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So tell us, how was it? How was the environment there?
Yeah, the environment was electric. Having come all the way from New York to come and witness the inauguration of the new president, and so many people too who came from all over far and wide. So it was a very thrilling event, since we were, through our activities, that we were in the forefront, even when people thought his campaign it's not going anywhere. Especially during the primary, where some of those people who are saying that he's going to get there, insisting on it. So we were very happy that we got to that destination where he was to be sworn in, and it was like a miracle. So people like me, I like to witness miracle. So we were there live to toast the new president. And it was a very thrilling event, especially when it started the riding and inspecting the parade on that G-Wagon Mercedes, and waving to the crowd and blowing kisses at the crowd. We were very happy. Once and for all, this is somebody that was in the forefront of the battle alongside of some of us when it was very difficult to do during the military government. All the people around today who are shouting democracy, they were not there. But Charles Tinubu, the president, he was there. That was, we're talking about 1992, 1993, 1994, when the military government was still, that was pre-democracy, during the regime of Abacha, when we were thrown into jail. And they were looking for his head. Abacha was looking for the head of the current president at that time. And so it's like football coming home, just like as the British would say. They wanted to win the World Cup, and they could not. But today, Nigeria, one of us, actually, Tinubu has become president. So for me, it's like football coming home, the World Cup of football coming home to Nigeria. Because it is a well-deserved victory, and somebody who deserved it, somebody who fought for it, somebody who is not just an onlooker. When we were fighting and they were looking at us as troublesome people, he was also there as a troublesome person. This is what the Congressman Louis was saying, a good trouble. And we are very happy that it's had a happy ending.
All right. So there's something that Oscar Wilde said, that there are two tragedies in life. The first one is not getting what you want. The second one is getting what you want. So Bola Tinubu has gotten what he wanted in life, to be president. The question is, what next?
What next is that there's going to be a focused government, whether I'm involved or not, because it's not, you can see that the two actions he has taken so far, one of them is the face-off between the DSS and the EFCC. He nipped it in the board that they should back off. But it was the previous government, they were going to take it long, they will not react. And the other one, of course, is the removal of the subsidy, which is a necessary evil, and it has been done. because some people were feeding fat on it. And we shall see how that goes. But this subsidy that has made some people plutocrat, fat cat, making billions for just bringing fake invoices to the NNPC to make money. So those areas are gone. So that's my take on it.
So the subsidy, let's talk more about it. I don't know if you've gone outside your hotel room in Abuja and if you noticed any change in the prices of petroleum products, and people are complaining. The Labour Congress, they are saying that there will be strike on Wednesday. Poor people are thinking, how are they going to be able to go to work because prices of transportation costs is up? What do you think will happen next? Who is going to blink?
Of course, what I would say is that the Labour Congress leader, I think he has a conflict of interest. You know that he was one of the people supporting the other candidate, Peter Obi of the Labour Party. So people like me believe that he may not have a non-interest in this fight. So I think for that reason, if he is coming there, he's coming to fight Peter Obi's fight. And I would think that the Labour Party should, the Labour movement should choose somebody else who will be able to come and to the negotiation table with a clear mind, not a mind that has already been made up, and you force it down your members. So you know that the subsidized petroleum in Nigeria is being smuggled or was being smuggled across the borders. That Cameroon closed its refinery because of Nigerian subsidized oil or PMS that they call it. And so it's all the bordering country of bordering Nigeria. So they were feeding fat, apart from those who claim to have imported fuel from abroad, but they never imported fuel. All they did is to have influence at the NNPC and bring their invoice and said, I'm being owed 1 billion for imported oil, so come and pay me my subsidy. And they are not being asked which ship brought this oil, on what date, which reservation. Nothing like that, no verification. So many of these people, those people who are making money from these subsidies were these plutocrats, Nigerians, who got very rich by just presenting invoice and presenting fake way bills for government to pay. So I'm sure it might be a little bit hard on the people now, but down the road, it's going to be very good for them, for all of us.
So, yeah, down the road, what you were saying, our friend Omoyele Sowore has always argued that it's not, the solution is not to punish the poor. If the problem is that people who are importing petrol are cheating the government, if the problem is that petroleum products are being smuggled out of the country, that the solution is not to punish the poor people. And people have asked the question, if you go on social media, that how do you expect the poorest of the poor to survive under this kind of economic situation that is as a result of this removal of subsidy? What do you say to that? What are the things that the government is planning to do to reduce the?
Well, I'm not privy to the plans of government, but I know that the president that I know, President Tinubu that I know, is not somebody that will not be caring for the poor, because he fought on their behalf to get the democracy done. So I'm sure there's a palliative to cushion the effect of this transition to this new petroleum regime. And I believe that we are just starting up, and I'm sure they will roll out all the necessary palliative to cushion the effect of this transition from this so-called subsidy that is making Nigeria dry to the new one where everybody will be so well okay with the petroleum, where they will not be smuggling it across the border, where the poor will have access to it, and it will not be only be used to enrich some people and also to be smuggling across the border. So I believe that
All right, welcome to the show, and it's nice to have you guys here. We will continue with our conversation. We had an earlier conversation with Alex Haba. We will play more of that along the way, but let me welcome the people who are in the studio to join us as we talk on some of the issues of the day. Mama Echo. Oh my God. Okay. No, we're not going to Mama Echo. Okay. Uh, Prince Akwachi.
I was like, what is that? Good morning, Dr. Damages.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
This is what happens with live TV, you know? This is what happens with live TV. So, how are you today?
Well, I'm doing very well. I'm doing very well. We thank God. You know, I wish the guy you interviewed earlier is still on because
Oh,
he seemed to be so biased. He is so biased.
yeah, he couldn't do a live
You know,
he couldn't do a live interview. But we will we'll get him another day. He's in Abuja and he will be joining us frequently. Dr. Alexander, welcome to the show.
thank you, Doctor. How are you? Thank you for all you do for us. I
Good.
appreciate you always.
Thank you
You
so
know, I
much
just
for joining
I
us.
just wanted to make a quick cameo to say hello to you this morning.
Thank you.
Uh,
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's nice
Thank
that
you.
we have you. So, how has it been for you?
Regarding Nigeria, right?
Yes.
I wasn't too impressed with the pronouncement of Tinubu regarding the subsidy. I thought it was a little bit too premature. You did an exclusive on it via the mouth of Tunde Fashola,
Mm.
who I happen to know, I've happened to have known for over 50 years. You broke the news on this platform. I didn't even know that they had taken away the subsidy. But because of the exuberance of the office, he's been able to achieve his long life ambition. It was rather premature of him to announce it the way he did. It affected the economy. It affected everybody because of the sudden pronouncement. But apart from that, I think I was expecting him to have expedited the names of the ministers in waiting because he knew a long time ago that he was going to be the president of Nigeria because he won a long time ago. So I don't know why we're getting the nominations and trickles and all that. But my position would be if he gets to pick the right people for the right position, I think we can, fingers crossed, take our country back to where it was, at least in the 70s, where I was able to buy a ticket of a one-way ticket to London after high school in 76 for 18 Naira. Uh, you could go to a borrow the change in Tottenham Court Road and get the equivalent of 80p for 1 Naira. So I think we have the capacity to be a first world country if we curb the corruption and we get our leadership right. But over and above all, I think my advice to us Nigerians is to be more patriotic to our country and try and take a cue from the average American and see how you and I live in America, you live in New York, I live on the other side of America, how the average Americans are so patriotic of their country. It would make you want to be patriotic as a Nigerian. And we know we have our flaws. We've had our flaws for a long time. Some people subscribe to the fact that Nigeria is an artificial state, but that's the only country we have right now. So let us just come together as a unit and take our country back to where it's supposed to be. Nigeria, without a shadow of a doubt, is the single greatest black nation in the world. The problem is not Nigeria. The problem is we as a people. Once we can change our orientation and once we're willing to give back to our beloved country, all our best, then we can get our country to where it's supposed to be.
All right, thank you, Alexander. Let me welcome Matt Okoye and Man of Prestige, and plead your indulgence. Let me see if we can get some more information out of. Oh, he's gone. I was trying to get Dr. Alexander to speak more to us about. There's some things. I watched an interview. He granted to Honor Politics. I wanted to know if he wanted to talk more about some of the things he said there. He actually has a close relationship with some of the actors in the Nigerian scene. And I think sometimes we don't get to hear from people like him who know more than some of us, even more than what's in the media. So, Dr. Alexander, if you have a minute and you want to speak more, I would really love to have you talk to us about some of the things that we regular people may not know. When we talk about these people who run the country, there are people actually who know them very well. And sometimes information they have will be of use to us to understand what's going on. But anyway, I hope he will join us again, and we will welcome him to talk to us a little bit more on that. Man of Prestige, welcome to the show.
Good morning, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, good morning. Is there an introduction or what? What are we?
Yeah, we're just starting now. So
okay,
what I want, I had an interview with Alex Taba, who is in Abuja. We'll play more of that. He talked about some of the subjects of today's show, but we'll play more of that as we go along. Okoye, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
For those who get a kind of, what do you call it now, from me, and notification from me, some of the subjects we have today is oil subsidy removal and the implications of that on the poor and everybody in Nigeria, really. It's not just the poor, everybody. We also have conversation, we're going to have conversation on Remi Tinubu, who is the First Lady of Nigeria today, and the role she's going to play in the new administration. And from there, we also have a conversation about appointments. Why are they not coming in? We thought that Tinubu has been ready to be president for a while, and he's been going. He was in Paris and he was preparing. And who do we expect to be in that administration? Then other subjects are all the way to the governor of Enugu State. He announced that the sit at home is over. And then he appealed to Bola Tinubu to release Nnamdi Kanu to him. So we want to know, why does he think he will succeed where Charles Soludo? So what I do now is, the first few people that came in, you have that privilege. You give us, if there's anything on the subjects that we pointed out that you think should be added, we add it. So I will start from you, Prince Akwachi. Is there anything that you think is important in the news that we probably missed? Prince.
For me, I think is the one that is kind of like I've been trying to grapple with it, is the one with the Yaloja. What is the first daughter? What is that one? What is it all about? You see, this is really crazy. These people are driving us crazy. In as much as they are illegitimate, they are still making the constitution. I don't know what to say, but it is terrible. It's terrible. So please, I would love that to be discussed too.
All right, thank you. That's a good point. That's a good man of prestige. Anything that you care about so much that you want to discuss?
That's apart from what we're going to talk about today, right? Apart from
apart from the subjects.
Like I said, I didn't watch the inauguration, but later on I'm going to listen to some of it. In my own opinion, I didn't think the inauguration speech was inspiring, in my opinion, because he did not really dive into part of unifying the country, where we go from here. I mean, I listened to the speech later, not on that particular day. So in my opinion, I don't think this speech has any impact. It's not inspiring, it's not unifying. So that's the way I look at it. Maybe we can talk about this later.
All right. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking about the visit from the I believe Wike and Ibori and Makinde visiting Tinubu in Aso Rock. I was thinking, you know, these are the last people he wants to be associating himself with at this moment.
Thank you.
So I don't know why Nigeria is so openly and fantastically corrupt that, you know, a leader like these people can even have access to the president. Iborida has gone to jail here for almost 3 years.
But I mean, I'm sorry, I'll praise this guy. You are the best.
So Iborida has been here for 3 years in jail. He's visiting the president of Nigeria now. And it's just beyond me, please. I mean, I don't know if there's anything to say about that, but that's my own bit that I want to add to the conversation.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Rudolph, can I add one more thing, please, before you go?
Okay.
Before you go for that, one more topic, probably, need to talk about the Togre and the Niger Delta people coming over there. I'm thinking that Tinubu, is going to be, transcended the Togre from Lagos to Abuja. So that's what I feel when it comes to Togre. I mean, that's gonna be Abuja right now. So maybe that needs to be discussed.
All right. Matt.
Yeah. Good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening, everyone. I salute everybody on this platform. I think what I think we have to still add up is Asare Dokubo. Now that people are buying fuel 500, they are shouting with his stomach like that. They want to, drop on the ground. I hope he's buying his own 80 naira. Sorry. I hope he's buying it 80 naira. Because what they do is that they go to Abuja to charge for nothing, to deceiving people. Those people that he's deceiving, I hope they are buying it 80 naira. So if you can add it up in this, and then the court concerning the court case of IPOB and INEC and the shenanigan that is going on the court, and the minister of Apapa who said that Obi should drop his case. So if you can add it up, I think it will be okay.
All right. Thank you. We have the electoral tribunal. What's going on there as part of our topics today? So
okay.
Igbo Basics. You're next.
Yes, I came online. Good morning, Dr. Damages. It's really amazing where we are today. The previous week, I talked about the virtualization of Nigeria. By the way, was that Alex Kaba that was online with you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I talked about the virtualization of Nigeria. And by the special grace of God, we will have the cartoon on that. And I also talked about lithium ion, which is the raw material that is used for all these electric cars and stuff like that. That was in our last session. I spoke about that. It concerns me that the subsidy matter, which we'll be speaking about, wouldn't it have made sense that whatever that was being signed away by the Tinubu investors trip, wouldn't it have made sense that that would have been a portion of what would be used to ameliorate the situation in terms of making it easy on the people? It is almost like the Naira redesign policy that was thrown on the people, and there was confusion everywhere, and all of a sudden, the subsidy matter just like that, subsidy gone. With that now, I can only say I picked interest because when we came to New York to confer with Obi when he came to New York, I had pleaded with Alex Kaba to show up at the venue in Sheraton. And he said, no, Alex, of course I know where he stands. He says, he's a Tinubu guy. I don't have any problem with that. Alex Kaba is also a Buhari guy. I don't have any problem with that. So he pleaded. I also asked him, can you send a photographer or one of your people to show up? He said, no. So now I see where we're coming from and I see where we're going. Alex is a friend of mine, Alex Kaba. So it would be nice if he shows back up so that we can have a genuine conversation with him. The same way we would have had people like Alex Agedibi or Felix Agedibi. If some of these, our old soldiers are still around. I still off my heart for Alex Kaba for having put up a good fight as far as the publishing industry is concerned, having been doing African abroad to the best of his ability. Hopefully, the short window that they will have with Tinubu, I would hope that he would use that to come back to the reality of what we as journalists should be doing. All in all, to sum up my morning presentation, if we are expecting those politicians in Nigeria, you just talked about Ibori, you talked about Wike, these are the people who are participating in the vulturization of Nigeria. It pays them to continue. We must talk about the countries where we are. We must find a way to get to the countries where we are so that they will stop at some point. All we're asking for is live and let live. If we don't call out America, if we don't call out France, if we don't call out Britain, if we don't call out these world powers whose economic interest is basically in Nigeria, the more they work, the more our people will continue to suffer, the more we are out here in exile. That is all I have to say for now, Dr. Damages. But I'm still expecting some information from you, Dr. Damages.
All right.
I've just completed the first read.
All right, thank you. Patrick, we're talking about what we want us to discuss, probably something we missed on the topics that we listed. Is there anything that we missed?
I wanted to say something about Femi Gbajamiala's appointment.
Okay.
As the chief of staff to the president. I mean, what's the role of a chief of staff? Sorry if I use the Nigerian parlance. Is that not boy? Am I wrong to say that?
Oh, no.
Actually, people say that it's the most powerful position in government.
Yes, it is.
No. We
yes, it is. Gambari was the last chief of staff, so be careful as you go there. Chief of staff is really the person who almost is running that government.
Okay, let me. Some of them are wrong. This is what I'm trying to say. This is a guy who was, or rather, is the Speaker of the House of Rep. He's like literally a mini god, fourth in command. He's like a mini god within that where he was, and that's power. Also, you now have so many people that are actually, you bring him on the beck and call and stuff like that. Suddenly, you now make him chief of staff. How would you consider a process of governance to run? This is a guy who already has this big weight around him. He's already a fat cat. And you want people to be going around him. You just say to go and sit down. He will just be putting files and putting them there because he will just bring that air of aggrandizement around him. Don't you both think about that? We want an agile government. That's what we want. We don't want a big manism. We want something agile, quick and fast. We want growth. I don't want big man governments.
All right, Patrick, we will talk about this when we talk about appointments. There will be a segment.
You guys consider that.
Yeah, you can raise your concerns.
It's not big manism. Judge Akume, secretary, big man. Come on.
All right. Christian, welcome to the show.
Yeah, hello everyone. Just a quick one. You must have covered everything actually that is interesting, because the only thing I joined is this subsidy and maybe a few other things. But yeah, the government we have today, somebody says vulturization of government. When you have the chief commander as the president, and then the people around him, don't you think that he will surround himself with his likes? So I don't see any other problem there, except that it starts from the head. The fish always starts from the head. So that's my answer.
All right. So thank you, everybody. Let's go to the first topic, which is oil subsidy. So we'll give it an hour and have a conversation around that. But let's start by playing the video of Bola Tinubu before he won the election. Talk about his position on the subsidy.
There are opportunities across this country. Bitumen is there. Iron oil is here, we can easily recharge, lake charge. It's going to be tough decisions. Why should I have 4 cars and be paying subsidized petrol for Cameroon, for Niger, for Benin Republic? No matter how long you protest, we are going to remove subsidy. That is the truth. That is the truth. Unless you don't, and I'm going to win this election. Don't change the formula on me. I don't agree. But once Buhari keeps his promise of free and fair election, I'm going to win.
All right. So that's Bola Tinubu speaking before the election, and in his inaugural address, he immediately announced that subsidy is gone. And now we see the consequences. Petrol is selling in different places in the country at different prices, from 500 to all the way to 1,000 Naira for a liter. So what gives? The Labour Congress announced that on Wednesday they will start to protest, go on strike across the country. This is not the first time we've seen this movie. The question is, what will happen? Who will blink? Is there any goodwill for the new president that he could tap into and push this through? Man of Prestige, you're first.
Oh, okay. I mean, he just started the whole presidency in a wrong foot because, I mean, he's been planning. Look at like the speech he made that he's going to remove the fuel subsidy, when he win. I mean, he knew he was going to win because, in my opinion, the election is running. He has been prepared. He was quite confident that he's going to win the election by no means. So he should have been prepared for it. I mean, there's nothing, to subsidize removing the fuel subsidy like palliative or whatever. I mean, in America, they subsidize a lot of stuff in America, but you have to plan for it. There's no plan. You expect this to be, happen. I mean, everybody's blaming the Nigerian. Of course, we all know how Nigerian operate. It's not just the fuel subsidy. It's going to affect other things. Rice, everything you can think about. It's going to affect it. It's going to be just from there all downwards. It's not just subsidy. That's what people are misunderstanding, thinking about it just subsidy. It's going to affect the whole economy. So he should have prepared for it, knowing that he's going to remove the fuel subsidy, and now he's realizing what's going on. So it's not just like I'm sorry. Hold on, okay. Go ahead, go to the next person, okay?
All right. Okoye, 2 minutes. We have to go the way we are going to do it today. A lot of people want to join us and they want to contribute. So we are going to move people around quickly so that we get everybody to participate. Okoye, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Doc. I think, the announcement was made. I suppose it's not really an announcement. I heard that subsidies gone line wasn't actually in his statement, his address that he's supposed to make. So it's just an ad lib. So, but it's what follows it, because I think he failed to realize that once you're a president, that your words can carry so much weight that it can upset the market. So, but the question is whether subsidy should be there, which everyone agrees that the subsidy has to go. It depends. I mean, that depends on how you tend to remove it. But the way he's gone about removing it, are probably not the best way to go about it because it's causing a lot of chaos, like the earlier speaker said, like everyone is actually seeing in Nigeria. So whether they're going to reach compromise with the labor union, I don't know whether they're going to, but I think it's best that they do that instead of throwing the country even into more chaos by, workers striking, stagnating the economy that is already suffering, because we know that the Nigerian economy is more or less PMS based. There's nothing else there because the electricity is more or less runs on the PMS. So I think they're going to have to, get everyone in the room. I mean, the president, he has to do that. Get everybody in the room. Try to reason out some kind of, cushioning, adverse sort of condition cushioning for the, poorest in the society that cannot afford to go from place to place. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Okoye. Thank you so much. Matt, you're next.
Yes, I just have to say, Nigerians, we know how to talk. We have been talking without action. All the time they will come with their pattern, the same pattern always, but we seem not to, let them follow things the way it is. We know how other countries that are civilized, how they resolve their issues. I mean, the masses. But our own, we keep being on the platforms like this, talking always. What are the things you are saying that you remove this fuel subsidy? The fuel subsidy you are removing, we all know the whole plan that you guys are doing. It's just for what is this name again? To recover the money which he has spent. When you are selling fuel from whatever for 2 something, and now you are going to sell it 500. Who is he going to favor? He's going to favor Dangote. All these things are the plan they have put in place before they come into the government. Why telling you that he must surely win this election? We all know that everything has been put in place. All the machineries, both the INEC, both all the things they are going to do to make sure that they win the election was done already. So whether do or die or win, and he has won for from Nigeria. But that is all that we have, and that is what we are doing. Is what we keep doing always. Whenever something happens, we come here, we keep talking. There is no solution. We keep doing the same thing, doing the same thing. We don't have any solution to any problem. This is what baffles me. You see someone that tells you that he is going to remove fuel subsidy and that he must surely win the election. Does that not show you something? That shows you that Nigeria, until we wake up, nothing will change. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Next time when we come back to you, Matt, I want you to tell us what we should do. If you complain that we are talking, we are just coming here to talk. What should we do other than talk?
No, not only in this platform. I mean, both in Nigeria, both here, everywhere. We need to pull actions. Nigeria, we need to pull action. We need actions. We don't say that anybody should. Dr. Dameji, let me tell you one thing. Let me just give you an example. Here, there was a man they called Rahon. Just give me a minute. Rahon, he came. He cut down both every medical benefits for the young and old people. Do you know what happened in Spain? Do you know what happened in Barcelona? All the old people from 90, 100, all slept in the street for 1 month. The man had to do what? Redress. Will you kill? Will you kill how many? All our old people, they are there drinking pine wine. They are there climbing. None of them want to come out. We all should be there. Let's see if they will kill all of us. Nigeria, we need to change. That's what I'm saying.
All right. Thank you, Matt. We'll come back to you on this topic, okay?
Okay, sir.
All right. So let me go to Igbo Basics. Igbo Basics, quickly, 2 minutes.
Good morning. Once again, Dr. Damages.
Hold on. What I want you to tell me is, so what do you think the government should do? Because already there's no provision for this oil subsidy in the budget.
What I think the government should do, which I've already spoken about that.
Yeah.
I'm glad that Mr. One Man went to Moise, and I hope he's also in Abuja or Lagos to be in the fray. And I don't know if you find him, I'll fix him out of James Hadley Chase, and that goes to One Man went to Mo. With that said,
I read for a few dollars more, which is where we are now.
And here is the preferred solution. I mentioned again. I think I read something about one governor in the northern states having 19 billion. I don't know how true that kind of thing is. The man declared trillions of dollars or Naira as his asset. Solution to this situation. When we had cocoa and there was no oil yet, we had granite pyramids and stuff like that, and there was no oil yet. Nigeria was doing very well, very, very well. Oil came, took over everything. Everybody wants to be rich overnight. So the solution is this.
Yeah.
Let that man who declared 19 trillion, if it is true, let him chip in some of that 19 trillion into the national coffers. Let those newly discovered raw materials from Nigeria, let that subsidize so that the people won't suffer so much. The point is this. You just did the Naira design policy, and you saw the suffering that you brought on the people. Shouldn't that have been enough lesson that in doing oil subsidy removal, that they would have been able to find a cushion for the people? Because as we are speaking now, some are in Abuja, in Lagos, watching Football Association final or FA Cup. They are out there enjoying themselves. Meanwhile, the masses are out there. Some will sleep on the street trying to get fuel so that they can function the next day. Let all human beings in Nigeria that call themselves politicians, let them think about the masses as they enjoy in their high-rise hotels. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much. Patrick, you're next. Solution. How do you advise the government, the new government, to go out?
I'll take it this way. So now I'm being timed. I want to look at the antecedent before the whole thing started. Now, in the 80s, I guess in the 70s and 80s, when we had all the refinery, probably to 90s, the refinery were all working. Now, and we had the MMPC engineers or management all managing the refinery, repairing it and doing everything. Now, why did they not come to a point whereby they actually run these refineries so that because they are selling petrol and PMS, they should have proper accountants, proper managers to put some money aside and engineers that will schedule maintenance to keep the business as a going concern. Because what has happened when we had to be buying petrol, all this, the hope and the problem now was this petroleum subsidy that people are saying, oh, some people are stealing the money. That wouldn't have happened if the Kaduna, Warrior, and Port Harcourt, they were all working. Now, who was there? Who were the petroleum ministers? I know it's more like crying over, they say it's too late to cry when the head has been cut off. But I'm just looking at it from there. Who were the petroleum ministers or the managers of NNPC that we're not coming to a point whereby they want to run those establishments as a proper going concern of profit and loss, so that when repairs have to be done, they are done on time, not to a point whereby everything, all three grinds to a halt, and they have to start getting petrol from abroad for the Nigerian market. That was horrible. Now, yes, they are already doing the maintenance of the refineries, which is great. And they say Dangote is coming on stream. But what happens if come August or July, Dangote says, oh, please, I have to postpone to December. It's not working yet. Because you're putting all your eggs in one basket. That can happen. So what I'm saying, in essence, sorry, just give me 1 minute, Dr. Dami. I'm really sorry. Now, in essence, what am I saying is, now they've taken it, people are really suffering. Like the last speaker said, there was just this Naira thing that happened last time, and people suffer within the space of 3 months. Check out what people are actually going through. What I would say is, it has happened. I would think the government and labor union, let me come to a point whereby they can do something quite quickly. Is it a case of increasing the wages of the people, of the public servants? Probably give them a 20% flat, increase the minimum wage is 30,000 naira, increase it to 70,000 naira by fiat to meet the current needs of the people. because 30,000 naira at this particular point in time will not go far. Because if you say it's agriculture, how are you going to ramp up agriculture and make your food produce to be less? Is that something can be? So to me, what I think the government can, they have what they call the capacity that they can actually control right now is increase the wages. It's not a case of going to buy boss from somewhere. Increase the wages. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Patrick. You can see that it's difficult to talk about solutions. It's easy to complain, but Patrick, thank you for that solution, increasing the wages. People have said that, and the issue is that when you increase one, it will have impact on other things, prices of things, inflation, and other people who are not in government. How do you reward them? How do you increase their own wages? Christian, solutions. What do you advise President Bola Tinubu to do at this point? The subsidy is gone.
Okay. First of all, I want to approach it from the solution and the timing and the solution. Basically, the timing, if I were him, I would have even actually started it from the beginning. So what he has done is the right thing, from that government's point of view. But it's good that the people are now waking up to the sad reality of what Nigeria has become. Nigeria shouldn't even have this if they simply approach a simple technology that is called modular refinery, which was invented far way long time ago during the war or something. If they had allowed this thing, liberalize the economy, simple, allow people to produce, and they will produce, and then with time, these things will just go away. That is the simplest way. But just going to import big technology you don't know how to manage. The problem of big refinery is that the technology are not indigenous. So if you are going to change, the people always change their technology. If you want to buy something and then they have changed the technology, then when you are going to repair, you have problem. So the basic thing is go back to our own level of our own technology. Simple, modular refinery, make it, make it, put law, regulate it if you can, if you want. But make it, liberalize it, so that anybody who wants to refine petroleum should refine petroleum. And that's the easiest way to make it simple. There's no magic on all these things. You don't even have to be an economist to understand these things, that if you produce these things, they will go cheap. Okay, yeah. That's one.
I wanted to ask you, Christian, how would that impact the price of the products?
Yeah, of course. You see, that is the point I'm trying to make. One, we are producing the crude, right? So we can
international market price. They are not going to buy cheap because because
the technology is local. Okay, now the people will produce it at a cheaper rate. So first of all, you may not, the more people go into it, and you have more of it, and I will assume that because it's going to be profitable initially, a lot of people will go into it, and therefore it will now bring the price down. It's just simple supply and demand economics, basics.
All right,
that is the solution.
Thank you, Prince. You're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. For me, the first thing this government would have done was to look into the books. Okay? When we talk about subsidy is not about increasing prices. It's about, the fact that he needed to look into the NNPC's book to know the volume that we consume. Just like Peter B said, we have almost same population like that of Pakistan. But the volume that they use there is way lesser than we use. This is people on top, selling the oil and then importing a refined oil and then lie about the volume that the people are consuming. In other words, they are just scamming the country. Tinubu himself saying that in his inaugural speech is wrong. It's wrong. Because immediately he said it, the next day, everywhere went ballistic. People started changing their prices. to the extent that even NNPC increase their first they said they have the products, and later on they increase the price. That's illegal. They shouldn't have done that. I hear for now.
All right, thank you, friends. Sam, welcome to the show.
Well, advising this government is legitimizing it. I get on this platform because I see the whole thing, you guys are making it normal. This government did not come upon us. We didn't vote for it. We didn't ask for it. They imposed themselves on us. And the way it's like, what I'm listening to you guys is like you are moving on from the main thing. The problem is not going to be solved. Nigerian problem did not start today. Our main concern should be this in your face attitude. They did it. They didn't hide it. There's nothing, by the way, there's nothing that happened in this election that is not been happening since 1999. The only thing is that this one is with pure impunity. So what are you advising the government to do? We should find a way to build coalition, because that's the only way Nigeria will start functioning. I can discuss petroleum for hours because I grew up in it. I know when the problem started. I know when NNPC was created, why it was created. It was meant to build, to give Nigerian indigents a fighting chance to be part of the process. But when you change the management, they turn the whole thing upside down. Before NNPC came, we used to have different grades of oil. Fuel, we have RMS, PMS, Jet A1, and then the diesel. Now you have PMS only. Even smelling it, when I go to Nigeria, I can smell PMS when I see it. When you visualize it, you can know it if you know the technology. That's why you cannot even take a decent car to Nigeria without having a check engine in a couple of months. So these things, some of us know it. Talking about that problem with the refinery, I was in Nigeria, I was in Abuja when somebody that was giving that 500 million, an Igbo guy, I'm not going to mention the name, for turnaround maintenance. The Senate called him. Then he started telling them, why are you questioning me? Don't you know who I am? Obasanjo was in power then. So we should find a way to get our country out of the grip of all these people, because we are not moving. We keep going backwards. So I'm not going to advise the government.
All right, thank you, Sam. Let me point out for Sam and other people who may think alike. This is like a media. Just think about this as a newspaper. The newspaper is not going to wait for any particular thing to happen. They follow the news, So we are not going to say because there's a dispute over election that we are not going to keep talking about what the person who is sworn in to be the president is doing. So we have to keep talking about it. Moving on, and papers have to come out every day and talk about the stories of the day. And I understand that some people feel that there should be more emphasis on talking about what happened in the election, but the country continues, life continues, and we have to continue to move on. Thank you so much for your contribution. Bibi, you're next.
Okay, yeah, good afternoon. I think for me, I think we missed an opportunity during Jonathan regime. I think we have another opportunity now to remove it, because we can't be subsidizing other country, because at the end of the day, there are a lot of racketeering in that industry. Oil moved from Nigeria to different borders of the country of West Africa. So removing it now, I think is the best for now, for the best of the as I know. But what can be done? Number one, I think it needs to review the salary. Then for the government workers, then for private individuals, maybe there can be some tax reduction so that the purchasing power of the people can increase. I think that's what they can do, a quick freeze for now. But not removing it, I think we are just adding under one finger And because we are talking about the refinery and some of the people that are involved, they are Nigerians and they are our families. If we trace it forward, backward and forward, one way or the other, they might be connected to us. So if we see something that's going bad and we are sitting on a keg of powder, gunpowder at this level, I think removing it is the best for now, but some adjustment needs to be made so that the purchasing power of the people can increase. Thank you.
All right, thank you, BB. Maxi, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. If I will have my way, I could have invited you to come in 3 weeks' time for our by-election here in Accra, so that you will see how we do by-election. We just done the first one. It's gone right now. So, and it was very, very peaceful. Even the opposition accepted everything that was very open and genuine, unlike what you have in Nigeria. I have taken part in so many elections in Nigeria, and I would tell you that instead of it getting better, it's getting worse by day. How do you want me to advise someone who came there through the back door? A man that came into office through the back door, how do you want me to advise him? If I may advise him, once I traveled from Barbados to Gatwick, I connect Heathrow. I saw what I enjoyed, the metro mass that I enjoyed in UK. It took me only 20 pounds, I think 15 pounds, from Gatwick Terminal 4 to Heathrow Terminal 4 to connect Ghana. When you want to remove subsidy, it's like winning a child. There are some certain things, fundamentals you're supposed to put in place so that poor people that will not suffer it. You just came in by force. You win the child who is used to feeding bottle system, and you want him not to cry, you want him not to suffer. Whatever that happens to that country is to my own benefit, because I want Biafra. The system is not working. If you encourage a horrible system, criminal system, a system that cannot give you credible leaders, people with vision, then expect the worst to come. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Maxi. Man of precision. We can't hear you, man of precision. You have to unmute yourself.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, so I didn't complete my, my 2 minutes you gave me. But anyway, I was speaking about the impact of this fuel subsidy. I think I have the question to ask. I thought there was a provision that was made, because during Tinubu's speech, he claimed there was no contingency that was left. But I read something like about $3.6 trillion, was put aside for this fuel subsidy. So where's the money that was supposed to be used, and as a palliative in order to remedy the situation right now? I mean, that's my understanding, because somebody said it in Arise TV. So if that's the case, that's the government has started lying already, to subsidize. I mean, look at the queue everywhere in Nigeria. NNPC is part of it, because I think they can increase the price to 500 or whatever. So the rest of the country follow, like you said, 500 or 1,000 and everywhere. So they didn't find a remedy before they do it. That's where I have an issue with them. The subsidy should be removed, whether it's now or later, but this is the right time to do it, in my own opinion. But they should have planned it, and Tinubu should have made that speech that day. You know how Nigeria orientation is. Whenever you say something like this, it starts immediately. I think it's supposed to start June or whatever. But when he made this speech, not knowing what's going to happen, so it's going to be a problem, and from there it's going to cause inflation, all that price is going to go up. So it's not just the fuel subsidy that's going to impact the whole country. So it's a problem. So they have to find a solution to it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Prof, we're looking for a solution to this subsidy issue. Unmute yourself, Prof.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. I greet everybody in the house. Well, the fact is that all of them, when they were campaigning, actually promised to remove fuel subsidy. But the wherewithal is what they didn't tell us. I'm of the opinion that the present government now having removed the fuel subsidy, to me, is very painful, because the people are still suffering from the punishment inflicted on them by the Emefiele policy of whatever. They are yet to recover from that. Why adding another suffering?
So before this, I expected the government to put in place some palliative. In America, for instance, I mean, people say don't make America your yardstick or whatever. But you see, we borrow everything from them. So when the whole COVID-19 hit, so the people were giving palliative. In fact, people's bank accounts were just receiving alerts. Okay, even if you will increase the minimum wage in the interim, give something as palliative that will enable the hoi polloi, the downtrodden, to be able to move from one point to the other. Because even these people, because of them remove a subsidy, whatever policy you put in place does not affect them. They are multi-billionaires already. The people who are suffering are always the masses. Take care of the masses. Because if you don't take care of them, even the so-called cabal that have been making everything unworkable in Nigeria, I understand that the cabals are still there. That's another topic, Dr. Damedi, how to deal with the cabal. Now, for Tinubu to be able to deal with the cabal that have continuously made things difficult in Nigeria, he needs the buy-in of the masses. He needs the buy-in of the masses. If he does not have the buy-in of the masses, every effort he puts in order to revamp Nigeria's economy will be frustrated by the same cabal. So put palliative in place. Make sure you cushion the effect of this, draconian system that people are trying about. So that is the only thing for now.
All right, thank you. Let me go to forefathers. Forefathers, we're looking for solutions, and I want you to think about it this way. I'm not sure whether the $800 million that the loan from the World Bank to help solve this problem, whether it's been was approved by the Senate and they have the money. And the past government, they wanted to give 7,500 Naira to 50 million Nigerians, poorest Nigerians, out of that money. So that's their own thinking of how to solve the problem. So just think about it. If you give 7,500 Naira to the poorest 50 million Nigerians, what would that do when the price of crude oil, petrol has jumped up, when the price of transportation has jumped up? With that 7,500 solve the problem that we are facing? So I want you to weigh in the solution from this angle in terms of what we
thank you for having me, Rudolph, and greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. I don't think that amount is going to do a lot to necessarily make people's lives much better in any way, because the increase will be, it will outstrip whatever they are going to support them with. But that said, they should increase the support that is available. The way it was declared wasn't appropriate, because they could have, this stuff started from the previous government, and they could have easily transitioned it to, in a more organized way. But I guess let's focus on the solution. So you can increase the subsidies that are currently available. That's in terms of palliatives, that is available. Subsidies is not going to come back, and there's going to be a level of pain that is involved in this, because the alternative is we can't even start thinking about the alternative, because the economy could collapse completely, and then the Naira will be in free fall. When Nigeria starts defaulting on its sovereign debts, then the nation will know what it's like. Nigeria currently is spending 95% of its income on servicing debts, and it's unsustainable. How we got here in the first place is in plague on both of the union and the federal government. This in houses. These will have led our country to the precipice of collapse. And so after you increase the palliatives, you can also, to help the businesses that will suffer the shock of the nonsense they've just done, you can provide them loan guarantees so that they can be able to transition from their current petrol generators to more efficient, and long-lasting power supply like solar panels and the rest of it. You can do that to assist businesses. You don't have to give them the money. You can just provide loan guarantees. Some of them will be able to pay the loans back. The ones that don't, then the government share they shoulder the cost. Personally, I would ban these generators in estates, individual generators. All estates should consolidate their generators to a communal generator, which is more efficient actually and cost less. They remove all the individual generators that are on the streets of Nigeria, in marketplaces and all those sort of places. So now you are reducing costs for people while taking increasing costs of actually the petrol that is getting into that they need for the this in empowering their businesses and estates. So those are some of them. There are many solutions that are out there that you can do to efficiently mitigate the danger, the damage that could occur from the removal of subsidy. But clearly, the Nigerian government don't seem to operate like that, and I don't think any of these things will be taken into account. They're just going to go headlong, spend the little money they can get, and the rest may be stolen. And the Nigerian people will just have to put up with this nonsense. I thought this was supposed to be a different government. These people just keep attacking Nigeria repeatedly. They did it with the Naira no change. They could have organized it better. No, no, it's too much for them to do. Why organize it better? No, the first subsidy, they have to do the same thing again. Every single thing they do, they have to subject the Nigerian people to a lot of shocks constantly. And now the unions want to double that one on top of it and say, let's shut down the economy and let's not move forward again. These people are attacking your country. They are sabotaging your country. I learned that the Chinese, when they were busy developing their nuclear technology during that period, they were eating rations. Their country went through hell. They were eating nuclear scientists. Most of their people were living on rations in their country. Can you imagine Nigerians agreeing to do that? We have to be prepared to do what it needs to do to fix our country. All these leaders that are running our country right now, they seem to be running it to the ground. Even with all the resources we have, they are not looking to solve the problems. If you look at, I'm just sitting down here coming up with all these solutions. There are many solutions out there that they can use, but they won't do it. They will just dance around and let labor union want to shut the country down, and we are getting poorer for it. It's not helping us in any way. As if, you know what the labor union were calling for? Let's return to status quo. Status quo, in other words, subsidies. When they were paying subsidies repeatedly, were they threatening to go on these strikes then? Man, the way these people are behaving, Nigerians should be learning to know the people that are damaging the economy. The Nigerian entity is a body. And if you keep starving it of resources, starving it of function, you are killing it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, forefathers. Let's go to Mama Echo. Mama Echo, welcome to the show. I'm skipping Matt and Christian because you've spoken on this topic. So, Mama Echo, go ahead.
Una say make I advise my children mandate thief. Wetin go do? No problem. All the people when not work 35 years, they not work reach 35 years. When they collect exorbitant pension, all the pension should be withdrawn from 1960 till date. And I'm talking of the governors, the ex-president, the senators, and all the House of Assembly from state to federal. All their salary must be stopped. All those exorbitant pension money, when they collect in the name of retirement, it should be withdrawn. Why is it that is the Metunu that they will always use their so-called policy to punish? Why? All of them are collecting how many houses? How many of them are collecting how many salary? How many of them are collecting two brand new vehicles? All those things need to be withdrawn, and everything they have given to them need to be sold and put in the hands of Nigerians. If they want to remove all subsidies, all the refineries in Nigeria must be repaired and let them function very well. Why are they telling us lies? Why? Let them give us how much are they using to export the crude oil and how much are they using to bring it back. We need to know those figures. We need to know who are the people that are doing this business. Let them publish everything for us to see. They should stop deceiving us. We are no longer fools. And we will not take this. And I want to thank you very well, because in the end I give them breakfast. All of now when Iriga enter power, now all obedient people to chop this breakfast. And I won't beg them again the breakfast. You know they finish. Give us lunch. give us lunch because we go to get our mandate back. So not serve us only breakfast. It is lunchtime. Tutu, give us lunch and tell your people to begin to prepare dinner and supper. Because now what Nigeria need before their head goes set up. So thank you for the breakfast. We are looking forward to lunch. I do not advise you to do otherwise.
Thank you so much, Mama Echo. Let me skip all the people that are waiting. Go to Austin. Austin, welcome to the show.
Dr. Damages, thank you, panelists. I thank you for this opportunity. In the first place, we are asking for solution, but personally, I am asking for a fundamental question. What do we know about subsidy? And the greatest funny thing about this is that President Tinubu entered office. From where he entered office, he removed the biggest cushion before walking into the office. Subsidy is one of the biggest issues we have. He never had a meeting as a president with his vice to talk about subsidy. Do you know what this thing looks like? Just like a staff in the bank that opened a secret account and have been stealing from that secret account. The moment he became the manager, he closed that account. So he should have allowed us to investigate. And he should also apologize to Nigerians, because in 2012, I know he invested a lot to stop Jonathan from doing that. Is he trying to let us know that he is manipulating Nigeria downward so that he will become the president? Because he knows that the more you keep these things, Nigeria will be going down. So that he works, because he told us that he has spent 30 years to prepare himself to be the president. And the worst thing we will have if we have him as somebody that manipulates people. If you have a leader that manipulates people, that is the worst thing that will happen to Nigeria. So he needs to explain to us why we have the subsidy, how much are we spending on subsidy, before we can now know if we really need to adjust. And for people condemning labor, I don't see what they did wrong. Labor is a bigger part of that country. You can't take decision without consulting them. And after taking the decision, you want them to align with you. We're not running autocratic government. We're not running a kingdom. He's not a king. He is a president. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Paul, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor, and good morning.
Yeah, we're looking for solutions, advice for the president on what to do about oil subsidy. And
yeah, Doctor, my first solution to tell you that I love Nigeria very well, as immediately Tinubu entered power, I'm shipping one container to Nigeria. I'm in the junkyard now, loading container.
What are you loading? What are you shipping to Nigeria?
Of course,
in there.
Natokumboka now, computers and the likes.
Okay.
So, Doctor, it's so funny the way we do things in our country. You asked one question, that's why I jumped in. You asked one question that is not in the budget. How many days will it take the president to summon the National Assembly, let them come together and appropriate the bill? You understand?
No, there's no money. There's no money to pay for that subsidy. They're saying that
Doctor, they borrow money. They don't even know the people that they want to give the money. They borrow $800 million, but they don't even know the people they want to give the money. At least we know that we need money for subsidy. You understand? Then it's so funny when they talk all these things that we don't want this thing to go to. We don't want to subsidize Cameroon. We don't want to subsidize Niger. Doctor, when did PMS only? When did PMS has become cocaine that somebody will swallow in his belly to pass the border? This thing, for God, so let me not use bad word. For all we know, this is 33,000. You understand? The tankers is 33,000. These big tankers. You can put it in your belly and pass the border. The government still control the security. You understand? Why will government fail? We're going to pay for it. It's so absurd. It is the government that fail, not we. You understand? When they talk all these things, they carry this thing to Cameroon, to Niger, to Cotonou, and the likes. This will not be cocaine. that you can swallow, that you can put inside your shoe, that you can put in the catalog and pass the border. You understand? This is 33,000 liters. So it makes no sense. The government, the president is the chief security officer of the country. So if you want your border very well, which means you've caught some of the so-called scam, like they claim. Look into the scam. From Jonathan, my own brother, to this time, not one person went to jail, apart from only one person went on exile, Alice in Desani. Nobody went to jail. You understand? It's so funny. I don't understand. It's of national emergency. So you can call the National Assembly together. You can borrow money. You can divert your so-called 800 million that you want to give to people that is not on the list. Though we know the people that is on the list, maybe the likes of the Kiamu, the Fani Kayode, that will take the so-called $800 million. But this is so funny. Doctor, we can't continue like this. I don't know what to say, but it's hard. Doctor, right. Do your research. Sorry, before I finish, do your research. To fill your tank, it costs you around 30-something thousand Naira. And minimum wage of that country is 33,000. What kind of... I want to fight corruption. My brother, then go to steal people's shoe for office. Some people wear one leg of shoe, go back home. I'm telling you, right. That's my take. Right. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me show you guys what it looks like in neighboring countries. The price of petrol. So this is the map of West Africa, and I'm not sure if you guys are seeing it. Are you? I'm trying to. Is it showing? No. All right. I'm not sure. Okay. All right. So okay, I think it's showing now. Yeah, so look, this is what it looks like in across West Africa. In Nigeria, is $0.4. I can't read it; it's very tiny now. But if you look at the figures, you see that in Cameroon is $1.99. In okay. I don't know the names of the countries. I don't know. But anyway, if you look at it, you see that the prices, the gap is so wide that most people will do anything to take a product out of Nigeria to the neighboring country. But the question is this: is the solution to make sure that our price is close to that of our neighbors, so that people will not be getting that incentive to smuggle products?
That's the greatest challenge.
Yeah,
Doctor, which price did you use to convert to get this amount?
I'm not the one that did it. I'm trusting that they use the same figure. It doesn't actually matter the rate. I mean, the price of this is before the current price.
So I was in Nigeria in February. I was buying 200, 300, and so I don't know the price they used.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure. I didn't read the whole article to know the price they used. But the point is that this is whatever it is. Maybe it's the official NNPC. I'm thinking that may be what they use. NNPC's price before the current one, which I think is 527. But this is the real thing, and the reason why the people are smuggling products out of Nigeria. So let me come back to one. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, can I say something here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. First, this comparison doesn't make it's out of question, because Nigeria is producing oil. Those countries that you are pointing out are not oil producers. Okay. Second, if we want to do this thing, we can say let's export to those countries and make more money from them. Okay. But when I put the solutions to this thing, I know that Nigerian government are not interested in the solutions of the solutions, because they know there are basic. I've given you one, then there's another one they could do. This is mass transportation. They could just give an innocent car to produce mass transit for them, and then they spread it along all the states, so that they can now have cheaper bus transportation. But they wouldn't do that. Okay, it's just that we want to tell you there are solutions, there are alternatives, but that's not what Nigeria is all about. Nigeria is about getting the resources for particular region or particular particular region. Okay, now when the people say they have taken money, the loan, that loan is for those with Buhari administration, what they want to use to give themselves send off. Now, when it comes to Tinubu, and I keep on saying it, why should he do it right now? Because it's good to start with bad news, not when he is now second made the term. Then he can start giving the distance. But if he can now start removing the subsidy, but the basis for subsidy, the economic basis for subsidy, has not been well understood or argued for, because even if there's always good argument for subsidizing petroleum in Nigeria, not only because we produce it, but the economic benefit for it is what we are talking about here. So when they put out this comparison, there's this mentality that we have in Nigeria. Somebody was saying and said that do you know that since they remove all these subsidies, Cameroon are suffering, Ghana are suffering, all these things. That's the Nigerian mentality. When they never take light, somebody will come out and say, oh, it's everybody. So because other people are suffering, therefore we should suffer. And that's not the good idea. And that's not how it's supposed to be. We must advance in how we can improve ourselves. And that's why when I say that Nigeria can never work, because Nigeria is not structured to work. They know the solutions, they know the good ideas, but they won't take it. That's my own take.
All right. Where do I go next? Prince.
Pretty much, I believe I've touched on it. However, to me, for us to blame the labor, I can't even think about it, because first and foremost, they were supposed to engage labor in conversations. And from what I understand, for the past 1 year, they have not even had any conversations with the labor on this. And this is about people. An average tank right now will cost 45,000 for someone to fill in Nigeria. An average tank is 45,000. And now think about these people, that is gonna use it, to go to work and everything for about a week. How much is their salary? Let's assume that they even pay them 200,000. 200,000 and you're spending 45,000 every week for gas. Then what would you take home? You've not paid rent. You've not paid for other utilities. You've not even taken care of your family. Come on now, we gotta think. The truth about it is that this man did not think about this. He did not plan this. He just came and just, for no reason, come up with one order or the other. It cannot be unitary. He should have called the stakeholders, called the Senate, the legislatures and all that stuff, and they will discuss it. I'll rest my case for now.
All right, Prof, go ahead.
Thank you so much. It just a brief information before we continue. Are we aware that there is a video trending right now who seems to have authoritative information about the fact that there has never been subsidy? That since 2008, there have been no subsidy at all, no subsidy being paid for anything. That there are some cabal somewhere who are just waiting for Tinubu to just announce the removal before they escalate whatever nonsense they want to implement. That there has been no subsidy. This guy has authoritative information from NNPC, from all the oil, I think he's working in the oil industry. He said there will be no subsidy. How do we see that?
I have that cabal here. Show the cabal. So, welcome.
Good afternoon, Rodolph, and good afternoon, everyone. I think I've seen the video that Professor is talking about. There's a gentleman who's, yes, the one I sent to you. I sent you 2 of his videos where he discussed it. It'd be nice to know more. I've not followed the show because I've got guests, so I'm going to be in and out quickly. So I'm not, I from what I've seen in the last 5 minutes, you're talking about the subsidy removal.
Yes.
Also, I know you would always start the show with, what news have I missed? What news are you following?
Yeah.
So I'll start with that quickly. I mean, if anyone's watched this show once or twice, you will know I'm very particular about the Kanu case. The man who is alleged to have set fire on the NNPP secretariat during the election and won his re-election, and the Ganduje government during Ganduje, the judge in Kano said there's not enough evidence to charge him for murder and all of that. Now the new sheriff in town, the new Kano governor, is a man I've only come to know over the last few days, and I like what he's doing. He's updating people similar to what Seyi Makinde does in Oyo State. His regular updates on Twitter. He hit the ground running, like proper hit the ground running. He said that the case will be reopened. I mean, number one, is the governor of Kano State. The people who were burnt, alive are Kano indigenes. And number two, these are NNPP people. And this guy is also NNPP. So he said the case is going to be reopened. A lot of things that the Ganduje government discontinued, that Kwakwanso started, he said he's going to revisit those things and reopen them. Apprenticeship schools and all these things is going to bring them back to life. So that's something I'm following. Kano politics is quite interesting. And every tweet this guy puts out when he says they've left us a debt of $250 billion or $1 million, we're going to investigate it. All the lands that have been allocated and sold last minute. For instance, you have a secondary school or a church or mosque. All these lands that are not currently in use. Like when I went to secondary school, there were lands near the school that we always knew, true or false, that, this land belongs to the school. They've not just used it. All those lands near, all the strategic places were sold last minute. The guys put a pause on it and said, we're going to investigate it. While, who are they sold to? Was it at the real cost or value? Now, every tweet is put out. There are a particular group of people who go under his tweets and say, people should tell him it's not the president, it's just a governor. People should tell him it's a marathon, not a sprint. I won't tell you the political party they belong to, but people who have a problem with these things are from a particular political party. Why they don't want things to be investigated, I do not know. So that's something I'm following. So for anybody, Kano politics right now, quite interesting. With regards to the subsidy, I think it was a setup. Yes, Tinubu will take the blame, but Buhari actually didn't have any plan for subsidy beyond June. So Tinubu coming in right now, as much as I don't agree with the guy for anything, except he can find about 7 billion. Where is he going to find the money to subsidize fuel past June? The budget that we have right now only covers subsidy till the end of June, first half of the year. That's what the Buhari planned for. So Tinubu coming in is the way he's gone about it. Off the cuff comment, similar to when Trump became president and he almost forgot that everything you say would have an effect. You can't just be there off the cuff and just say it casually, subsidy is gone. You have to have a proper plan, like many people have suggested. Now, people can look at what we suggest and say that's BS. It doesn't make sense. Maybe we don't have the solution, and that's why we didn't run for office. So the people who run for office should have solution. We can only suggest, we can only, be spectators and say, maybe do this. Like somebody said, if you provided affordable transport, keep the subsidy in, by providing affordable transport. Maybe, commercial transport can buy fuel at a cheaper rate. Of course, Nigerians will probably start siphoning it and selling it. I don't know. But have something to cushion it for the people. You can't just come to them and say subsidy is gone. And the person who you paid 40,000 last month, how do you expect the person to come to the office? Transport fare has gone up twice, 3 times. It's not regulated by anybody. So so these are the questions we're asking the Tinubu supporters who are saying it has to go. We agree, but you should have done something. You can't, some people went to Abuja to stand on the mandate to celebrate with them. he announced on the podium, and for them to come back to Ibadan, to go back to Lagos, transport has gone up 3 times. They were stranded in Abuja, and on this Monday they will trek. So you can't just, off the cuff comments are no longer allowed. You're the president. Everything you say have consequences. If Nigeria, and I've seen people compare the price of petrol to neighboring African countries and, world markets, UK, US, and I agree. I mean, subsidy was the only thing Nigerians were benefiting, really. Now it's gone. I don't have a problem with us paying the rate everybody else is paying. What I have a problem with is somebody joining us from Cote d'Ivoire, from Senegal on this show and telling us that they have uninterrupted power supply. We don't have that. So the guy in Ivory Coast, the guy in the UK, in Canada, don't rely on petrol and diesel to keep his fridge on. Don't rely on petrol and diesel to watch Champions League final. They don't rely on these things as much as we do. Everything we do in Nigeria relies on petrol and diesel. A lot of small businesses will die. And this is an economy we're trying to grow. A guy who is doing laundry, he will not go and tell his client, who is a junior guy at the bank, that to iron one shirt is 2,000. The guy will be like, I'm not ironing, don't worry, I'll wear it wrinkled, like that. So small businesses will suffer. Electricians, welder, hairdresser, your tailor, they all use petrol and diesel, which they don't do in the UK. I've seen some mad people on Twitter saying, oh, I spent $60 whatever dollars to fill my tank in Canada. Are you mad? So when you fill your car, what else do you use petrol for? And you're comparing yourself to people who live in Nigeria who use petrol for everything. My mom told me, she said, I'm no longer buying petrol. We won't cook and put anything in the fridge anymore. The fridge and the freezer are going to become storage cupboards because I'm not going to pay 500 Naira per liter to put food in the fridge. We're going to cook every day. I laughed. I said, so to buy fuel to go to the market every day, how much is it going to cost you? You're still going to end up needing petrol. This is the difference. So for those comparing us to the rest of the world, they are paying world market rate and all of this nonsense. If you give us steady electricity, Nigerians will be able to cope with this new price, but we don't. So please stop comparing Nigeria to the rest of the world because they have electricity, we don't. So whatever Tinubu can do to give us electricity, I don't know what magic wand he has. We need stable electricity and that will cushion it.
Yeah, but sure, now we know that we can't get that to happen, stable electricity in Nigeria to happen in 6 months or 1 year. And we know that the government has no money to pay salaries. I'm talking about from August. If they don't get money from somewhere, what should be done? That's the question they are facing. I know you're not being paid to do this. Tell them what to do. but just in case.
Honestly, my only solution was to give people electricity. And I know it's not realistic. They will probably have to, bring it down to like what a lot of people are saying. Maybe the initial rate they're looking for is like 300. It's like haggling. So they took it to 500. By the time NLC speak to them and they fight and they say there's a strike on Wednesday, they will haggle, they'll come to 300. Nigeria will say, at least we want small. It's no longer 500. People start paying 300, suffering and smiling. We are the best at it. Nigeria is a test case to see how much suffering a group of people can take before they revolt. I'm so sure of that. Because the amount of suffering brought to people. See, when people complain, they say, hey, you are complaining about everything. It doesn't affect me personally. No, if they sell petrol for 2,000, Rudolph, if you have parents in Nigeria, they'll be able to afford it because of you and your siblings. My parents will be able to afford it. So I'm not fighting for my mom or anything. But the average Nigerian, what is the crime of being a Nigerian? That is just suffering from one bad news to another. You can't give them electricity, so what can you give them? Subsidize public transport. Do something. You're the president. You claim you have the solution. I didn't run for office because I don't have the answers. That's why I didn't run. If all of us had the answers, we would run for office. So I didn't run for office. So let them sit down. And this is part of the problem. If they had like a team ready to start speaking on his behalf, probably things will have been better. Things will have been easier. The NLC guy came out of the meeting. He said Dele Alake sat there, was one addressing them. In what capacity? They don't even know. Yes, we know your name, but who are you in this administration? Just some random guy that we see on TV. What's your position? Addressing us as who? Are you speaking on behalf of the president now? Nobody knows. So they need to get their act together and hit the ground running because, the jury is out. There's opposition. Yes, it might be a bit extreme, but there will be opposition going forward. I don't care if it's PDP in power, if it's Labour Party in power, there will be people that will be on your neck, like pressing your neck continuously, so that Nigerians can be the beneficiaries. Rudolph, so that I don't continue ranting and go and attend to my guests, I don't know what the solution is, but Tinubu and his team, I hope that they can find solution to ease this problem. Nigerians don't deserve this. They do not. Even some of the people who voted for Tinubu, they're now seeing the Shege Pro Max. Like people said, Nigerians don't deserve this. I hope and pray that they can find a solution to cushion these things for the people. My son is coming to get me before he starts making noise. Let me go. But I'll join you later when Forefathers is hosting around 11 p.m. I'll come back.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Nathaniel, welcome to the show.
Good day to Dr. Rudolph and your panel. I want us to a bit come back home to the fact where we came from. Because a lot of us have had the opportunity to go to different parts of the world, like we are seeing through that perspective. Maybe we go to regulate Nigeria. I had an opportunity to work in that oil sector for 5 years.
Nathaniel, your line is not very clear.
Okay. Is it clear now?
Okay, try. Keep going. Keep going.
Okay. I was in Focado's terminal and I was working the emergency session. My greatest surprise is that the Nigeria itself, or the Nigerian government, the Nigerian people, they are not part of the oil business that is going on in Nigeria. The business is being run by these companies, American companies, UK companies, and the rest. So Nigeria or Nigerians are like strangers in the oil industry. One day, there was an emergency in Nnugwelu when a crude oil popped up in a woman's kitchen in a village there. I went for a rescue mission there to secure that place and so on. So when we are now talking subsidy, if we can take our crude oil from the backyard into our refineries, where will subsidy come from? So when they talk all this, they make our mind to go far, as if we have to go to UK and US and the rest to come back so that we are able to just solve our problems. Iran, do they keep their crude oil outside and refine before they come back? In Saudi Arabia, in Russia. So why are all these guys making us to believe something that is true, and we will be debating about it, how we find solution? Let us know this truth and say this truth. If that is what we are talking about, that our people should come back home, come back to their senses, and really a kind of let us deal with this truth the way it's supposed to be. We don't have to do anything that has to do with subsidy, because the people that gave us refineries, were they crazy? Them are Zik and the rest of them, who even to your Obasanjo regime that gave us the last refinery, were they crazy? I live in France. It is the government regulates refineries here. Since I came to this place more than 10 years, I have never seen a queue, because France doesn't need to subscribe to how America do their oil business before they can regulate their own. So what are Nigerians? Are we crazy? Our government people, are they crazy? So this problem, we don't need subsidy, we don't need anything. We have to force or use our platform, our voice, or those that have what they need to do to force these people to do what is right. The terminal I was living, the Focado's terminal, look how we generate electricity there. It is the CMS that built turbine for us to have 247 electricity. And this turbine is the gas flaring, the gas that will flare, the one that burn through away. That is the one they compress to pilot that turbine. So today we are talking, we don't have electricity. If Czech can do that one for their own staff, they can do that. We Nigeria are not able to do that one for our community. Do it. Why are we looking here and there? What we need to go to US and the rest before we can solve our problem? We are not crazy. We are not animals. The people that know this, that know what is going on there, they should force these evil men to do what is right, so that our people will not be suffering anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Big Do, welcome to the show. Can you unmute yourself, please? Big Do.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Damages. Good day, all.
Yeah.
Natalia said exactly what is in my mind. What is subsidy? Yes, the whole advanced world gives subsidies one way or the other. In Italy, where I was before, they give subsidy even to farmers, not to produce. so that the price will not drop, right? Nigeria will have 4 refineries. None is working. We should blame ourselves, because when you put the incompetent people to rule the competent people, then what do you expect? Total confusion. If refineries are working, I bet you that subsidy for fuel will go to something else. I support subsidy. You give it. I enjoy it here in UK. They give subsidies in different way. In your rent, in your medicine, in your school, in everything you have subsidy. Then in Nigeria, only fuel you can't put subsidy. You're not even supposed to put it there, because you put the wrong people in the right place and the right people in the wrong place. That is our problem. You know, how can you put a malam? I don't mean to insult Northerners. I mean someone who doesn't know anything.
So what's the immediate solution? Because there are people who
the
are
immediate solution is the Dangote refinery, put it, burn it. If burn it, then you build, you renovate our refinery, because our criminal.
Hold on, big dude, hold on. What did you say? I didn't hear you very well. What should
the
happen?
Criminals ruling us, all those politicians who play.
No, what you said about Dangote refinery.
They converted Nigerian refineries into Dangote. I call it damn bandit refinery. You get it? They did it intentionally. These retired generals converted our refinery to Dangote refinery, so their family will be rich in perpetuity on Ogoni oil, Niger Delta oil. It's not fair. It's not fair. Let us hit the nail at the head.
I just want to correct if what I'm here. I want to make sure I don't want to misquote you. What do you say should happen to Dangote refinery?
Nigerians should put fire on it. Nigerian youth.
All right.
Because
So
it is
I just want
hold on.
You can't go.
Refinery will never work.
You can't go further from there. I want to thank you for joining. Janaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy, for having me. How are you doing?
Good. So just so that we'll get it clear, we don't want anybody to come here. People should be mindful of what they are talking about. People are watching all over the world. We can't come here and say things like, who brought back Big? Please, if you are one of the moderators, please don't bring him back unless he has to say something different. But you can't be saying, people cannot be saying things. This is a serious conversation we're having. No matter what's going on, this is not how to talk about issues of a nation. And people are watching this. Serious people are watching this. Please. Janaba, welcome back.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy, and thank you for applying your rule. At least let us. This is the problem we have. As I don't know whether it's a black thing or Nigerian thing. The refinery is there to stay. We are our enemy of our own self, and a house that divided cannot make any progress. I hope we see this as not just a political thing. I'm looking forward to see someone will be arrested for this kind of oil hike just overnight. The one they have in their filling station, those ones still have a subsidy on it. So why should they just hike the price because they say they will remove subsidy? I'm looking forward to a shift and a very bold action to see that people are held accountable. As far as anybody can just wake up overnight and government is not regulating and no enforcement whatsoever, then we're bound to have this kind of chaotic thing. Anybody can just say, okay, it's my thing. I can put any price that I want on it because what you say, I don't like it. And then the masses are suffering on the street of Nigeria. And then when we are hoping that at least if Dangote refinery is working, we can put end to that kind of struggle. And now we have people who say they should burn it down. It's an empty threat, but that is not welcome, and we should do better.
Thank you. Let me go to Dangote refinery. Hold on. There's a conversation that we can have on that. So as far as we know today, the federal government has 20% stake in that refinery. And there are conversations about how would they get the crude oil that they are going to refine? Are they getting it? They will get it at the international market. So initially, the concept, if I'm wrong, and someone can correct me, the initial concept for Dangote as far as its refinery was to supply the international market, not for the local market. So the people who are in the oil industry in Nigeria are saying that Nigeria should continue to fix their own refineries and government refineries and produce for Nigerian people. That the Dangote his attention is how to sell to the international market. But let's say the federal government that owns 20% stake in that, we say for our own stake in this refinery, we want you to supply it to the local market until we're able to fix our refineries, because so that will still not mean that we can produce crude at a price that is very cheap, because Dangote doesn't get this crude at anything other than the international market. Yeah, Nathaniel, what do you want to say? Are you correcting something?
Yeah. What I want to say, in this place I live, there's a law they call requisition. Requisition means if government needs something, the government has right to take over that thing, and they will now be paying the person according to what the law dictates. If Tinubu is serious, we have to take Dangote refinery and use it to serve our own people. That is it. So then we take crude oil, not allowing the crude oil to go to international market. We take crude oil right from our backyard straight to the refinery and use it to serve Nigeria. That will be the solution, because if you allow Dangote to go international, the same problem will continue and people will continue to suffer these consequences of their mistakes. Thank you.
But are you not saying that, is that not going to be another kind of subsidy? Even if they get the crude, let's say Nigeria produces 2 million every day, which is what we are assigned by OPEC, and we take 600 out of that. Instead of selling it, we give it to Dangote to refine for Nigeria so that Nigerians can get petrol at cheap rates. Isn't that a form of subsidy? Because that money that will have been in the system will be lost. That 600,000 barrels would be lost, isn't it?
Dr. Rudolph,
yeah.
We should not allow the OPEC and the World Bank and the rest to dictate how our bedroom, how we function in our bedroom. That is the problem of black people. That is the problem of black people. Our people supposed to do our own thing, not everything you allow OPEC to know about. If you give crude oil to Dangote refinery, will you go announce to OPEC that you are producing more to give to your local refineries? Are we crazy? Are we stupid? Do our people know what they are doing? Do France expose what the secret thing they use to serve their own community here? Do they expose it to America before they do it? Everybody fight for the welfare of their people. So if Tinubu is serious, he needs to do something that he will not announce to the world to start solving our problem eternally, rather than to allow IMF, World Bank, OPEC and the rest to dictate how we live in our bedroom. That would be a shame. That is why none of these African countries have a sound economy, because they dictate, the OPEC and the rest dictate to them.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Dr.
Go ahead, Austin.
Yeah, so Nathaniel, when you mentioned Dangote refinery and our position about Dangote refinery, does it mean that the Nigerian refineries are irredeemable? For me, Dangote refinery should go on why the question about Nigerian refineries should be on the table. Because you can't dictate for him, in my own sense, unless we want the corruption to deepen, you can't dictate for him how he will run his company. Because if you want him to come and have a conversation with you, that means the corruption will be also deepened. Let's face the one that is our own refineries and make our refineries work. It is doable.
All right, thank you. Let's get other voices. Go ahead, because go ahead, Nathaniel.
The refinery, it is intentionally broken down because the power that rules in the world has hijacked our politicians, and they use our politicians to destroy our refinery intentionally. So they can make money out of Nigeria. That is the game.
So the same thing will happen to Dangote if we allow him to enrobe himself into Nigerian politics. If Nigerian government cannot stand up to their own against the world powers. How would you want them to keep quiet over Dangote? So it's a problem. Our leaders need to stand tall.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Sydney. Sydney, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Rudolph, and then greetings to everyone.
We are looking for solutions to the subsidy removal and the consequences.
Okay, this is a classic Nigerian way of not making adequate plans before they embark on making critical decisions. The reason why there's no nation that doesn't subsidize certain items for their populace. But the problem of subsidy in Nigeria, which has been a major scam, and I believe that even with this removal of subsidy, they are still subsidizing, just that they're not telling us. Before you create subsidy, what will it impact in the Nigerian society? It's going to directly impact transportation, because our general mode of transportation is just buses and road transport. That's the major thing. Then you look at marine and all that. And then secondly, majority of Nigerians need the kerosene for food items and all that. So it's a very large population. So the first thing that should have been done without announcing subsidy and trying to be bravado, like what Tinubu did, was to call stakeholders and say, look, can we have a 6 months plan? A critical 6 months plan, if they are genuine. For me, the government has not been genuine right from Buhari's time to now. If they are genuine, say, let's have a 6 months plan. How do we cushion it in terms of transport? That means work more on our roads, see whether the state governments can take up some of the train situation. What I mean by train is, in our states, we don't have internal trains. So can the state government start to do those kind of massive critical projects in terms of trains, in terms of transportation? When those things are well thought out, you will notice that very few individuals will really need to use their cars. More people will be on the trains, more people will be on the modes of transport that the government has been able to subsidize. Thirdly, open up the market for modular refineries. Work on the 4 refineries in Nigeria. Although one of the refineries, because the way refineries are, they refine is based on the crude that comes in. So refineries are basically custom made depending on the crude that comes into that refinery. So like the Kaduna refinery has to deal with heavy crude with high level of sulfur. And the way that Kaduna refinery was designed was so that we could also have a sulfur industry. Like Venezuelan crude is high density sulfur, but the Nigerian Brent is very light crude, which is called sweet crude. And so that Nigerian crude has been designed for some of the moribund refineries. So those refineries, Warri, I think, and Port Harcourt, and they need to be revamped. How do you do it? You open it for public partnerships. Allow investors come in, people that have money, 2 or 3 or 4. They put money into it and they shift it. But because the government uses it as a cash cow, they've never worked on it. They keep doing turnover maintenance, which makes no sense. So they need to work on those refineries. I reckon the same thing my brothers have been saying. Somebody, Dangote, whenever I talking about Dangote, I'm just laughing. Dangote's refinery is a private business, and he's not here for Father Christmas. He's here to make money. They asked Ben Murray Bruce, I think last week when they were announcing, he said it doesn't change the market price. The price will remain the same, even go higher, because he's here for profit. So the way the governments can work with him is, okay, we can give you crude at a cheap price because you are local, so that you can give us a local quantity. However, that may not be sufficient enough. Why not we allow modular refineries where 2 or 3 people that have some little money in different local areas, create modular refineries, refine products for their local area. So they don't need to use many massive things. They refine products for their local area. And immediately that happens, the market prices will attack themselves and the prices will just drop because you have local refineries doing the major products of diesel, fuel, and kerosene. And you will notice that the mid-tier guys will take over the other refineries with investors, and then Dangote will have his own refinery and will also be exporting throughout West Africa. But the smaller modular refineries will work locally. This method, you can sit down with guys and have an 8 months plan. Call labor into it and say, look, labor, we understand this situation is going to be tough, but let us see how we can work on transport, helping you with transportation, helping you with train transport, working on the maritime to reduce the pressure on people, giving some subsidy to farmers to help cushion the effect. This thing must be, if they don't have a plan, the truth is that he just wanted to prove that he's a strong man. He can make a statement. No plan. There's no plan in place. And this is not rocket science. It's not rocket science. But you need a plan. And you must give at least 8 months to say, in the next 8 months, we'll get these targets. And when we hit these targets, we'll now move from phase to phase to unwind the subsidy. And then you lock up, you switch off all the areas where Nigeria is losing crude. Nigeria is losing crude in Niger Delta. Crude is being stolen. Once you tighten up the belt, tighten up where finances are going, you will notice that the cushioning will be done, and the nation can survive the next 5 months. But now, I don't think it can happen. There's no plan.
Okay, but Sydney, before I go to the next person, we have less than 3 minutes on this topic. All you said, they are good on paper, and I mean, if implemented, but we're talking about something that is urgent. Not just about Buhari saying that this has to go. Everybody that in the last 3 years, we're at the point where I don't think the nation or the country can move on for another 2 months with this subsidy because we don't have money. So what should be done at the immediate time?
Number one, have a meeting with the marketers, a sit-down meeting with the marketers, and read the Riot Act immediately to them. Have a sit-down. It must be urgent. All the marketers, NNPC, sit down with them and say, this must be the price. If not, we're shutting down your...
Hold on. So what do you mean this must be the price? What price? At what price? Are you saying that we are going to continue with the subsidy?
No.
Tell them this must be the price, then you're insisting.
First of all, the subsidy is already a scam because most of the products that are imported are not what is recorded. Most of the things that you think that they're importing to us is not the real record. They tell us they're importing maybe 100, and then they're actually bringing in 60. So we need to know what is the accurate thing. If that is closed up, if we are sincere enough to close that, call the marketers and say, look, for this period, I want you to put the market price at, because they already had crude. So how did the price jump up? The price shouldn't have jumped up just by a statement. So those PMS and all that, they were in place. So you need to put a Riot Act in the next 2 weeks and say, look, this thing must come back to what it was because you didn't get new crude in. Hold on, we are making discussions. You bring labor into discussions and start working, because Dangote refinery is still about a few months down the line before it comes operational. And say, okay, can we find a way? Yes, we have announced it, but can we find a new window to create, to unwind the subsidy gradually while we cushion effect in terms of transportation, in terms of other vitals that will help the local public? Because at this moment, that's the quick solution, but we must have the long-term plan.
All right, thank you.
Doctor, I want to add something to the question you asked.
Okay.
Because if you are talking about stopping the subsidy and government talking about not having money, they are two different things. If government wants to make money, they should allow the subsidy. Ask me why. Why is this? More than 80% of the money we spend on subsidy is scam. So if they allow subsidy and block all the leakages, you will see that they will be spending less. Now, when they spend less with subsidy, fuel will be cheap. Now you bring so many people into the tax net, because if you allow this price at this rate, all the barbers in Nigeria will close shop. Every middle business person that runs a generator that services 200 Naira per service will go down because they no longer can do that. You see, people will learn how we do in America to barb ourselves with our own clipper. And you will remove more people will stop paying tax, and Nigeria will become poorer if you remove the subsidy. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Jude, there's something that Sydney said I wanted to go you to weigh in from that angle. Sydney was saying that the government should read Riot Act to the importers, the marketers, and say to them, that you have this. I like that idea that you have the petrol, you have it already, that there's no subsidy in the current one. It's been paid, sort of. The one you have, why are you selling it at a different price? Now, is it not the same thing as what happens in the market out there? When you go to the market, if there's an increase in the pay of workers and the person selling Gary will increase without any cost, increase the price of their Gary. And this is what they say. They say that if they don't increase the price of Gary today, even though they bought it cheaper, that when they go back to buy the new one, they won't have the money to buy, because at that point they can't afford to buy it at the same rate they bought the one they are selling. So, Jude, weighing on the general thing about the solution to this problem.
Well, basically, thank you, Dr. Damages, and thank you all our listeners and my fellow panelists. Basically, that is how market works. If somebody goes to import something, for instance, when the Naira is at the rate of 500, and before the goods even arrive, Naira jump up to 800, you wouldn't expect that person to sell it at the same price with which he's importing it, because at the end of the day, by the time the goods even finally arrive and it begins to sell, he wouldn't even be able to break even, not to talk about having enough money again to add to go and import. So it doesn't, that the marketers have to survive. Okay, so what I mean, let me just say this: congratulations to those who elected Bola Tinubu. On this platform and many other platforms, I've always said it, that man will have nothing to offer Nigeria but the same status quo and even worse. I've always said that, and even worse. Okay, because a man with mental deficit will always be impulsive. That is just the some of the symptoms of Alzheimer's, people with the kind of sickness is having. They are very important. They live by impulsivity. Okay. Otherwise, like they say, the saying goes, he that refuses to plan has planned to fail. You can't tell me that this was a well thought out plan, what he did or what they are doing the very first day in office, to afflict on Nigerians who had already been going through so many suffering, afflict on them or it's like their pain being multiplied. Well, I just say congratulations, especially to those who have been campaigning for him, who have been rooting for him, who have been praising him. On your mandate we stand. Like one of our panelists said, that those who went to Abuja from Lagos and from everywhere to go to him to sing on your mandate we stand while they were swearing him in. I'm sure they're going to be caught up with transportation, hike in transportation. I'm sure many of them will be stranded there. I hope Tinubu will give them check, or what do they call, voucher, to go and buy gas at a cheap rate so that they can go back. Well, with that being said, for this, my own proposition or my own decision that for this madness to stop, they should reverse completely from whatever they call oil subsidy. This oil subsidy, I don't even know why most of us that seems to be educated should believe in this crap, in this scam. This is one of the both 21st and 22nd century and whatever century you might call it, scam in the history of mankind. Oil subsidy, there's nothing like oil subsidy. This is something that politicians have concocted over the years, more than 30 years. Each successive government has always come and say, okay, we are removing oil subsidy. They will use it as a plot to hike the fuel price, the pump fuel price. And this has continued. And yet, why is it not that it has been removed up
Okay,
to
Jude,
now?
Jude,
This is a
Jude, hold
scam.
on.
This is what
Jude,
we've
hold
been
on.
using.
Jude, hold on. Jude, hold on. You're sounding like Buhari. So when you say that this is a scam, what do you mean? Are you saying that when the international price of crude is at $40 a barrel and it goes up to $60 a barrel or $100 a barrel, that the price, your local price, should remain the same? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, when remember every year they make budget and predicate our budget on a benchmark of a particular amount of oil crude, and oftentimes what they have experienced most of the time, not all the time, except a few times that they fell short. Otherwise, it has always gone beyond them. What have they been using the excess money? They have been.
Now wait, hold on. You're talking about two different things. They are talking about how much money they will get from selling it at that price.
Okay, let's
the production of petrol is different.
Let's see this is from this angle again. If indeed there is oil subsidy, no, do you know for the past 8 years?
Hold on, not if indeed. I want you to tell me this, okay?
No, I'm just saying.
Wait, hold on, Jude. I want this to be clear because people are listening to you. When you buy milk in America, okay, and the cost of milk where you are in California is $3 a gallon, okay, and the production of the milk now becomes $5 for the farmer. And are you saying that you should continue to buy $3, or don't you see the increase in price?
Dr. Damages, are we buying crude oil from international market? Are we not the producers?
Yeah. Okay. No.
Dr. Damages, something you produce. Don't you have authority for the price that you peg on it, especially for domestic use?
Okay. So look, dude. Okay. I don't think we can.
You produce something. You are the one producing something.
Let me take it. Let me just
No, listen. Don't
calm down. Let me just ask you straight questions. See, Nigeria, when we did the calculation of the total income Nigeria gets from crude oil, it's around 30 to 40 billion US dollars. And if you calculate the amount we buy for the oil we consume in Nigeria, Show came here earlier on to talk about how Nigerians actually use petrol more than normal nations do, because we use them for our generators and all kinds of different things that we do in Nigeria. So if they are buying those things and it's costing us about $10 billion to buy them, and if you look at the amount we sell oil in Nigeria, it's cheaper than international price. So somewhere along the line, there is subsidy. I'm not saying they are not stealing the money, but there is subsidy somewhere.
Let me explain something. Let me
finish. I think it's still my time. Now let me finish this. Let me finish this. If indeed there is oil subsidy, right, and we have been spending so much on it, we have spent several trillions since these past 8 years. Now, how much does it actually cost to build from the scratch to finish a medium-sized oil refinery?
All right, Jude, let me explain.
That can take care of this so-called oil
subsidy scam, which many people, we are saying different things. Now, a subsidy scam means that we import fuel. Different guys have the permits and all that to bring in fuel into the country because our refineries do not refine those products. So we sell crude and then we import fuel, we import diesel and all that. So when this importation comes in, the value of the fuel, the difference is what the government
subsidizes,
so that the locals, we cannot buy at that market price.
Right? I understand that.
So, but what happens is this: the quantity they say comes into Nigeria is not the correct thing. It's
that
bloated.
Subsidizes.
No, it's bloated. It's bloated. Nigeria does not consume that amount. There's no clear-cut record. So let's say they bring in 100 and Nigeria is actually just consuming 60. All right.
So 40
is bloated, and then there's a subsidy on that bloating.
Is that not the scam we're talking about?
Allow me to land so that you get it. So
I get it. I understand perfectly what you're saying.
On that
is part of the scam we're talking about.
I agree with you. I'm just trying to.
I know all these things you're analyzing, my brother.
Just hold on.
I know the process.
Hold on. It's just for other people too. So that extra of 40 that we are still paying a subsidy is the big scam, and that's big money. So the government in play has to ensure that what Nigeria imports is what we consume. The second part of this importation is that some of these things that are imported go to other African nations like
Exactly.
Cotonou and other areas. So we are also indirectly
Subsidizing other
paying
countries.
for their own fuel.
I know all this. Thank you explaining it for the people who doesn't
there's
know.
a whole racketeering that needs to be closed up so that even if we do a subsidy, it should be what Nigeria consumes.
That is why I say, why don't they build refineries and make it to work if they are really sincere? But we have people leading us.
All right, thank you. We
1 minute.
Nathaniel, go ahead.
Okay, please, what you own, you must devise a means to make sure that that thing functions well for you. In America, would America come and take permission before they will use the way they will use their space center in Florida? What are we saying? I think we are not crazy. Dr. Rudolph, let me tell you the truth. I work with the process team in Share. What is going on there, my brother? All of us will remain as foreigners, as strangers in different countries because Nigerians don't want to take hold of what they have. Good Luck gave, I was not in Nigeria then, but he gave 7 licenses to different people that will build at least medium refineries. When Buhari came, the man that said there is no subsidy before he became the president, he scrapped those licenses and he only gave to Dangote. And the Nigerian oil industry is a racketeer owned by the foreigners. I worked there. I was in the process team where we export oil. It is the figures they tell Nigeria that Nigeria record. We don't have nothing. And it's time we have to take hold of our oil. Because if we don't do it, it is finished forever. It is finished because our oil has been kidnapped over the years. And these politicians are just gatekeepers. They allow these foreign countries to continue to manipulate every one of us. And we became like cowards. Can Nigerians we go and dictate what will happen in American Space Center? Why don't Tinubu now back to these people so that they can build refineries, requisite Dangote refinery, and let crude oil flow to Dangote refinery to serve our people? That is what I want to say. It's time we have to take action. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Prof. You're going to go next.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you. I'm not an expert in this area, but let me give you my own layman understanding. What Nigeria is suffering from is lack of industrial capacity. Now, let me put it this way. It's just a normal explanation that I give my students in class. Nigeria is not a what I call a extractive, prospective industry. So prospective, to know whether there is mineral resources here, whether there is anything here, we are not in that industry. We don't have the capacity. Okay, we require Oyibo people to prospect for us, to tell us that there is oil here. Okay, there is oil there. How do we get it out? That is extractive industry. We are not there. We require the same Oyibo to extract what we have in our backyard for us. Having extracted it, we can't use it. And that takes us to manufacturing industry. We can't manufacture, which is refining. We take the same product abroad to refine. Okay, even the commercial industry that we will say we are in, are we controlling the commercial aspect? Now, is it only he who produces that will know the quantity and the quality of what is produced to be able to now market it? So what we are getting, in my understanding, what we are getting in the whole area is just fragment of what we should be getting. And if we now add to the corruption of our officials, to what the Oyibo people are already doing, to better their own system, knowing that our people are corrupt, the result is what the masses are suffering. It's as simple as that. We are not in any of these things. It's what the Oyibo man tells us that is happening that we take. And our people who represent us there
in as much as their own court is in the system, they don't care about what happens to us. Why can't we ask this question? It's a fundamental one. Since independence, how come that we've not had, we produce oil, how come we do not have functional refineries? We shouldn't be talking about this. Our conversation should have gone beyond this all this while. How can a country that is producing oil be talking like this? So no refinery is working. So the system is built to kill or not to allow those refineries to work so that the corruption in the system will continue. And that's what we are suffering here. Dangote will sell at market price because market forces will determine whatever Dangote is going to. So it's not going to benefit the masses at all. I like the condition of one of our panelists here that, look, while Dangote is doing his own, let government, repair, the other ones, because there is no country that does not subsidize. Even in New York, the rail, all the subways that people, travel here at, they heavily subsidized. And so many other things. The farmers here are heavily subsidized too. That's why the market in WTO is close to a third world country, because they protect their own farmers here. So there must be something that government should be able to subsidize for the people of the land to enjoy. For government to just say, nothing.
Can I just add something quickly? I think so that people are aware of what is going on in the background, that the Nigerian refineries are actually currently getting fixed. Some of the one in Rivers State, from what I gather, is supposed to come online sometime this year. They keep saying that, but the fact that they are saying it should be coming online, it means that they are working on it, just like the Dangote one is being worked on, the Warri one and the Kaduna one. Some people are even projecting that Nigeria may become the largest oil refining country in Africa by 2025.
Forefathers.
They are saying that, but
I know. Let me just add to something, and just with what Prof has said. All right. First of all, I think we have a lot of brilliant Nigerians globally in the oil and gas space that can extract and that can seamlessly do these things. So I want to just skew a bit from what you said, that we don't have the abilities. We actually do have the abilities, and these things are not like rocket science anymore. They are world-class geologists globally, petroleum engineers, reservoir engineers that know what to do. The challenge is we have never had government that have the will to really execute, especially in terms of research and especially in terms of maintenance. Those refineries, every 10 years, you need to do a maintenance of your refineries to be able to work on it. Like I said earlier, those refineries are specialized. So whatever crude comes through a refinery, that's what that crude will do. And that's why Nigerian crude is looked at globally, because it's light, and most of the refineries in the US and in Canada sometimes are refining Nigerian Brent. So the problem has been over the years throughout the budgets, the budget for these refineries to be maintained. It is never done. The money is eaten. It's just like when they say they are repairing the road from Lagos to Ibadan. Every day is on the budget. Somebody is eating that money. It's actually somebody's pay packet. So the budgets and all the South governors, they are part of all these issues. So the truth is that if you say you want to maintain a refinery or turn it around, you can do that in 6 months. It shouldn't take us for the past 20 years to refine, to turn around maintenance of a refinery that should be doing that. So every year they will tell us stories. So the question is that make sure those things come around. The boys on the creeks refining crude in a crude manner. That's refining. Refining is not rocket science. It's burning it through fire and fractionating it. So at the end of the day, the boys on the creek are selling it on the black market on the high sea. They are refining the crude that they've tapped out of the ground. So why not convert and create small modular refineries that can be put in different communities? People will run, and you're not doing it for a big crowd. You're doing it for communities, and you will notice that immediately immediately the prices will reduce because the local person doesn't need to go to big NNPC. He goes to his local small place and gets the basic products. The problem is government has been insincere.
Sydney, don't you think that the reason why our main refinery is not working is also tied to the reason why if they do the local one, the mismanagement could lead to catastrophe that is even worse. Because the way Nigerians do things, they will not regulate it very well.
That's why you have. That's why you should have regulators. There's something.
Is there any refinery? Is there any industry in Nigeria that is well regulated that we know of?
But that's where everything starts with leadership. So because we've never had leadership, that's why these problems happen. Prof said something.
This is why I said it's tied to the main problem. If we had it, our main refineries would be working anyway.
Exactly. At the end of the day,
everything is boiled down to corrupt leadership, corruption. That is just the basic. We are all talking this grammar just simply because of corrupt leaders.
How much have been spent on this refinery for the last 20 years? Yet the staff have been there receiving salary. No one has been sacked. For the past 20 years, billions of dollars have been spent on this refinery, producing nothing.
Folks, if you may allow me to chime in.
No, everybody, let's calm down. Let me. We are over the time on this topic, but I still want to hear from Austin, who just joined us, and maybe that's it. But we have to go to other topics. Austin, go ahead.
I just joined too, please don't forget me.
Oh yeah, that's true. Austin, go ahead first.
Okay, I think first thing, I think Sydney made a point I wanted to make with Prof. The truth is that we have the intellectual capabilities to do this, the extraction, the refining, even when it comes to design of these refineries, I think we have it. But as I always say on this program over and over, the most skillful ones are hated in Nigeria. They don't want to see them. Why must you do it? And by the way, we know that if all these things are put in place and there is proper regulation, the thieves will not have anything to steal. So that is where we have a problem as well. But if it's the intellectual capabilities, we have it. I was just reading a write-up. I was just reading a write-up some minutes ago, and somebody claimed that the PMS price, the petrol price in the neighboring country has also skipped from 300 to 800. That's what somebody just pasted some minutes ago where I was reading. So it's very right to say that we are subsidizing for other countries. And sometimes we also learned that some of these things we claim are being subsidized. Some of these containers are coming. Actually, nothing even come in it. So the whole thing needs to be really cleaned up. I just feel uncomfortable a little bit because my Mr. President had a slip of tongue. I don't think he could have just gone out to blow up the subsidy being removed, and you know that the marketers will surely take advantage of all those things. But I feel that they needed some proper planning. The one thing I thought they could have really sat down and talked about is this issue of, look, we have the automobile industry, like Innocent, let me put that straight. They make buses. What if the state government could have gotten some of these buses, which we know that they ply, the way they ply here in New York, they ply here. Why not get those state buses in such a way that they move from where people are resident to where they work, then subsidize the price? These are just little effects that can caution them the whole thing. But the way they just made it open, all of us know that the common man will suffer, especially as my friend Austin said, that even those who cut hair, the barbers will be thrown out of business and all these things. But all this, as I said, is just about planning it very well. What are the various things we are going to see along the way, and how can we attempt to solve it? And that is why I think Tinubu didn't do very well. He didn't do his consultation.
Austin, if I may interject there, it wasn't a slip of tongue. Okay? Okonjo Ngozi had made it clear to us way back in 2011, 2012, that when they went into what's happening about all this so-called subsidy, and they discovered billions of dollars as fraudulent, and they tried to stop it, what did they do? They kidnapped her mother. They were going to kill her mother. but she stood on principles. And that's what she's quite proud about. It was in a lecture that she gave in the university. And all the people were out there clapping for her. So Tinubu did not make a slip of tongue. In this particular instance, the Korokoro continuing to rob of Nigeria, which is what is going on. Let's not forget that this boils back down to corruption. And that corruption, it didn't start today, and it will continue. And if you may permit me to point to a book from Nnamdi Kanu, where he talked about, say, he was taken into prison. He was put into prison because he talked about this bribery and corruption. And he said, isn't it fantastic and incredible that a civil servant whose salary is 2,500 pounds, 2,500 pounds, owns 2 Mercedes-Benz 2404 and has mansions here and there. And nobody has ever heard that he won a pool or lottery at any time, enabling him to acquire such properties. And he says one would tend to believe that such a character must have graduated from the Supreme University of Bribery and Corruption. That was how they picked him up and put him in prison. So let's not deceive ourselves. The places where we live in, it's not of any benefit for them for you to start refining your own petroleum and stuff like that. And the people who are on ground in the petroleum business, overnight somebody comes out, mansions here and there, and we are deceiving ourselves. Let's go within us, those who have become rich overnight, and they did not win the New York lottery. Let's call attention to it, go back into it, and let's stop this crap so that the masses will stop suffering. Vulturization of Nigeria continues as long as France, Britain, the rest of them, Russia is playing in the background because of the Ukrainian trouble. That's why you haven't been seeing them in the forefront. These things have been happening before the war. It continues to happen. It is us Nigerians in Nigeria and outside of Nigeria that have to make sure that our people, the leaders, from Tinubu to whoever is out there, we have to pin them down for the benefit of the masses. Otherwise, to your tents.
All right, thank you. Let's hear from electricity, and then we change topic.
Thank you, panelists, fellow panelists, and Dr. Rudolph. I agree. I'm going to throw a spanner into the wheel. I've been listening on the background since, and we keep blaming the leaders.
Give us electricity in Nigeria and we'll be fine. Give us electricity.
IPOB basic, you've taken the words out of my mouth, eh? Now, I've told myself I will never blame our leaders. Never again in my life. The citizens are the problem. You and I, we are the problem. You can challenge me on it. You're welcome to it. Never blame no leaders. We have to blame ourselves. In respect to the subsidy removal, even though it's not been officially confirmed, it's in respect to it. I think Mr. Nathaniel, let me weigh in a bit on what he said. That it's like when you are winning a child, you win that child gradually. Majority of, we depend on generator to generate electricity for us. Now, there is nothing to fall back on. As of today, I mean, from information gathered, price of transportation that is 300 Naira from Ugele to Wari to Patani is 1,200 Naira. Cost of transportation from Ugele to Lagos is going to go to 45,000 Naira. Now, all this will have a ripple effect, whether we like it or not. We can sit down here and argue till that kingdom come. Not until we all stand up and start to do the right thing. And until that time, we'll just be running all in circle. I ain't going to blame Tinubu. If I'm correct, Bajamiala has been appointed as Tinubu's spokesperson. I can't remember the position. Now, Bajamiala is the leader of
staff. His chief of staff.
he was the leader of House of Rep, if I'm correct. I stand to be corrected. Now,
minority leader.
No,
Come again.
He was the speaker of the House.
Speaker.
Deputy speaker. Speaker.
He was the speaker. Now, that is a lawmaker sitting. Listen, our problem. The professor have left. Professor said the same thing. Our problem is our legislators. Have you seen any of them come out to condemn this issue? Never. Did you see any of them come out to condemn how the election was the process of the election? Never. No. They will never come out. The only person that came out was Dino Melaye. The reason why Dino Melaye was able to speak because he was not a sitting senator. If he was a sitting senator, legislator, Dino Melaye will keep his mouth shut. He will not talk. You've not seen any one of them. None. If I stand to be corrected, none of them has come out.
You are correct.
So, gentlemen and a lady, we said this 2 weeks ago. Let's come up with something. It's one thing to come here and talk every day. It's another thing to start to put things in action. Now, Mr. Nathaniel, I must respectfully tell you that the issue of Biafra that you think will happen, it's not going to happen. I speak from, I put out a post 6 years ago, with due respect. I put out a post 6 years ago. It ain't going to happen. I'm being honest with you. And I will leave this for another day. I yield the floor back to you. God bless.
Yeah, but before you yield the floor, you just contradicted yourself. You said that it's we the citizens that we shouldn't blame the leaders, and you just pointed out that the leaders are the people who are wreaking this havoc because they are the legislators, and they are the people who are saying nothing. How do we square?
No. With due respect, I did not contradict myself. When I say the people, I mean the citizens. I said the citizens.
Yeah,
the citizens.
You mentioned the legislators are not the citizens.
The legislators are part of the citizens.
They're supposed to checkmate the government.
May I explain myself? Even the president is also a citizen. Every Nigerian is a citizen. But in order of hierarchy, we have the legislators who makes the law. Okay? Who passes the law? Who makes the law? Who sits down in our constituency? They represent us from our constituency. So they are a bit higher than us, let's be honest. However, we are more powerful than them. So I am talking about the citizens on the ground like you and I. Until we start to invoke Section 68, Section 69, Section 110 of the Constitution, we will be running in circle. Take it from me. I've said this 6 years ago, and it's still happening till today. It ain't going to change. That's what I'm trying to say. I yield the floor back. Thank you.
Thank you. Femi, you have the last word on this topic. How do we solve this problem? It's a real thing happening as we speak. People are stranded. There are people who might have to go and take an exam and they can afford to go from Port Harcourt to Sokoto or wherever. It's a real thing happening to real people, and there's no time to talk about theories. What is the solution?
Maybe if we want to be really practical and we want to be sincere with ourselves, both leadership and followership, there's no way that you want to have a trickle-down effect if the cost of governance, for example, and I'm just speaking holistically now, the cost of governance itself is cut and to a very reasonably realistic level as well, because there's too much waste even in governance itself. And of course, the ruling class are not by themselves. You also have the civil service. I mean, a lot of what goes bad when it comes to corruption in Nigeria is actually domiciled in the civil service. And of course, yes, I to an extent I do agree that somehow the government itself is a reflection of the citizenship, and that's why I kind of always lean towards this point of view of the fact that we cannot necessarily keep blaming the West for all of our issues, because I mean there's just some things fundamentally wrong. We don't seem to love ourselves enough, because it's easy to talk is cheap. For the most part, if you take an average person, even in Africa, generally speaking now, and that's not to say that there's no corruption in other parts of the world, but if you take an average, I don't even know if it's a black man thing. If you take an average citizen, and put them in power. The leanest amount, the least powerful position you can think of. The tendencies that we're gonna be the person's gonna misbehave. I don't know if there's some winch somewhere that we seem to imbibe the moment we get power. So again, I'll just go back to what I said earlier. That first of all, cost of governance has to be cut, and then when people actually see that you're serious in terms of the governance style in place, maybe it'll be easier to now implement certain things, i.e., subsidy, for example. Because one thing I kind of found interesting, for example, was when I realized reading from I think it was an Al Jazeera post or Council for Foreign Relations post. I was surprised to know that subsidy, actually, what we think of as being subsidy, has actually been in place since 1977, when you had I think there was an OPEC price increase, global oil price increase, then during Obasanjo's regime. So it's not actually a new thing. It's just that at the time, you could see it made sense, the reason why it was in place. But right now, just like everything, governance, everything that seems to be that has anything to do with polity, there's just corruption in everything Nigeria. It's almost like Nigeria is synonymous with corruption. Again, that's not to say that there's no corruption in other countries. Again, it's going to start from the government itself. If you want to take any government any country serious, you want to see how the government itself is playing its cards. I mean, it's just my opinion, because it's a joke if we just up on subsidy when there's so much wastage even in government. Till tomorrow, for example, we don't know how much these legislators take home. It doesn't make any sense.
All right, thank you, Femi. Let me just point out to our viewers there was something we did here today that some people did not understand. We removed somebody who came here and said something that we think is encouraging violence or something that is totally shouldn't be encouraged. So we had to remove him. We have rules here. I know this is how you say. You are free to say, what is your opinion, but you're not free to encourage violence. You're not free to, and if you want to do that, you can actually do it. Go to open a platform and do what you want to do. But for the purpose of what we do here, and the fact that we have people more bigger than us who are controlling what we do, because all the platforms where we broadcast this, they can pull it down because of what people say here. So there are implications, even if you don't want to believe that there are implications to what you said, there are implications. This is not, you can say anything you want in your home, and but when you talk about violence, we should not be encouraging it in any form. That was why we removed the guy from the broadcast. I needed to make it clear, because some people were questioning, is this no longer have your say? Yeah, you should have your say, but you can't go to a market and scream that there is fire or that heaven is falling and think it's okay. All right. So that's it. Thank you very everybody for this conversation. Go ahead, Jude.
Yes, what I want to add briefly is that, you see, all of these things we come here to talk about, and especially what we are saying here, the bottom line is, one, it boils down to corruption and to the fact that Nigerian ruiners have never had the interest of the people at heart but themselves and their immediate cronies. That is solved. And once this thing is solved, once we have a leader who will be selfless, who have the interest of the masses at heart, it is that interest that will determine the action, the work, the policy that leader will take to achieve that goal. Otherwise, we can all after this thing is over, I'm sure before the next few months, we'll still gather to continue to talk about another issue that is going to come up, because this is not going to be the end of it. The reason is that the person who are just like previous leaders who are ruiners who have been leading Nigeria have never had the interest of you and I in our heart. Because imagine, look at your child, for instance. You have the interest of your child, to develop your child, to send him to Harvard School, to send him to the top school in the world. What do you do to achieve that? You work hard. Every of your decision is geared towards how you are going to achieve that goal, right? Because you love that your child and you have the interest of that child in heart. The same applies to every leader in any part of the world. Any leader that does not have the interests of the people at heart, there is no way they are going to do anything that will positively impact on the leaders, on the people they are leading. That is just it. That is just the bottom line. That is why people are clamoring and hungry for somebody, because from all ramifications, we could see the genuineness in his heart, him and Daddy. We could see their genuineness on to impart on the people of Nigeria.
Thank you, Jude. Let's move on to the second topic, which is about the case at the tribunal and what's going on there. So we want to examine that where we are. But let's watch this lawyer from, I think, the OB camp. Let's see what they're saying.
But along the line, everything went on smoothly. Where all the states' documents we wanted to tender, not tendered. The 6 states and the local governments that we came with were all tendered, and the court admitted all of them. So, yes, there were initial glitches or a problem, but along the line we were able to move on. So it's not an unnatural thing. It happens in the process of litigation. It is shocking to us too that INEC would be attacking their own documents, processes that emanated from them. They are objecting it. Not only that those things came from them, they certified it. And when you certify a document, it means I have the original copy in my custody, and I hereby give you this one, which I have certified, confirming that in my custody, I have the original. So INEC, having done all this, they're still saying we will object. Of course, that's what you see in Nigeria. But in advanced climb, I doubt if after a document has emanated from you, you are the proper custody, you certify the document as emanating from you, and the document is tendered, and you are still saying you will challenge it. All manner of things happen in Nigeria. Watch.
And we will charge you, gentlemen of the press, to interrogate INEC and find out why they will be doubting the integrity of the so-called election they conducted by challenging a document that they issued to us, certified it, and we tendered. That is what you will ask them, because it's so shameful, very, very shameful.
All right. That was a clip from some of the things that happened over the week. I don't know why my computer is frozen. Okay. Some of the things that happened over the week at the tribunal. So I want to get your view on what's going on with the case. Let me start with forefathers. Forefathers, I go that way.
Yeah, thank you. Regarding the case, what I've found with it is that there seems to be a kind of delay tactics that is going on. And, INEC provided information and queried information when the Labour Party submitted information. So there's a little bit of delay tactics. And I noticed that in the Nigerian legal system, they tend to be doing this. It's an interesting thing because people just assume that the legal system is corrupt, outright, that it's just corrupt. But what I think that they are doing is they are looking for a way to scuttle the case using technicalities instead of passing judgments, because they realize that probably if they pass judgment, even on the 25% issue of the FCT, they've still not passed that judgment because they claim that they are looking for documents of previous judgments that would validate what direction that they take this time, the position they take this time. So it's very interesting that they are doing this. And I think the reason why they are avoiding it or looking to go for a judgment is because they know if they go for a judgment, it will not favor the person they actually support. Because if you look at all the judgment the Nigerian judiciary has passed in the last couple of months, you rarely see any questionable one. They seem to be very sound judgments. So maybe the way they scuttle cases is through technicalities. Because there's the Abuja judge that the other day said the judges just decided not to show up in court, and they said they were doing something else when they were supposed to rule on the Abuja 25% this in requirement, but they didn't show up in court because that is the name of the game. They want to scuttle the case using this in technicalities and complaining here and there. INEC will complain about document, will not provide documents. This one heard of here. Who knows what happens with Labour Party while all this is going on, and this in APC is in office. So I think they are playing games, because I think one of the reasons why is because if they pass a judgment, can you imagine a doctor? Because I thought about it the other day. I said, if a doctor use sugar water to treat somebody for malaria, you can see that there are other doctors that will come and say, what kind of rubbish is that? That is not medicine. And I think that is what our judges are afraid of. They are afraid that if they pass a judgment that is clearly unlawful, they are going to have problems. So the only way to scuttle the case is using technicalities. So, and sooner or later, they will run out of space and they will have to pass judgment. From what I gather, there's a time limit on what they are supposed to do. So they can dance all they want, as long as the OB side, it remain disciplined, because a few times, from what I gather, they've also had a few missteps here and there, which is to be expected. They are not perfect. So, but they should remain focused, and their evidence should be solid. We know what this in the court requires for their evidence, and as long as the OB campaign provides that evidence and is compelling, then they will overturn the results. They will overturn it. No matter how they run and run, they can hide under the rock. They will have to pass judgment one way or the other. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Sydney, you're next.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the way the court is going is as expected, in terms of the things that feelers are coming out of the courts, which is strange. INEC is creating a strange scenario where you certify your document and deny the document. It's a strange thing, but it's also all those things that everyone is beginning to observe, that means OB has a case. If you actually say your documents are correct, then you should defend it. That's your exhibit, that there's no challenge. So we don't know the game plan of INEC and APC, because it's from the look of things, you can see that they're in cahoots with each other. They're in the same bed, fellows. So I think for me is the fact that Nigeria has not switched off. Nigerians are fully focused on what is going on. The fuel scarcity and fuel issue has furthermore put more emphasis on this issue of this case, that we need to know what will happen at the end. Especially when they were bringing in the OB team had a bit of problems in terms of putting together the evidences, but the judges have been very open to both sides to enable them to make sure that things are done. And on Monday, they begin to also bring more of their evidences together, and then they'll start dealing with the nitty-gritty. So I think in terms of the OB team, they're exactly putting out things. The thing is, where's Apapa? That's the next question I want to know. Where's Apapa? It shows that that whole thing was just orchestrated to create a distraction. So, but now all those distractions are out. The courts have told them that there's no need for technicalities, and especially the APC and INEC have been reprimanded many times. Their lawyers have been reminded about just their actions, especially with every time objecting all the evidences from is weird. But the most important thing is, what will they do with the critical institutional issues? So as I end here, is this whole thing is not about who won or who did not win. Is that is going to test the process of the judiciary and is going to put the judiciary on the map. If they make a blunder, then constitution has to change. That's just it. It's a constitutional change we're talking about. 25%, they have to deal with that question. They have to deal with it.
All right, thank you, Sydney. Jude.
Yes, my own take about what's going on in the judiciary or the trial. You see, with this recent fuel debacle, if on the other hand, one will not be totally wrong to say all these things are being orchestrated to divert the people's attention from the real thing, which is the trial. Okay, so that people will not see the, what is going on there. How can somebody give you, for instance, many of us here, we all educated and we all have a certificate in, at one school or the other that we went to. And supposing you lose your certificate and you go back to your school to get a copy, and maybe they'll just give you let's assume they give you a certified copy. A certified copy indicates that they have the original. So they're giving you this, and this one stands, for anywhere you want to present it. It's legal, it's acceptable. And now you are that certified copy is being presented in where you are supposed to present it. You who is the issuance, you are now denying it. You are now saying, objecting to it. Does it make any sense? Is it all of these are just, you're just telling Nigeria that INEC and APC just came together and decided that this is what they were going to do, and that was to steal the mandate that the Nigerian population, the overwhelming people, voters of Nigeria or people of Nigeria had given to a particular candidate that they preferred. And they continue to orchestrate all this problems so that people will continue to get distracted, will fight on their daily need. The same way they weaponize poverty, they weaponize ignorance, they weaponize religion, they weaponize all kinds of things to divide the people at each other, while they continue to loot, while they continue to steal, while they continue to do all the evil things against the people of Nigeria. I just hope that Nigerians will wake up. Like you said, where is Apapa? Apapa has gone because Tinubu is now president. He has finished his job. He has finished his contract they gave him to cause chaos between Labour Party so that the attention will be diverted. It's just a shame what is going on.
All right, thank you, Judge. Iwo Basics.
I tend to agree with forefathers and Sydney, my brother here. Delay tactics. Justice delayed is justice denied. It makes me to wonder, and I invoke the spirits of people like Justice Abayi Ikweche, who was an appeal court justice in Nigeria. He rose to that height, and he lived to be very old, in the 90s, before he died. And I started to ask a question. Where is that thunder that is still doing press up at Sambisa Forest that will come and strike at the people who have rendered the wrong judgment? In those days, it used to be that one other justice, he went and rendered some kind of wrong judgment, and he was with his family, and they were traveling, and their vehicle had an accident, and they all perished, that particular family. So Nigerians are actually at the mercy of maybe just one, because it takes one. I believe that John McCain in the US had to come down to do his thumbs up or thumbs down on the legislation they were debating in the Senate and let it pass. And that's why people still have some form of insurance. So I am praying that amongst all those justices, that one of them would actually come out and say, maybe one or more of them will come out and say, you know what? This is Korokoro. Have we here wondered if Wike did not do what he did in Rivers State? Right now they have 12. It's like they just orchestrated and shared the space in 12. If Obi, with all the mass evidence that is there now, happens to get 13 states, have we considered what that's going to be the result? So it is my prayer that we do find at least one incorrupt. I'm quite sure that Nigeria still has some people who have conscience. Damn the consequences. Maybe the judge, after passing judgment, may die or leave or whatever, but that person will go down into history as the person who brought the truth. So I still believe that Tinubu's administration is a temporary administration.
All right, thank you. Austin, there was a time last sometime this week, I think, or last week, when they accepted the P2B's campaign's submissions, evidence on the Tinubu's case in Chicago. I want you to add that to your overall take on what's going on.
You know, I saw this case where somebody was reading what happened in court, and he said that, my lord, you know that Professor Mahmoud was the INEC chairman in this election, and INEC council shouted, "Objection, my lord." Are you objecting that Mahmoud was not the chairman? He was the chairman. So everything was just objecting. Anyhow, but I think that is a very big one to tell you that the submission of the drug case in Chicago being accepted is a very big one and a very big plus to the Obi's campaign stuff. But my point is this: it still points to the fact that INEC did not do their background job very well. It is also the part of INEC to ensure that the right candidates that meet the constitution are being selected. So it shows a lack of credibility on the part of INEC. So it is a very big plus to the Obi's case, but a very big minus to the Tinubu's campaign part as well. There is one thing I want to really talk about in this case. It's true, I always make this statement over and over. Even a thief, a liar, if you tell a thief to his face that, my brother, you are a thief, in go para, in go vex, who is the call thief, this and that, even though he knows he's a thief. Obi is out for two reasons. One is either he makes the judiciary or mounts the judiciary. That's one thing, because the way the case is going and the way it's made more open, people are beginning to look at the judiciary, and nobody wants to be seen as a person who is being seen to be corrupt. And that is why when they asked for 7 weeks, some people were shouting and making noise. I said, look, if they ask for 7 weeks to make their case, give them the 7 weeks. Let them make their case. It's good for you to make sure and just to do half-hazard job, and at the end you get nothing from it. So for me, I feel that even when it comes outside this, no matter it goes, no matter it swing, if it goes to the Supreme Court, there are some level of evidence you will see that will be put to your face that even if you want to say no, you have to take everything. You know that if I do this the right way, you'll be praised. You do it the wrong way, you'll be castigated. So that's why I said the way the case is going, if you ask me, I don't like commenting much on it. Let the judiciary do their job. But they just need to know two things. One is either they will be exalted or they will be so rubbish in the eyes of the whole world that they will not even have anything to say. And for that case in Chicago, I think you need to praise Obi's people for have forced that to enter into the evidence. So that's what I've said.
All right, thank you, Nathaniel. NS.
Yes, my contribution is this, and I'm not speaking to high our hopes, because the Nigerian judiciary is dead and buried, and we shouldn't even expect anything good from them, because the involvement of U.S. ambassador and the UK ambassador, I have to look back what happened before the NSTARS protesters were killed. The last man the UK ambassador met was Tinubu. So there's an agreement that he's the one that will be the president. And don't forget, the Court of Appeal discharged Nnamdi Kanu free. It took them only 2 weeks to drive away those judges, and they put another panel of judges to unturn what the decision they have already made. So that is the judiciary that is handling this case. What I want to say is that we will see a lot of drama, and we don't even know the kind of hammer Tinubu is going to use to knock these judges who are in charge of this case. We don't know. Maybe very soon we will come after them. For me, this Nigeria judiciary
we are already ashamed as Nigerian citizens because the lot of drama that have been coming from them, the whole world has now know that these are the group of people. They are disgrace to black race. They are disgrace to the decision they went. The process of the election, everybody saw it. And those that told us that we should not even vote, I think they will be sitting somewhere and be laughing. Because this election, even go and look at their INEC website till today. Go and look at the results they have there, whether it is the same with the one they announced. So it is all drama. We should not put our hopes high. If the judges want to do what they think Nigeria will be okay, they can do it. But if they say they want to continue because it's not Tinubu method, to hell with them. I don't have any hope about that case. It's gone already. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mama Echo.
I want to believe that it is not all Nigeria judiciary that are corrupt. And I want them to prove me wrong. But if they want to say they are all corrupt and they don't want fairness and justice to take place, then I will let them know they have the Nigerian youth to contend with, which is those that belong to the obedient family. Because my understanding with my research so far, majority of them that are sitting in that seat, they once enjoy what they call the old Nigerians. The Nigeria where other African countries will come to Nigeria and ask them to give them a CJ. There was a Nigerian like that from my finding. So if other African country was coming to Nigeria to come and borrow or hire Nigeria judges to become their chief justice, then there was a better Nigeria. And now that same people are now looking at the current Nigeria as non-entity. So Nigeria judiciary, I am putting it to you because you know what I'm talking and history have it. So go and borrow leave from those old judiciaries that made Nigeria proud to the extent African country was coming to hire them as their chief judges. And this is the very judgment you will use to redeem that name we once have. The majority of you have trash in the dustbin. There was a Nigeria where America will come and beg you people to give you visa. That was the old Nigeria. But today you queue up in American embassy begging them to come to their country. Nigeria judiciary that are handling this case, please take us back to that old Nigeria by your judgment. There was a Nigeria where in Ibadan, our university, where two people share chicken. When you go to your bathroom to take your bath as a student, they would address your bed and put the clothes you are going to wear for that day on your bed. That was the old Nigeria. Nigerian judiciary, the judgment you take in this would determine whether we are going back to that old Nigeria. Because it is very obvious that you people are wicked and evil. You make me and my children to begin to believe that there was never a Nigeria where everything was doing well. You don't want us to believe that there was a Nigeria where there was 24 hours light, no blinking. You never wanted us to know that majority of you ride in your primary school, in your secondary school, and in your university in that very old Nigeria that make you who you are today. And it is a shame that those of you that enjoy this very Nigeria I am describing today, at the same one making my children to become Yahoo Yahoo boys and girls, make them to become Olosho to survive, to make them kidnappers to survive, Boko Haram to survive, Fulani herdsmen to survive. This evil you have done to us, the only way you can redeem it for us is to give us fair judgment in this very case. Because all the evidence before you is telling us that you people are corrupt and evil. And you don't want us to enjoy a Nigeria that you once enjoyed. So it is either you give us through this judgment, or I don't know what will happen. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's like 4 minutes. Femi, what do you think about it?
Okay, so yeah, I quickly wanted to highlight something. I have no confidence. I mean, I think Nigeria's judiciary is a joke. I don't even think it exists as far as I'm concerned. And if anybody still has any doubts about this position, just look at what happened between Bashiru Machina, the guy that was the Senate, the APC Senate nominee, the guy that won the election for the primaries, and what happened in regards to the results of the judgment from the Supreme Court between himself and Lawan, and tell me how that makes sense, and tell me where that confidence stems from. And not only that, correct me, Dr. Damages, the guy that is contesting right now for Senate presidency, wasn't he the other person that wasn't supposed to be? How did he manage to win the... You remember there was some judgments as well. I think it came from the Supreme Court too. So I say this because for me, I do not misplace my optimism. If those kind of wuru can happen at that level, there's no magic that's going to happen. I'm not a pessimistic person, but I'm looking for how you can convince me otherwise. Now, that's on one hand. Something I was looking for, let me see how quickly I can round up. I looked at the various petitions, starting with that of the APM. I don't even know what party that is. This is the first time I'm hearing a party called APM. It's possible that Dr. Damages is a member of that party, because at this point, anything is possible in Nigeria. Allied People's Movement. I find it ridiculous that the basis of their own petition has something to do with the fact that they are contending the withdrawal of Ibrahim Masari, who was initially nominated as the vice presidential candidate of Tinubu, and that's their own basis for why they are petitioning. I mean, some things are really ridiculous in Nigeria. Now, I looked at the petition of the Labour Party, and it kind of makes sense in the sense that what they're admitting are results from several states that are in contention, and the fact that they're also basically highlighting the beavers, the printout of the beavers, which on one hand kind of makes sense because you want to come out with concrete evidences. But what I find really atrocious is the fact that INEC, not just APC now, INEC, actually, their lawyers are actually opposing the beavers printout. How do you oppose your own results? I mean, the way some things are not. Help me make sense of this, please. I will just stop there because
I wish to ask Femi a question. Yeah. Can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
You know the Akpabio's case at the Supreme Court and the Machina's case at the Supreme Court. Don't you think that those cases were swing to the quarters of corruption because people did not look at it?
It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
I mean, that's
like, what are you going to do?
No, I mean, a lot of people were not interested in the case. That's what I mean. Meaning, what I'm saying is that we are talking something, and those who are supposed to regulate us, even in we just look like this, they no look you. Anyhow, I want to do for an evil quorum, do them. But this other case now, everybody is looking. Why did they talk about not bringing phones to the court? The people still they smuggle phones somehow. If you tell everybody say come bare body, people will even use camera put for their body go there. So people are a little bit interested. And as I said, don't you think that when people are a little interested, everybody will look around to make sure you don't make mistakes?
No, I want to just correct something.
You're
I want to
correct.
correct something with the
Excuse
Machina
me.
case.
Can I just say something? So you're correct, but doesn't that also explain the reason why they don't want live broadcast?
All right, Femi, thank you. Sydney, you wanted to add something? Go ahead.
No, I was just trying to say that the Machina case and the Apabio case, it's not that people were not interested in it, but the problem was that they didn't look at the merits of the case at all. They just removed it because of the technicality of how the case was filed. So it is not even about whether it was correct or not. The Supreme Court moved on the way it was filed in the court system and all that. So that was it. And that's why the wait.
Okay.
I'm picking back something. That's why in the beginning of this tribunal case, the judge told them, look, we're not dealing with this technicality thing. I'm not going to tolerate it. And I'm not going to tolerate it. And that's why, if you notice, the judge has really tried to ensure that all these issues that they want to bring to create bottlenecks and slow the system is removed, and we look at the merits of this case, because there's increase, of course, like Augustine said, there's increase of onlookers. More people are invested in it, and so that's why those from the excerpts of what has happened in previous cases is what we're looking at. We don't trust the judiciary, definitely, but they are on trial for themselves.
I don't know.
Let me ask. Thank you.
Can I ask? I don't know. I want to learn one thing. I beg. I know me. I just in science. I know. I don't know law. When you talk of the technicality of the case, can you just give me an example of one of the things which we can categorize as technicalities?
Something like the way things are filed, all right, in the Supreme Court system is different from the High Court system. So sometimes if they make mistakes like that, cases can be thrown out. If the cases doesn't have what they call local standing and all that, they could throw it out. Like in the last one of the tribunals, the LP did not arrange their documents correctly. All right. So the judge was not really happy about it, but he gave them 10 minutes recess to arrange that documentation, and then they restarted it. So, but if it was technicalities, they can now throw it off and all that. So, and that's what the APC and the INEC wanted to capitalize on, so that it creates a ruckus in court. But the judge knows that this judgment is very critical for the nation. He needs to show that he is giving everybody room to hear, although they may have a predetermined outcome to favor APC anyhow, but he needs to show the world that he is allowing everybody their day to speak and whatever they need to present, like the issue of the first witness. That was the witness of the LP with regards to the forfeiture. And from the look of things, the witness of the LP was a seasoned lawyer. So they tried to maneuver and bamboozle him, but the thing was admitted. But admission in court doesn't necessarily mean that that document will not be tested and tried. So that's just the first phase.
Doctor, please let me quickly say one thing real quick, because if there's one thing I naturally do not like to confront, but one thing is I'm not gonna accept. See, I know I speak English. I know English. I followed the Machina's case as if my whole life depended on it. There is nothing technicality about what happened there. Yes, there was one of the what's it called? The judges was trying to maneuver. See, let's not fool ourselves. We cannot continue like this. They know what they're doing. The context of what happened was that this guy did not participate in a primary. See, you cannot call black white. Whether you call it technicality or law, we're not lawyers, but we're not fools too. It's only in Nigeria that some things will happen. See, we cannot continue like this. What happened was robbery, period.
All right, thank you. Mauricio, 1 minute. I want to move on to the other people.
The truth is this. We know what we are sitting on. Make I not mention the name. The only reason why it has not blasted is this court case. The youth you have today, they are not the youth of my grandfather's time. They are not the youth of my father's time. So if Nigerian judges are thinking that the youth that has worked hard for this very election are the same youth of my grandfather's side and the same youth of my father's time, then they are not getting it right. And any mistake they make to pervert the truth on this matter, whatever come out of it, don't blame them all. And just know that not all of us go chop the breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Because that is the state we are right now. Your children are tired, Nigerian judges. They are tired of the impunity. They are tired of the poverty. They are tired of the hopelessness. They are tired of this. They are tired of not giving them opportunity to strive and compete in the global world. So if you pervert the truth, whatever you see, don't blame my children. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Prince. Prince has been in a car waiting to talk to us, or maybe he's sleeping at this point. Prince, can you hear me? All right.
Prince, don't go to bed, though.
He's sleeping now. All right, Ike, honest.
Good morning, Dr. Damages, and good morning, the panels. I've been listening on what is happening. Well, first of all, I'm sorry to say this. If anybody is thinking that all of a sudden the judicial system in Nigeria will have epiphany, I don't think you know where we are. We are talking about all these judges getting millions of dollars, and you think they're gonna let it go. They're not gonna let it go. So every formalities that we're doing now, making people's hope high that things will.
You say all these judges getting millions of dollars from where? Where did they find the dollars?
Well, the millions of dollars they are sharing. All this money they borrow.
Who is sharing it?
The government borrow money to pay judiciary. Didn't they borrow money recently to pay the judiciary?
Where did you read that one?
I think they said they owe judiciary how many towards the end of Buhari. I'm not talking about the bribery. I'm talking about they are getting paid now, big money. The bribery part is different because you have to prove that.
Ike, do you know how much our judges make in a month?
I don't think they make that much. I don't know.
Okay. So you
I don't think, and that is the reason. And that is you circle to where I'm going. That is the reason why it's easy to buy a judge in Nigeria because of their income.
No, I said that because you were saying that they were borrowing millions of dollars to pay the judges, and then you said,
yeah, the last government owed them money they haven't paid. I guess they are paying them now. But forget about that part. For me, I don't think the hopes on judiciary will redeem Nigeria. It's going to be difficult. The intervention all different architecture of Nigeria need to be reformed completely. The workers and the government people, which is the House, the Senate, and all that. But for me, in this case, accepting the cases, accepting the documents P2B LP put out doesn't mean anything. Because like Sydney said, it will be challenged. the Chicago case, accepting it, is still going to be challenged. The jurisdiction of the case, does it apply in Nigeria? They're going to challenge that. Even the technology that I remember in this platform on that day of election, I think if his not forefather, what is his name? I've forgotten the other guy's name, that take over from you whenever you leave.
Scribe.
That is the day he disclosed that AWS is the cloud provider for that election. I don't know how many of us are in technical world.
I think it's Amazon now that is the cloud provider.
Yeah, AWS. AWS is unhackable.
Amazon.
It's unhackable on the platform. But those things supposed to prove what happened. But the reality of that proving, because now you're not dealing with Nigerian, the witnesses will be Nigerians. No, the witnesses are not going to be Nigerians. The witnesses are Americans who work in the background of that AWS. They're going to be the witness. So it's going to be difficult to pay them. So in reality, the case supposed to have merit. Because when you call an American and put him in the witness stand and he understands that everything he says is true, but nothing but true, he will tell the truth. But that is an ideal world. But in Nigeria, we're not living in an ideal world because of how our society have depreciated in our eyes. I mean, our society, I guess, before you know it, they will say, oh, there's technical because they didn't file the case right. Oh, there is technical because you didn't put this term. They're going to find a way to make this not to stick. That is where I'm coming from. I hope and pray. I don't believe in prayer, that prayer will redeem Nigeria, but we can continue praying, hoping for the best. But judiciary cannot redeem Nigeria.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. KJ, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and thank you everyone present on this panel. I've followed you guys since morning and silently remain behind. The issue that we're discussing right now about the judiciary, I would like to start by saying if we have looked through the history of the Nigerian judiciary, especially at the Supreme Court level, you'll find out that there have been some very weird judgments that you cannot really fathom where they've come from. And the very first one that we witnessed as growing up as children is the one we still refer as the 2/3 of 20 of the judgment between Awolowo and Shagari. So we read about that and we didn't understand what it meant. So that judgment still hangs over the Supreme Court. And at that time, it was quoted after the judgment that this should not be referred to. So if you knew what you are giving was correct, why would you say they shouldn't make reference to it? Okay. So now, fast forward to where we are now. And I like, so how someone has already traced the history, so I won't bother to go through it. Akpabio, Lawa, Hope Uzodinma, these are judgments coming from the Supreme Court. The Hope Uzodinma's own, have anybody bothered to read through it? INEC even said on that judgment that Supreme Court, the votes you are giving to Hope Uzodinma is not even amongst our register. We don't even have that number of people registered to vote. But Supreme Court said what? Don't worry, we have our own way of doing it. Go and read the judgment. We know where we got these things from. And that judgment still stands against all odds. Hope Uzodinma is sitting and making decisions for the people of Imo State till tomorrow. Let me tell you something, and I've been saying this many times. You see, there are certain things we have forgotten or we don't always put in mind. And when we talk about the North, I'm not referring to everybody. There's an oligarchy in the North that determines what happens. And those people speak two kinds of language. The one you want to hear and what they want to be doing. What they want to be doing, they'll be doing. What they want you to hear, they will tell you. What is going on right now in the Supreme Court is what you want to hear. Every evidence they're admitting is what you want to hear. At the end, they will bring in what they want to do, and the heavens will not fall. I've watched this over time, and it has always happened this way. Now, Just like this other guy has said, the admission of these things doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to accept Obi's case. And I'll be the most surprised person on earth if they actually give Obi judgment, despite no matter how compelling the evidence may be. I'm serious about it. I'll be the most surprised because these things have been done, and I'm telling you the truth, nobody's going to change it. Now, if we look at even the people who are being laid on, right now in the Nigerian scenario, you have the president, okay, who has a lot of baggages. You have the incoming Senate president who has a lot of baggages. You have the incoming chief of staff who himself has a lot of baggages. You have now the president had two appointments, two official engagements 2 days ago, yesterday. One of them is Ibori of Delta State. The other one is Wike, and that one governor from the West. These are people who are master riggers, who know what they are doing. So it's a bringing together of maybe the people who know how to deal with the system and reduce everybody to what you want to hear. So I'm not going to be surprised, and I'm not hoping, and I'm not thinking that situation may change. Just like someone said, the only thing this case may do is to further bring out the evil that's in the system that we're talking about that has to be changed. But whether it's going to change the situation, I don't think so. We'll just all, you see, let me say something real quick before I leave. They are waiting on us. You can't carry anger for too long. After a while, everybody will start and you retire back to your work. You go and be doing what you want to do. You can't continue to be hoping that every day I'm watching the TV. No, you have to go and look for how to feed your family. So once that they gauge the fact that the national anger against the government has gone down, they'll give their judgment, and that will be it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Jude. You're next.
Yes, what I want to say is that, you see, much as it is that there's a beginning for everything under the sun, there is equally also an end to everything, no matter what. We have, many of us are scholars or students of history. We have read the rise and fall of great kingdoms on earth. We've read about the fall of Babylonian Empire, which at one time was almost dominating the whole world, the Roman Empire, the Assyrian Empire, and so on and so forth. We all know about the great, what is his name? Well, they all rose and fell. Same way also, I believe that the problem of Nigeria is man-made, and there's always expiring dates. And that expiring date will definitely come, no matter how the skepticism of some of us or those who are pushing the narrative that yes, this man has been sworn in, and that therefore there will not be any more issue to pursue. He's going to manipulate this, he's going to manipulate that. Let us also remember that these are human beings. They are fallible. It's only God that's infallible. God has the heart of and the hand of every king in his hand. People in Nigeria have suffered so much that if there actually exists that God in heaven, to whom we all look up to in times of this situation to fight for justice and equity, I believe that God is not as wicked as to look upon the yearnings, the cry of many Nigerians today, the widows, the child, the orphans, those whom this same administration and evil, heartless human beings have turned to be widows by force, have turned to be widows by force, have turned to be childless, fatherless and motherless by force, orphans by force. I don't think that God, to whom all we look up to, will be so heartless to ignore their cry. I don't think. I believe this is the time. I believe there's something that's going to come up. I believe Obi will take his mandate. It's a matter of time. Whether we like it or not, there will be one person and among that judiciary at a point that the evidence will so overwhelm that will damn every consequence. I believe it's going to happen. without every consequence and say, you know what, I can't stand on this evil anymore. Nigeria has to change. And if it would mean me giving my life to change Nigeria, to stand on the truth and make sure that this judgment prevail in this, somebody is going to do it. I believe that strongly, and it's going to happen. Obi will take his mandate because this evil will not continue to rule forever. Bible says darkness cannot, light shine it and darkness comprehended it not. Darkness cannot continue to rule Nigeria forever.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Joe. Thank you for that. KJ, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to make a correction. And now the correction is simply that I'm not saying you see, let us look at the scenario very critically. Tinubu didn't rig election. Now any of the people who are in position now, we didn't see any of them physically carrying the ballot box. It's the youths, those oppressed, those hungry people, those people that like me and you in the streets. We rigged for them. We did the running for them. We did the cancellation for them. Does it show you any sign of the people who are tired of their oppressors?
How many?
Listen, I'm coming, sir. Just hold on. Now, because we still have these people, you see, there was a quotation that's been bantering, for some time now. That it does not matter how many, who votes. What matters is who counts. The truth of the matter is that until we, as the people who have been oppressed, come to a point where we will say we have had enough. So if you offer me money, I will not take it, but I have to do the right thing. That time is still a bit far. Why do I say it's still a bit far? Because people are still thinking of how can they survive, their family, their children. How can they survive? And you said something very interesting. And as a Christian, I want to push back a little bit on that. God is a very faithful God, and is very, very faithful. But remember, God was sitting in heaven when Pontius Pilate and the Roman emperor taking Jesus to go and crucify him, and he watched them do it. He didn't come down. He's not going to come down for Nigeria.
Remember, Jesus Christ was for a particular assignment.
Even for Nigeria, it's a particular assignment.
And if he came down, that assignment of God, primary assignment of God for Jesus Christ will not be fulfilled. So it's a different scenario.
Paul,
get that clear,
the Bible wrote half of the Bible. Paul wrote half of the Bible. Today, Turkey is not a Christian nation. That's where Paul comes from. Let's look at history and be able to help ourselves. Because we keep saying God, God, God. We are praying, yes. We are God-believing people, yes. But are we taking the faith without works is dead? When it gets to the point where we, as a people, have to intervene, as a Christian people, who are saying, okay, we want to change the nation, or we're saying we are Muslim, we want to change the nation, are we following the tenets of the religion we preach? We are not. We are not. Look, let me tell you something. I'm sorry, one minute, Dr. Damages. Now, Benue is rejoicing. We'll have a reverend father who is a governor. Let us watch. And I'm not wishing him bad. I know him very well. Okay? But remember when we were children, we had Reverend Adasu. Adasu was also a governor. Nyame was the governor of River State. Taraba State. He was a reverend also. Go ask people of Taraba what he did. So we are saying that, you see, there's something that let's not go into theology, so we don't go there. But you see, there's what we call babies in Christianity. When babies get into office, all they are concerned about is milk. Okay? They are not going to take hard decisions. They're not going to do that. And that is how we have been sending people who do not understand what they should do. That's what we have been doing all this while. And we can't keep repeating it and thinking that Jesus is going to come down a second time and die for Nigeria. It won't happen. We need to get up. Sorry, one more minute. Sorry, just 1 second. Dr. Ahmed, sorry, I'm sorry, I crave indulgence. When I first came to the US, I was discussing an uncle of mine who had been here since 1973. In fact, when he finished his NYSC, the next thing he did with Salawi was to come to the US. And I asked him, why would the US not even come in and see all these things happening? And he laughed. He said, coming for what? What do you have to offer? You think US will put boots on the ground for you? Who are you? If people are not ready to get right up and do anything, it's your business. Nobody's going to come put boots on the ground for you people. If it's oil, don't get oil from somewhere else. If it's human resource, don't get from other places. What are you saying? Okay? Even when they push you people to the point where you have to make decisions, you all shy back and you expect that somebody is going to go and fight for you. Nobody will do that. You see?
Well, KJ, we are going to fight. Don't worry.
All right.
We will fight.
Dude, hold on.
When the time comes.
We have our own reverend here, Austin N. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Dr. Dame.
You don't have to go to training to find it.
Thank you, Dr. Dame. This would have been better to be, this we just did would have been better on a Sunday.
I know.
So thank you for taking us for
I wish this
15 minutes Bible class. So, well, the position Jude is taking is not a position we should take for granted. It took Paul to go to Damascus for him to be converted. It took Jesus to go to the Golgotha for him to redeem the world. So we're not, if God has a role to play in Nigeria, yes, it will take everybody to hold down on Peter Obi if God wants to use him. So we're not looking at that part, but we have a role to play. But the problem I have with the present government is the way it's going to be structured. Look at the kind of how we talk about constitution and nobody is talking about it. Now, some people are telling you, throw down the constitution. You say, no, we must hold to the constitution, but you destroy the constitution anyhow. Just think about calling Bajamia Amila, who is the speaker at the moment, to be the chief of staff. Imagine the havoc that can happen between now till June 14th, when he will resign from that position. He can change everything, because it's just like Tinubu naming the president of the Supreme Court to be his defense minister, his chief minister. So imagine what we do. In part of this world, you don't work in a sister company and they see you, like you're working in Pepsi, they see you publicly drinking Coke. This is a different arm of the government, and we are already putting hand into there. And look at what this is leading us to. And look at the perception. You know, when we talk about leadership, for me to suffer, for citizens to suffer, they must see their leaders pretending as though they are suffering. The perception this government is giving us is not helping us to believe that it's going to be better soon. And it's not helping us to quench our thirst. Every one of us sending money home must have recalculated to add more, because they need to buy additional fuel. They need to do additional things. So you are spending more. When your government is not ready, even they've not even accepted that it is their fault that we are where we are. They're taking us down the drain, and they have kept us down the drain. So I have a problem if this case ends the way it is, if status quo remains. I would even prefer, if they don't want to say the right thing, if they can call back for re-election and remove the present INEC chairman. You know, there are a point few of us have raised here about God's will and the Machina case, that we didn't look at it. You know, 2019, you know that Tinubu or Buhari did not win that election. But we took it for granted. Everybody was just facing the court. We took for granted the INEC chairman. Nobody focused on him. If we had focused on him, he wouldn't have been there to repeat this mess he made. And look at the kind of money Nigeria have wasted. After you tell me that we don't have money, are we supposed to go to court? If INEC had done what they're supposed to do, if they had vetted all the candidates the way they're supposed to and stand their ground, because you are not qualified to be here, you are not going in for election. They have that mandate because the present law gave them that power to do that. So when people take away their responsibility and they leave it on us, it makes us to keep spending money. Look at how much Nigeria have added after the election to go to court, spending more money, and people are suffering.
All right, hold on, everyone. Let's hear from Sam, and then we round up with a few comments from other people. Sam, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good day to you all. Where do I start from? I'm happy we have a new president now. It's really been waiting for this opportunity. Now he has gotten there. He said sometime last week that you shouldn't pity him. Now he has gotten the job he's always desired and always wanted to have. And let's just see how it goes. Like I said the other day, I think 2 weeks ago, I'm one that give people opportunities. It's always right to give people chances and let them fail first before we criticize them. I listened earlier about the what's it called, the fuel subsidy and whatever it is that we're discussing, and people crucifying someone that's just started a job 3 or 4 days ago. I don't think that's nice. Let's just wait and see what's going to happen, whether they're going to be palliatives or... Why are you distracting me now? Stop this now. Whether there's going to be palliatives or not. So let's just, fingers crossed. And as regards OB, I'm just going to advise all obedience wherever you're listening from. Just forget about this one and then go and prepare for the next election if OB is still going to come out, whether it's going to be in Labour Party or it's going to go to Zenith Labour Party or another Labour Party, whatever it is that it's going to go to. So you should forget this one. It's unfortunate that most of us, we know and we pretend not to know. You know who you have as your president now. He's not going to let go. He's already there on that seat. If he wasn't sworn in, then I would say probably anything can happen. This guy is already on the seat, man. Just deal with it and then accept this guy is your president. He's Nigeria's president. Let's just keep praying for Nigeria. The country will get better. These are the pains that we have to go through. The country did not degenerate under him. This country has been this way since forever. So let's not put all the blame of Nigeria on whoever is it on that seat. The same way Buhari was condemned and all of that, the guy is still alive today. He's left that position and someone else is in there. That person there right now is going to live there after 4 years. If it's lucky, after 8 years, somebody else is going to come to continue them. Nobody finishes a government job. So let's support him. Let's give him the opportunity. Let's give him all our support. That's all I can crave for. He's our president now. There's nothing anybody can do about it.
Nobody is supporting him. You and your people can support him. He's not our president. Did you hear me? If it's good for you, do not push it on the throat of my children. This is Mama H.O. If you are meeting me for the first time, I hate impunity, I hate injustice done to my children. Therefore, much break there.
Can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah,
I know you're in Colorado. I know you very well. I understand you, Mama H.O. Don't worry. He's your president. Whether you like him or not, he's your president.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Can we ask you a question?
Hold on now. We have to moderate this. All right. So, Austin, you go.
So
it cannot be Austin because Sydney raised his hand. I raised my hand first. You gotta go like that.
Okay, can you go? Austin, and then
raise his hand first. I raised second before anybody else.
I thought I'm the moderator.
I thought I was helping you because you were diverted. You were distracted. I was trying to follow.
I'm not.
You have to follow the protocol.
No, I'm not. So let me go back to Austin. Austin, go ahead.
You made a statement that
which of the Austin? There are 2 Austins.
He knows.
I think we know ourselves. Don't worry, Jude.
So you made a statement and you said one thing. The subsidy has been removed. Then we can then think of the palliative. Don't you think it is wise to think of the palliative before taking the decision?
Yeah, everybody have got their own style. What you don't know is you should actually be praying for this guy not to be killed now, not to be assassinated, because this journey he has embarked on is a very dangerous journey. Do you know what it means to
carry your logo, Nigeria, go sit down. Not there abroad, they talk nonsense for my
Let me speak now. This one, let me speak.
Enjoy the Nigeria you are talking about. Go and enjoy it. Stop this nonsense. Why are you in abroad? If Nigeria is good for you, why are you in abroad? Carry your family, Sam. Oh, carry your family and go and sit in Nigeria.
I'm so sorry. Actually, I was trying to remove.
Can I go on, sir?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, like I was saying, let's be praying for this guy. I understand there's pain in the land. I spoke to my parents yesterday as well. Yeah, everybody's angry. But see, these are the pains that we have to go through. See what's going on in all the African nations now that subsidy has been removed. Can you see the ripple effect? Even Angola as well, that's not even close to Nigeria. There's pain everywhere in the world, even Saudi Arabia, where there's abundance of oil. Everybody's tightening their belts now. So it's unfortunate it is this way. But what you people don't realize is, who says Nigeria should be better in our own lifetime? What if it's not going to be in our own lifetime? What is going to be in the life of our own children as well? Did our own parents offend God that Nigeria wasn't good in their time too? So let's calm down, please. That's just the truth.
All right, thank you.
That is the truth. It's the bitter truth, but then it has to be taken and swallowed. That's just it.
Josh, can you give us just a few more minutes and let them have a chance to talk to Sam? And can I give us a few minutes? So who is next? Ike, you're next. Go ahead.
No, it was Sydney. It was Sydney.
Oh. All right, Sydney, go.
I think Rudolph is taking a playbook from Mahmoud. You don't like it, you go to court.
Exactly. I got to the point where go ahead, guys, Sydney.
What I want to say is, first of all, that I wanted to move from the place of getting a new INEC chairman. Irrespective of who you get, the process of getting an INEC chairman is the problem. The process of getting, so every president will get an INEC chairman that will play ball with him. So it wouldn't have changed anything. The INEC chairman would have still come into what they wanted him to do. Now, with regards to the some of the things that Sam has said, yes, he's the president that has been inaugurated. He has to deal with what is happening in the nation, and currently his first actions, he has got a repercussion. For every action, there's an opposite reaction. So he has to deal with Labour Congress. He has to deal with the issue of lack of fuel or increase of fuel. He has to deal with the scarcity. So he cannot apportion any blame. So he has to deal with it. And the people have the right to say you are not doing it well. Whether you are 1 day in the job, two hours in the job, you took the job, you decided to take it, so you should decide to take what we need. Thirdly, telling obedience or telling Obi to leave it and go. This was a man that was hounded to go to court. He is now in court and his voice must be heard. He has a support group. Those people must keep the burning flames until the process is finished. Trying to tell them not to speak out, not to talk about their mandate that they feel they have is absurd. You know, people talk about the issue of Imo State. The problem was that INEC even dropped the ball there. If not, Imo issue would not have happened. And it was because the CTC, which is what INEC is now rejecting in the presidential elections, the CTC of the results of from EC8 were not presented because there are 3 stages. Either INEC presents a CTC, then there's the police report about it, and then if those 2 things are not out, then the party produces their result. So these are stages, and because INEC realizes that it is their result that will rope them in, because it's their result. Their result will they'll have to fulfill those results. So I think telling people to keep quiet, not to do and just to accept it is just crying over rubbish. Because at the end of the day, people will do what they want to do through the courts, and the courts has to prove that the election was at Siwaju. So I think for sample, everybody is enjoying it. Your parents also, your people there are also enjoying the hardship. So there's no going away from it. Even if you are sending money, you must have increased your money to send across, whether you like it or not. And thinking that this thing will just be woven away, it's going to take a long time for these things to go. And the truth is about Nigeria is once prices go up, they never come down. I've never seen it come down. So we're in for a long haul.
All right. Thank you. No, what we're going to I'm trying to see what I need to do here. Because we want to get there.
I need to talk.
Give us 30 seconds to respond.
Yeah, 30 seconds to respond to Sam because he addressed all of us.
All right.
I've not said anything. No.
I know. So Ike, 30 seconds. Let's try it and see. If Ike fails to end that in 30 seconds, then we don't end it there. Go ahead, Ike.
Sam, nobody have problem with Tinubu being the president. Tinubu need to whomever that is writing his speech, because somebody wrote what he read, need to look at it. When he did that, the whole world changed, and the whole Nigerian system changed, because he's the president now. He needs to understand that whatever he says carry the highest amount of the weight. So that is the problem. It's not that anybody loves fuel subsidy. The problem is how, when, and exactly how he said it. I still have my 30 seconds. For Austin, Festus Keyamo was Minister of Health, Minister of whatever he is, but he was campaigning for Tinubu during the election. So that is Nigerian system for you. If he goes and gets somebody who is still in the House or Senate to become whatever he is, that is Nigerian system. There is people, the law are not enforced in Nigerian system. I think
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's go to who is next.
So my own 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
All right. Jude first, and then Austin.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Sam, you see, I know you live overseas and you don't care about what happened to people in Nigeria. I don't know how much you have received from Tinubu that you continue to do this evil on not just only on us, but to people in Nigeria. If you like, from the way you speak, it appears that you are cherishing the suffering that Nigerians are going through every day. Because if you don't, you wouldn't be supporting such an evil man who now has surrendered himself with all the high-class crook in Nigeria to be his cabinet. The hard hitting like that is going to deliver. It's a question for you.
All right, Austin.
Okay, so Sam, I'm going to be straight because I believe you're not in Nigeria. If you're in Nigeria, I won't tell you what I'm going to tell you. But because you're in the Western world, I will tell you what I'm going to tell you. See how toxicity you have become. Look at the way you reacted to the person from the background to tell you that your mental state is shaking because of what is happening in Nigeria. So if you want it to continue, that's the worst thing that will happen to us. And I have to tell you the truth. If you allow Nigeria to happen to you the way it happened to you minutes ago, something is the problem. Thank you.
All right. So, yeah, no.
Please, what I wanted to say is in line with the topic, please.
No, you've not said. I'm yet to welcome you to the show. I will let Sam react. So, KJ, you have anything to say? 30 seconds. And not there are some things I allow to go on, like when Jude was saying that you don't care about anything in Nigeria. I hope that Sam will be okay with that, because you can't think that there's anybody who comes on this platform that doesn't care about anything going on in Nigeria, or that doesn't care about people in Nigeria. Okay, KJ, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say to Sam, you see,
30 seconds.
The first statement that Tinubu made concerning fuel subsidy shows you he has no understanding of how the Nigerian society works. Because if he had, and as I have, once you mention fuel and increase, everything goes haywire. Everything. Okay? Now, if you drive a V8 in Nigeria, it will cost you almost 48,000 to have it up to beyond half tank. I'm not saying full tank. Before now, it used to be 16,500. But now, it is triple, okay, to get you to that point. How do you expect anybody who has an average vehicle to be able to commute and feed his family, who is on a salary of 30,000 Naira as minimum wage? Thank you.
All right, that's enough. Sam.
Yeah, I share everyone's opinion. I really share their sentiment, but then I still remain where I am. It's gonna get better. It's painful. Yeah, maybe. And some people actually said he shouldn't have said what he said on the inauguration day. What's the problem with it? What he said? Is his inauguration speech? Sometimes you can go out of speech, or then whatever is written for you, you can actually go out of line and then say whatever comes to your mind. These are discussions Nigerians have had in their homes, in the society, everywhere. We know this thing is see, why are you postponing the evil day? Why are we pretending? There is a discourse that is already in the public space, and he says it there. Maybe it's off script, and you're angry about that he shouldn't have said it. So where should he have said it? In his own bedroom? Come on, let's come off all of this pettiness, man. He has said it. Yeah.
All right.
Unfortunately, I don't know why you're laughing. He has said what he said. There are going to be palliatives afterwards. You should be thankful. You should be thankful as Nigerians that this guy has taken the horn. I mean, he's taking the bull by the horn. This assignment is embarked on is a dangerous one. There are very, very crazy elite who are corrupt in the system that will not let that country work. The reason why our refineries are not working is because there's subsidy. You should know that, except you're lying to yourself. You should know that.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think I support what Sam is saying. I support what Sam is saying.
No, Sydney, no.
Let the corrupt man deal with corrupt people. He's a strong man.
So Sydney, let's welcome Tosh to the show. Tosh, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you. Hi everyone.
Yeah.
Just a quick one about. Just want to speak to what Sam said. If I recall, like if you're going to take away subsidy, actually, who are you being like you are governing over some people, and who are these people? 30,000 minimum wage. Is it a magic? So do you want them to, like, you know, when you remove subsidy and the brunt of all the cost is on them, and how do you want them to survive? Definitely they are not going to survive, because you even if you are going to do some calculation on 30,000 minimum wage over this fuel subsidy, then there's no reality in it, honestly, so to say. And how many of your states, 36 states, have their what's it called, transport facilities? Like, let's say, for example, let me take at random, like Abuja or whatsoever, like Abuja or Benue State. You understand? Like, they don't have trans-city transport like the state own. Even Lagos State, BRT is being owned by private companies. So if you are going to bring a cushioning effect or a safety net for the masses, where are you going to start from? Even because, for what I know here that I live abroad, I've been to New York, I've been to other countries. You know, they own all these, you know, bus companies, and if they want to, you know, create a safety net for masses, government can come in easily because they own the transport system. They know how to, like, you know, to ease things down. But how do you want to start in Oyo State? How do you want to start in Lagos? How do you want to start in all these places? So you can't just tell me, like, oh, I want to pull out the rug from the feet of people because, you know, like, oh, subsidy must go. But how will people survive? Please help me to make sense about the equation of how people are going to survive. I just want to know. I don't know. I've tried all my possible best to try to make a sense out of it. How people are going to live on that 30,000 minimum wage with that fuel price. It doesn't match.
All right, Tosh, thank you. Kenneth?
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Good day, everyone, except Sam O. Dr. Damages, please, you allow me to address this thing called Sam O here.
No.
I know last time. No.
Okay.
Dr. Damages, hold on.
No. We have to do better. We can't do this. You can't address somebody as this thing and want to continue to have a conversation. You can say all you want to say without doing that. That's what I want us to get to. This is sad. And even if sometimes I don't understand, it doesn't matter what you call Sam or anybody else. There are people all over the country that believe or think the way they share the same idea. Why? Why do you think it's necessary to do this? I don't get it. We have to do better. We have to do better. People are watching this. This is no longer the way we started, 1 year ago. There are serious-minded people watching this. There are kids who are watching this. How do you tell a kid watching people, adults debating, these are our best abroad, debating, and then somebody's calling somebody this thing? That's not right. I can't monitor all these things. I hope that we can do better. KJ, what do you want to say?
I want to apologize to Sam on behalf of Kene. Kene, it's not right, and I mean probably because of the heat, his passion for what is going on. If you really have people that you are supporting in Nigeria, and now you have to double that support, sometimes it's a bit emotional more than you can handle. So please don't take it don't take it too hard. It's a friendly debate, and nobody comes to the platform to come and look for enemies. If not, I can as well switch off and be in my house and be at peace. I mean, I've been following Dr. Damages for years, so I don't think my not being here will stop me from doing that. I enjoy his program. I watch every piece of them, and I have, in fact, my young son who is 7 years old, whenever he comes, they say, "That's Dr. Damage." Yeah, I say, "Yeah, that's Dr. Damages," and we all laugh at your show. So we didn't come to make enemies. Let's keep it civil. It will help every one of us. Thank you.
All right, Austin, without end.
Dr. John is a funny deal too. For me, I think so. If we need to move ahead as Nigerians, the truth is that we need to learn to listen to everybody, no matter what you are talking about or whether you say it. The most important, as I keep on saying, not be who they shout past the win case. Now, who will give you the points and we discuss it out? I want to answer the question that Tosh talked about. Did I pronounce your name well, Tosh, right? I don't know, but just go. You asked a question that the fuel subsidy, you can't get your head around it. Please, let me assume, I like assuming that, let's say I was a president, look, somehow fuel subsidy will go, no matter how it is. But the point is questioning the effect. Is it that in this whole big thing, can the fuel subsidy go? Yes, it needs to go.
That's my point.
But
I'm
now,
not saying it shouldn't go, but something has to be provided first.
Thank you. That is why now, okay, you gave a very good example in New York. Generally, I was reading some stuff in New York. If they need to take the bus ride without subsidies, one person, this normal metro bus we take, you need to pay up to about $6 for you to take a ride. I don't know, but it is being done now for $2.79. Now, you and I know that only the people who will claim to be at the lowest part of the food chain can take the metro. So the money was diverted to the lowest income earners. If I have my car and I'm moving around, you go buy your fuel yourself. And that is what we are trying to say. If all this subsidy can be removed, then the money used to ameliorate the effect of those at the base. If somebody is working for the government, whether it's his basic salary, 500,000, or he gets some allowances for even reading the newspaper or the rest, may use the allowance, buy the fuel at his own price. But the point is that the subsidy is meant for the rich, and at the same time, the rich is exploiting the poor again on the same thing. And that is why I see I'm not that happy with the way Tinubu handled the issue. The point is that you remove the subsidy, then put something that will affect the common man positively so that he will not feel it. But the way we just make a now, common man, they suffer and the more again.
All right, thank you.
I think every country deal with subsidies. Every country. In America, they pay farmers not to farm. That is part of subsidy. For me, if he would have, because already Buhari said that subsidy stops in June. When he come on board, if he could have other buses and people can use it to go to their company, do stop and ride. Everybody park one place and ride with the bus and go to work, and they come back and drop them. That is part of subsidy. But announcing it the way he announced it is what is the problem, because this is the test of who is a leader. Once you become a leader, you don't speak anyhow, because in America, for example, when Trump came on board, he speaks, stocks fall down. And people started cautioning him and say, you don't speak like that. That is in the same case on this one. When he came on board, he speak. That thing that came out, subsidy is done. That changes everything. He shouldn't have done it like that. That is the only point. But Tinubu, Atiku, P2B, all of them said that subsidy must go. All of them agree. But how you do it is what matters, and not say the way they say it is what caused the problem.
All right, thank you.
30 seconds.
Austin.
Austin.
Thank you. Austin. Thank you, Dr. Damages. So KJ have apologized for two of our panelists, but I'm not apologizing on their behalf. And look at my point. Empathy is a way of life. And for those of us living in the Western world, you cannot deal without empathy. Removing subsidy, the three people say that they are removing subsidy, but the way our current president did it is what is causing the suffering. If you see the emotion of everyone on these panelists and on the board, the way when Sam started talking, he lacks empathy. And there are so many things you will say when you lack empathy. This is why people commit suicide in this part of the world, because they look onto some people to show example. So in as much as we work against bad words, we should also guard against people coming here to play game. There are people that are out to run down this platform. So they sit in their home, they write their templates, they know those they want to target so that these people will be offended, they speak out of anger, they will be bussed out. This is not the best way to go. What Sam did and what Sam is doing is a planned game. It's not his way of life. He just wants to run down your platform. And I pray he will succeed because we have grown beyond the level he wants us to keep. Now, he made a comment about around Nigeria, countries around Nigeria. I was home February. Dr. Damages, I was crying when I was in Nigeria. I went to Cameroon. I went to the part of Cameroon that is still at war. I was relieved when I went to Cameroon. If you see the skin of Cameroonians, if you see their body, despite they are under war, they have food. I bought plantain. I bought 2 bags of rice with less than price for one. I bought 2 bags of rice in Cameroon in February. The price I bought the 2 bags of rice around 40,000. When I came to Nigeria, I bought a bag of rice 43,000. So there is food in excess. They have excess food, and they live comfortably. I stayed in Cameroon for 1 week. The priest I lived in his house, I don't think he has a generator. We had light all through. We had light. So when people compare from one point, they should be holistic. And for somebody to come to the platform and tell me, we know who Tinubu is, who is he? I don't have respect for somebody that doesn't have the, integrity. If you have integrity, I will respect you. So telling me that we know him, he has gotten the power, nobody can take it from him, is an insult to the whole federation. It's an insult to us. If somebody is greater than the whole Nigerians, if somebody is greater than the constitution, the person shouldn't be our president. So when people come here to play their MasterCard game, they want everybody to be angry and follow them and speak that way. It's not the best way to go. So I plead with you to bring back Madam Hecho and Ekene. They will speak that way again. Empathy is a very watchword we should guard again. You try to use it public. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, let me quickly respond, please, sir.
Okay.
So, yeah, when you're mentioning, I'm not here to rile up anyone. You've got as much liberty and latitude to support whoever you support. And I've got the same freedom to support who I think is a better candidate. And he's the president now. So where are we now? My brother here, Tosh, said, why didn't he think about the palliatives before he removed the subsidy? He didn't remove the subsidy. Do you know even the Petroleum Industrial Act, or the PIA, whatever it was called, is even against the law that there was subsidy, according to that act that became a law. Do you know that? So it's not in Bola Tinubu's place to have subsidy. It's been removed already. Do you even know the Nigerian government owes NNPC Limited now 2.8 trillion for 6 months? So they have not been paying for this. NNPC has been the one paying on behalf of the country. The country has not even paid these people. NNPC back this morning. So what are we talking about? He's said going forward, the government is a continuum. It's been removed already. What can we do? And he's already speaking to labor people. They're going to increase minimum wage. There are bosses that are going to be taken across the federation. I think I saw some this morning, but I'm not going to reveal. Definitely in the subsequent weeks, we're going to see all of these things. Compressed natural gases, buses that are going to be used to transport people. That's going to help them. to cushion the effect. So let's not rubbish our country, please. That's where I am. To Augustine, I'm not here to rile up anyone. I don't care if you insult me. Ekene is my friend, though you may not like me, but then I like everyone here. We're all Nigerians. So I don't share in your own political view. Doesn't mean I've come to rile you up here. No, I'm not here. I don't have time for that.
Thank you, Sam. Let me
correct myself.
I'll go to Kene. Kene, I'm coming to you. I just saw something interesting. It says that Dr. Damages is truly a hooligan. I like that. That's a new thing. I've been getting some comments, but this one is new. But okay, Kene, go ahead.
Okay. I think I started off with what I was supposed to have ended my speech with, and this is why I say this. Augustine N, thank you. I think we share the same. But I think, initially I was thinking you are just a reverend father, but I didn't know that you are very spiritual. You see things that ordinarily, carnal men don't see. And this is why I say that, you said something about mental health, and I think you are very correct with that. See, on this platform, there is a policy that deters people from insulting others, right? But we tend to play this game that on the comment section, we become monstrous. On the comment section, we insult everybody. But when we come up here, we try to play saint. And this is what Sam was doing. Sam made a comment. I think some of us will remember that comment that he gave $20 and made the comment. And I told him on the comment section, take a shield pill. And this guy turned around and asked that I asked my father to take his pill. Right? It is okay for you to insult me, Sam, but it is not. I will not accept when you insult my parent. Ordinarily on the street, you cannot insult me and even go free. Not talk of insulting my parent. And to correct you, I'm not your friend. I will never be a friend to somebody that is irresponsible and has no regard for parents. Thank you. This is it. So when I came up here and I was trying to correct, I think I started calling him a teen, and I think that was what angered Dr. Damages. You can't insult my parents, and I will regard you as a human being. And I think that issue is gone.
No,
this is it.
It's not gone. It's not gone. Hold on. There's something you pointed out now that I need to address too. I don't know what happens in the comment section. I can try to monitor what's going on here and monitor what's going on there. And it's very important that we're coming to a point where we'll have somebody that will monitor it, and people won't like it. I was hoping that we don't need all these rules. I don't like it, but once there are rules, some people will not be happy about it. Some people will think it's not fair. But if people cannot monitor themselves, control themselves, then there will be rules, and then that's what happens. It's not my ideal, but that's on the side. But the other thing that we have to deal with, and probably, hopefully, this will be the last time we talk about it. When anything is happening on the comment section, please don't carry it over to the platform, to the studio, because people who are watching at home don't know. I mean, I don't know how many people are going and reading everything on the comments. So you're reacting to Sam the way you reacted. As far as we watching you and hearing you, there's no justification for that, and we don't want that. I don't enjoy taking people out from here. I don't like that. I want us to have intellectual conversations, and people are watching, and people should enjoy this encounter. I mean, you can't spend your hours here without enjoying it, without it being useful to you. That's all I'm asking for. So let's try to leave what happened on other platforms. Sometimes people carry something they encountered in another platform to this platform, or comment section to the. Let's try, please.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. I shouldn't have reacted that way, but now you've known the reason why I reacted that way.
Yeah,
and
it's not justified.
It's not justified, and I'm sorry for that. Right. So this is it. Sam O was saying that the subsidy has been removed long before Tinubu's unguarded utterances. But when that subsidy was removed before that utterance, there wasn't any scarcity of petroleum, and there was no hike in the price until he made that statement. Now there is what we call oral policy. Whatever you say as a president should and must be taken seriously. He immediately, when he was asked about subsidy, nobody even asked him. I think he he ate too much that day. He was just saying things recklessly without thinking about that, about the possible, effect. He said that policy is gone. Simple. No alternative, no any plan on ground, and you expect that people will not take advantage of that. Mind you, these are business people. They want to make profit, right? You made an entrance, you remove subsidy, and you are not giving them any, alternate plan. You are not even putting measures to cushion the effect of what you just did. Because whether you like it or not, by mere pronouncing that subsidy is gone, it's gone. People will begin to work on that, right? So please, I will urge you to tell your president, because as far as I'm concerned, Tinubu is not my president. People like Tinubu will never be my president, right? So tell your president to begin to guide or examine whatever that comes out of his mouth, because we are going to take him seriously. We are going to work on that. If I'm a businessman and I own a petrol station, and you say that subsidy is removed, I will try as much as possible to make my profit until you give us another plan. If this guy has no plan, when P2B was asked about subsidy, he started off by saying things that he would do before he will eventually remove the subsidy. You set measures in place that will cushion the effect before you remove it at the end of the day. Not just waking up because I think he wanted us to clap for him. He wanted people to cheer him up, to say, hey, you're trying. On the day, hey, you remove subsidy. You remove subsidy without plans. You are just jeopardizing the economy. You are see whether if they like, let them sell petrol 20,000 naira, right, per gallon. My people are still going to be comfortable, and I thank God for that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Jude, hold on. Let's go to Mama Echo. Mama Echo, you are next.
Mama Echo.
We can't hear you. Can you unmute yourself?
You can't speak on Mama Echo.
You don't remember me, Abby? I'm going to address Sam directly. You lack empathy, and it's so
let
me finish now. Let me finish my talk. I'm not cousin. Let I finish. He lack empathy. If you want to take me back, take me back, and I will leave your work for you today. He lack empathy.
So we keep. What happened? Where did that come from? Mahecho, I thought you were. Hold on. Let me finish. I just got an idea. So, someone who is in the artificial intelligence industry can design something that keywords that when you say it, you automatically remove from a platform like this, and so I'm sure it will happen in the next 5 years even. Go ahead, Mahecho. Welcome back.
You not ready for me?
Yeah, we're ready now.
Good. Sam, you lack empathy. And as a social worker, I work with people with empathy. So when I see people in my front that lack empathy, it disgusts me. Did you understand? If you want me and my children to move on, go and tell your Chief Tinubu that all my children that died during the election because they went to exercise their civil right, he should resurrect all of them for me. All my Igbo children church that were burnt down because of this very election, he should return the way it is, or not build a new one, the way it is before it was burnt down. Because those people right now, they cannot feed themselves. They cannot take care of their children's school fees. They are in pain and in agony. And you look at me, because you are enjoying your life in Obodo Yibo, and you tell them to move on. You lack empathy. And I don't know how your wife and your children look at you. It's so sad and painful. These people are still bleeding. Some of the people, they lost their only child because they went to do their civil right. So people that lack empathy should not come here to speak nonsense because we are bleeding. The so-called president you have, it is against our constitution. He violated the constitution. Our constitution says 25% of FCT. He does not have it. Our constitution says president-elect, not president select by Yakubu. So allow the court to decide. So people like you that want to support impunity, wickedness, and evil, and you look at myself, almost about 80% of Nigeria who work hard and choose somebody, you look at them and you lack empathy and you do not feel their pain. Please, pack your load. Go and meet your tutu and enjoy the new Nigeria you have right now. But do not come here and tell my children to move on. They are not moving on until the court decides. And if the court decides nonsense, I, Hannah Ejebare Obukokwo, alias Mama H.O., the convener of Andamogo Charitable Organization in Nigeria and Andamogo Charity here in US, will drag the Nigeria judiciary and the current government to the International Court of Justice. So do not look at me and my children who are still bleeding and crying and tell us to move on. Move on what? On evil? If you do not know what is empathy, go and check your dictionary, Mr. Man, and start spilling nonsense to provoke me with my children.
All right. All right. Thank you, Mama Echo. Let me say before we continue, I don't like this editorial that we do here, but it's okay. We learn every day. This is the point. The point I'm making is that Mama Echo, I don't know, and everybody is free to come here and say something. My concern is this: as long as you are respectful, I'm not going to monitor your opinion. Any opinion is allowed. What I don't think we should entertain is people insulting people, and opinion should not insult you. I can decide that I'm worshiping the devil. You don't like it. That's what I chose. I'm not insulting you because I'm worshiping the devil. It doesn't matter. So opinions should be allowed, and we should be okay with that, listening to different opinions. I don't understand why people don't. You can't even kill the opinion of anybody. So why is that bothering you? But what I don't understand is, what I don't accept is people insulting people, calling people names. You don't have to, if you're making an argument, you can make your argument perfectly without calling anybody a name. The other way is to make your point. And this is all I want us to establish, maybe carry it on to other places. I'm just talking about even your meeting, no meeting, whatever meeting you go to, it's the same thing. All right, hold on, guys. If you speak, can you please? It bothers me when I keep seeing same hand up, and I know that.
Just 30 seconds.
No, Jude, no. Femi, I'll go to Femi and Prof before we go back to you, Jude. All right. Someone was actually saying I should say.
Remember, Tosh has not spoken. Tosh.
Oh, he did. Somebody said I should step down for forefathers. Where is forefathers? If he's around, maybe I should. I need to. Let me welcome Femi again. Femi, what I saw you were. Go ahead.
Yeah. So and I totally agree with what you just said. Just to piggyback, to add to a voice to what you just said. In our daily lives, I just feel that it's only ideal, irrespective of whether, because I don't think I would like a world where everybody agrees. It's going to be ridiculous. So I don't always like or agree with people, but I just feel there's maturity involved, So I'm just saying. But that's on one hand. I quickly want to reel out something to before I make my point, and I'll make it pretty fast. I was looking at some statistics because I know statistics lies, but in the case of Nigeria, I think some things are always interesting when you try to make sense out of them. And in those statistics, I made the note of saying things. starting from about 2012, when what was being reported was an average of consumption of 30 million liters per day. But by 2016, the National Bureau of Statistics was reeling out our consumption between January and September of 2016 has been the amount was given as 12.66 billion liters of petrol per day. I mean, between January and September 2016, which amounted to 51.87 million liters per day. That's on one hand. NMPC, on the other hand, told us that we're consuming 46.6 billion liters per day. Fast forward to 2020. That was about the time, I think between 2020 and 2021, was when you had those mini drama, if you remember, that was happening in the Senate, especially with respect to NNDC. And, you know, there's been all kind of tales of, again, corruption, right from the Senate to NMPC, and then there's all kind of collusion. So whether with or without, what's it called? With or without subsidy, there's just something that needs to be, I don't know if it's going to be investigation, because even investigations don't amount to nothing in Nigeria. And with respect to palliatives, I do agree that whilst we don't have a choice, we would have to do without subsidy at some point. It's just that obviously there has to be some form of palliative, like what Jonathan tried, that resulted in a total, almost near total shutdown of Nigeria, if you recall. There has to be some sort of palliative before you even bring this, and it has to be working. And this also still brings me to the idea of why must the people suffer pain when the people at the top that are really enjoying all the resources of Nigeria and killing Nigeria are not ready to sacrifice? Because we don't even know how much is being spent, being disbursed in amongst the three arms. We don't even know how these things we don't even know what's going on at the top. And you want people to continue to suffer. Yes, something has to go, but then it has to start from the top.
Thank you, Femi. Let me go to Prof. Welcome back. Can you, Prof? Can you tell us how it was watching what just happened from our outside, not in the studio? How did it appear to you? What was your take on what happened a few minutes ago?
You mean the breakback discussion?
Yeah, and people going in and out, and you know
I was actually going to private chat you to be able to modulate the something, because you may not know the caliber of people that are watching this program and where they are watching from and the perspective they have about this program. So it is the people here, the panelists here, that are making those contributions, which many of them are noting. Sometimes you may even think that the government is not aware of what we are doing. So they are very much aware. So we have to be very mature in what we do here. Particularly, I know many people are hurting. Yes. If you saw the video I sent to you by Professor Nebula this morning, Rudolph.
Yeah.
You see, I noted there that this government is suffering from what some people call, legitimacy deficit. That because of that, Tinubu has to do everything to make sure that he gets the buy-in of the hoi polloi, the masses. He must get the buy-in of the people, because many people are hurting. For those who are hurting, for instance, he has to prove them wrong. He has to make them know that he's worthy of what he actually vied for. That is when the full legitimacy will be conferred on him. And so we that are here, even though you are hurting, now, the Nigerian Constitution has recognized this man for now as the president of Nigeria. And many world leaders have congratulated him. Whether you begrudge him 20 times over, it doesn't take from him the fact that he's the president of Nigeria today. So please, let's turn our temper down. I never supported him. Let me say publicly. You may say because I'm the Yoruba. I have so many grouses against it. But now he declared president, he been sworn in. Let's accept him and let's do whatever we can to encourage him from here how he will succeed. Because when he succeeds, you are abroad here, you are abroad. Many of you are abroad, but you have people in Nigeria. Even you have stake in Nigeria. Let's pray and work together and make sure the man succeeds until court says otherwise. I think we have to modulate our temper and our temperament here.
All right. Before I go to you guys, let me say thank you, Prof. It's not even I'm not encouraging anybody or discouraging anybody from supporting him or not supporting him. What I'm saying is that if you come to a public platform, people should, that's all my concern. People should respect each other and people should not use abusive words. That's all. I'm not pushing any agenda. Anybody who do not want to support him, you can come here and say it. If you support him, you can come here and say it. But it shouldn't be a situation where someone is being attacked for saying they are supporting Tinubu or they are not supporting Tinubu. Everybody should be free. All right, Jude.
Can I quickly respond to Professor? There's no legitimacy deficit here anywhere. There is none. Nigerians have voted this guy in. The court is being saturated with cases upon cases. Obi and all the other parties and Atiku as well. Let the court play itself out. There is no legitimacy crisis here. We have a president. Like you just said now, we don't know who are watching all around the world. We have a president. There's a president in the country now, and that's what it is. So if the court says otherwise, yes, let the court play itself out. But as it is today, there is a president in Nigeria. And to the point that Femi made, where he mentioned, quoted for the 6-point-something million barrels or whatever it is that we consume a day, I don't even believe that figure. I heard somewhere that it was 60 million. If that's the case, that means we are subsidizing all the African nations all around us. We need to take the bull by the horn right now. We need to bite the bullet. There is no other time. If we postpone it and say, oh, we should have a honeymoon period. We should have like a 3-month plan or 6-month plan or 9-month plan. Do you know what's going to happen between that interval? Those powerful cabals will go and pin this guy down and give him reasons to make him see why this thing should remain. We cannot keep subsidizing the rich people. It's painful. I do send money to my own parents every month. I've upped it for them. So maybe that's what we need to do as well as patriotic Nigerians. Let's support them more. If you're giving them 100,000 every month, add 50,000 to it. It's not going to kill you. We are abroad. Let's support our parents at home. Let's support our brothers and sisters for the survival of that country. Nigeria cannot go down because of some few people. No.
Dr. Damages, let me add to what you say and what Professor Nobilos actually said. Let me just a few seconds. Just a few seconds.
Jude is first.
Yeah, it's very important. Jude will allow me. Is my elder brother. So this is it, right? I appreciate the fact that we are trying to have a healthy and more respectful platform here, where we'll come together and share ideas without antagonizing each other. This is it. The people I respect so much, they watch this program. They also read the comment section. So if we have a policy that will restrain people from insulting one another on the platform, on the panelists here, we should also have same on the comment section. Because if maybe, well, let's say people that respect me so much come to the comment section and see where I'm responding to somebody that insulted my father and I'm equally insulting back, I don't think they will be happy with that. So let's maintain healthy conversation on the platform and also on the comment section. Let it be healthy everywhere. Do not come on the comment section and be a tiger, then you come on the screen here and you play angel. That is playing, double edge. And this is it. We're talking about the legitimacy issue here. It is only somebody who doesn't want to be sincere to himself who say that this election was free and fair. It is only somebody who lies to himself that will say that Tinubu won this election outright. Right? So there is a legitimate question, and that is why PDP and Labour Party is in the court challenging it. So, like Professor Nebula said, I will not support illegitimacy. If I don't vote for you, there is no way I will support you from day A to the last day. If you come to my house and steal as a criminal, and I take you to court, right? If the court case is going on, I will not respect you until you give me back my stolen item. So there is no way anybody will come and urge us to support Tinubu or respect him or see him as a president until court says otherwise. No, he stole our mandate. We are challenging it. So we will never support him. We will never say anything to support his government. In short, we even devise a way to pull his government down until he give us our mandate. Thank you.
When the court says otherwise,
no, the court, if the court says otherwise, that means the court is compromised. And that is why we should even go after the court and the criminal as well. Court is not the final bus stop. We have our own to fight for. We have our own strength to use to fight for what they stole from us.
Thank you.
Okay, Miloko.
Okay, let's get before.
Okay, you see, our brother Professor Nebulos, you see, one of the reasons why any well-meaning Nigeria that want Nigeria to move forward or that believe the possibility of a new and a better Nigeria would not support this illegitimate government as represented by Asiwaju Tinubu. Anybody that is supporting Tinubu, okay, that person is supporting evil. And it's only thief that can support a thief. And it's only armed robbers or drug addicts or things like that that can support people, you know, who are in that category. It is this same, well, please, 1 minute. It is this same attitude because the politicians have already known Nigerian. It is this same thing they keep doing every year in and year out, every election period, once they do their fraudulent practice and get in there, and once they have gotten in there, everybody will now say, okay, let us support. That is what has brought us to where we are today. But if we continue to reject this man and continue to put fire on the judiciary to do the right thing, which of course many of us, you and I know what is the right thing, that this thing will survive, okay? Let me tell you, there is no leader in this world that will be able to lead and make an impact who does not have these three essential ingredients that is involved in a good governance: empathy, compassion, and then ability to listen. And these three things is lacking in this same person we are talking about, as exemplified during the campaign period. This man never one day attended any discussion or listening to the people he's leading. He has never one day attended, and he believes it's all at all. He believes whatever, you know, he's so arrogant. Apart from being a drug lord, apart from all the vices that surrounds him, that you can't even trace where he comes from. There's no way that Nigeria can continue in this way. Because if you telling us that we should move on and support him, okay, come next year, do you think that Tinubu, if he survives and to the next term, anybody will be able to win him with the kind of person he is? He will legitimize corruption in electionary period, in electionary this thing, that nobody will be able to challenge him in 4 years. So we will now be put up with him for another 8 years. Come on now.
All right. Thank you, Jude. Thank you, Jude. Let me
Doctor, is it possible for you to caution people from calling the president a drug lord?
He's a drug lord. He's a drug lord.
Okay, Jude, hold on, guys. Let me say this. The first part of our conversation, first 2 hours of this show was wonderful. We were talking about subsidy and we were talking about what should we do, the solution and everything. It was something I could let them watch in Nigeria and say, you know, people on regular TV and radio to watch it. And this is views of Africans, our Nigerians abroad. But what I found out is that when we don't structure what we're doing, you know, based on topics, people go in tangents. Some people, it's always easy to do that. But I am trying that we get a structured program, not where we just go on tangents and repeat the same things that we all know. So as much as possible, that's what we're trying to get to. And we'll get there. And about what public officials are called, I we can't control. We really cannot do that, because that means that we will basically stopping people from speaking. What I worry about is about panelists, about our guests, about regular people, public officials, that we should be able to deal with that in the media space. And it's opinion. Nobody can handle that, can stop it. So what I'm going to do now is, I know a lot of people who are interested in talking. There are people who are waiting outside to join us. I'm going to move around people who have been here for a while. I'll move into the studio so that we get new voices to hear from them. But please bear with me. The new people, I see you. We welcome you to the show. Femo Lola, welcome to the show. Mask, welcome to the show. But before I let you guys speak, I see you. Let me just give people who have been here, they want to say something maybe before I remove them or move them somewhere. Electricity, go ahead. You came back. Whoa. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to challenge us here, please. With due respect to everyone, I recognize your status. I don't know where you are. So let's agree. Let's agree to disagree, or let's disagree to agree. I don't know which one comes first. The claim that the present government is illegitimate. Let's agree on that. Let's agree that those who said it's a drug lord, let's agree on that. For the purpose of argument, let's agree on all the negative aspects we've highlighted. Now, after agreeing on this, now, my question to us is, what are we going to do? What are you going to do about it? We've agreed now. Technically, we've agreed. So what are we going to do? It's a drug lord. We've agreed. His government is illegitimate. We've agreed. Whatever we've called him, I've agreed with you. Going forward, what do we do? I yield the floor back. Thank you.
KJ.
Thank you. Thank you, electricity.
Okay, you don't. My hand don't dey up since. My hand they pay me. You dey look like say you know they see her.
Mama Hecho, I was before
KJ,
you
go
now.
ahead.
All right. Electricity. Here is the fear. The fear is that we are gradually accepting anything in Nigeria. That's the fear. Tomorrow, public speakers, what they call them, motivational speakers, will say, once you say it, you can do it. The end does not justify the means, my brother. Once we get to a position where the end justifies the means, then we are totally destroyed as a society. We're not less agreeing that Tinubu, there's a court paper properly filed and documented that says these things. It's not that we're agreeing, and because we cannot do anything right now by our power, does not mean we should not discuss it. We are concerned about our children. Do you want me to tell my child tomorrow? Excuse me, hold on, sir. You asked, I want to answer you the way I understand it. When I was growing up, my father told me that the end does not justify the means. And that's why when you are doing mathematics, they show you to show your work. Now, if everybody wants to be president in Nigeria, stumbles into it, the governor stumbles into it, anyhow it is, as long as you can get the INEC person to pronounce you are a winner, and so it stands. Is that how we're going to build the society? The society that you are hoping that Nigeria will become better tomorrow. Nobody is saying that. Look, for all I care, Tinubu can be president. And I don't hate the man. Why should I hate him? Okay? But we cannot agree that a society made up of 200 million people, the largest society or gathering of a black people on earth, that we should just accept anything because the person has stumbled to get to that point. No, we should provide solution. And what is one of the solutions we're providing here is that the court, by all means, whether it takes the last man standing, they should declare illegality. Call a spade a spade. Put culpability where culpability is culpable. That's all. Is that what the lawyers say? So let's not say as if we don't know what to do.
I'm coming,
sir.
I think you are getting me wrong.
No, I'm not. See,
Okay.
mistake Nigerians make is that they tell you the sovereignty of Nigeria lies with National Assembly. No, the sovereignty of Nigeria lies with Nigerian people. We give you the sovereignty. We say go and represent us, and when we don't like you, we will say what you are doing is not right, and we can remove you. Let's not give people who are these people are serving us. We're not their servants. They are serving us. We elected them to serve us. We cannot now say, you know what, once you get there, que sera, sera. It is how it is. Go ahead. No, it is wrong, sir. Thank you.
Let me correct you there. I'm coming. Let me correct you there, please. If you're familiar with my rhetorics and with my campaign has been based on section 68 and section 110, which is recall. And that has been my campaign. I've never come here to say, let's accept this. The situation is on ground. I'm a realistic person. But we cannot come here every day and be calling Tinubu is already the president. And I know there's a court proceeding going on, and we have to allow the process to go ahead. I am not bothered about the court proceeding. I'm not bothered about the president. I state that for the record. I am bothered about our legislator. And I say what we can do is to reach out to people back at home so that they start to do what is needful. That is what we need to do. I'm not saying we should accept situation and fold our hands and do nothing. There is nothing you and I can do in respect to the court process. The process will take its own place as dictated by the court, not you and I. Yes, we can tell the judiciary to do the needful, but they have their own procedure they have to follow. You and I cannot dictate their timetable or their calendar for them. Now, I don't pray that the judgment come tomorrow. I voted for Peter Obi. I don't pray that the judgment come tomorrow not in favor of Peter Obi. But if it's not in favor of Peter Obi, what do we do next? I keep saying the same thing over and over and over again. You highlighted a point that we should do checks and balances. On who do we do the checks and balances on? On the president? No, it is not in our place for you and I to do. The legislative arm does checks and balance on the executive, while the citizen does checks and balance on the legislative arm, according to section 68 and section 110, and that is what I keep saying. I don't believe we should fold our hands. No, that is not what I am saying. I am saying going on forward to turn the nation around, let's do the needful until we visit that constitution. Many have come out to say, oh, the constitution is a fraud. Oh, the constitution doesn't support it. Listen, go and read it. The constitution 68 and 110 is for you and I, not for the legislative arm, not for the president, not for the foreigner. It's for you and I. I yield the floor. Rudolph, can you put me on backstage, please? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mama Icho, you're next.
You see, when we now celebrate illegality, there is a big problem. When, as a nation, what we are teaching our younger generation from this very election is to accept illegality, then we have a bigger problem. So if we know that our children are listening to us, and if we love them, and we want a better society for them, please, let us call a spade a spade. The president on ground is an illegal president until the court come up with their verdict to say it is otherwise. So let us not come here and say, oh, it is good, let us move on. Move on where? I am ashamed. I am ashamed of being in Nigeria as at this time. I'm ashamed of being in Nigeria before the election. And I am ashamed after the election. Because they've not defined to me what the little book I read for inside government that says democracy is the government of the people, for the people, by the people. They have not demonstrated to me that there are 3 arms of government and they are meant to checkmate each other. They've not done that. And the people that are even doing it, they are part of Nigeria of old. where when they travel to America, 1,000 Naira was bigger than American money. Those are the people depriving me and my children and my grandchildren. When I mean my children, I am talking of the Nigerian youth. When I mean my grandchildren, I am talking of the children when they don't born. Una, they deprive us. So instead of us comparing old Nigeria to new Nigeria, we are comparing it with America and UK. That we were better than. I am ashamed. I am ashamed of this evil, this impunity, and this legality. So do not force it to the throat of myself and my children. For your information, Mr. Sam, it is not all Nigeria that rigged this election for him. 98, at least 70% of Nigeria voted for obedience. So do not press it in our throat and
That's
say,
not correct. That's not correct.
I'm at your break. I didn't interrupt you when we were talking.
All right. So, Mama Icho, we have to move on. We have to go back to the topic.
And I'm rounding up to say, it is not all Nigeria that rigged the election for this illegal man to be there. Did you understand me? So swallow that bitter pill. Next time when you face me, use the right language of those who rigged him, and do not drag my children who did not rig him, who voted for Mr. Peter Obi. Do not drag them into this your narrative. It will not stand. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So let's welcome new voices here. Master, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, please. We can hear you, Master. All right, we skip you. We go to number 6, Field. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages.
Okay.
And good day to everyone.
Yeah.
Very important, Dr. Damages. You're doing a great job.
Thank you. I don't know.
Sustaining this debate.
In
fact, it's so awesome. People with different opinions coming together every day. Sustaining this debate is very important. So let us tolerate everybody regardless of what their positions are. I want to talk about the fuel subsidy. It beats my imagination that we want it removed. Some people want it removed. The World Bank and the rest of those, they want it removed. I mean, is that the only economics that we could use to sustain our nation? Because there are a lot of places that I believe that cost could be cut and money could be generated in that economy. Like the cost of running government, like all the theft in the oil industry. And if they say this is not going through the border, why can't the Nigerian state guard its borders if they are serious about, just like, let's not go too far. Let's take it like your own home. Are you going to let one of your doors broken and you won't fix it? And you have your children sleeping every day with a broken door? We should begin to look at it in that very level. That's what I think. Okay, when they say they want subsidizing the petroleum, they are subsidizing the wealthy, like they say those are car owners. Okay, what other options do you have for everybody that owns cars in Nigeria? Is not a rich person, obviously. What is the option? The transportation system is so poorly developed. And this is not about developing and underdeveloped economies. Even in the developed economies, like where I stay in the US, the public transportation is so poorly developed, and they just live like that. So every other person, you just have to get a car and just go about your business. So just like in Nigeria, mention one state has a good public transportation system. Just mention one state. There's none. So what is the palliative? Even if you say palliative, what is government going to do? Can somebody just think, what can they do about it? Just take transportation for just transportation. What can they do? In Lagos, you can't even move from point A to point B, even with a car. Not public transportation in Lagos is nothing to write about. So what are they going to do? You're going to put more buses. You're going to build more buses. So I think they should leave the subsidy as it is. This is the only thing that the poor people are benefiting from government. They should find a way of raising money and cutting costs in so many other places, like the presidential jets, convoys. You know, the corruption that goes on in every system in society. So that's my position on the subsidy. Subsidy should remain. In fact, petrol should be even more cheaper for the people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, number 6 field. Before you came on, we actually talked about details about the situation that the government is in, why they had to remove subsidy. We also mentioned that all the candidates for this during the election, they all promised, they all said they have to, because there's no option really for the government. When you say cutting the cost of governance, it's not something you can do overnight, and you can't cut trillions out of that cost of governance. Even if you close down the Senate, close down the House of Rep, you still don't have 1 trillion that you are going to put into to continue the subsidy.
But Dr. Damian, there has to be sincerity of purpose.
Oh yeah, no, there are other things to be talked about, but the point is that the solution is not thinking that there is an easy way out.
There's no easy way out, but the first thing shouldn't be just punishing the masses.
Yeah, you have a point there. That's why we're having this conversation. We're trying to find solutions. Sometimes it doesn't have to come from the government. They may not have any solution. It may come from someone here. So that's why we want to be solution oriented and not just ranting. And hopefully by next week we'll come back to the point where we bring out a section of the show just for ranting, so that people can have opportunity to rant. But let me welcome Gozika to the show for the first time. Gozika, welcome to the show.
Good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening, everyone in the studio.
Yeah. Good evening, welcome. All these people who are in America and in Britain and in Europe, everywhere, enjoying, talking about oil, fuel subsidy and things like that. But you are in Nigeria. You know what happened to you yesterday, today, or what will happen to you tomorrow. Tell us, what are we missing? What is the situation?
I can only say that my hiking experience is paying off. I am doing the trek of my life this period. I'm doing a lot of trekking because I cannot come and kill myself. Can you imagine a place that you normally go for, as in, if you take a public transport, they will charge like 200, let's say, because Enugu, I live in Enugu, is known for one thing. The accommodations are pricey, but the transportation is relatively cheap. That's one thing Enugu is known for. But imagine I don't know if you know Enugu, the main market of where I live, where I currently live, because I'm moving. Where I currently live, previously I used to go to the market with 150 transportation. So going and coming, I'd go with 300 and I'll go to the market and come back. But since this fuel subsidy, you will carry 300 Naira. They beg these people to enter bus, overfilled bus, and they will do guides. And it's even funny because our current governor, during the campaign, he has a filling station. He has filling stations, Pinnacle filling station. During the campaign and the whole fuel, there was a time there was fuel scarcity prior to the election. His filling station was one of the only filling stations selling at normal price. And then we were bantering about it the other day. Somebody said, let's go and check if Pinnacle is selling at NNPC price. And of course they are not. He's not the governor, so no need to do us favors anymore. He cannot do us anyhow he likes. But the truth is that no matter how tough it gets, this is one policy that needs to be implemented. I know most people do not act, and I don't know if you know this, but people do not realize what is going on. I've gotten a couple of calls in the last week, and somebody was asking me, "Netinyere ego na fuel." That means that they heard that they put money in fuel. No. They removed a part of the money that the government was supposed to be paying for citizens in purchasing fuel. Person was like, oh, I thought they removed, they added money to fuel. I said, no, they removed the incentive they used to give us for fuel. So that is what is going on. The person is like, okay, the story around here is that they put money in fuel. I said, no, that's not what happened. So people do not even understand. And I'm wondering what our National Orientation Agency.
All right. Ngozika, we can't hear you anymore unless anybody can hear her. I can't hear her. All right. Ngozika, you may have to join us again. We can't hear you. Let me welcome. Where is Max? He's out again. All right. Man of Prestige. It's been a while we heard from you. I'll go to Forefathers next. Well, Man of Prestige, Wayne.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I spoke in very little on this removal of subsidy. Don't we have about 2 or 3 more topics to cover, right? Are we going to cover it today? What time is it right now?
Oh yeah, there are three more topics. Someone brought us back to the subsidy. But I just want to,
Okay, let me speak a little bit. Dr. Rudolph, when I was in the car driving, you show a map of Africa that showed that we are paying more, when it comes to gas than any other country in Africa. It's not even close. But that's a false equivalence. The reason why I say that is that
hold on. You say we're paying more, we're paying less.
No, I'm sorry, we are paying less, way less. It's not even close compared to any other country that I know, that I don't know about the whole world, but any other country that I've seen, in Africa, not to mention US anyway. But that's a false equivalent. The reason why I'm saying is that other countries, they have electricity. But remember, when you come to Nigeria, we don't have electricity. Everything, is under electricity. Whatever you do in Nigeria is under electricity. So those people, they don't have that problem like we have. I don't know, even country like Ghana, Togo, all of them, they have light. Kenya have, 24/7 light. So that's not, that wouldn't be right to show that, So the problem I have with this fuel subsidy, it needs to be removed. But Tinubu did it at the wrong time, because I think he's trying to make a bold statement that I'm president. I like to be bold in what I'm doing. So he's coming in as try to make a bold statement. That wouldn't have been the right time to make it. Like I said, I watched the speech later. I wasn't impressed, but that's not the issue right now. So that was the wrong speech that he made for bringing the fuel subsidy at that time, knowing the kind of Nigeria we are, the orientation that we have in Nigeria, that whenever you make a statement, the word of a president carry a lot of weight. Even in America, where we are right now, when the president speak about, you see what happened yesterday, the stock market went up to 700 and something because of, them passing everything, and this president spoke. So the word of a president carry a very heavy weight when it comes to the economy of the country and how the country operates. He shouldn't have made that statement. I don't know, because people tend to say, he was very good when he was in Lagos and everything. I'm not privy to that, so I'm not here to narrate about that. Remember, you are governing Nigeria. Nigeria is a big country. Nigeria is not Lagos. So, I wish him well. Like I said, I don't believe, he's a well-elected, person. He's a selected president, in my opinion. So that is a wrong measure to take at this time. But the fuel subsidy definitely need to be removed. And from my own understanding, there's no provision that was set aside for this fuel subsidy. So I don't know how they're going to manage it, and everything is going to skyrocket. It's going to affect all aspects of Nigerian economy, inflation and everything. That's what people don't realize. It's not just the fuel that is affecting. All aspects of Nigerian economy is going to affect them. So let people be aware of that issue. Thank you.
All right, thank you. One quick things before we go to Forefathers. Jonaba is driving, so we're not going to let him in. So some people are wondering why we're not letting them in. If you are driving, we won't let you in. If you're lying on the bed, like OC, or we saw you, but you were lying on your bed and you're not even putting on shirts. Nobody. So the law says we shouldn't bring you in. So if
I'm out of the bed now.
No, I know.
I know.
You will speak. I just wanted to make it clear, because some people may be wondering, why is that happening? Why am I back in the
No,
backstage.
I'm here to speak and go away because I don't want to be a panelist. I know it's forefather. Forefather want to talk. Forefather, please, can I take your quota system, please? I just want to chip us out and go away.
Okay, go ahead, OCO.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I'm here just to address our brother Sam. Sam, see, those that live in glass house, they don't throw stone. He had thrown so many stones. Even while I was lying on the bed, the stone you threw there got to me. And that's why I came here to tell you what you did to Kene. I don't know Kene. I met all you guys here. It's not nice. You don't disrespect. I was reading your comment. in the comment section. And that's why I was even about to propose to Dr. Damage. It's unfortunate we don't know ourselves. Mental issue is a serious issue. We should know our mental state of mind before we come online to say some certain things. You don't just go and insult people and come to the Papane and build a sense. I was afraid to see whether it's you or you are throwing that is doing that. That is completely unacceptable. Be a man that has two balls. When you saw something in the comment section, don't come to Dr. Damage and present yourself as a saint. And Dr. Damage was behaving like the North Korean president. He didn't want to investigate. He just started conking people out. No, that's not allowed. No, I'm coming. Tinubu as a person, I am making myself again. I supported Obi. But if Tinubu can redeem Nigeria, for me, I don't have any issue with that. But where I have issue with Tinubu, each time I make up my mind, say, let's move on, because some people get offended with that word, let's move on. I pay attention. This is the first time I didn't pay attention to Trump. I didn't pay attention to Buhari the way I'm paying attention to the Tinubu. No, with all due respect. I listened to Tinubu not with biased mind. To hear what this man was saying, with all due respect, that man is unprepared. And why did I say so? I remember the promises this guy did on how to tackle security. I have the video. What I did with Tinubu, I'm like a student of Tinubu. I'm following everything he's saying. Even what than the way I'm following Obi. Tinubu said he has a blueprint of how he will tackle security. He said it even in Chatham House. Then 2 days ago, I was disappointed. When Tinubu met with chiefs, go and watch it. He met with the security chiefs. That internet was not a problem. The same Tinubu that said he will do this, he will dedicate. He now tell them, the security, that they should go and print out the blueprint. Why would you be saying that to Nigeria? I feel that the man, for me, insulted our intelligence. You don't tell us that you have the blueprint of security. And when you make a so-called chief of service, you now turn around and telling them to go and develop the blueprint of how to solve the insecurity of Nigeria. That is, it tells me that the man was just there to get the vote, and he has already gotten the power. I don't have issue with that. But when some people say we should pay for the I don't know that was Sam or Professor Nebo said, some of us are making a contribution. We should make contribution, send money to our people back home. My brother, I cannot bear the consequence of what criminals who are still alive, what sacrifice has Ibori made? What sacrifice has Tinubu made? These guys have some billions of dollars in their account, and I'm really struggling to make a living in the United States, and you are telling me that I should sacrifice the little I have to my people back home. I'm making the sacrifice alone. All I'm saying that charity begins at home. When Peter B said that I'm not gonna take, I will lead by example. I'm going to do this. Let Tinubu tell us how they want to make the own sacrifice. You cannot go and borrow money from China. You cannot go and collect all the debt from the past government, which you are past and parcel. Why did I say Tinubu is past and parcel? APC, if you don't know, I follow APC very closely. The same blueprint, their manifesto wrong with Buhari, that was the same thing. Tinubu did not change it. APC said they were going to remove fuel subsidy. It's in their manifesto. The problem with us that we don't read. My brother, I read so that when I talk to people, I will not look stupid. APC promised that they're going to remove this subsidy. Go and read that article. I wish time would permit us. I would have shared it here. They did not have any defined part of how they will generate fund. All they say palliative. What is palliative? They started hearing palliative and they start using that word. So see, when we are dealing with people, and I'm glad that everybody's watching us, I'm not here to sound ignorant or to say that I don't know much. But I follow people by their words. And that's why I love video. I store video. I have my cloud where I store the thing that matters to me. And whenever I'm playing these people, like if, with all due respect, when you play somebody like Feni Kayane, oh my, you start laughing. This guy says something today, in the morning they're saying another thing, and it makes you to go crazy. And these are the kind of people we have as leaders. Okay, now, talking about what my sister was talking about, removing there's no proper education. I agree with her to a great extent. Are you going to educate people on what you know or what you don't know? If it's only when you understand what you are going to educate people that you educate them. So when a blind man is telling you something, they are saying some of them in government do not know what it's all about. So I can go on and on, but all I'm trying to say that you don't just come online and start defending a man who lifetime ambition is to be the president. As for me, it's not prepared. If people is prepared, I pray that he will succeed. But for now, that man doesn't look to me that he's prepared to take Nigeria anywhere. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Forefathers.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, personally, I am for anything that offers stability for the country. And because I think what we need most is time to develop. And when people are trying to say that all those people that support Peter Obi should move on, or kind of, ridicule them, I don't understand what they want. I have said it before. They are for doing the right thing. You want them to go and start rioting on the streets and causing problems. They are following the process. If somebody is following the law, how can you possibly tell them to deviate from that? You are the one that is at fault for asking them to ignore the law. Especially if they believe, and there's evidence emerging, at least with Rivers State, that something went wrong there. I don't understand the logic that says you should ridicule people for doing that. When you ask people, oh, don't go and investigate it, let's just move on. What kind of future are you creating in the country? You are going to create a situation whereby it's going to lead to instability, because sooner or later, one injustice after the other, one injustice you are going to create anarchy. That's the kind of stuff that leads to anarchy eventually, and you are not going to have any shop. That led us to this point. What am I saying? It led us to this point. Nigeria should be one of the most stable countries in the world. The way it should have been designed to be the most stable country in terms of the blacklisted countries on earth, because we need one of the major countries in Africa to be very stable. I would have encoded into the constitution to have a rotational system of government. I would have done it in such a way that the center is no longer valuable. Government is boring. Because Nigeria is such an important country that it needs to be extremely stable. And that is what I think Nigerians should be thinking about. And if somebody is following the law, not tearing the street up, not destabilizing the state, what do you want? Why are you discouraging them from doing that? That is what you want to do. And Peter Obi is setting a good example, because if there are some people, they'll be saying inflammatory things. They may not call openly for protests, but they'll be saying inflammatory things that will lead the country to be unstable. Those people that got people to go and burn shops up, that divided people along tribal lines, and now we are saying, oh, let's just move on and go with them. How can we support this type of behavior? We really need to think about some of the things we are saying, whether it's for the greater good of our societies. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Forefathers. Femo Lala, you're next. I know you tried to speak the last time.
Yeah, I was talked out. I don't know what happened. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. You see, all what everybody is saying since, is well understandable, but I will address that of Sam O. You see, sometimes because you are happy today or you are enjoying life where you live, maybe in America or in London, does not mean other people are enjoying. Maybe if you have $10 or $20 you can send to your family, does not mean other people can send to their family. The Bible says, because some of you quoted Bible, that who shall ascend the hill of the Almighty? He who has a clean hand. There's no how Tinubu can address all those things because the man has no clean hand. Yesterday I was watching UK Ibori. All of them went there to see him. You can't keep recycling people and you think the country will move forward. And you cannot checkmate them. Let's face the reality. I listened to Obi campaign. I'm a Yoruba man, not an Igbo. The man said, in as much the head did not steal, there's no skeleton in his cupboard, there's no how people under him can steal. Okay, look at Bajabi Amila, look at the whole family, look at the wife. All of them has gone, they are being in the service, circulating themselves. And you now think the man will do well. We should face the reality. Let's build our house. Let Nigeria be built on a right foundation, not on a wrong foundation. I believe, well, if God says he's going to do it well, he will do it well. Okay, look at the vice president who says restructure my food. He has not even entered in his campaign. He was saying restructuring my food. Are you telling me that person has good intention for Nigeria? They don't have good intention. What I only advise us here is that we should watch the way we see things. I told some of my platform here in Canada, I told them, if Tinubu has won, why can't you go back home and join him? All of them say, no. What are we now saying? It's better when if you have human sympathy and human feeling, you will believe that the guy, he might try, he may not try, but let the truth and the reality be prevailed. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I'll let Ngozika finish up her thoughts. I know she was frozen. Ngozika, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was saying that there's a lot of misinformation and lack of proper understanding of what is going on. And I think that in itself is a problem because when you have a bunch of people who do not understand what is going on, what the policy is all about, they will go about it the wrong way. You have people hoarding fuel, thinking there's a scarcity of fuel, hoarding it, and the next thing now you start hearing about fire outbreaks and things like that. So I really think that before some of these things are made public, before some of these policies are implemented, and Nigeria has a very funny history of not thinking policies through, they should just try to carry the public along, knowing fully well that the number of people who do not have access to news, to mainstream news are large. These people, you need to break down the news to a level they can understand. So you don't have people thinking there's something else going on and acting according to their thoughts instead of acting exactly to what is going on. So that's my thoughts on the fuel subsidy. And I'm telling you for a fact that if we are able to endure this, I'm not a fan of Tinubu, everybody knows that. But if we're able to push through with this fuel subsidy thing removal, it is for our own good. They should have allowed these people do it in 2012 when they wanted to do it. And if we get it right, if we do it and we push through this time around, it is for our own good. How we're going to do it, I don't know. But I just think it's for our own good. I know it's for our own good because of the money they budget. Because this whole money they budget, another angle is when they budget this money, do they actually use it for fuel subsidy? You and I know the answer. It ends up in the pocket of a few. So why not just scrap everything and let everybody be all right?
All right, thank you. I'll go to Sam, but before then, I want to hear Jonaba. Jonaba.
Where are we now?
Very good question. We're everywhere. I think we may have to switch to, that's a good way to switch to the next topic, which is about the President Tinubu and his appointments so far, or lack of appointments so far, and what we are seeing online. So the question is, where is that coming from? Jonab, I think it's from you. I'm sorry. All right. So the question is, what do you think about the appointments he made so far? And do you feel that were you expecting him to have made more appointments by now? What is responsible for the delays, and who are the people around him? So these are some of the questions around appointments. And along the same line, I think we should talk about the wife, Remi Tinubu. We saw her attending meetings, security meetings, beside the president. Is that normal? Is that the new normal? Is that what we are going to expect? Did we get buy one and got two? Did we get the president and got Remi also as co-president?
Is he a side? Only by her husband's side?
What is going on? I mean, this is a serious issue. I actually asked that question to Alex Kaba, who is a reporter and is in Abuja, and he gave an answer. I'll play that along the way. But yeah, because whatever you say, we have to hold people we elected accountable. And if we did not elect someone, how do we hold the person accountable if they are playing oversized role or roles that are not constitutional? All right, so let's start. Where does Jonaba?
Okay.
Jonaba, your line is. I'm sorry. You have to come back, Jonaba. Let me go to Sam. Sam, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So as regards the appointment, this guy's just been in the office less than 7 days. I think the problem with Nigeria is we are too in a haste. Let's calm down. Let's hold on and see how things are going to pan out. So the ministers, when those are going to be, the list of the ministers are going to be read out to the public. It's not now. We still have the Senate that's not being convened for the 10th Assembly now, where there'll be a proclamation for that to be done, and the list of the ministers will be sent across to them for to approve of them. As regards the president's wife, it was never in that meeting. That was a Photoshop. And I expect you're a journalist. These are the things that we need debunking. There are some times I listen in the background. I don't want to come on air, but there are some things I hear because we don't know who is actually listening to us. The people listening to us here, they are not all Nigerians. Some other people are here listening to us. That photo was Photoshop. She was never in a Security Council meeting. That I can tell you 100%. Go and verify that, like Peter Obi used to say. As for Gbajabia Miller, it's been a long time coming. We've always seen him with the president. I, for one, think he's fit for that position, but I would have loved if it was Fashola that was there. But I think Fashola is a bit tired. He needs some rest now. Nigeria, we've got abundance of talent in the north, in the east, everywhere in Nigeria. So it's not like it's peculiar that it must be someone, but that's my preference. And that's my preference. And but he has chosen Gbajabia Miller, so we're going to work with what he has chosen for himself. Remember, the chief of staff should be the closest person to the president. So as for the deputy chief of staff, that's the one that works with the vice president, the former attorney general in Jigawa State, former deputy governor twice in that state, is a current senator, I believe, and is going to be working with Shetima. And for the George Akume, I actually wanted El-Rufai in that position, if you ask me. El-Rufai is a ruthless guy who is so disruptive in a good way, in that sense. It's going to bring some reforms to the civil service in the federation, but unfortunately, it's been given to George Akume, a former Benue governor. He's been there in the Senate for a long time as well. These are the foot soldiers for Bola Tinubu in the North Central. I never believed Bola Tinubu will win for state in the North Central. But what you need to understand is, as much as you want technocrats, you need politicians as well. Bola Tinubu, from what he is playing out now in his game as a politician, he's already planning for 2027. These are the people that he needs in all of these states. That's the way he works, and he doesn't forget people. If he has promised you something, he's going to give it to you. I'll tell you a story of this national youth, what's it called, of APC. I can't remember his position, Dayo Israel. He was slugging it out with a friend of mine, Olusegun Olusegun was told to step down for him. On that night of the convention, that guy busted into tears crying. I actually funded the guy as well. That's my friend. So I know the story I'm telling you very well. He was angry about it. He stepped down for Dio Israel. To be honest, when I actually saw Dio Israel in action, I thought to myself, like, man, this guy is actually fit for this role. Do you get it? So the news got to Bola Tinubu and told him, don't worry, I'll remember you. In a couple of days now, this guy will be mentioned as part of the SSA to the president. He's just 32 years old. So as you have said, he wants youth around him, he wants women around him. We're going to see all of this play out in a couple of days. So we should not be in a rush. It's not too slow. All what we need at the moment, because the cabinet is not set yet, all what we need at the moment is what he has pronounced on that day. We want our foreign, our foreign exchange in Nigeria to be singular. We don't want a parallel market and an official market. That's very key. And it's spoken to the economy as well. So what else do we want? I mean, about the appointment, those are natural things that will fall in place. So that's what I think.
All right. Thank you, Sam. We have on the next topic will be on the...
Can I give a 20-second response to what?
Yeah, hold on. We'll get to that. I just wanted to mention that the idea of merging the two exchange rates is the next thing that we're going to discuss. Okay, go ahead. Where do I go next? This is your whole time. If you go in, forefathers, go ahead. It says 30 seconds.
Yes. It's not going to even be up to. I think, Samo, the way you analyze stuff, you sound like somebody that has been part of the system and somehow have become lost in it. Because there is something that you have to think about when you are talking about these things. Just because it's loyal, somebody can be loyal and building a terrible team. That's in terms of that is not in the interest of the nation. So where is all these things you're talking about in the interest of the nation? That's what I think you may seriously want to be considering when you are doing your own analysis. Thank you.
All right. Electricity, you're next.
Yes, in further buttressing what forefather said. Mr. Sam, first and foremost, let me agree with you on one thing that Remi Tinubu was not in that meeting. However, I am going to tell you, if time allows me, the role Remi Tinubu is playing. That aside. Now, when you say Bola Tinubu keep promises, at what expense or at whose expense? At the expense of the nation? When Tinubu said Emilokan, it's called a gentleman's agreement that was entered into. As such, that agreement has to be kept at the expense of the entire nation. I listened to you carefully, and I respect you trying to correct the record in respect to the Remi Tinubu not being there. But after that, everything you said, it actually throws me off. I have to be honest with you, because all these promises is keeping is at the expense of the nation. It's at the expense of the people. And that is where we have what we are today. People making gentleman's agreement at the expense of the citizens, and we are where we are today. Please, with due respect, I'm not going to say you're insulting people's intelligence. You are only hearing your own opinion or your view. And I think we have to start to do pushback.
Can you in good conscience say these appointments are not worthy?
No, they are not, with due respect.
That's your opinion then. So.
Rewarding people is not an appointment. Rewarding people is not an appointment, Mr. Man.
Gbajamiala was the
Dr.
Speaker
Damages,
of the House.
you are supposed to go turn by turn, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Ibori, all those people is appointing.
Number six.
Damages. Make you change this topic.
Okay, it's my turn now.
All right, Dr. Damage, I yield the floor.
Hold on, guys. Number 6. You see the way
I yield the floor. I yield the floor back.
I've been called a dictator because I'm removing people.
All right.
Say if I enforce the law, it's exactly the way it's written.
What exactly is the topic now?
we're talking about appointments and what we're seeing. For instance, I know Sam didn't mention this. There was an incident that happened where I think it was the Alake that was addressing the answering questions, and people were wondering, why is he answering questions? Who is he? It was somebody, I think somebody was making the comments. Who is he? Now, a position like AIDS, like spokesperson for the president, it doesn't need the Senate to approve it. It should be easy to appoint. Why is that not? Why hasn't it happened? And there was this story that he was appointed to that position, and then they came out and said it was not true. The media reported it based on what FK Fani Kayode posted on his Twitter. So the question is this: these are important positions that they don't even need the Senate to get approval for them to, and you need it to function. So who do you go to in the country now to hear the view or correct something or hear what is going on from the presidency? That's the thing. KJ, go. Oh, a field number 6. Go ahead.
So now, my position is: this was the first time in Nigeria that we are feeling this level of illegitimacy, like a government that is lacking legitimacy, like a crisis of legitimacy. We might have had it even during the military, but it was not felt like this. Why is it so felt? It's because Nigerians invested so much in this process. For the first time, Nigerians were so invested. That is why, if you up till now, the debate is still raging. Regularly, Nigerians would have moved on. So, because Tinubu didn't come into office legitimately, this is my opinion, there is no way his appointments are going to be sensible. Why? Because he has a lot of people to pay. He has a lot of people, to grant favors. Yesterday, I learned somebody like Governor Wike went to visit him. In this present day Nigeria, Governor Wike should be history. But if Governor Wike is still relevant,
number 6, why? Why should they be history? Explain.
Because he's part of the old order that we're trying to do away with.
Why?
I mean, Governor Wike is the least.
Give you the impression, did Tinubu tell you he was going to do away with the old order? When he's supporting Akpabio to be the Senate president, when you have Lawan hanging around him, what gave you the impression that he's going to do away with the old order?
I'm not even saying if he's going to give him an appointment. What I'm saying is that if Tinubu was serious and he's going to fall into the same mistake that Donald Trump made, he ought to divorce himself. If he has good advisors, he ought to divorce himself completely from these people.
Number 6, I know that we do this all the time, when we are outside in the real political situation, war that they live in. Without Wike, do you think he will have won, at least on paper, the River State? He wouldn't. So why do you think he will now want to walk away from Wike? Wike can come out and say, this is what I did. This is how you won the election. That you did not actually win this election. I did this. I bribed this. But, he could do that. If that becomes this.
Well, even if Governor Wike comes out and says Tinubu did not win the state, it's of no relevance. Governor Wike is not a court. Tinubu has won already. So that is of no basis right now, except he goes to court and trying to prove it. But what I'm saying is that you asked a question, Dr. Damages. Let me learn. What I'm saying in essence is that because Tinubu suffers a crisis of legitimacy, I personally do not expect any magic that is going to perform as regards his cabinet, because he has a lot of people to pay. So
all right.
So that is it.
All right, thank you. Someone could say that when Obasanjo came in, he had to pay people. When Jonathan came in, he had to pay people. It's part of appointments. But that's not the question. It wasn't even about whether he was paying people, but it was why the delay and who are the people you're expecting, and
it's part of the delay because there's so many people that are craving these positions because of what they did for him. legitimately or otherwise, to get into power.
All right, thank you, Field. Number 6. Let's go the other way. I thought we were going towards AJ. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Sam, if you had told us earlier on that you actually sponsored a candidate, maybe we'll be a little bit not hard on you. We'll have left you alone because we know where you stand. But you didn't say that, so it's good that we heard that, so we can now properly situate you. Okay, having said that, I think that for me, Remi is actually a help. I mean, is a needed dosage, especially for a president like Tinubu at this hour. Okay, so it's better for her to be there to try and safeguard. A lot of things go down in that that street. And then it is a bit shocking for me, for a man who has prepared all his life to be president, and after you are now sitting on the saddle, you're not able to, just like he said, from the first day you start running, you hit the ground running, the second day you continue running, and the third day you never stop running. So, but right now it's like he's not even running at all. Remember that he took 2 weeks or 3 to go to France, where he went to fine tune his appointment and his strategy. Okay, and right now we are back and we're still waiting. And the only appointment he has come up with so far, very impressive, is Akume. Okay, is Badami Amila. And Sam, you said something between Badami Amila, or whatever his name is, and Fashola. You think Fashola is tired and Badami is not? That's strange for me, because I think that every Nigerian, irrespective of tribe, think that Fashola is a very intelligent person, and I think so too. And I think he has more fire than that other guy called Speaker. Okay, so I would have thought that it would be the other way around and not the way it is. However, I don't expect, and you guys have said that Tinubu is very good in placing people on the right people at the right time. I thought by now, if I was the one, I would have come. By now everything should be running, because the more time is taking, the more it becomes more difficult to appoint anybody. So I think again, but of course, Dr. Damage, let us not forget that there have been some appointments that we didn't understand. His daughter became the Elo general, what do you call it, of the Nigerian market woman. Okay, and the other one I'm expecting this week will be that of Elsu Olumo, and the first son, who will be the first son general also. They all be having offices in Nigeria. Those are some of the things that we're talking about here. He comes into this office with a lot of baggage, and that is not going to play out easily. And just like Dr. Damage have said, many alliances and agreements were made. You can't now wake up and say, okay, Ibori, you helped me, but now I want to distance from you. No, you have to deal with Ibori every day. You have to deal with all of them. I have to make sure that all of them are taken care of. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll get everybody. So let's get that clear. I'll get everybody, but let me just see how the direction I go. Ngozika, let me go to you, then I'll go the other way. I'll come to you, man of prestige next. Ngozika, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I just wanted to say that I hope we don't have a worse first lady that we did with Aisha. That will come and cry foul in the morning, and then by night she's sitting at the table dishing more ready for us. I just hope we don't have it worse with Remi. And I wanted to point out something Mr. Sampo said. The mention of Dayo Israel. He's the APC youth president, the one that went on to sew uniform, military-like uniform, and actually had an army. This is the person, Mr. Sampo, is telling us that that Tinubu made a good decision of putting his cabinet. And I kept saying this during the campaigns and elections, that all these people that were willing to do everything, snatch it, grab it, and run away with it, are so bent on doing that, and taking those orders and carrying it through, because they know we're going to be rewarded. And this is what is happening. He's paying them back for job well done. Because if not, I do not see any reason why Dayo Israel should even get close to that list. Not to mention the fact that during the electioneering, I remember most people protested the Muslim tickets, and a lot of people were like, "Oh, it doesn't matter, competence here and there." There you have it. The chief of staff is Muslim. His deputy is Muslim. President Muslim. Vice president Muslim. I don't know about you, but being a Christian in Nigeria is an extreme sport, and to have almost everyone at that level being on the other divide, it is scary, especially for Christians who are being killed every single day. It is scary. It's like having no one in your corner, no one from your own faith in the room. When things are discussed, when issues that bothers you are discussed, nobody from your own faith there. It is scary, and I think it should not be encouraged. You can shake your head from now till tomorrow. It is scary. And I don't think any Christian who said it's not scary is being truthful to themselves.
All right. Thank you.
George Akuma is a Christian, for your information.
All right. Let me go to Austin. Oh, man of procedure. Sorry. I think you're next. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Dr. Rudolph, I wanted to ask you a question. Because some made a statement that about the that's a photo shot. Has that been authenticated? You're a media guy.
I'm not sure why I didn't respond to that. Is that I did not investigate it. I did not. I just know that people were
yeah. The reason why I'm making that statement is I have some of the media, I've had some of the real media, make the same statement that they made the statement that nothing was that it was true. So I don't know where some got it.
What I want to check is that whether there are two things that are possible. Before a president, even in America here, before they have meetings, some serious meetings, they let the media come in and take pictures and take videos, and then they send the media out and they have the meeting. So that's a different thing. So what I would want to know, and I need time to be able to figure that out, is whether she was actually there for the photo op, the pictures, and then she left for the meeting to happen, or that someone put her inside the room. I don't know. So it's something.
But regardless, that's the breaking of protocol. It doesn't really matter. I'm not saying it happened. So we need to verify that before we can comment on that. I mean, the media.
Yeah, we'll do that. I didn't think that anybody could have done that, but I would look into that. I saw the video that was, but I didn't think that people could have gone to that point to make a point. But
okay,
I get that. Yeah.
Okay. That may be the case, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, Remi would be like Yaradua wife. The diseased Yaradua wife. You all know what happened during Yaradua time. The lady was covering Yaradua. I mean, the wife was covering him everywhere. Everywhere Yaradua go. She's the person probably speaking for Yaradua. So I expect her to be in that form. So, but anyway, let's go to what Sam said about. Well, let me begin. Election has consequences. So Tinubu can pick whomever he wants. To run his cabinet. So it doesn't really matter. That's part of the election. Whether he pick anybody he wants, it's all the same thing. So it doesn't really matter to me. He's going to run the presidency the way he wants to run. So we shouldn't come here and cry whether it's this Galamila or anybody that he pick. That's his prerogative to run the country the way he sees fit. I don't have any issue with that, because even at all, look at his antecedents. That get to show you that he take to repay people that has done people for him, like people like Wike and everybody. Wike probably going to be in his cabinet, but I don't know in what form. So we shouldn't be surprised if ever all those people that help him, like Sam, properly stated. And I think let me state it. I'm not going to insult you, Sam, but I think some of the statements you made, the statement, not you, in my opinion, is kind of a moronic statement. And I think you are a spy of APC or whatever or Tinubu. That's my opinion, and I stand by it. So I'm not. You can make your opinion, and I consider it to be moronic. Okay, notwithstanding. So he was saying that Tinubu is going to favor everybody. Is that the way to run? Is that the way to run the country? But like I said, the election has consequences. If you decided to go that way, let it be, and that's the way. That's what we find ourselves. The people that voted for him, it's all good. I mean, he's the president, but to me, he's an selected president. It doesn't mean he's still going to be any president. And I don't think anything is going to come out from the tribunal. So let's not just waste time. In that country called Nigeria, when has judiciary ever made the proper ruling? So he's our president to be. So let's take it and see how it goes from here. Thank you.
All right.
The Photoshop was actually done by obedience, so that needs to be taken into cognizance as well.
Okay.
Mr. Sam with the accusations.
I'll see you
Okay,
next.
I don't know. So the first thing I want to talk about, you know what made me laugh? Sometimes you say I always laugh. The only thing that made me laugh before is when you said that Tinubu was preparing for 2027. Okay, you still get 3 years and 11 months and how many days you're already preparing for 2027. I think we have a problem that we have on ground. Buhari left bag and baggages. You should start cleaning what we have than preparing for 2027. That one doesn't even make sense to me. Now, when it comes to appointing the ministers, okay, let's say we need to inaugurate the next House of Assembly before trying to vet the candidates who are supposed to be ministers. But at least the present aides, at least those who need to, or maybe speakers and the rest should, if I say speaker, those who speak for the government could have been appointed by now. At least he went for holidays and looked at all these things as well too. So if you know those who bring into the cabinet, at least to know that these are the people we can talk to, or people who can answer for the government, that's the first thing. But for the ministers, then they will come much later. But this issue of, that's why I'll say that when it comes to doing the wrong thing, maybe rigging the election, a lot of people helped you. Now you need to compensate them. And you now want to tell me that when all these people who have helped you in doing the evil are now being given position, they will do the right thing. It's not true. I don't think they will do the right thing. So that's the first thing. I don't know, Sam, generally I always like to speak on the point, but sometimes I want to really beg you, try to remove the APC largesse you have, it doesn't make sense because there are some kind of things you want to put, which I think for me, it doesn't make sense at all, especially with the case of you trying to paint the issue of you need to pay this person for this, pay this person for this, pay this person for this. It doesn't make sense. The last thing I want to talk, which I knew, when I saw the Tinubu's daughter's Iyalo Jawan in Kembu, the first one of the Federal Republic. I really like that one. Please, there's something I want to beg Tinubu for. He's Mr. President. Let me beg him for something. As I said, Buhari left bag and baggages which he needs to clear up. The way things are going, very soon we'll have the first cousin and the first son. The way I'm saying, people may get into the road, the first son and the first cousin may get into the road and slap somebody for passing beside the road. It will happen someday in Abuja. And when that happens, we know how Nigerians are. They will use their phones, this Android generation. They go film them. When they film the thing, they send them on social media. It will now make the president to be distracted in such a way that rather than tackling the problems of the day, you start solving the relationship you have with Nigeria's social ties. I want to beg Mr. President, sit your family members down. Please tell them to respect Nigerians, because what I'm saying now may look as if it doesn't make sense. But the way we are talking about the first daughter of the federation, the first son of the federation, the first cousin, these things will happen. Let's not chase shadows. Let's face what is in front of us, which is to heal the economy. Because the way we are going, we'll be settling family ties with Nigerians and maybe social ties with Nigerians rather than solving the problem. And that's what I said some time ago when this man came to power, Buhari in 2015. He made one statement before he won the election, after he won the election, where he spoke on saying that he would deal with people who are, first, those who are corrupt and those who contravene this and that. I said, the way this man speaks, he may spend all his 8 years fighting his enemies, not attending to the economy. And that is what happened. So let Tinubu not spend all his first 4 years trying to negotiate social ties with Nigeria instead of facing the problem. And that will be very possible if you make sure that those at home respect the nation, respect Nigerians. I don't know.
Go ahead. Round up your thought.
I just wanted to say that he should just try as much as possible first, because the way I'm feeling, he will still have time to be settling problems with Nigerians, trying to give a good face of the government rather than solving the problem if the members of the House don't do well.
All right. Thank you.
Can I quickly respond to him, please, sir? Just okay, 10 seconds. Yeah, I think we need to step away from sensationalizing things. Donald Trump was former American president. His daughter was part of the government. His son-in-law was in there. This one has not even appointed his family members. How can you control an adult? Anyone over 18 is an adult. How can you control their lifestyle or whatever they do on the social media? That's not the father's problem. Let's be focused. All of these are distractions. All of these are distractions. Don't be distracted. Let's be focused. And that's the reason why this guy won the election, because you guys are too focused on minutiae.
No,
things that do not really make sense. It's falling, it's shaking. These were the things we were focusing on, and he won the election because he was actually focused. Let's be focused. This is not time to be messing around, man. So he has not appointed any member of his family into the cabinet, and they were already speaking like this. Yet where you live, Donald Trump appointed his own family members, and none of you could raise any objection to that. Please, let's pipe down.
We are talking about Nigeria, Sam. What's the matter with you? I mean, you're talking about America, nepotism, to the highest level.
Look,
what are you talking about?
I'm not talking about.
Moreover, Donald Trump had a hit by the Americans when he appointed all those family members. He had a very strong hit.
All right, hold on, guys. Let's go to Victory. Victory, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor, and greetings everyone in the panel. Doctor, I actually sent you an email, I think about half an hour ago, regarding this fuel subsidy issue.
Okay.
So what I did like a little breakdown. I did a little calculation, and I think we're not really looking at the figures here. We need to look at the data, like the numbers behind what these people are trying to do. So I did my analysis based on the I'm assuming like Dangote refinery is working, but what I'm hearing now, I'm even hearing that was just like a stage show for Buhari to cut ribbon, that the refinery might not even come into operation in 2025. So I don't know how true that is, but apparently what they have said that by July that should be, pumping out petrol for Nigeria. So let's wait till July and we'll find out. So when I did a little crunch, I crunched the number, and the number the number that I arrived to does make sense. And I'll just do like a quick submission. So please allow me to do that. Okay. So Dangote refinery has a capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil a day. That's what they can refine. And when you refine a barrel of crude oil, that would amount to about 170 liters of petrol. That's what you can get from a barrel of crude oil. And then if you multiply that, so Dangote has the capacity to actually refine about 110 million liters of petrol for Nigeria a day. And at the current market rate, when I did the analysis yesterday, a barrel of crude oil is going for $75 a barrel. That's what it's going for. So, and NAPC has actually said to Nigeria that Nigeria actually consumes 68 million liters of petrol a day. Although that figure, I don't believe that figure is correct. I think we'll consume less than that because we'll be made comparison with Pakistan. So, but anyway, I just left it based on what NAPC said, that we consume 68 million liters of petrol a day. So now, if you work that by the numbers of crude you can, the numbers of liter you can get from a barrel of crude oil, that means Nigeria actually is using about 400,000 barrels of crude oil a day. That's what we're consuming. Okay, and then when I did my further analysis, the cost for a refinery to actually refine a barrel of crude oil is between $3 to $5. That's the mark. That's the average price of refining. That's what it would cost the refinery to actually refine a barrel of crude oil. But I just left it at the $5 mark. I went with a higher figure. So if you divide that by 170 liters that you get from a barrel of crude oil, that will give you the cost for you to get 1 liter of petrol will be 0.030 cents. Okay, and if you work that out by the Nigeria CBN rate of I went with the Nigeria CBN rate, that will give you that will amount to 14 naira. So it will cost Dangote 14 naira to actually refine a liter of petrol, right? So I went with that figure. Now, if Nigeria was to tell Dangote like sell petrol at the rate of 274 naira a liter, what that means is that, so what I did, I removed the 14 naira that it will cost Dangote to refine a barrel of crude oil per liter, and then I removed 15 naira profit for Dangote, and then Dangote can remit 210 naira back to the Nigeria government. If you multiply the price of if you multiply $75 for the cost of a barrel of crude oil times 400,000 barrels that Nigeria is using, you get $30 million a day. Okay, that's what you will get. Say it equal to $30 million a day. Now, if you now if you go by the CBN rate, what that means is that if Nigeria sells petrol at 274, Nigeria government will not lose any money. As any Dangote refinery is working now, the Nigerian government will not lose any money. So there's no subsidy. So, and if you look at the calculation, it doesn't make sense. That's why they've kind of jacked it to that 515. So it's almost like double what that figure is. Okay? And now, if you compare us to other oil producing countries like Qatar and Saudi Arabia, the cost of a liter of petrol there in Saudi Arabia is 62 cents. In Qatar is 54 cents. And when you work that out, that will give you about it's about maybe 280 about 280 naira based on the CBN rate. So what I'm giving this breakdown, I think Nigerians need to know this thing, because I think there's people just brandly talking about subsidy and all that stuff. If Dangote refinery was working, the break-even price that Nigeria has to sell petrol to the Nigerian citizen, 274, Nigerian government will not lose a penny. Okay, but if the if Nigeria refinery was to be working, that 50 naira profit that Dangote is getting will be coming to the Nigerian government. So if you multiply 50 times 68 million liter, you get about over 3.4 billion naira a day. If you multiply that times 30, it's over 90 billion naira. And if you do the sum times 12, so Nigerian government can actually be making over 1 trillion naira if our refinery was working. So, but I think what this Tinubu is trying to do to the people, I think is a very wicked thing, and I think people need to push back on this thing. Though that's why I actually did the breakdown, doctor, and I sent it to you. I think you should take your time and go through the email I sent you. You will see everything there, and I've referenced the link that I've used in the email calculation so that you can see that people need to see this thing. That there's nothing that such as whatever to do with subsidy or whatever nonsense they're talking about. The break-even point that Nigeria government has to sell petrol to the people, that they will not lose any money based on that Dangote refinery is working, is 274 naira a liter. And if our refinery was to be working, that profit that will be going to Dangote should be coming to the Nigeria government. So that's the revenue that we're losing. Dangote can have his refinery, he can refine and sell to other African countries, he will still be making his money. So, and we've not talked about the 600,000 barrels of crude oil that is being stolen in Nigeria every day. So people are stealing Nigeria's crude oil, and you're telling Nigerians to come and pay a high price for petrol. Why? If you plug that leakage alone, that can provide petrol for the Nigerian people for free.
Wow, thank you, Victory. Thank you. I will look at what you sent to me, and then we will continue this conversation because it's not going to end. There have been people who actually said that there's no subsidy to talk about, and we know that Nigerian system is not efficient. There's a video we've seen of Saudi Arabia where they monitor all their oil facilities from one spot. Unfortunately, I'm not sure what's going on. Unfortunately, Nigeria, we don't have that kind of system in place.
Please, Dr. Damages, can you maybe another subsequent, maybe next Saturday, can we really deal with this victories analysis? Can it be given a lot of time? So
yeah,
that the so-called subsidy, it has been a scam.
Sorry, I just want to say something about that calculation. Sorry, just 1 minute.
Go ahead.
For the 1 barrel of oil, from what I know, is 159 liters. And if you are saying 175, because it's no more product that's going to come out of that crude oil. Because you are going to get petrol, PMS, and other byproducts.
Another byproduct.
So another product. So out of 159, I don't know where we are going to get 175 from. I mean, the oil industry, that's why I'm mentioning it.
Sorry. What I was saying is that I did the calculation and I've referenced all the link. I'm not. This is not what I've made up. I sat down and I did the calculation. If you're saying you're working in the oil industry, fine, that's fine. But I'm saying to you, is what the information I got online, that is what I've used to calculate what I've said. And what I've said to doctor is so detailed that anybody can see that. And if you sit down and you read it, you try and do your calculation. All the link where I got the figure from is there. So it's not, I'm not plucking random figure from the air and be coming and be spilling rubbish. It's what the research I did online, and I've copied all the link. You can go and you can verify those information yourself. So that's what it is.
So, I'm not saying what you did is it's a fantastic calculation, but I'm just trying to correct an impression about how you arrive at 175 liters. Because a barrel is 159.
We're saying the same thing, isn't it? We're saying the same thing.
So that's what I'm saying. Even if you go to a petroleum textbook, you will see it there. And
okay, what I'm saying to you,
the maximum you can even get, it depends on the method of refining that can even make you to get a very high yield. Okay, so you cannot even get 50% of PMS. It depends on what we want to do. But it's okay. Let's pack it so that we can just move on.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Victory. Victory, I'm sending you my WhatsApp number. Please, let's chat so that I can check on some of the things later on you sent to me. And if I have any question, we could talk about it before we.
Okay, no problem, doctor. That's fine. Thanks.
All right, Jude.
Okay, Dr. Damage, sorry that I have to take you back a little bit. An initial comment you made in response to SO continue undermining people's feelings and being what I may say callous in his utterances as to regard the feelings of Nigerians that have been beaten all around by their government that's supposed to provide succor through the administration. You know, he said if you choose to worship, is it if you choose to worship the devil or whatever, that is your prerogative right to do so, which is fine. But where it comes, or where someone like me and I believe others become concerned is that, you see, like we always say, everybody have a right to swing their hands in a public place. But that right you have to swing your hand in a public place ends in when someone else is standing right beside you. Am I correct? Once someone is standing beside you, you swing your hand, it's going to hit him, then you get in trouble, then that right ceases or ends. So there's no absolute right, we say. All right? Now, driving that home to what is going on in Nigeria, why it is not just okay for people who have supported this evil regime and previous regimes in Nigeria that have impoverished Nigeria. We have been blessed with so much resources, natural resources and human resources. The same resources Dubai has, that has turned Dubai to become almost heaven on earth, and that all these politicians run to buy houses and everything. It's the same oil. And look, what have we done with our own? Because we have fraudulent people leading us. And then people continue to support them. And when they come to platforms like this and they continue to spew this unguided words, as to negate the suffering of the majority of the masses of the country, like what has just happened, what we are witnessing today, somebody who just took over in less than a few minutes has plunged Nigeria into a deeper pain than they're already receiving. And somebody say, oh, they have a right to support who they are supporting. My brother, I don't think that right should be left unresisted. People should resist such right with every stink of blood we have. If your right to whoever that you're supporting is infringing on my right of human existence to exist and have a dignity, is stripping me of my humanity, my dignity as a human being, I have to resist that right. That is what I'm saying. So that right of Sam and people and his likes have to support Tinubu, a drug addict, a thief, okay? And people who have been involved in the same party that have put Nigeria into this case. In the real sense of it, if Nigeria is a real country, do we even have to mention APC? Anybody from APC ruling Nigeria after all that we have witnessed in the period in 8 years? How many Nigerians, hundreds of Nigerians that have been massacred, brutally killed by the administration of Buhari, terrorist administration of Buhari and Oshibanjo? The APC shouldn't even be mentioned at all in anybody's name. But yeah, we have a country that people love their oppressors differently. It depends on who they are. So that's right, I say, of you, of anybody supporting any evil administration that have stripped me of my humanity, of my right to existence, that right has to be resisted by every Nigerian. That is what I'm saying. So that is no absolute right. So when people like a Sam that is very insensitive of the suffering of Nigerians today, go to yesterday, I don't know if you have I think I sent that video to you, where people were fighting in the gas station, throwing gallons, throwing liters. And I look at it, I almost shed tears. I say, look at human beings that should be productively working, doing what they are working, and look at how they are fighting. Who have put them into that position? Tinubu. Who have put them in Tinubu? Who have, look, go to market. Do you know what a bag of rice is costing now? Ngozi, please, I believe you probably know, will have heard, because I'm not in Nigeria, what a bag of rice is costing right now, or a bag of tomato, or a basket of tomato. People are suffering, and you're adding more suffering to them. What an insensitivity of a government. What a wicked, callous government to do what Tinubu have just done in this or something. Is that what you should do? Even me, if I am in that position, there is no way I could even do that without, first of all, putting in place things that will ease suffering. First of all, my priority will be to ease the suffering of Nigeria for these 8 brutal years that every Nigerian is supposed to have certificate of survivor. For this 8. So that is what I'm saying.
All right, thank you.
Be sensitive. It is this insensitivity and inhumanity that have stripped off from most Nigerians that have brought us the way we are. That we don't even care for anybody, for our brothers and sisters, and said that once it's okay for us, our family is okay. We just don't care for anybody else. It's sad. It's sad.
Okay, Jude, thank you. Go ahead, electricity.
Let me put some perspective. Mr. Judah, to answer the question you're asking, Ngozi, some bag of rice are 45,000 naira from the last time I bought. As at now, probably it's going to be 80,000
naira. Up to 60,000. Look at that.
So that is just a fact because, like I said,
how many people can bag of rice is too far. Please start with one painter of rice.
How many people can afford that?
You see, when I make my argument, I don't want people to think I don't believe in what I do. Let's be realistic here. The reason why I said I really don't care who is the president, the reason is that they are all the same thing. And a further pushback on Sam on issues there is Buhari regime there's no difference, I beg your pardon, between Buhari and Tinubu. Someone said Tinubu's is worse. No, it's not. You see that statement Tinubu made, Emilio Con, it is my turn. It's worse than the election that we had. Mm-hmm. If you don't know, you better know now. It's worse than this election. In a proper setting, it's supposed to be held before the House, before the Senate, before the House. How, if you said if not for you, Buhari would not have become president. The question is, how did you make him president?
That's right.
How did you make him president? You said he cried to you, begging you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that alone, under the Constitution, falls as what? As gross misconduct. Is there. So if we are going by democracy, and I come and I say, if not for me, you would not have been president. That means I must have done something extraordinary beside the regular voting. So that's why I don't weigh in. I say I'm not bothered about Tinubu. I'm not bothered about Buhari.
It's just
I'm
like
only
we
bothered
can
about
rightly say also that it's because of him too that Tinubu was able to
exactly
get to where he
because
is today.
it's a payback time.
It's a payback. They sat down and they decided,
At the
okay, you did
expense
this, I will
of
do
the
you
people.
this.
Now the people now needs the people, which is you and I, now needs to revolt in a democratic way, which is section 68 and section 110. That is how we can revolt for any change. And I will keep preaching it. So I'll use the
I
floor to
think
you
we need
guys.
to keep our
Sam, you have your time to talk, please. I don't like interjecting people, if you don't mind, please. So last time we sat down here with Ovie said it's time we start to do something. And Dr. Rudolph, I will still call on you again. We've had our private chat, but I'll still call on you that the burden falls on you to use this medium. You see, the Nigerian media space, they are not being sincere and honest to Nigerians. That's just it. After yesterday, when I watched Channel, after this subsidy, there's a need for palliative, they need to increase salary. Listen, you increase salary to 500,000, it ain't going to solve the situation.
That's right.
It ain't going
It's
to
going to
happen.
worsen it. It's going to worsen it.
It's not going to solve the situation. So I still cry upon you again, Dr. Rudolph. I'm begging you in the name of God that we both call upon to use this medium. Let's start to push for that 68 and 110. And to round up, I will discuss this in details. I told you I was studying video. At the moment, I'm weighing to the point that Remi Tinubu, with due respect to her, actually is the president of Nigeria. If you listen to her Thanksgiving speech and you study the scriptures very well and you understand where she's coming from, they'll tell you that she is the president. Shetima is nowhere to be compared to her. Take this into the market. We'll come back to it again. I yield the floor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. BB.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I think as been mentioned by somebody, because whatever we do on this platform is being watched everywhere. Just before mention, I'll talk about the appointment. I remember I saw a news online talking about Kenne, about that he slapped police twice. I think after reading that news, I was forced to go and watch that video. And I discovered that video, what was written there was not fully in context with what Kenne actually said on the platform. So I think we need to really watch the way we say some things, because it's good that we express our mind, but we need to put some emotion out of it. And maybe get our facts right before we just come on here and start pushing it out. On the appointments, I think all the people they are appointed now, as at now, they are Nigerians. Because at this level, I think the president needs the good, the bad, and the ugly. Because there's a proverb in my place. If you know that somebody will give you a problem in future, you start tackling that person now. And if it's meeting anybody, I think it's part of those things that maybe you might be looking at the future, what you want to achieve, and be able to at least tell me from now. I might not be surprised if tomorrow he calls Dr. Damage just to seek his own opinion, because so many things are going on the same platform. Like, the thing people are not watching, people are actually watching, and to seek for advice on one way or the other. Because as of today, still the president until the court pronounce it otherwise. And if Atiku, Obi, or any of them comes on board, the same way we should give him support, because we don't have any other country apart from Nigeria. For me, the people who has appointed so far, I think the only one that shocked me is about Akume, because I was expecting maybe the Plateau governors, that's Lalong. But immediately I saw Akume, I said, okay, these are the people that can work with him. And we should expect more. But I'm very sure that there will be some sensitive posts where we might be having some technocrat that will be coming in. And it's not too late. We should not be in hurry, because the Constitution actually stipulates when some of those appointments can be made, especially until the Senate come on board after inauguration. Then we can start the screening. And they must have gotten his list, and though he's accountable, but there's no way still need to align with some party members, either within APC and PDP, even including Labour, because there's no way we must have crossed one way or the other. So for us, let's see how we move forward. And of the subsidy, I know I came on board the other time. I think it's the right time to move it. But the only thing they need to put in some palliative, because we missed the opportunity in 2012, and we should not miss the opportunity now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me go to Lexi. Lexi, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, Lexi.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. I salute every one of you. As you can see, I sometimes come on, but I most of the time watch everyone and listen to you guys. We've come a long way in this thing, and many of us have been vindicated with our points, and some are still where they stood before all these things happened. There's only one thing I can conclude for those who have held on to where they were without making any change, that they are working for some people or for somebody, and that they are being paid to be on this platform to retain their position. And so they never change. Any platform they have gone, you'll be saying the same thing, putting down every other thing that is going against what ideas they have. So if I were you guys, I would just ignore that person or those individuals, because like I like to quote Yoruba proverbs because I got to know quite a little bit of them. There is a saying, Anki Ansa Oni Toku. This guy keeps hearing what is being said, and he's still asking, who died? The town crier is crying about the dead person, calling his name, saying this is what's going on. And yet, he came to the place and asked, who is this that died? So many of us don't want to change. We want to kill everybody to preserve Nigeria. We don't even want to hear anything about those that are suffering and that don't have hopes for tomorrow. Now we have, anyway, I will reserve my vocabulary for what has happened with the presidency. Someone is there now, and some people are just talking as if it was smooth and nice. They are celebrating who is there now. They're not showing any concern about what has already begun to happen. Obi said he was going to stop the subsidy, but he explained how he was going to do it. He explained the things he was going to do so that when you say it's no more, that is if there is anything called subsidy, which he said was not. He does not, Obi said he doesn't believe subsidy was anything but a scam, but that he's going to stop it. However, he touched on other areas where such money could play a role. Now, see what has happened. Every time they interview Obi, I see them as trying to bring, like get things from him that will go over to the so-called new president. They want him to take all the things Obi has brought out to do and begin to operate so that everybody will say, oh yeah, he has good ideas too. He has nothing. He's extracting from things that are coming out of Obi. But he can't handle them the same way Obi, who is the originator of the idea, is going to handle them. So you people, or let me not say you people, I'm sorry, I don't want to rub the brush across like that. But we are just there to tolerate evil and to condone very corrupt judiciary. There's one man I know in that judiciary. I've been listening to him before this time, even outside this election situation. He's always on the Ojoro side of things. The other day I told people about Bola Tinubu. I just realized yesterday that part of the new name coming to that house, Bola is part of the name there. So Bola Tinubu was always cheating whenever anything was he was to do something. It's a Yoruba literature anyway. I read that years before. So today we are in a situation where we can't tell what is going to happen tomorrow, but the surprises are coming. Of course, the wife of the new president is the one. That's the one who is going to be doing all the thinking and making all the suggestions and perhaps all the instructions. Where that is going to lead us, maybe if it's a lucky thing, it will bring about some solutions. But this thing is a trap. When the whole thing will collapse, don't ask me, because I know it's going to happen. And when it does, Nigerians will see what they have been preparing for themselves. Yes, there's no country. There is no country. What is happening now is just a joke. The world knows it. They came, they saw, they pretended that all is well. But where that will lead us to, we will watch and see. Thank you, Dr. Damages. I'll throw in the towel at that point.
All right, thank you. Let me just announce for our viewers that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are going to have Declan Garvin, who is a political analyst out of Nairobi, Kenya. He was a former editor of Sahara Reporters. So he will join us to look at the international community, the outlook of the new administration in Nigeria. Also, he will look at the case in court, because if you guys remember, Kenya, they have a system in place where most of their legal challenges to their elections are determined before the swearing in of the president. Also, we want to do kind of a comparative analysis of what they do in Kenya and what we do in Nigeria. He was also in Nigeria during the campaign. So he has a first-hand knowledge of some of the things that are going on. Especially, I want to hear how the international community, how they are looking at what is going on in Nigeria. So he will join us tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. New York time, 4:30 p.m. Nigeria. So if you can join us, that will be wonderful. And so that's it. I think at this point, I will have to hand over to somebody. But there's a topic that we didn't touch, which is about the other economic policy, which was what to do with the currency exchange rate. There's an announcement that they will try to bring it all together, the black market rate and the official rate, which has a gap now of totally more than 300 and something Naira. The other thing that I wanted us to also talk about is the Enugu State Governor, who just took over, and he declared that sit at home is no longer going to happen in Enugu State. I remember when Soludo took over a year ago, he made the same statement, and it still didn't work. So I would like us to talk about that. Does he have anything different to how will he implement or make it happen? He also called on President Tinubu to release Nnamdi Kanu. So that's another subject I think we should talk about. But let's maybe, because Ngozika is here and I don't know how long she's going to be here, and she's in Enugu. So let's go to her and then talk about the governor, the new governor of Enugu State. I know you mentioned her, Ngozika, you mentioned the governor during the first time you spoke. You talked about his policy and things he promised to do. This is a new one. This one will put him on the national stage. Because if he could do something about this, if he could stop sit at home in Enugu State, that would be a big win for him. Whatever he wanted to achieve with that. What do you think?
I am hoping it doesn't turn out like Soludo's one because you see, when this whole sit-at home thing, we need to establish a fact that the people who announced it at the beginning in July 2021 when it was first announced came back, I think 2 weeks later to cancel it. That is the real IPOB people, the one they call the they cancelled it and said, okay, it is whenever he goes to court that will sit at home in protest. That was supposed to be the understanding. But there's this other group, I don't know who they are. I consider all of them the same thing, that hijacked it. And they are the people we are now contending with. Now, when Soludo took over, he made a similar announcement, and the result was catastrophic. Innocent people that were forced out of their homes became scapegoats to these other people trying to enforce what the other people had cancelled. I am worried that Enugu's case will not be like that because I think earlier this year we've had incidents where people were rattled, people were threatened, and they were even gunshots, and people. I think somebody was killed and his DNA got and a vehicle burned. I think earlier this year. What they do is when everybody becomes relaxed, these enforcers, whoever they are, who like, okay, you people are now relaxed, we are come out and let me see you. And they go on to cause havoc, kill somebody, burn a car, chase people around, and everybody goes back to sitting at home. With what the governor has announced, it will mean that I mentioned on the last show that Enugu people like soft life. The people use the sit at home excuse to turn Monday into a weekend. So what you have is that most people now use Saturday as a weekday and use Monday to sit at home. Nobody likes Wahala. His announcement that you have to go to work regardless because he is putting a stop to the sit at home. I'm worried it could backfire. I am worried he might not provide enough security for people to feel safe to go about their daily business. If he's able to really secure people's lives and properties on that Monday, then fine and good. Then we will open out and go about their daily business. But if he knows they cannot secure it, please, he should just leave people the way they are. The ones that are coming out on their own without his promising are already coming out on their own. I mean, people are opening their shop. People think when we say sit at home is on Monday, they think all of us are inside the house. It's not true. The people that are mostly sitting at home on Monday are civil servants and then students because as a parent,
Ngozika, are you saying that Oboite Market or they open on Mondays?
Generally, it is locked. Yes. But in front of the market, people come and sell their wares. But the people, every market in the East has an association. They have a body that governs it. To avoid Wahala, they lock it. But people sell in front of the market. When you go to Holy Ghost, I want to say I will make I'll send you a video tomorrow so that you see on Monday so that you see. I made a video this last Monday. I forgot that I didn't send it to you. When we say people are sitting at home, it's not like people are sitting inside their house and they're scared to come out. Shops are opened, businesses are open, but there are specific places, those hotspots, those top target areas that people just stay clear of. And the people that mostly do not go, that are mostly affected are students. Because as a parent, you'll be worried about your child going to school. What if something starts happening? How safe are they? That is just it. And I'm hoping with this announcement, he provides the requisite security for the people he's asking to come out of their house to be able to do so.
All right, thank you. Let me go. KJ, you're next.
All right, thank you so much. Ngozi, thank you for for that analysis. The governor of Anambra State, Enugu State, I don't know him well. I only got to know him through the controversy of the NYSC thing, and I managed to go through it. I don't know. Sometimes the politics in Nigeria is so strange because I haven't read through, his certificates and all that, all what transpired, and haven't had a close shave with NYSC. I know that what he was saying was legit, but why they are not coordinating on that side, I don't understand. So that's how I got to know him first and foremost. Again, on the issue of sit at home, some of my relatives who are in the East, I once called them to ask them, is it that people are forced to sit at home, or that you have now decided to be sit out? Are there people coming around? And the question my uncle asked me is, if they say IPOB is forcing them to sit at home, how many members are IPOB to go around the whole of Igbo land? So that is not correct. For them, they have built that into their system and they're ready to use that as a sacrifice. But here is the catch now. He said, when Nnamdi Kanu said no more sit at home, okay, they were now ready to go out and do their work until whenever he's going to court, they are ready to do that. But you see, there are some elements, and that is why I think that the governor shouldn't have come out to make that, just make that pronouncement, because it forces those elements to go under, begin to operate from, shadows that cannot be seen. I thought he would have had a good meeting because Soludo tried it in Anambra State, it didn't work. He tried, by force, it didn't work. So just like Peter said, you sit down and negotiate with these people, not negotiate in the sense that they're trying to beg them, but understand where they're coming from. Separate the shaft from the wheat, and then you know how to deal with the other elements. Just saying that you're going to, cancel it as outrightly announced. Are you going to distribute the forces all around Enugu State on that day to keep? It will still work because you need the cooperation of the people to be able to bring it to an end. So I would have preferred that the governor had a town hall meeting with the leaders of the various groups of communities in those various different communities in Enugu State and find out from them how is the best way and the best approach to go about it. I think to give him more traction than just announcing, trying to please his masters. And that's the problem with, I keep saying, with the Igbo land. Our leaders are, they're not in touch with the people they are governing. They're more interested in satisfying people outside of Igbo land than satisfying their own people that they are, they're governing. And I think that's wrong. You sit down with the people and ask, what is exactly how to go about this, and the people will tell you. And do not be afraid to tell, say to the Nigerian government or whoever is listening to you, this is what my people are saying, because Buhari was not afraid to come and say to the Nigerian people, I will represent Boko Haram. Boko Haram have sent me to represent them in negotiating with Goodluck Jonathan's government. He wasn't afraid to say that. And Erufai was not afraid to say, I went into the forest to go and pay herdsmen to stop whatever they were doing in his state. Why would their own leaders be afraid to open their mouth and defend their own people? I think that is sad comment. Thank you.
All right, Sam, go ahead.
So I think what's happening in the, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think what's happening in the Southeast is it's regrettable, and it could have been handled better than this. And I'll pick it up from where the last speaker, KJ, mentioned about the leaders in the Southeast. I think someone needs to go and get a thesis done or a dissertation written on what's happening between the elders and the followers in the East. When people try to play the ostrich and pretend like nothing is happening and bury their head in the sand, there's no way we're not going to have this calamity that we have on our hands. How can a whole region, a charlatan somewhere, instructing a whole region to sit at home when other states are functioning and they have governors in those states? You have leaders, you have local government chairmen, you have kings in those places. They are not able to call these guys to order. Personally, the call for Nnamdi Kanu to be released by the governor of Enugu State, I don't know, suddenly has found his voice. I thought he had an NYC certificate issue. If it's for another party, then heaven will have been let loose, but because it's part of us, let's just leave him and pretend there's nothing there. I'm talking about the NYC certificate, but let's move on. The call for Nnamdi Kanu to be released is the right call, but I think it should remain there. We have a new government in place now. We need peace. We need sanity. People need to go out and start doing their jobs. The state government have the apparatus of power to resist whatever some riffraffs in the society, stopping people from moving around, stopping people from carrying out their duties, going to the market, the banks are shut. I even heard that the police don't even move on that day. It's that bad. It's a good call the governor has made, but I think the new president should just leave Nnamdi Kanu there for sanity's sake, let him remain there. The case is in court. If we are a country building towards a country that is governed by law and order, then let the court play itself out. The case is already in the court. The judges are sitting on it. It's been adjourned again. I don't know for what reason, but then let it play itself out. Someone cannot be somewhere and be inciting violence, insurrection. They are already a monster. If you don't know, they're a monster. And then I don't think that guy should be released anytime soon. That's my own take.
Thank you, Sam. I will go to Ify. That's not a fair thing to do, but Ify, welcome to the show.
Me local now.
No, Jude, I'm
Why Ify?
Ify. This is a good one.
Okay, go ahead.
Go after Sam. Unmute yourself, Ify. Ify is pretending that her audio is not good. We can't hear you, Ify.
I think she's not ready yet.
No, we can't hear you. Okay, let's go to Ify, we can't hear you.
Just to correct something that Sam said, just to back Sam up a bit, regarding the meeting Tinubu had, they said the wife was present. When I looked at the image, and the videos, compared to the videos, there doesn't seem to be correlation at all. So maybe some people are just trying to stir up some stuff that didn't actually happen. So from what I can see, there is no real evidence that she was present in the meeting. She walked out with them wearing those clothes after the meeting, but when they were sitting down around the desk, the table, when all the other officials were there, she wasn't present at all. So it appears some people are trying to play mischief with that one. So I just thought I should correct that on behalf of Sam.
Yeah, the obedience, we know them. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so if you can you speak, can we hear you? All right, let's go to Lexi.
I thought this is my turn.
No,
Dr. Damages, please, can I correct something Mr. Sam said? Just in
the person I said. Yeah, go ahead, Ify. Go ahead, Ngazika. What are you correcting?
Mr. Sam, you said Nnamdi Kanu should remain in prison because he's a terrorist and he's the one inciting the sit at home. Correct? Is that what you said?
I didn't call him a terrorist, so you misquoted me there.
So what did you call? You said he's the one inciting it.
I didn't call him a name. I didn't call him a name. I called him a charlatan. I call him a charlatan.
And you said he should remain there. You said he should remain there because he's the one
we are a law governed by law and we're a country governed by law and order. So let the court play itself out. That's what I said.
Mr. Sam, the court has set the man free. Buhari refused to obey court orders. That is why he's still there. That is number one. Number two, he is not the one inciting this. If anybody should be held accountable, it is Tinubu's right-hand man, Ekpa. And I know you won't mention Ekpa's name because he's you guys' guy. We know these things. It is very rare that an APC person will call Simon Ekpa out. He is your guy. So if you want to point fingers to what is going on in the East, leave Nnamdi Kanu out of it. And I'm saying this as somebody who do not like Nnamdi Kanu. He has nothing to do with the sit at home in the East. He has condemned it. He has condemned the killings that has come with it. If anybody should be held responsible for it, it is Simon Ekpa and his people. So that's on that.
Unfortunately, you people will know. I'm not joking about this. You people will not really accept the truth.
If you're
I mean,
going to say something
it
and you
pains
do
you
not
when
know
they tell you
about
the
it,
truth,
at
but
least
that's
ask
the truth I'm telling
questions.
you. I
It
don't
is
need to
not
live
the
in the
truth.
it. Hold on.
You're turning facts on its head.
All right, hold on, guys. This is not the goal of this conversation. Lexi, go ahead.
Thank you again. I had learned that there's some rules about that you have brought up about what you say and how you say it. This guy is saying that somebody is a charlatan and saying all kinds of rubbish, I would say.
Jordan has actually called our president, the president of Nigeria, a drug lord. Did you hear that, sir?
He is. It's in the legal documents.
See what I mean?
Tinubu is a drug
Anyway,
lord. Many leaders in the world have called him that.
All right, so this is the policy. Lexi, hold on. For public figures, okay, public figures, I don't think I want to control what people say about them. I don't think it's actually possible to control what people say about them. What I'm saying is for the guests on this show and for the members of the panel, we have to respect what we say about them. Public figures are trained. They are trained to deal with those things. So for now, we limit it to that.
Okay.
Let me respond to Sam.
No,
I
you
think
will.
Dr. Rudolph has said it several times. I think all politicians are fair game.
He's taking my time. I know what he's going to say. I know where he stands. He's taking my time. Now, I want to say something. Yeah, please. I didn't give you my time because I don't want to hear what you are saying.
Okay.
We suffered for 3 good years, locked out from the whole world, called economic blockade. We manage ourselves. There's a name the Yorubas call the Igbos, Aje Okuta Mamumi. And I know one of my relatives whose wife is Yoruba. He allowed his children to eat crackers, biscuits, and told them not to drink water and go to bed. So the wife called me and said, look, your cousin has given the children cabin biscuit, and he said they should go to bed without drinking water. I said, is that not what you call us? That's what we can do. We are strong. We are able to eat and not drink, still survive it. Please let all this rubbish about somebody is making them to suffer. When we mean to hold it, we can hold it. When we mean to fast, we can fast, as our DNA is strong. That's why we are still alive today. The attempt to wipe us out did not succeed because we stood our grounds and the God Almighty took us through it all. So let no pretender come here to talk about, hey, how would the people stay at home? We know how to stay at home. We prepare for it. When Moses was to be killed, the people were told to stay in and rub the blood on the posts of their house and not come out. And they did it. So what's all this? You want to be more religious than the Pope. Every time we bring about this staying at home, you hear people talking as if they are in love with Ndibo, so they should not suffer. It's all around nonsense. When we mean to stay at home, we have the right. It's not anything we are going out there to do against anybody. It's something we decided to do. So whenever there's this sit-at-home thing, even the new Enugu governor, I hope he treats that state well because that's my state of birth. He should seek how he will do that without it being that he's going against what the people want for themselves. The United Nations has permission for any group without any reason to say they are tired of being a part of a country. Is not a crime. How much more or less within a country? Everybody is treating Debo as if what they are doing is criminal. It is not. Right now, many people don't want to stay in that country. Many people, but they're afraid. Out of fear, they don't want to speak up. Who likes what is going on with that country? Even what has just happened has vindicated so many things that were being suspected of how Nigeria is so rotten and stinking to the high heavens. So please stop showing your so-called sympathy that the people are suffering, that they kill the people. Nobody is there to kill anybody. You are the ones, I mean, the government is the one, perpetrating those things in the East. We were all peaceful before all this.
All right.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me say this. The question I posed and the reason why I did that. The governor, there's a reason why the governor came up and said, I want that to stop. The same thing with Charles Soludo. And the reason could be found in a study done by the World Igbo Congress. They tried to estimate how much is the cost of that seat at home to governments in Anambra, Imo, and the eastern states. And the governors are the ones who are feeling it. They are the ones who are looking at the returns, whatever economic impact of that. I can tell you that I don't know, some of you have paid attention to that. Most people who travel from even in Lagos, they don't even get back to the east. They don't get into the east anymore out of fear. So it's a real thing for people who manage the affairs of the east. So ideally, they want it to stop. The question is, how do you make that? How do you stop that? It's not about, it's a real thing for them. And for Soludo, who tried to force civil servants to come back in and saying things like he will fire them. It backfired. It didn't work because he couldn't provide security for those who is sorry. I'm sorry for. Please, if you're a moderator, please don't put up certain things. I'm seeing some things that are coming up on the spotlight on this. Whoever is moderating, I have some moderators. I don't know who they are. Please don't put up these things. All right. So whoever did that, can you please remove it?
What is that?
Sorry, what did they put? I don't know.
There's someone that highlighted a comment. Please don't highlight any comments. I need to meet some people. Some of them, please. All right. So what I was saying is this: for people who are actually running the government of the eastern states, it's a problem for them in terms of what it does, the real figures of financial costs of that. So the question I'm asking is this: what do you think it will work? And do you think that the governor has the right approach? Just like we said that the president said oil subsidies removed without any plan, without any meeting with anybody, and then the governor just came up and so I'm going to you, BB. Go ahead, you are next.
Okay, yeah, I think what the governor did should be in the right direction, but supposed to have some consultation with the security outfits in Enugu State and also opinion leaders. Likewise, possibly some of because the people, the IPBO within, because I think in a local community we know one or two people, so that I can just have a broker some deal with them and ensure that coming out on Monday is not going to impact any citizen because we don't want any blood again. I think that's what he's supposed to do. I continue to pursue it because I know what he said is possible, but it needs to do more work so that I can bring those things to bear and engage all the security outfits, other local and vigilante, the police, and other people that can support in that area. Because, as you said, in terms of revenue, it's actually taking revenue away from that state, and that will not even allow if some company needs to come up, even including the people that might want to set up an outfit, they will prefer to go to other place and do that. If you trace back a bit in Delta State, why some oil company move out of that place, it actually caused a lot of problem. Until today, that's why you see headquarters of those oil companies in Lagos and Abuja. And now we are saying they should come back. And we don't want a repeat of itself in the Southeast. I think it's a good step, but it needs to engage more so that I can achieve that aspiration. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Jude, you're next.
Yeah, I want to first of all start from the antecedent of this sit at home. We all know that prior to the arrest of and the kidnapping and rendition of Nnamdi Kanu, the Eastern region has been one of, if not the most peaceful region in the entire Nigeria. Now, all these things started from when, before Nnamdi escaped a brutal assassination plan by the terrorist government of Buhari, when he sent soldiers to his village to kill him, and he escaped. Eventually, they ended up killing 28 Igbo youths for nothing, massacred them for nothing, and plus all that ones they massacred during that period in the so-called Operation Python dance and nonsense. Now, that was when this sit at home started. Since people can come out, the Igbos will come out and protest for what they don't like and agitate for a country. Since Nigeria doesn't want them, they want to opt out, agitate. And when they come out, Buhari terrorist administration in collaboration with Igbo governors, Igbo co-terrorist governors will come and then begin to massacre and kill them. So why not us sit at home so that they cannot come at our house and begin to kill us? This was the antecedent of this sit at home. And they did it also to force the hands of the Nigerian government as well as the political leaders in the southeast to obey the court order that Nnamdi should be released. That Nnamdi, who has been given a court order by their own judges to be released, not once, not twice, and even fine Nigeria, even fine Buhari for arresting and kidnapping him. They have not still paid Nnamdi for that. The Nigerian government is still owing Nnamdi. So how much was that? How many millions was it? I think it was some billions, right, of Naira. They fined, and they have adjudicated that Nnamdi should not be tried on any Nigerian judicial system again on the account of this issue. It is in Nigerian court that this judgment was given. Sam, I hope you are in Nigeria. I hope you know about that. That said Nigeria is a country that obeys law and order. Nnamdi should be there until law and order should be, until the law and order take itself. Honestly, I don't know. Is it because things does not concern us? We tend to to support evil and wickedness, and we want Nigeria to be well. Nigeria can never be well as long as Nnamdi is still being held there. There's no way justice. There's no way this country is well. Okay, Nigerian. Let me round up. Nigerian, the Igbo leaders, they have been look for a very more convenient way because of fear of their masters, their Fulani masters. Okay, they look for a more convenient way of tackling the issue by going to cut a tree, by trying to kill a tree by cutting the stems and not rather uprooting it from the stem. If they really want sit at home to stop, they know what to do. They know what to do. If they team up together, if the Igbo governors and the politicians team up together and go to Washington and go to Abuja and say, we demand that our son, who their court has been ordered to be released, time not once, not twice, should be released. They demand it. Nnamdi will be released, and sit at home we end. Sit at home we end.
All right, thank you, man of prestige.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Let me say something up to Sam. When you come here, you make some unfound narrative with no data to back it. I mean, you're speaking about Nnamdi Kanu. I'm not an Nnamdi Kanu fan, but that notwithstanding, the court has ruled that he should be released. So Tinubu should take it as a gesture, just to unify the country by releasing him, in my opinion. He has already been released by the country, but when you came here and perpetrate something about court hasn't released him, so you don't have your facts. You need to get your data right. But anyway, having said that, the governor of Enugu State, in my own opinion, I just thought that sit at home is detrimental to the Southeast. Let's be fair about it. Everybody has been dialoguing for a long time. How many years they've been dialoguing? So the new governor of Enugu State is taking the right measure, in my opinion. They need to be very forceful about that sit at home and just dismantle everything, whatever any means necessary to dismantle it. Because I thought all this sit at home is kind of gibberish, in my opinion. It's costing the Southeast a lot of life, a lot of economical, downturn. So no need to dialogue. Whatever force necessary should be utilized. So he's on the right direction. So that's what I'm going to say on that.
All right. Thank you. Iffy. We can hear you, Iffy. All right. Prince, you're next.
Bye, everybody.
Yeah, yes, Dr. Damage is pretty much, my own position on this is this: what is right, and what is wrong is wrong. In as much as I am not, I am not an IPOB member, the whole thing is this: the court of law has spoken. It has spoken. Why don't these people release this man? For Christ's sake, do they want to buy him just the way they did to Saruwiwa? Is that what they want to do? It's about time they do the right thing. And the Supreme Court is sitting down there doing things that is unconstitutional. And then their citizen right is being violated. No matter what it is, the way they went to kidnap that man, because that's a kidnap, that was wrong. I don't wish that on anybody. Just Seun Kuti was just in police net just a few days. I know how much people were shouting, "Oh, police is this, police is evil, oh, I know he slapped someone, but they should release him." But you have someone's ex-husband, son. That man has lost a lot. If for anything, he paid dearly for this. He lost people in his household. He lost his mother. He lost his father. What is it? He's only agitating. He did not say, "Oh, that he has a weapon of mass destruction to do whatever to Nigeria." Come on now. Let people reason. Imagine if it's your own brother and this is happening. I don't know how I would take it if actually he's really my blood brother. Probably I'll be in jail myself because I would do something that they will classify to be against the nation. If we have a nation, I think what we have is a notion, not a nation. It's about time people should do something, and it will be really unfair for people to come on this platform and say things that is not directly concerned to them. It's not right.
Okay, Prince, thank you. Let me just say this. I know that people are making this kind of references. I don't think anything in Nigerian space is of no concern to anybody. I'm a commentator on Nigeria, and I comment on anything. It doesn't matter if it's somewhere in a remote part of Zamfara. So anybody has a right to comment on anything on this platform. I can't allow anybody to tell me that I can't comment on something in Nigeria. I may have a girlfriend in Nigeria, you don't know. So I have the right to comment on anything.
I know. I saw you the other day.
So that's the point. So I want to make that clear. There's no restriction. I don't like restrictions. All I want is to respect people who are here, respect our guests. But you can say anything you want to. This is how you say. But the point is that you don't have to say anything I like or anything I agree with, but just say it in a respectful way. Don't abuse people. That's all I care about. And we can all agree. That's the point I want to make. We should get used to people disagreeing with us. CM, come to the show. CM, are you there?
Can I quickly ask the question? Ask Prince the question because he just finished now.
Yeah.
Okay. Go
Yes.
ahead. Go ahead, Sam.
Yes, good.
Yeah, you're very much free.
Okay.
Sam, go ahead.
Let me just quickly ask a question. Prince, so you mentioned he hasn't done anything. So why was he rendition to Nigeria? This guy was in the UK inciting violence across the Atlantic. I think it looks like a form of poetic justice to me now, that the president is there now. This is the same person Nnamdi Kanu told his followers to go and burn down his assets. We saw TVC, we saw Oriental, the one at Lekki, it was almost burned down, if not for the fact that those ones brought out a signpost to say it doesn't belong to this, so and so. So we cannot come here and pretend like this guy did not incite violence in Nigeria. This is some form of poetic justice. The same person you want his assets or whatever it is that he has gathered for himself burned down, the same person that you wanted your people to go after, now is the one sitting on your case now. How will it feel?
Okay, Simon, is it Simon? I'm trying to look at your name.
It's Sam.
Sam, okay. Sam, I don't know where you are located currently, okay? I am in United States of America. And when Trump, the president of US, was on seat, I was one of the people that told, I said it, and I not only did I go on his page, and everywhere that I could get, and I told.
Somebody is sleeping.
Yes.
I can't figure out who.
Snoring too.
Yeah. Well, who is sleeping? Everybody's awake. Maybe it's no.
Okay, it's like it's frozen.
I think he's muted now.
I think he's here. Yeah.
It's who?
I'm here.
Yeah, it was frozen. You can go ahead, sir.
Oh, okay. So, like what I was saying, I am one of the people who told Trump
I thought they called
the way
me to
it was.
speak.
I was one of the people who gave
I
Trump
thought I was
orange
called
hair.
to speak, and they're saying I'm sleeping again.
Hold on. We'll come back to you.
Okay.
I was one of the people who gave him orange hair, and when he called Africa shithole, I was also one of the people who told him how he looked like.
In Nigeria.
So the thing is this: people have freedom of speech. People can say anything, and even if you really listen to everyone, per se, you know what? I believe some of the things that Nnamdi Kanu said. Anyways, I believe I know there is a secret that they are hiding in that Aso Rock.
But do you agree? Do you agree? Is incitement add fuel to the fire?
He's not inciting nothing. He's not inciting any. The same thing he said.
See, you people are not ready to hear the truth. You are not ready to hear the truth. That's good. You are not ready to hear the truth.
What about the statement of Dela Alaka and Olumo?
See, Jude. See,
Onanuga, that told people that you would never.
Hold on. See, I don't know where Rudolph is. I hope he comes back. I know this is a very, very sore topic for a lot of people. And but we seriously, as a people, have to start facing the truth. We have to tell the truth of things as we see it, not because it's linked to us. That's all I'm going to ask of people, because we have to do these things. We can't just pretend as if truth didn't happen. That just because you have a child and your child goes and breaks somebody's head doesn't mean you pretend as if your child didn't do that.
So what is the truth? What is the truth?
Like what Sam said, that was clearly a fact. I've seen it online.
A fact that Nnamdi should remain in jail.
No. I'm not.
By the law court.
See, what I'm saying is that, you see, that same law court that some people accuse of being unbiased, what I find with Nigerian courts is that there's a pattern to them. That's why I said earlier on, their judgments are sound based on what is presented before them. That is why they found him innocent. But the same court is also staying Kanu's release because the federal government went to them to put other cases before them. So that is what is happening. You have to just follow the process.
How can you be? Do you know how many times they brought up cases after the court had been releasing? So how long will they continue? If the same court now say release him, the same government will also bring up another charges. Where does that happen in the entire world? Where does that happen?
I think
you take somebody to court. You are the one that took the person to court. You brought all the charges, 15 charges against the person, and then in the midst of the trial, You say, oh no, I didn't bring these charges again. When you see that the court is going to exonerate him, then you bring up another charges again. And then after that, again, the court say, release him. Then you now go again and bring up another. Where is it done?
This is how it works. This is how it works.
If Kanu was in the UK, they would do far worse to him. Even you guys don't know how people behave in the West. You end up in a black site.
Father, I totally disagree with you on this. If we're gonna say that Nnamdi Kanu was indicted, then what was the Boko Haram? What were they doing?
And exactly. You saw what they did to them. You saw what they do to them, though. They were doing the same thing.
Tell me how many Boko Haram persons they've caught.
All right, their leader is dead.
Please, Dr. Rudolph is still here.
He's dead.
Hold on, guys.
Hold on.
All right, hold on, guys. I didn't want to make this a topic. I just said it in tangent and along the line of what the governor is saying. I didn't want to bring in Nnamdi Kanu as a subject matter because I know we don't have enough time to do that. I'm still working on getting one of his lawyers. He almost came this week, but he canceled for some other reason. But I'm hopeful that next week I may be able to get one of his lawyers, and then we'll have a full conversation on that, on Nnamdi Kanu and the case, but not today because it won't end. So let me just get a view from people just on the surface in terms of the governor and his wish and the importance of that. Then we go on because one day we'll talk about, I thought about the issue, but I don't think, and then when people say something like the truth, the problem we have in Nigeria is that we don't even agree on the truth anymore. What is the truth? Nobody wants to hear what, everybody believes that what they believe, what their own side is the truth, and that's sad. Because we have to agree on facts. This is a fact. This is what happened. It may interpret it in a different way. But that's not for today. CM, go ahead.
Okay. Well, Rudolph, thank you very, very much. I was just passing by, so I said, okay, I'm already late. Let me see one or two things. You see, actually, from what you've just said now, you sort of narrowed what I would have said, but I respect you. I won't go into details. That doesn't mean that so many things left flying. I have my facts. I know. So it doesn't mean that whatever I didn't respond to is a fact. Otherwise, just because let sleeping dog lie. In other words, the day it should be discussed, probably it will be discussed. But for today, like you said, I respect you. That doesn't mean that whatever everybody said is true, because I can dismantle each one with facts and logic. Not really logic. So that is the thing. So on sit at home, you see, the cure for sit at home is just one simple cure. One, which is there is nobody in the world. If I'm in my room now, if I'm protesting here, nobody will know. If you want to protest, you go in a public space peacefully, just like people are going to protest about fuel subsidy removal. That is peacefully, because if everybody sit in your house and protesting, nobody will know. But why do people protest by sitting at home? It's because when they come out, they kill them. It's as simple as that. If Enugu governor can guarantee that, stop sitting at home. If you want to protest for release of Nnamdi Kanu or anything, come and carry your placard on the road and make sure nobody kills you. This thing will stop. Before, indigenous people of Biafra, they don't sit at home. Because you see, the thing is, that's what I say logic. People will ask you a question, but where in the world do people protest by sitting at home? Instead of going up and then carry your placard, people will see that this is it. They read your message. But they did it in Nigeria. These are facts. They were killed, openly shot, like a fake game. Then Nnamdi Kanu said in those days, sorry I'm mentioning his name, he said if we come out, they sit in your home and be eating your soup. Let me know whether they are going to bring you out. And that is what they are doing. It's as simple as that. So if you guarantee them, people now, that if you come out in the Southeast to protest peacefully, for anything, even if it's you want Biafra, you are protesting peacefully the way we do in UK, all over the world, nobody will shoot you. People sit at home will stop instantly. There's nothing about it. That is something that you solve by a stroke of the pen. Everybody will see that, oh, they are carrying, look at these stupid people carrying placard. They let them go now. They stay by the side of the road, you pass. You don't shoot at them. So nobody sits at home. Sitting at home is to save their life. That is just why they sit at home. There's no, I will tell you, that is the thing. In fact, it doesn't make impact in terms of the protest because nobody notices you. But if you come out so that you people will hear you, okay, can you imagine by Wednesday, Labour called for strike, and everybody sits at home and said, we no go agree, we no go agree. People will say, but you should have carried placards so that international press will look at it and write. But if they come out on Wednesday and they are marching, holy, holy, maybe something like solidarity, we shall always fight our right. They are not violent. So why are you shooting at them? That is the issue. Nigerians are fond of dodging the issue and then they build, you see, the way Nigerians debate is first, they will set their own question and go on to answer it. If you fail to get their trick, they will now use it as a topic and invite you to debate. There's a platform. All they do is they will first of all fabricate a story, make it headline, and invite you to debate. I don't do that. I remember in school when they give you maths A, B, C, D, E, then number 2 A, B, C, D, E. If you know 1C, you do not know 2D. You may decide to take B from 2 and then go and replace it, thinking you are going to confuse the lecturer or the teacher. The teacher has a marking scheme. When you come, they say, no, this question, though it is right, it's not 1C, it's 2B, so you will remove it. So that is the trick Nigeria use. Sitting at home is not, nobody protests by sitting at home. It is because if there is anything, according to Amos Oz, an Israeli journalist, he said when there is a conflict between what is right and what is right, a value higher than what is right should prevail, and that value is life. So you go and preserve life. What they are doing is to preserve life. If they come out to protest, you kill them. So of what use will it be? Then they sit at home so that he who loses Monday will continue from Tuesday. Then you come out on Monday to protest and they shot you, you die. Those people killed in Nigeria, do anybody account for them? No. They did the election in Lagos. Oluomo incited violence. The next day, they slaughtered people in Lagos in cold blood. They profiled in Igbo and they slaughtered them. The last chairperson that came here, the SDP chap, when I mentioned it, I said, okay, go meet Ohaneze and Igbo. They give you the list of people killed. Edo people voted in Lagos. Bini, every tribe voted. But they singled Igbo out and slaughtered them. Now, Igbo leave Lagos. Fine and good. If you tell me to leave your compound, I will leave. But if I leave and go to my own compound, what I do there, you should not come and control it. They were in Lagos because Lagos is part of Nigeria. So that's why people go there. Just like you can see a Benin man in Medugri, because Medugri is part of Nigeria. So if you now tell me to leave and I go to my place and raise my flag, say, okay, in fact, I want to be on my own, you don't have to stop me. By the way, is it not a federation? That's one. So when this type of thing happen, you know, okay, people lost their businesses. Supposing that day I refuse to vote, people will blame me. Why didn't you vote? You are complaining. But I said if I go and vote, it won't count or they will kill me. So what do? You see, anything you can do to keep yourself alive, to God, to be you anybody, I don't know shame. I will say, if I can come out and lose my life, I better stay at home. I prefer to lose 1 day in a week than to say, let me come and make it 7 days in a week and lose. Because if you lose your life, nobody cares. After all, I have a precedent, I have a logic to present that when we are doing it, without coming out to come and protest peacefully, people were covering us, they were killing us, slaughtering people, shooting people at will. So all those things, when we say Nigeria, we know the truth, but they like to hide. You should ask yourself, why should people do this? Common sense solves so many questions. If you probe it, why should people do it? Today, somebody, if you're talking of incitement, how can somebody who said he's a communicator, Bayo Ononoga, Sendi were interfering in the affairs of Yoruba because they want to vote in Lagos? Ijo man is living in Lagos voting. Is Ijo interfering? No. Fulani is voting in Lagos. Is Fulani interfering? No. Every other tribe is living in Lagos voting. Are they interfering? No. By the way, who is Igbo man going to vote for? Jandor, Adediro, Yoruba. Sanwo-Olu, APC, Yoruba. Gbadebo, Yoruba. They say because Gbadebo's mother is Igbo, he is not Yoruba, he is Igbo. Now, when you see this type of narrative and you now go back, you see all these things. That's why sometimes when Nigerians reason, when we say,
you don't seem to be respecting the bell at all.
All right. TM, you've gone so far.
Okay,
away.
sorry.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your input. That's why I said we have to bring a whole.
Okay, it's my time. It's my time up.
Well,
it's my time up.
20 minutes
15 minutes ago.
20 minutes ago. All right.
Okay, so I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about that. I didn't know. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It happens, I understand. I've been on other shows where I talk and I go over. Go ahead, Ify. Go ahead, Ify.
What's going on?
We still can't hear her. Yeah. We need to do on her today.
Check the setting on your phone. Check the setting.
Okay.
Your audio setting.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Before I come to the question, there is a research we need to do. There is this thing, the Igbos, I have to be clear here. The Igbos, if you go to the history of Nigeria, the great Igbos' sons and daughters didn't start from politics. The Igbos don't take politics serious. We don't even bring it to the table. But when we started having the 419ers that joined politics from 1999, when they go to the northern states, they see that all the kingmakers are politicians. They started inducing it into, and I believe the Yorubas in the past hadn't that reverence to politics until Tinubu and his like brought politics into defining the people. And that is what is killing the Igbo land. Because we neglected politics, we thought that politics, the government will always think positive of his people or her people, and they will continue doing their business, thinking that government will protect them. That is why they go everywhere. That is why they will go to Lagos and buy land in the ocean, fill it, because they believe the government will secure them. But now we have realized that politics have been reduced in a very negative and myopic way. Negative and myopic way that everything is about self. Somebody will win election today, he will start saving money for the next election, not taking charge of the people. So coming to address the question, the Northerners, before election, they took federal government to court that the people are suffering, that they should do something on Naira redesign. The Southeastern governors, why can't they take to the federal government to court? Why are they begging Buhari? Why are they begging Tinubu? Is it not a constitutional issue? Why wouldn't they take the federal government to court, say, the 5 governors from the Southeast, we are standing here to say, court has released this guy, release this guy. Why are they begging? They are begging because they don't have the footing. They are begging because they don't have the stand. Look at what happened in Lagos. None of the governors from the Southeast called out the killing, the tribal war that happened in Lagos. And people are coming here to rub it on our face, to tell us that we are stupid, we came to them. And you see, just a minute to go into this. You see, restructuring have started. Oil is gotten from my local government. But look at how much NNPC have asked me to pay. There is no oil in Lagos State. Look at how much they are paying. Because they have the same water we have. But the federal government refused us to have our own seaport. Now they will be buying oil at 488, and I will buy it at 515. Restructuring have started. People will go back to what they owe, and they will possess what they owe. I love what have happened to Port Harcourt and Bayelsa. Look at how much they will be buying for a pump of fuel. So until our governors begin to know that the mandate they are having are constitutional issues, it is not daddy and boy relationship. It is master-master relationship. If you have a constitutional conflict, you bring it on the table. And that is why the law courts are there. So that's my position on that. The Enugu State telling us to stop sitting at home. The former governor is not sitting at home. It wasn't the former governor that did it. So what is he saying?
All right, thank you. Anybody else want?
Can we put things in perspective there, please?
Can I add
Let
to
me
this?
hear
Because
confidence and then
I find
Sam.
it interesting that the governor is saying that they should stop it, which, to be fair, is the right thing for him to do, but he cannot enforce it. The problem is that you can say that somebody should not come out, should be free to come outside on that day, but we know full well that there are people being penalized for these things. There are lives that are being lost if they come out on such days. It's just like the Nigerian government saying that farmers should go to farm when these bandits are all over the place in the forest and taking the lives of farmers and making their lives miserable. So you can't enforce something that when people are already scared, except you are able to secure the state and say come out, then they will come out. The concept of staying at home, there's nothing wrong with it. If you want to stay at home and ask the people to stay at home as a form of protest, if you want to protest. But I said before, we have to be honest about the way we discuss things. Because when something favors us, we take that one. But when it doesn't favor us, we just say everything is unjust. Every part of the country is suffering the same. And I think there's something that Augustine touched on that I think is quite correct, that the Southeast didn't take politics very seriously. I'm not even sure they do today, take politics very seriously. Because if you think about it, Nnamdi Kanu had a lot of support in that region. He could have done what Peter B did now. He could have. No matter, even after all the Sundance thing, he could have still returned back to Nigeria and still done what Peter B did. But he didn't do that. He chose a different path that saw people dressed, like militia and stuff like that. Those kind of stuff is the kind of stuff that alienates people. That's not politics. If you want to play politics of the nation, you can play it. And can you imagine Nnamdi Kanu winning all the states in the Southeast? What those people are going to go and do in the center? They are going to be deciding things that happen in the country. As a matter of fact, he probably would have had more power than Tinubu had if he played his card right, because everybody was beholden to him. So there's an element here that there's a learning cautionary tale here, because sometimes I find that people in that region, like in the Southeast and even in the South, you see that too. When they give opportunity, they don't take it, and then they will just start pointing fingers. It's like, how did the Southwest do it? Southwest, they don't even have natural resources as much as those regions. But yet, how did they manage to pull it off? They managed to pull it off by playing politics the right way. And I tell you right now, if you look at globally, the way the Nigerian families is the accomplishment they are accomplishing, you can see that the Southwest have done very, very well for themselves from the context of this in Nigeria. They've gained a lot from it because they've tapped into the politics of the country. But this is what we need to learn in this. It's not about, I understand the feelings people have about these things in terms of the history and all the rest of it. But you have to get engaged, because if you get engaged, you can make changes. Kanu can do exactly what Peter Obi has done. He can transform that whole region. And people that are asking for him to just be released, they should be asking themselves, why would the federal government release him when Abakari is dead? And all the other people in the north that are doing this type of thing that didn't turn are dead. So if you want him to release him, I think the federal government will release him when it suits them, like they did with Isaac Adakaboro. When they find that some other person shows up in the southeast that is causing too much problem that they think Kanu is going to neutralize, they will release him. They can ask for amnesty. It's one thing, you can ask for amnesty, but to say that it's justified, that he has a right to come out of that place, then you are not looking at the charges that are against him. If you are looking at the charges that are against him, you are going to actually find that there is something there. There's something there that needs to be answered. Because if this was in the UK or America, we have to be fair. We really have to be fair. If it was this country, this stuff happened, Kanu did this stuff. You know what's going to happen.
All right, KJ.
Thank you. Dr. Damages, allow me to not go, because every bit of the blood in me wants to respond to Forefather and Sam, but I will hold myself and I'll wait for the time you make this a discussion. I'll just quietly go back to the issue that has to do with the sit-out of in Igbo land. Now, the question we should be asking ourselves is it beneficial to the people? And why is the whole people? I think the Southeast is over 45 million people or thereabout. Or rather, I mean, over 30 million people. Let me, is it possible for IPOB members that are less than 1 million be able to make everybody sit in their houses? The answer is no, because they're not even enough to go around the communities. But you find out that some of the communities themselves have taken on this nature, and they've told themselves it does not matter how much. See, forefather, some of the mistakes some Nigerians make is they say the Igbos are suffering. My father told me after the war, despite everything he had, he was given 20 pounds. 20 pounds to survive. That is where the Igbos have come from. Each family had 20 pounds. It doesn't matter whether you're a billionaire, whether you own half of Lagos before the war, you are given 20 pounds. And from 20 pounds, Igbo land is where it is today. That means that these people have come through a history of being able to survive, no matter what the situation may be. So it's not going to be easy to say to us right now, okay, you're sitting at home, you're losing money. After all, they've lost everything before. They lost everything before. Okay, that's one. So we have to deal with this situation with a lot of wisdom. If I were the governor of Enugu State, I will say to myself and to his people, I'll go around the communities, I'll look for opinion leaders and opinion molders, and I'll say to them, look, we have a situation in our hands, and this is what I intend to achieve. How do you advise best? Remember, you're not giving power to them, but the Bible says wisdom is profitable to direct. You are trying to get everybody's buying in. And the buying is that you bring these people who know the troublemakers, or who know those people who are claiming to be IPOB when they are not, or who know those Fulani head people, or those army people who are now parading themselves in Igbo land as soldiers, okay, or those Fulani herdsmen who have been rehabilitated, and the best place to settle them is in the east. They know where those people are. You ask them, they will show you which forests they are occupying and where they are. And then you can deal with it. But to sit on your government comfortable chair and announce that it's going to come to an end, how are you going to do it? Let me tell you, Forefather and the rest of the team, those families that lost people when government forcefully said they should go out, whether they were killed by, whether anything happened to them, either by the unknown government or by the known government, the situation is that they are no longer with us. They are our relatives, they are our mothers, they are our fathers, they are our children, they are our sisters. So you don't want to bring your family to harm's way because you are trying to help obey a government that doesn't even have structure to protect you. You won't put yourself on the line, And so it's not just good enough to say, I'm going to stop it when you have no concrete. That's the same thing we're saying about our president now. Who say it is your prerogative to remove the subsidy, which every Nigerian accept it should be done. But you don't. When you want to build a house, you don't lay your foundation, then you put tiles on the ground, on the floor, and then you start building up. No, you put tiles in the house when you are finished building. But what he has done is, before even constructing your building, you have already put this type. You don't declare a policy that you don't know how you're going to go about to achieve it. Okay, and that's why everything is in haywire. The same thing is going to happen. It's just the same thing in Enugu State. When the governor says, "I'm going to end this," no, it's not going to end that way. You don't even have control of the soldier of the army. So how do you control it? How do you stop it? That's my take. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, KJ.
I wanted to ask a question the other time, please.
Okay, hold on, Sam. I just wanted to mention that. Hold on. I wanted to mention that when we look at the East, we have to now look at two different governors. So we look at, especially the new ones, Oti on one hand, and Mbah, who is in Enugu. Oti is in Abia State, and Mbah is in Enugu. So let's watch what Oti does in Abia State in terms of how to deal with this, because people are writing on the comments. I saw some of them saying that, and someone said it here on the platform, that they are doing the bidding of their masters, something like that. I know it's a common thing people say in Nigeria, but I'm telling you that the governors in the Southeast, when it comes to their interest in seeing an end to the sit at home, it's about financial It's about the financial health of the state, not about anybody's master. Nobody's telling them what to do on that issue. And nobody's trying to stop that because they are trying to do whatever the masters is telling them to do. All right. I will take 2 more comments on that, and then we move on. CM, you wanted to say something? Oh, Sam, you wanted to say something?
Okay. Yeah. So Augustine, I just left very quickly. Augustine, I just let me just go first.
Yeah.
Augustine, I just left. So you mentioned something earlier about the South is being denied the port. And I'm asking, are there deep seas in the port? You need to expatiate that so we understand where it's coming from. I recently heard about Ondo State, where the deep sea has been approved for them to start operations there. So where are the deep seas in the east? And then you can enlighten us on that if anyone knows.
Sam,
my question for KJ as well. You mentioned all of this. I'm asking you, where were these IPOB under Jonathan? Where was IPOB under Jonathan's regime?
Thank you very much, Sam. And you see, you are asking, that's why I said, you see, IPOB is a question, a topic I want to address. I don't want to, we are jumping everywhere. I have a full dossier of it, and I will give you blow by blow account. Okay?
Not today, KJ. Not
today at all. Not today. But IPOB was there, and Jonathan took the best option, which we even at that time, some of us who had some friends in government said, don't arrest this guy because they're going to make him a hero. And Jonathan did not arrest him. They were not they were for crying out loud, they didn't have any guns. So what are you even going to arrest? So that was how it was totally played down, and it never became a problem. Now, before I forget, there was something you said. The second question, the first question you asked was on what? Sorry, remind me again. The first question.
About the port, about the deep sea port.
Now, I will ask you 2 questions. We don't have deep sea, really, but you have a dry port in Niger State. You have a dry port in Kano State. Are there any deep sea in those areas? What those things are? At least we have some form of sea, but you have a dry port in Niger State built by the federal government. You have a dry port in Kano built by the federal government. Is there any sea there? Which one is better? Which one will have been easier to dredge the one that you have sea? They have water and put ports there, or to put dry ports as far as Kano. Let's face facts.
Okay. Okay. What are your governors doing to that effect? What are the governors?
Okay, Sam. All right. I don't know.
Please,
Sam.
please.
Okay, let's. I don't want it to be between you and KJ. Let's stop that. The KJ even doesn't have an answer to that. Let me hear from CM.
Please.
We round up.
Please. Okay, please. The thing is,
okay, CM. Okay, guys, when you're done now.
The thing is, when somebody goes to the market, there are so many items on display. You buy the one you want. Nnamdi Kanu, what he wants is outright sovereignty for Biafra, but he wants it through referendum. He's not asking for. That's why he said he's not interested in Nigerian politics. He's not interested in putting candidates all over the Southeast because of the mass followership he will win. He never wanted it that way. He made it clear. So I don't see the reason why somebody could be judging here. You know, it's an option, very easy option, but he doesn't want it. So you judge somebody based on what he wants. That's what I'm trying to point out. He didn't want that. Okay. He's not interested because he said one thing. I remember when they asked him, when they were saying IPOB, he said they shouldn't vote. Now they kind of said everybody, if you want to vote, vote. If you don't want to vote, do not vote. That is not stopping anybody. And after that, he said, I want to tell you that your card does not work. If I tell you not to vote, you will say IPOB prevented you not to vote. Now that you voted, did your vote count? That was after 2015, 2019. Even if he's alive today, he's alive. If he's out today, he would have been asking them, now you voted. They say beavers, and they switched up beavers. This your beavers working. So the thing is this, when we want to discuss issues about Nigeria, something, let us face it. We are different people entirely, brought together by the British. I recommend people to read Ali Ekine's book. These are the principal players on why Nigeria is Nigeria. These are the people that go on sent to House of Commons to go and make a claim on why Nigeria what should happen. So if you read people like this, their confession, Edwin Clark released his autobiography a few days ago called Brutally Frank. I'm reading through the excerpts. People should be able to read and see what really happened, because why Nigeria is where we are today. That is why when you read this type of thing, you will be able to say that we've come a long way. How do we approach it? The solution we are taking will not work. That is why Nigeria is in a mess today. The solution, I don't care whoever is in power, the solution we are taking to tackle Nigerian issue is one cap fits all. Let us confront the monster by saying, let us really say, I argued here last week or 2 weeks ago, the people of Ethiopia had Article 39 in their constitution, the right to secede, the right for referendum. Why can't Nigeria go that route? It will help to solve a lot of problems. You don't know who will come up tomorrow. But when we want to this half-baked, okay, now 60 years, by 2027, we are still talking about the same thing. One side will be saying that either they don't like it. The other side will say, whether you like it or not, we have to move on. You can't force an old woman to sit properly, because you can never know the direction from which she takes in fresh air. It's as simple as that. So all this one cap fits all doesn't work. What people should be saying, oh, Sam has gone. What people should be talking about is a case of what really is Nigeria up to. Our problem dates back. If you read Ali Yekine's book, you will shake yours. The Nigerian rain has been beating Nigerian people for a long time. I'm always not having time when I'm articulating my point. Well, that's okay. I don't want to disobey. So
thank you, Sam.
Let me stop here.
I wanted to say that your proverb, the proverb you choose to use to illustrate your story. Anyway, let's Uzo. Something happened. I saw.
Can I reply, Sam? Sam asked me a question.
No. Oh, who are you?
Sam is gone. Sam has gone. Oh, okay. Oh, Sam is still here. Sorry.
Sam is here.
Sam is here. Hold on. I don't want this.
Okay, yes.
Okay. I wanted to get something clear. I saw Uzo, then I saw V under Uzo, then I was confused. So I now understand why they went out on a date.
Why are you confused? Why are you confused? Enter my bank.
Oh my God. Oh my God. How did this happen?
Dr. Damages, our problem has started. I thought we were redeeming ourselves. If these two people are together, then
that is bad.
We are finished.
That is really bad.
We are completely finished.
This is also, let me say something. This is also I'm looking for a word. I'm not sure whether Ovia has met Uzo before. They will tell us. But what I wanted to is something that is very important in what we're doing here and what happened here today and other days.
Yes, I was
coming here and talking. Go ahead, Ovia. Tell us.
I was following. So what's the question?
No, I'm saying, how did you meet Uzo? Where are you?
Oh, this is Dr. Damage's connection. You should know that. Yeah, we can before. Anita, your connection. I told you last week. We met Dr. Damage's. So
I wanted to say that it's very important that when we treat people here, people we've not met before, we should actually be more respectful in the way we talk to them, and because we are going to meet most of these people you see here. I look forward to meeting anybody. If I'm going to any city now, I know that you are there. I'll call you. I'll come to your house even if you don't let me in. So if I'm coming to the UK now, there's no way I can look for all the people I know in the UK or anywhere. That's how I roll. I don't know about you. And if people come to New York and they don't call me, I get mad. They don't let me know that they're here. I don't like that. But I consider everybody here we're acquaintances now, and we should that way. Until you meet people, you won't. Go ahead, okay.
Dr. Damages, Uzo is real. He's not robot. He's not AI. He's real. He's a real human, right? I don't even cola out. You don't talk cola. So not cola now. Come on, cola now. So yes. Anyway, yes.
So I just want to go and play soccer. Can I respond to Sam? Then I start listening.
Okay. What uniform are you wearing, Austin? Before
I'm an Arsenal fan, so but I'm just wearing an Irish shirt.
Okay. You are bold. You're actually courageous for wearing that kind of thing. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the first thing I want to say here that Sam, if you watch the mood here, you will know that we're not here for political parties. We're here to make Nigeria better. So to your question, Do you know that the tin can is an artificial water that is not a deep sea? Do you know that the only deep sea is the Apapa Wharf? Do you know that tin can wharf is artificial water? Do you know that the sea in Calabar and Port Harcourt are deeper than the ones in Lagos? So let's be honest to ourselves. Thank you.
All right. So part
The
of
dry ports were built by the state governors. You are letting your governors go on free passes. You need to start to hold them to account. That's where I'm going.
all right.
Everything is not going to be done by the federal government. So stop lying to yourself, sir.
It's not. It's not true. It's not Kaduna State government that built the dry port in Kaduna. It was when Buhari came they built it. Listen, the dry port in Kaduna State was built by Muhammad Buhari when he came in 2015-16. That's when it was built. It's not Kaduna State government. Fact check me on that. So don't come here and peddle lies.
What else does Lagos
No. I'm giving an example. Dry port. There is dry port in Kaduna. Dry port in Kaduna was built by federal government, not Kaduna State government. So don't come and peddle lies. Do you think the Southeast are so poor that they can't build a dry port? What are you talking about? That's a lie.
He's reacting to something that Augustine brought up. If Augustine had brought up the dry port, maybe he wouldn't have said that. You have to try to understand. You can't
but in trying to react, he told a lie. He said the state government that built dry port. It is not. There's a difference between state government and federal government.
Built seaports or something
I've
like
listened.
that.
Listen, we are talking of dry port.
He said, where are the deep seas in the southeast? So I'm trying to let him know that the tin can is artificial water. And it is the federal government that built those things. So stop calling us fools.
Then he went on to say that it was the state government that built some of the ports in Lagos, that the other areas too should do the same.
It's not what he said. That's not what he said. No, that's not what he said.
Because
I had him. He said the state government. Hold on. Please hold on. He said no. Hold on. He said state government built dry port. Dry, DRY, dry. That's what he said. So I corrected him by saying he said dry. Replay it. You go. He said it's dry. He's here. He said dry, DRY. It's a different thing. So Kaduna has a dry port. Kaduna is not a sea. Kaduna has a dry built by federal government. So why can't Enugu? Listen, it's my. Don't worry. You don't need to patronize me. I'm trying to correct your lies. Don't come and peddle falsehood. Don't come and peddle falsehood. Enugu State. Why can't they go and build dry port in Enugu State? And you are telling me.
Hold on, everyone, please. All right. Some of the approach that we take on these conversations will be a lot different if. For instance, if we say, and I do make that mistake.
I think CM is correct. He actually said the dry ports, to be fair.
Yeah.
I was actually responding to what KJ said. I told Augustine to explain why.
Hold on, everybody, hold on. So instead of looking at everything as accusation, maybe what we should be doing, especially when we don't, I'm not expecting that you prepare for all these topics that will come up and all the things that you are going to respond to. So instead of accusing, we say things knowing that we are not sure. For instance, when you're talking about dry ports and who built, I don't know, and you don't have to know everything. So sometimes the way we present things, we present it as if we are sure, and that worries me. When I'm not sure, and if we do that, we just until we are sure. And then people responding also to give people the room to also understand that I was wrong today. I said that the video of Remi Tinubu was, I thought it was real. I saw it, and anybody could be wrong. But the point I'm making is that let's not think that people intentionally are trying to. I wasn't trying to put down Remi Tinubu or whatever she's doing or the president is doing. It's just that I'm reacting to something that I thought, and we're all depending on the media, what the media is presenting to us. But if we are not 100% sure about something, or even when we are sure and we are correcting somebody, we corrected that without implying that people are intentionally pushing this agenda. And I think I like the fact that this is a public forum and people can correct anybody. And I count on people because I don't know it all. And there are some things that KJ will come up and present that I'll learn. And I hope that one of the biggest dream I have in this world is that anybody that comes here every day will learn something, and that makes us better, you know, and not to resist the superior argument and superior idea. And that's why sometimes I like to have people stay here and listen to people react to what they say, because you learn also something you didn't know before. If you are presentation, it happens to me. I think it happens to everybody here. All right. So who was speaking? Who wanted to say? Okay, CM.
I think you finished speaking, CM. This guy hasn't spoken. Also hasn't said anything at all. And
so
CM, one minute.
So please,
okay, 1 minute.
Just because when I'm talking, they were interjecting me. Okay, they were interjecting me. So I wanted to make a point, because when certain things are said, if you allow it to slide, it will fly. In 2018, Buhari commissioned federal government of Nigeria a dry port in Kakuri, Kaduna State. It is done by the federal government with federal government money. Why can't federal government do dry port in Enugu? Why? Is Kaduna State on the sea? Just like Enugu is not. When people come and, when you want to compare apple and oranges, or you bring something and you want to dodge it, that's what icks me. It does not mean that if the Southeast want to build it, they don't have money. But when you do to me the way you do to others, when they are asking of building international airport in Enugu, they will tell you, why can't the people in Southeast build it? The one in Lagos, who built it? Is it Lagos State Government? Is it not federal? The one in Kano International Airport, is it Kano State Government? Is it not federal? So why can't federal build in Enugu? When we say this type of thing, people think that we just want to argue. That is what annoys me. I like logic. Convince me with logic. Convince me. So not when somebody come and tell lies. Why can't they govern everything they want to talk of? Is say tell their governors. As if other states are they better. Let us even bring out the Human Development Index by 36 states in Nigeria. Southeast is not lagging behind. Even those that claim they know politics, they play politics, are better off, they know everything, they've been producing president. Southeast is not the worst. We are just like we do our own self. Federal government does not care. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Challenge me on that.
All right, thank you. Thank you, CM. Let's go for Uzo and Ovie. Are they talking to us? Mr. Scribe, welcome to the show. Uzo and Ovie, can you hear us? All right, Mr. Scribe.
I'm just coming. I don't know what I've still.
Hold on, Mr. Scribe. Let's hear these people. Yeah, on a day here, what are you people doing there?
You've been, Dr. Dameji, you'll be on for about, let's say 7 hours. Out of that 7 hours, the last 6 hours, now just the fight. No, I'm that serious. I'm that serious.
Is that how it sounded where you are?
Huh?
Is that the way it sounded where you are?
That's why it sounded, yes. People were actually watching alongside with me. They were like, why is everybody fighting? I was like, welcome to Nigeria. That's how. But today was very obvious. That's what I wanted to point out. It was very obvious the way we behaved. Let me include myself on the platform today. It wasn't encouraging at all. I'm not going to lie. And I don't want to mention him. It's like everybody was actually involved with what happened today. I don't know. A lot of people have spoken about it already. Even Dr. Damage, you put a lot of things into perspective. But I think we just need to do better. Generally, that's what I perceive. And this is not just coming from me. As I said, there are a lot of strangers around me when I was watching it. They quickly pointed it out. Like, why is they were like, is there war in Nigeria? It's like, I was like, no. As sad as it sounds, this is just who we are.
Okay, this is Dr. David's connection, all the way from Houston, Texas. They carry last now. Houston or here alive.
Wow.
I just maintain. Ovie told me he'd be coming to Houston last week. I said, okay. and here. So here he is.
Where are you guys, in the bar or at your house?
What is here we are?
See, we are within Niger joint. Let me put it that way.
United Sister.
They call it United Sisters. Or
Yeah.
it's a Nigerian sport.
It's a Nigerian sport. So
Very
Una
good.
say make we no chop for camera, but
So is this the first time you are meeting Uzo? Is it the first
yeah,
time?
this is my first time
I
meeting
met,
Uzo, yeah.
I met Obi in your show. That's what I was telling him.
Yeah.
Whatever you do in life, all right, just be who you are. You don't know tomorrow, all right? Last week I was saying some of us who come to this show, we meet people, we talk, we like, you don't know who is who, all right? So I met you in your show. I was telling you, okay, look at it. And I met you in your show. Now we are live. Don't know what you have done for so many people. Tomorrow now, I don't know the connection. We are going to business connection, everything. End of the day, it's going to lead back. Where do you meet? So you meet that show. That's how life is. Life is not about come here, shout and talk. But he's here now. I'm going to be here with him for the weekend. Whatever I want to eat, drink, we stay here. End of the day, one thing, we talk businesses, we talk everything. I make millions, maybe you can also make millions.
We talk politics too. We talk politics. I still don't agree with Biafra land. So we talk about that too. So that's to tell you.
So my advice to people is that if you're on this show, don't think they come because of few people are watching you, think that's how life is. Life doesn't end here. Life can end anywhere. It can be a help for somebody in anywhere. People who can get married through these shows.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about that also. Did Ovie tell you anything about he's looking for a wife, and are you
what?
Helping him out? He's looking for a wife. Are you helping him out with that?
A wife? Do I look like an agent?
Wait, I know you will not say it, but actually there's a mercy waiting for me. Courtesy of Uzo.
Somebody.
Courtesy of Uzo. There's a mercy.
Somebody, her sister. I know a long time ago, but Ovie is not. He's not applying career break. It's not the engine oil. It's not even.
Why you want to my Dr. Dameji? Don't mind him. I'm still looking for a wife.
I know.
I know my father is jealous, but that's okay.
Leave her father alone. So what I'm saying is this.
Uzo. I'm a nigga look at one Uzo very, very well. I've been watching you.
I want the public.
I cannot wait.
I was talking in your favor of yeah. Okay, I mean, a set ground for you. Why are you insulting me?
I cannot wait to see Mr. Damages. I'll go and pick him up in Jobush Airport for a whole full 1 week. Let me show you how Mboli Okpa, Kotagoro Okpa, come out at there's between Okpa and chicken.
I'll be there very soon.
We should make arrangements.
Dr. Dameji, guess what? Uzo took me to some places. I meet some elderly people in their areas who know so much about what happened in the southeast. And I was blown away actually. Stuff I was hearing. I had to call Igbo Basics about 30 minutes ago. I had to call him because I have his number. And I said, hey, I'm in your neighborhood because Uzo took me to some places that he knew, the people that he knew. So I called him. I said, Igbo Basic, I'm in your neighborhood. I'm with Uzo. He screamed. He was so happy that actually we are doing this. So what am I trying to say here, Dr. Dameji? Kudos, man. You did it again. But I never get a wife.
Thank you. Don't worry. We'll get that sorted out very soon.
Doctor, let me just clarify. Ovie, I was speaking.
Go ahead.
This is actually very good, as a way to connect to what we've been talking about. It doesn't mean that we're not going to disagree. It doesn't mean we are going to be smiling all the time, but we have to also understand that there's something beyond what we do here. And most of the people I know in my life have been people I met through mediums like this. So this is not a war, the do or die affair. So bear that in mind, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't defend your position, argue your points very well. Okay, one last topic that we're going to talk about before I think I will hand it over in 8 minutes. But there's this thing about, and this will impact everybody here, the issue about, Lexi, you want to say something? Lexi?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Again, from the last comment made by Ovie, even in the thick Yoruba family, they say when brothers come together to discuss family issues, if everything was quiet and smooth, that they are not telling themselves the truth. And anybody who is Yoruba here can bear witness to that proverb. So do not use the aggressive voices and points made to judge the benefits of whatever we are saying here. Those people who are telling you that we fight, their country probably needs even more help than whatever it is we are trying to settle here. Having said that, let me point out what was the point made earlier on about how Obi has done well by going into politics. As we speak, Obi has seen things that some people will not survive. Who didn't know in Nigeria that Obi was the guy to win? But he's enduring it and going to court. Some people, maybe they'll have heart attack and have stroke and whatever. Some people even had stroke on his behalf because everybody was shocked about what has happened. Now, will Obi's experience back what you have said, that if Nnamdi Kanu had gone through the politics, he would have done something, meaningful? We've heard it said that no Igbo man will become president of Nigeria. I'm not the one who said it. I heard it, and I don't know whether it's true or not. But that's your recommendation. That has not been proved to be anything that is better than what Nnamdi Kanu has decided about how he was going to solve the problem that he sees for our people. Obi has done so well that nobody can argue it. Where is he today? What are the people in the court doing? And what is going to be the outcome of his efforts? You answer that question and then ask, is it worth it? Why should you seek something through a political means when you know that the politics in the country is not reliable? It's not. You are not going to win. And if you try to win, they either kill you like they killed Abiola, or you will be denied your victory. So what's the wisdom in saying that Nnamdi Kanu should have gone through politics? In fact, all the people who have been saying that, they now know that what he chose is a better option than going into politics, since we don't know how to play it. But even when we know how to play it, Nigeria is not a country that wants things to go right. Nigeria condones evil and tolerates very corrupt judiciary. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come to you, Mr. Scribe, but there's something when Alexis was talking, I remember that before the inauguration, even before the election, there were a lot of people who were trying to compare what happened to Awolowo and what happened to Abiola, and said that the same thing will happen to Tinubu, but it didn't happen. Eventually, Tinubu was sworn in. People believe that if that had happened, people would have said, "You see, we told you." Well, why am I saying this? I'm saying this because I believe that no matter when you look at history, what history is pointing at, that somebody can change that. Thomas Jefferson said that I admire the dreams of the future more than the history of the past.
But Rudolph, can I challenge you on that thought and tell you why maybe it's not that deeper? Looking into it deeper, history is not aligned there, in my belief. And I would say, okay, when you go back to Awolowo, Akintola, you would see the alliance with the MPC. And then you will see that Awolowo was against sort of like the status quo at that time. And then when you look at Abiola, as it would be with Option 8 for everything that happened and everything went against him, so it can be assumed that he didn't align for some reason. There's a lot of vagueness around that. When you look at Obasanjo, clearly aligned. So I think if you look at it from that perspective, a bat allegedly is clearly aligned with the North. So how would you then place that? So history does suggest that if you are a Westerner and you're aligned with the North, you become president in that basis. I don't know if you agree with me.
Oh, no, I wasn't even looking at the consequences of each of them. It was the way people talk about it. What led to what happened to them. The way people talk about it was that they were either close to being president and they didn't. That they were close to being president.
I mean, I'm on record. I always hear I was saying that, people will relax. He's going to be president, and that was my line of thought. I don't think I ever had the opportunity to say what I just said maybe before, but I always looked at it that he had all, everyone who's been president in Nigeria, he had all the ingredients. I mean, I don't know if I have time to list everything, but he had all, in my opinion, he had all the ingredients together historically that supported that he would be fine. In terms of,
I'm not questioning what you're saying. I'm just saying that this is just on a surface thing that people were talking about. And I'm pointing out that if he had not, people will have said it's a continuation. And I'm pointing it out to say that what Alex was saying and what people say that there are situations that you look at it may not have happened before. It could happen, but you have to work towards that. That's all I'm saying, that the dreams of the future is more important than the history of the past. And that's what we have to begin to embrace if we want to advance. If we are tied down by the past, I'm not saying that the past is not important, knowing the past, but if we are tied down, if we crumble in the face of the past, then we are not going to make any advancement.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I also say that Obi does also have the same ingredients, but I would say the ideology alignment is the problem, and the fact that he is an independent thinker. So I think that's where the from a historical standpoint, where the independent thinkers don't actually make it. It's there. It's on there from Herbert Macaulay down. You will see it. It's literal.
Right. Prince.
Pretty much, Scribe. When you talk about Tinubu having the ingredients needed, are we saying that politically that that Tinubu's alignment to the north is greater than that of Atiku alignment to those in the south? If we talk about that, Atiku would have won. Atiku would have won hands down because he had a lot of alignment right there in the south. A simple thing I just want to just say, what everyone has been saying.
Prince, your line is not very clear. I don't know if you can do anything.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but it's not very good. But go ahead.
Okay. Now I think it should be better now. So pretty much my own thing is this. Did whatever it is that Tinubu did, we'll say, okay, it's politics. It has happened. But that is not the right politics to play. Because why I said it's not the right politics to play is that people were promised that their votes will count. That is even what really pains a lot of people. Before now, it's always APC or PDP. If Obi had remained in PDP, if Wike had not done what he did, believe you me, it would have been just a 3-hour affair, because PDP would have beaten APC big time. But the thing is, things have happened. It has happened. So please, let's not promote that motion that Tinubu has all the right ingredients and whatever it is. He does not.
Can I rephrase? Nigeria has a political design, and the design, I think, is premised on the words of Vice Count Harcourt. He said, "The promising and well-conducted youth of the North is to be merged or wed to the Southern Lady of Means." Now, if you abstract this and follow history, follow our right down from the Richardson Constitution, Macpherson. You look at the the build up, the struggle to independence. That is where I'm coming from. That is what I mean. When you read these things or you follow these things, you begin to see patterns. Begin to see, and that's what I mean by ingredients. Now, when the census of 1956, 1958, it was crafted for a certain reason. The Wilkins Minority Report that created the Midwestern state was crafted for certain reasons. I don't have all the time to break it down for you, but when I say ingredients, I was espousing a political design that has cascaded and snowballed to what we see today. Now, what Rudolph is saying is actually correct in the sense that, yes, at some point, what happened in the French Revolution of 1789 might happen, where a need for a sort of like a restructure would happen in that political design, but it's yet to happen. That's what I think that's the discussion around what we are saying, and it's largely based on perception, though. So you shouldn't quote me. It's based on what I understand.
No. I'm not quoting you, Scribe. But what I will advise every one of us to do, let's wait until the Supreme Court or whatever it is, the whole process is concluded. Then we can now say this is what happened and this is what it could have been or all that. Now all these assumptions, because it's very clear to every one of us, it's rigged. It is rigged. If he had all that relationship and connections, then why didn't he just rely on that and leave out the rigging?
All right. Thank you, Prince. Let me welcome Kene. Is it Kene? Yeah, that's Kene. Is it a different pronunciation? Kene, welcome to the show. And Ify, are you able to talk now?
Dr. Rudolph, thanks, sir.
Okay. Welcome. If you cannot talk still. All right. But at this point, I have to take my leave. I want to thank everybody that joined us. There's another topic to talk about, the money. I mentioned it, but I don't have time anymore. The money, the attempt to bring together the two exchange rates, the government rate and the black market rates. What would that do for us, especially those who are abroad? So, but I want to thank everybody that joined us today, and I really appreciate your time and the conversation that we had. And I wish I'm there with you guys also, but I thank everybody, and I will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow, we'll have Declan joining us. It will be interesting conversation on issues about Nigeria and Africa. So thank you all, forefathers.
Oh, yeah, what did you do for Uzo House?
Rudolph, tomorrow I still want us to talk about the daughter of the president of a thing, because I have never seen that kind of a thing in my life. You
can bring it up tomorrow. Yeah, you can bring it up tomorrow. It's Sunday. Anything goes.
It's Nigeria, American wonder.
All right. Thank you, guys.
What do you go do for Uzo House?
I see him. You wanted to say something?
Rudolph.
Yeah, see him.
Yeah, I know. You say you are leaving, but I don't know because of there's something. Anyway, well, let me not stare the honestness. Let's just leave it at least.
Rudolph,
Okay.
thank you also so much. Your this discussion has actually held over several people spellbound since morning, so it's been a good one.
Yeah, thank you,
well
guys.
done. Well
Thank
done.
you. Thank you, everybody. We did a good. I think I like the first 2 hours more than anything else. Thank you, guys, and I'll see you tomorrow.
So you gather all these people together and make you think so. After 2 hours, Kasala no go boss where you don't go.
No. We've made peace. We are Sam. Everybody, thank you so much.
No, I think part of your rule,
Yeah.
make the people go review it. Some people they deliberately come make utterances where you go provoke some people. So put them for your rule. Any person when no 1 year, I make no call they come make utterance when go provoke me and my children. Because if you press that button, we will go that way with you. So put them for the rule, because those people are deliberately, they are coming from a one-man show. You know, yes, they meet all of them for one-man show. And then they make up their mind to come here to come provoke. And any person when provoke me and my children, they go get and hurt.
Mama Echo, you have to. There are things that are measurable. There are things that.
Papa Echo, I don't tell you my own too.
Mama Echo, there are things that are measurable. I don't know how to measure provoking. What I will do is that if I have a button and someone can press my button, I'll leave the button from when I'm coming on air, so you can't press it. So anyway, the point is this: you can.
I never get suru. I never drink Okija water to get that kind of patient. So if this thing, when people are bleeding, that is the thing. So for people to come here and deliberately know that people are bleeding.
How do you define that? If my position is like, if you talk about Bob Marley now and you say something bad about Bob Marley, I will go after you. You know, that's my position. It's not deliberate. It's just that I like Bob Marley. So
thank God say you don't talk whether you like now. Me, I like say if Tinubu team Nigerian mandate and he cannot begin to parade himself as president and someone force it in the throat of my children when they never give us judgment for court. So now the provocation be
Mama Echo, what I will tell you is that if I don't want to appear angry or mad, I will take. Oh, hold on.
See, this matter, an officer not going to appear angry
Mama Echo.
because our heart is still bleeding.
Yeah. I take myself out of that environment if I see that people are discussing something that will make me angry and I can't control myself. I take myself out of there. I won't put myself in a place where I will act in a way that I wouldn't want to be present in public. I gotta
no.
Fresh wound when is it the bleed?
Rudolph. Mama hate you. Mama hate you
versus Papa hate you.
Mama hate you. One moment. You see. The thing is this. Everybody is entitled to his own opinion. It's as simple as that. Everybody is entitled to his own opinion. Because when somebody will come and tell you, maybe this is the way things are, and if you do not agree with the
wait, some of them that they start from the comment section, do those nonsense finish. They go come here, they act as sin. That is deception of the highest order. What are we training our children? What are we passing out? Because every time you're going to say, children, they look at this. By the time we will go, they begin to paint lies, falsehood. We they try to force them. We are not giving them good example. We are not letting them know that what has happened is wrong, and we are trying to do something about it. So me, as mama, I'm not going to join on a talk, say, yes, let's move on. No. If you know that my children is going to listen to it and learn from me, then use the right language until court decide. Period.
All right. Thank you, guys. I have to go. I appreciate everybody. See you. Forefathers.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, let's take it easy.
You got the hand over to forefather.
You know now we this one is more of a loose session. It's not very strict, so I'm not very regimented. So I think what was the last one? I think the one we were talking about that seaport stuff. I got really interested in it because they have these seaports there, but I found out that the duties that are paid is still paid to the federal government anyway. So I don't think in terms of Nigeria, whether we are losing anything because they have seaport at the north. And it also helps Lagos become decongested, because if goods just come in and it belongs to the seaport in the north, they just, put it in a group and it's all out instead of clearing them individually. So you can see maybe there is some merit in doing that. But the south and the southeast, we need to do our own work too. We have to start being honest with ourselves, because if you look at Nigeria, for me anyway, if I look at Nigeria, I think the southwest has done best out of Nigeria, even more than the north out of Nigeria. So that's what I think, that we have to start evaluating how we approach politics and how we do things.
The confidence you're talking about, yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, the confidence you're talking about is good. When there are goods moving to the northern part, like in Kaduna, goods moving to northern part in Kaduna, you collect them together, move them to the dry port, and clear them there in Kaduna. We also want a dry port in Enugu, so that any goods going to Abakaliki, maybe Omuahi, or things, you collect them at Enugu the way they do in Kaduna. That's what we are asking for. The confidence the people in Kaduna or around there we enjoy, people in Enugu also want to enjoy it. It's as simple as that. Enugu is dry, Kaduna is dry. They're not on the sea. So if you build a dry seaport with federal government money, if you build If you
It's not as
listen,
far from
listen,
Rivers
I'm
State
coming.
to Enugu
If you
now.
build a listen, just please, because I like logic. If you build a dry port in Kaduna because there's no sea in Kaduna, also build a dry port in Enugu. There's no sea in Enugu. What is good for the geese is good for the gander. This is the problem with Nigeria. You cannot tell somebody from Imo State you must score 139, and somebody from Kaduna you may score 11. Is that how can that bring unity? So if you want to be, you see, this is the fundamental problem of Nigeria is injustice. It's as without fairness, Nigeria can never move forward. Everybody knows that. We are just deceiving ourselves. Without being fair to everybody, how do you be fair to everybody? Make one law apply to everybody. If all of us are in the UK and we are writing an exam to get into any institution, they won't ask you whether you are from Nigeria or Ghana or Uganda or Brazil. Everything, the same rule applies. Why can't we do it in Nigeria? That is the fairness we are talking about. If you do, okay, now they are playing football today. Brazil is a superpower in football. Israel defeated them in under 20 and they are going home. One day, maybe 10, 20 years ago, you cannot bring, when Pele was in charge, you can't bring Brazil and Israel to play. They will say Brazil is super, but now they've gone up. So, but if you continue favoring one side, you score 7%, I will score 139. You are punishing the person of 139. If you want the one of 7% to get up, you can sort of resource the school. Preach to them, this is what you do, and not to punish the other person because of he's scoring 7%. How would you feel every 4 years they will keep a Jamaican to start at 100 meters and then put something like somebody who is not a Jamaican to do 10 meters to the finish line? Is that the way it's done? Later you say you give him gold in the Olympics. Nigeria is fairness until they do it.
I think that exam thing that people talk about, maybe they are giving some areas undue advantage just because the other areas are ahead. I'm not sure that should remain in place because you are disadvantaging people that should be going on to study and do better in this in Nigeria, because you can see that okay, I'm sure I will leave that anyway. Let me ask Sam something, because everybody seems to be coming down on some of the way he comes across regarding the politics of other parts of the country. So Sam, I don't know whether you're listening. So if you look at the politics on the other areas of the south of Nigeria, how would you describe it, and what would you recommend the approach of politics is in that region, like the south and the southeast?
Okay, thank you. Let me quickly first address what CM said in 1 minute. So I've listened to him a lot on this platform and other platform, and I see a semblance of, most of the time he relates things that are not relatable. So many fallacies of inconsistencies and false representation. How can you be comparing a football thing to serious nation building or nation development? So I don't see how that holds. I think we are trying to put a cart before the horse. Are we dealt about the security issue that is plaguing the East first, before development comes in there, before we start building infrastructure and things start getting in shape? The Southeast look like the most backward region in Nigeria. I saw in Abia State where the new governor, mobilized people and started cleaning. I've never seen that heap of refuge. It looks like a pigsty, a whole state. You might have the capital of Abia State, looking that very dirty.
How do you measure
Yet these are the ones.
What is that? How do you?
Can I speak, please?
Can
I speak?
just hold off, don't get triggered.
Okay,
Let's
okay,
just leave it. I wouldn't recommend those terms. I wouldn't, because you're calling where people live, that. I think Sam, try to use more conciliatory language, please.
Don't worry.
I'm trying to describe what I saw on TV. Anyway, I'll just leave that. So to your question, see, I'll describe this. I've been here for a while now. I just want to say this and go to bed so that people can come on. I'm so sorry. There's a friction between the Easterners and the Westerners. The Southeast and the Southwest. And I don't know where that is coming from. But I've read so much in history to see where this friction has started. Believe it or not, the Easterners have really benefited from this Nigeria we're talking about. Start from 1960. Those days of Agbin Rossi and all of these people that were parading themselves in the place of authority. The Hausas and the Igbos have really worked well and dominated that system. The Southwesterners started coming in at some point. Fast forward to under Jonathan, no Yoruba person was between number 1 to number 10 in Nigeria. Did you hear any Yoruba man start carrying placard or pickets everywhere? These are the silent doers. They just keep calm, they strategize and go for the kill. They know what. Let me speak, my brother, for Christ's sake now. I didn't interrupt you now. They go for the kill and know what they want to do. They don't go around shouting trying to beat down the whole place, because Jonathan actually totally disregarded the Yorubas. But did you see anybody come out? But it was for nation building. That's what they said. And the Yoruba came back, they renegotiated their way, did an alliance that they thought was going to be beneficial in 2013, 2014. They formed their new party, APC, and now they are in power. The Southeasterners needs to start to play the politics of stoop to conquer, and that is what Bola Tinubu, if there's anything I've learned about his politics, is how to stoop to conquer. Do you think he was really happy with everything Buhari did under his administration, that he couldn't speak out? But I've got it on good authority. He actually went behind the scenes to speak to this Buhari guy, but it was left for him to listen. I cannot get you a job and do your job for you. I've done my own part to get you a job. I can't sit down within the office and do your job for you. Bola Tinubu help this man to the office and see where he has brought Nigeria today. Where am I going to? There's a friction that we need to resolve in the South, between the Southeasterners and the Southwesterners. And I don't know who is culpable here. And I try to relate it to an instance where I was describing to my wife the other day. When you see someone in your place of work,
What
can you hear me?
happened?
Sorry.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, if you have someone in your place of work who is at par with you, who reasons like you, the same IQ level, you're reasoning at the same frequency. See, it's a human nature. You will not be very comfortable with that person. But when you see someone that is not at par with you, that you can run roughshod over, you'll be very comfortable with that person. And that's what's happening between the Southeasterners and the Southwesterners. The Southeasterners think like they can dominate the Yorubas, but the Yorubas are not noisemakers. I'm telling you what is happening if you want to listen. The Yorubas are quiet watchers, listeners, and they will act when they need to act. Okay? Because I'm sorry about that. Because they, what's it called? During the 1960s, the Southeasterners are very comfortable with the Hausa people because they know, of course, they obviously do what they tell them to do, and they are not at par reasoning level with them. So they had their way that time. But when you see a Yoruba person that reasons as high as you are, at the same frequency, transmitting at the same level that you are, then there's bound to be friction. And I think that's what's happening between Yoruba and the Igbo people. And I don't think in anytime soon we can reconcile. I don't know where the friction is coming from. I don't know whoever took the other person's girlfriend. I don't know what we're fighting over, but there is a friction and you cannot deny that. A Yoruba man, let me finish this way. A Yoruba man almost got to power, and it was Otto Nzeribe that went to court. Remember Hope 93? And that was how that ended, that dream ended. 30 years later, Bola Tinubu almost got there, and they almost brought him down by all means. We all saw what happened in the last 2-3 months, 4 months, and all of this before the election after that. We all saw what happened. So what is the problem between the Southeasterners and the Southwesterners? Why do you have to pull it down at all costs? Because he's the other one from the same region. Do you think if Bola Tinubu lost this election, he'll be parading himself, running up and down? I'm not saying Obi should not go to court. Let him go and exhaust whatever he's got there. But then I can tell you for free, nothing's going to come out of it. And that's the way I'm going to end it. Something is going on between us, the Southwesterners and the Southwesterners, that needs to be addressed.
Forefathers, please, can I say something?
I think Kene hasn't said anything at all.
Okay.
Let's let Kene and Ify say something. They have not said
I think
much.
what Sam is saying, that has been the problem of Nigeria, yeah? And it's kind of surprising to me the way, we that call ourselves the youth, and most of us here are maybe in Canada, in the US or not, yeah? I know maybe there are some thinking that people that think that way. I know maybe I've come to this show a while ago that I said, my mom is Yoruba, yeah? And my dad is an Igbo. So when this kind of topic comes between Igbo and Yoruba, yeah, I find it difficult to kind of, how people think, because you said one word that Igbo is trying to dominate Yoruba. And that was the conversation during the election. There is no, Igbo is not trying to dominate Yoruba. It's just the political class using that kind of language, to manipulate people to vote certain way. There is nobody is trying to dominate anywhere. Igbos are known, to travel everywhere. For instance, my dad, he moved to Ondo State. Even the Ondo State that he moved to, it was a village that he was in before the village. That is Akungba, that has one university before it became a city. So nobody is trying to dominate anybody. So let's, stop parading those things that our politicians are using in order to control us to vote certain way or the other way. That somebody is suffering in Nigeria is the masses that are suffering. It's not, the Yoruba are not getting it better anywhere. When I see people saying, why are we not talking to our governors? What is Yoruba governors doing that is special? That is making, is Ondo State better than Anambra State? Or is Ekiti better than Enugu State? I've been to both. I know there is no difference between both. You can say maybe they don't have federal presence in one place or the other, but it's the same issue. We don't have lights. Maybe one place is have road better than the other because maybe there is a federal presence. Maybe in the north they have a better road. Apart from that, there is nothing so spectacular or different. Even if you go to the east has the best houses. So my advice is that, as we go on this show, let's try as much as possible to educate ourselves, talk right, and ensure that, we are not kind of parroting what those politicians are using, to control people. There is no fight between Yoruba and Igbo. The issue is good governance. People voted for Obi not because he's an Easterners. Several people, Obasanjo came, the Igbos voted for Obasanjo. Jonathan came, they voted for Jonathan. Atiku came, they voted for Atiku. So they voted for the north, they voted for the west. So I don't understand this politics of saying maybe Igbo is not playing their politics very well. There's nothing about Igbo not playing their politics very well. I think what happened in 2023 election is because maybe the youth has awoken. So this is not, people voting for Obi is not because he's an Igbo person or not. There are several Igbo persons that has come out and nobody has voted for him. For me, I've been interested in Nigerian politics. But Obi came, the way he spoke and some other thing that he said he did, for somebody to be in that politics of Nigeria, for you to be be bold and say, I've not corrupted myself in the office. Those are the things that drove me to, that kind of.
And you believe that?
Yeah,
and
I
you
believe
believe
that.
that?
When he came to Canada, I had to go there. Even my wife was saying, why am I suddenly interested in politics? What am I going to do there? I was trying to kind of convince her that, for this man to rule a state and said, I'm not corrupted, go and check. It's not perfect. It's not like he made Anambra in London. Do you understand now? But there are some certain things that he has done there that somebody can say, I've been in that Nigeria and I'm not corrupted. I'm among those three.
Sam, but why are you shaking your head? It is clear that P2B generally is said to have run his state relatively with high level of transparency, and he actually left the deficit, that's a surplus, when he was in office. Compared to the current president that left his state, even in a state that has even more resources, he didn't leave surplus. So I don't understand why you are just
Please,
like doing your head.
Please let me correct what he
Let's
said before he continues.
see if he talk, because otherwise we are not going to go around it. I insist on going around this thing before we start interjecting everywhere. Otherwise, if he is going to leave soon, if he gets tired, then she will go.
He called me out.
Don't worry.
He mentioned my name. That's why I'm coming.
CM, you are here. You are going to have chance to talk. If he just say something, please. If you please go
You
ahead.
are not being fair to me. I should have reacted to him because he mentioned my name immediately. How come when the chance come, I will react immediately? That's the way it's done.
If I know that you normally take longer. That's why I wanted you to speak. You have your time to take your time to speak. But if you want to take 30 seconds to respond, you can do that. You prefer that or you wait? Okay, go ahead. This is Ife. Your audio is not coming through, Ify. Hey God, what happened to your mic? Your mic has been disconnected. Even if it is showing that it's not muted, but it's not coming through. Sorry. Yeah, good. And now CM has gone
Okay.
because he didn't respond.
Let me get into Sam. Mr. Sam, I am so sorry. I don't know what planet, part of the planet you live in. Okay. When you talk about the Southeast being backward, first and foremost, I'm not Igbo. Don't look at that name there and think I am Igbo. Okay? But truth must be told. Lagos is a metropolitan state. And I was there in 2021. Lagos is dirty. Lagos is dirty. So what are we talking about?
Yeah.
You can talk about being dirty or whatever it is. It's because the governor or the governors there have all been incompetent. Of which even one of the governors are even an alignment of Tinubu or Jules Okalo. Okay? The truth is this. When we talk about the Igbos and the Yorubas having a feud or whatever it is, remember that in Yoruba land, once you don't speak Hausa and you don't speak Yoruba, you are Omo Igbo. I'm from Delta State. I'm regarded as Omo Igbo. We say all these things without looking at history. Today in Colorado, a Yoruba man is a mayor. So should the white people have gone and said, "Oh, who is this black man? He's not African American. Oh, he shouldn't be a mayor." But he is voted for. It is where you.
You have this thing frozen.
He's having challenges.
So if you can you try again? Let's see whether it's going to come through. Nothing.
If you can you reboot or change your browser? Reboot, like refresh your page. Yeah.
Ogameka I speak now.
All right, let me.
Okay, go ahead. Listen, okay, he's back. Prince is back now. Let Prince finish what he was saying. Prince, go ahead, finish what you were saying.
So, like what I'm saying, it is where you live that you eat from. I live in California, and I participate in the politics of California. I've said it before. I am unapologetic Democrat. Do I align with every candidate of the Democrat? No, I don't. Okay? But the thing is, if someone comes today and say, "Oh, yeah, you are from Nigeria, originally, you are not gonna vote, or you are among those people who is trying to take California from us." Excuse you? I live here. I'm naturalized here. I pay my taxes here. So I should be able to vote and pick my own leader. So Sam, please, I'm begging you for the love of God. Let's remove this. Don't allow the thoughts, that the politicians put in us to thrive. Please, I'm begging you. I yield for now.
Thank you. Just to remind, there's still Makoko in this. I never forget. Whenever they talk about cleanliness, when Makoko still exists, that is this thing. And I also know that Aba wasn't very, very well taken care of too. But that said, the Southeast is quite. People that are underestimating the Southeast, they are mistaken. If you go deep, you see that they are quite developed. Too. The roads are good and all the rest of it. Who is next?
Are you whining us or what?
Because I think what I took from what you said, Sam, is that you stoop to conquer or rule. I don't know what you said. So maybe that's what you're advising the Southeast to do, because that was the question I asked. So I will take that as your answer to the question. Ike na San Antonio.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Father.
Sam, I didn't know that you're still here though, because last time I was here, we were talking about some of the comments you make. Well, Sam, I live in Texas. I've been living in Texas for 30 years. I'm not a young man, but I will tell you, I don't know where you live. They don't tell you go back to Nigeria or don't vote where you live. I live in Texas. I've been voting in Texas since 1998. I don't know when you were born, but I'm telling you, you're one of the reasons why that Nigeria is the way it is.
That's very disrespectful of you. You know that. That's very disrespectful of you to say.
What did I say that is disrespectful?
What do you mean that you don't know when I was born? What's the meaning of that?
Oh, well, okay.
So because I look young to you, oh man, you guys are. I don't want to call you. I don't want to call you a name, but that's nonsense. That's nonsense what you just said.
You can Sam, you literally called the other sides on some other person's town some kind of this
Sam,
thing,
you can call me whatever you want to call me.
It's not even insulting. He just said he doesn't know when you were born.
It's not going to take anything from me. But I'm telling you, Sam.
I'm not insulting you. I'm telling you what you just said is very disrespectful. That's what I said.
Explain to me what is disrespectful. I just said I don't know how old you are.
So that's not disrespectful to you.
Hey guys, can we move on? Can we move on? Please make your point, please.
So my point is this: you pick Aba as model. What is dirty? People like me, I don't like Lagos because Lagos is really dirty. But when we talk about governance, Tinubu is not even in the same league with P2B. When we talk about governance, we're not talking about being a bully or being a thug. But when we talk about governance, what it takes to be a governing individual, you can't put Tinubu in the same league. Yes, I tell people, like you rightfully say, judiciary might not come out with anything. This might be just a fluke. Tinubu is there. For me, he's the president, but the mistake he made is having a ripple effect, and I don't see that mistake being corrected. So, sir, when you talk about Igbos and Yorubas, I think that is what you have. What your goal is to talk about this as in form of is us against them. No, this is not us against anybody or anybody against anybody. What it is that we need somebody to turn Nigeria around so people like me that love Nigeria can go home. My friends in San Antonio, where I live, are the Hausas, the Yorubas, the Igbos. I have those friends. Even occasionally you see that people like you that discriminate about where this person come, where this person come. To me, it doesn't matter. You, as an individual who have lived in Western world, I don't know how long that you have lived in Western world, and you still have that mentality, then how can somebody who is in Lagos can change their mentality about the Igbos or the Yorubas? But you have lived in civilized world where those things doesn't matter. What matters is that what do you bring in table? What do you bring on the table to change people's life? So I'm sorry that you are the way you are. That is your prerogative. But I don't think being that way is the right way to treat people. I'm an Igbo man. In the next life, I will be an Igbo man. And I will come from Anambra State. I will be an Anambra man. I lived in America. I love here. But I go home all the time because I love Nigeria. And I want somebody to put Nigeria in a positive trajectory so that we can go home. All of us think that what is happening in Nigeria is not affecting us. Believe me, it doesn't matter how you try to run away from it or how you try to put it. It affects every individual that is in diaspora. The money you spend from now till the next 4 years will be more than what you have spent in the last 8 years. I guarantee you that. I yield my table.
Thank you. I see Will is taking off. Show, do you want to add anything? Because I know you were here before them. So you're just watching, is that it? Hey, you go backstage now. Let me bring Lexi in. If you don't want to say anything, he just say, yeah, let me put Lexi in. He doesn't want to say anything. Like, I'm sure Lexi has a lot to say. He came here to say a lot of stuff. So, CM, you wanted to say something before you left. Go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to some corrections because here we educate each other. Sam said there was no Yoruba man in the top 10 people in Nigeria during Jonathan's time. Now, listen to this education. Jonathan Ijo, South president. Namadi Sambo, architect. Kaduna State, North Central, vice president, number 2. Senate president, David Mark, Benue State, Senate President. Emeki Ihedioha, Imo State, Ike Kwere Mado, Enugu State, Deputy Senate President. House of Reps was reserved for Southwest, Mulikat Akonde. Deputy Speaker should have gone to Northeast, which is this man, what is it? The one that was before. Tinubu went and invited Tambua. Tambua is from Northwest. It was Tinubu that denied the Yoruba their chance of Mulikat Akonde. So don't blame it that Yoruba. It was Tinubu that used it to trade it off, hoping that by the time he comes, he will run with Tambua as president and vice president. Mulikat Akonde should have been a Muslim. She is a woman. That is the Yoruba candidate. They dodged it. That's one. So when you say that, you know all these things, you are just being disingenuous, so that when you say it, you come and carry you so that you attract public sympathy. Number 2, Nzeribe was not responsible for the fate of Abiola becoming president. IBB annulled the election. He agreed. He gave interview. He said that I take responsibility for annulment of June 12th. IBB admitted that. So hold on, not Nzeribe. El Mustafa, who knows better when Abacha came, said that Abraham Adesoya from Ogun State, Ayo Okpadoku from Ofa in Kwara State, they went to Aso Rock to collect money to terminate June 12th. El Rufai said it. He's alive. He said it also at the Oputa panel. Nobody challenged him. So coming here to come and say Nzeribe just to blame Ndibo for it, it won't count. Now, when you say the Southeast are the backwards or maybe they've not developed, let's just go in a brief journey. Ondo State Akure became the capital of Ondo State in 1976. The same year, Owerri became the capital of Imo State, the same day, 13th February 1976. Can you compare Akure and Owerri? Industry, human capital development, you cannot. Ogun State became a state, Abeokuta became a state capital on 13th February 1976. Can you compare Ogun State and Imo State? Because they became the same, they all became state capital the same day. You cannot. Ekiti became the capital of Ekiti became the capital of Ado Ekiti became the capital of Ekiti State in 1996. You cannot compare Ado Ekiti with Abakaliki of a Ebonyi State. They became the same capital the same day. Because let's be drawing conclusion. Oshogbo is the capital of Osun State. Oshogbo became the capital of Osun State sometime in 1991. IBB created them the same day with Abia State, Umuahia. You cannot compare the two. So when you come here and you want to peddle sentiment, you are now telling me Nzeribe is responsible why Abiola didn't become president. Nzeribe is not the Afonja that betrayed their Alaafin, that brought Alimi, who toppled the Alaafin. Listen, don't interrupt me now. I'm trying to, because you don't know. You blame everybody. No, I'm coming. Nzeribe is not Nzeribe. So you take responsibility when you make a mistake. Yorubas traded off June 12th, not Nzeribe. the same treachery that made Yoruba to lose a lorry. Today, a lorry is an emir. It's a Yoruba land, but it's governed by the Fulanese. You know that. It's a very big shame on Yoruba civilization. So it's not
But hold on, but
Zeribe.
CM, though,
Don't go and be peddling rumor.
let me ask you this question. Is it not what you just stated? It's very interesting. This is why I keep saying we need to be very objective. What you stated just now, you're arguing that the Southeast is actually more developed than the Southwest. But yet, when
That's what I, yes, exactly.
Talk, hold on now. But yeah, when most Southeasterners talk about things, they say that they are not developed, they are being marginalized in the country and all the rest. And this is the thing Buhari said the other day. He said, which is weird that Buhari had to come up with something. He said, when Nigerians are saying they are marginalized, every part of Nigeria is saying that is because they just want more. Because the area that I say they are marginalized, CME just came here to make an argument that they are actually more developed than the Southwest.
Yeah, but our people develop.
Yes. Let me tell you. Let me tell you what we need. Let me tell you what we need.
Within the environment of Nigeria.
Let me tell you. When we say marginalized, we are talking of federal presence. If I do something for myself, I'm able to cultivate farm in my own farm and use the money to build industries in my place. It is not federal. It is me owning it. But when federal government, which is for everybody, federal government is for everybody, every state for its own. So when federal government are sharing federal largesse, they forget the Southeast. That's what we are saying. That's what we are not talking about. If it's individual, Ndi are not number one in Nigeria in terms of community, in terms of communal help. That's why I gave him. If you count the number of industries in Onitsha, Ibadan, the whole of Oyo State, do not have the number of industries compared to Onitsha. We can bet it. We can do a research about it. If you bring in Newi in Anambra State, it's a lie. It's a lie. Ogun State is not. Ogun State is not. Even a university in Ogun State was built by an Igbo man. If you don't know, a university in Ogun State was built by an Igbo man.
Hold on, CM. I think what this has brought out is very interesting, because we are now hearing the actual good things that are going on in the Southeast. And I have said it, what I've seen with my own eyes, it doesn't, sometimes when people come online, they act as if the South is on fire and nothing is going on there. But what I saw with my own eyes when I was going past Onitsha and the roads, yeah, there are a lot of roadblocks, but the roads are very smooth. And there's a lot of development going on there. Onitsha had an energy that you rarely feel anywhere else in Nigeria. When I was saying that, people would not relate to it until CM came here to actually make a strong case. And it's good people do this, because we are not telling the entire story. Well, because they make it look like the South is a backwater that doesn't have any. That's the language, a kind of the language that Sam used. But it's not the case. It's not a backwater. It's just that, okay, they are arguing for national presence. If you're arguing for national presence, that should be easy.
Why are they running to Lagos? Why are they running to Lagos and not developing that place more?
Oh, God. Maybe they are expanding. Maybe they are expanding because they develop the area.
Developing other states and leaving their own states.
Come on, stop that, man. Stop that. Come on. We don't do tribalism.
No. It's not. Listen, forefathers. Sam, please, when you go, I cannot, as an Igbo man, fork out 150 million naira to buy a swampy area in Lagos and leave it for you. I cannot. If you go to Lekki, the most expensive area of Lagos, go to Lekki, go and take the census of all the properties there. 80 belongs to Igbo. And this is how it happens. Every Sunday in Lagos, every Igbo town has a town union meeting in Lagos. Some meet first Sunday of the month, or second Sunday, or third Sunday, or fourth Sunday. People like Sam, they will send them around to come and tell the Igbo that they have a plot of land for sale in Lekki for 82 million naira per one. Why can't they go to Oyo State? Why can't they go to Osun State and advertise it? Because they know Igbo man has the money. So when Igbo man invests 150, about 70 million to buy a plot of land, and then put a building worth more than 300 million or 400 million. You want him to go back to where? He bought the land, he invested there. If you want, give him back his money, then he goes. Why don't Yorubas buy land in Lekki? Why did Tinubu, this Tinubu, you don't know this. Tinubu called Ndibo in the year 2004. Tell them that, please, this is Lekki. We want to develop it. We need you people. Innocent and not innocent. What is this man from? Koscharis. Koscharis invested 1.7 billion. He said it in Lekki. What are you talking? I mean, these are facts. You can go and check. How many? Look at. Have you been to Lekki? So what are you talking? He said they run to. I run to. And so what? Why do Yorubas run to UK?
Now all the houses in
what are you
Lekki, we
talking?
now see that they are.
Why did you run to where you staying? Why did you run to where you staying?
Let's not just pile on him, because I think
Why
CM
did
has
you run
already
to
made
where
a
he's
very
staying?
good case.
No,
I think CM has made a very, very good
this
case.
is an
CM,
educational
you know,
platform,
I must say, I'm impressed with the way CM came up with some of the numbers. You really do take your time to do your research, but your overall this in conclusion sometimes, where sometimes I have issues with you, but you do a lot of homework, which is good, and that's very, very valuable for such platforms, so that people hear these things. You know, it's useful. I have not heard some of the stuff CM said today. Who is next? Uzo.
No, I need to respond to what he said now. He said they own the money and buying everywhere in Lagos. Now we know where they're getting the money from. The whole place littered with drugs. The NDLEA going after them. Where are they finding those drugs from? Those cocaines and
let's not do that.
No. We need to tell you the truth, man.
No. Let me tell him. He said, it's a simple question.
All right, guys, we need to shut this down.
We're not going to do
the money they are using to buy it.
No.
CM,
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, we're
sorry.
Not gonna do that.
It's getting.
Let Uzo talk. Let's let Uzo talk.
Yeah.
Uzo, please go ahead. Yeah, Uzo, I saw this in Ovie with you, and he was wearing something in his head. I thought he was a woman. It took me a while to catch on. What is he doing? What is going on there?
Ovie visited Houston, so I have to he told me, Jonaba, no verse avec. Ovie entered Houston, so I have to somehow, make it comfortable. As my Dr. Remedy show member.
So he tie hair like that. I didn't know he ties his hair. For a moment, I thought he was a woman.
You have a girl that now. You can go pack and wear. That's a good thing to do. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a nice thing to do. You don't have to.
Good night, everyone. Good night.
Good night, Sam. Good night. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate your contribution. It just got a little bit divisive in the end.
My own thing is, hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll just say one thing, but everybody should understand that if not that I'm not a preacher of peace. I'm not a war. According to Timoje, it's not a peace, not a war. Whatever we do here, we should leave it. The tribe is not a problem. Ovie, if you guys know, I don't know Ovie. I just know him through here, all right? But I trusted him, not because I'm an Igbo guy, Exactly. He had to tell me he's coming to Houston. I said, okay, yeah, guy, come. I will not tell you what I'm trying to put him up to, but one thing we should understand that as we can see ourselves as a brother like this, we can also do well to see everyone as one. For whether where we come from, we are all one as a human being. All right. So second thing is this: we should all try to know where we are coming from. All of us are allies. We are strangers in this country. You know what I mean? We're all strangers in this country. Don't know who tomorrow going to be. If you guys watch where this is my uncle's shop, I came to my uncle's shop. I introduced him to my uncles. Everybody, hey, look at my friend. They asked me, how do you know him? That one is apart. I know him. I trust him. So it doesn't matter. All right. So, but what I want to say is this: whatever we do, we should try to be real. We try to be real. We should try to do the best we can to make a better place for everybody to live. We cannot come here and keep on shouting. We're not living up to that. It doesn't worth it. It doesn't worth it. If you come here, shout, then if I tell you Jonaba coming to Dallas, he's not ready to okay, my brother is coming. I know him through the damages. He doesn't mind. If I tell someone I'm coming to your city, I want us what I'm just telling you, I want us okay, this that's where it started. If I'm telling I'm coming to San Antonio, I don't know he came as Antonio, I don't know. Because Antonio, he should be to okay, let's Becky, let's pass a message. Between me and Ovie, what we did here, pass a message. If you can always know that, it's a little message he passed. He already passed a message. Then we don't talk a lot, but as a message he passed, that no matter where you come from, as a Nigeria, you always won. All right, Obie is not from Igbo guy. I'm not from his side. You know where everyone know where I come from. But the message is there that I see him as a brother. I see him as a friend. I see him as somebody that I know. No matter I don't know him, I know him through here. So that's message, that we should all.
And that's how people see also. People see Nigerians. What they say about Nigerians overseas, at least what they tell me is that Nigerians cooperate when they are overseas.
What's going on here? Immediately I tell him it's my brother. My friend, one of my brother here brought a full Remi to welcome him. They give him cola, give him carrot egg. Okay, say, she didn't tell me, don't tell me that this is going to happen. I say, yeah. I say, yeah, my brother. They bring me a bottle of Remi for him, give him a cola, give me everything he needs to feel comfortable. All right, yeah, with your brother. So that's what all of us should start to not only will come here with. If I come into the only day I feel like I want to cross the boundary, I enter where Mr. Strad is. I will call him and say, I don't cross, so you should make it happen, That's what we should preach here. Let's be one. If you are not one, we cannot be talking like we are saying. When we are one, collectively, we can always move a mountain. Let's forget our differences. See, what will happen? So what do we got to do? Oh, that's just my own. Okay, Ovie is here. I'm going to host him. My wife know him. All right, my wife know him. I get taken in my house. My wife will cook, we eat, we sleep. Tomorrow, we'll do whatever business he comes to do. He goes to where he lives. All right, I don't hide it from anybody. So that's how life is. For real. So the issue is that Jonaba are coming to Dallas. So if I come to Dallas, okay, so I know you're in Dallas. Now so we take it Dallas. So don't forget. I don't think they look with a laugh. So the issue is this. My submission is this. We are all here talking and talking and talking. All right. Let's not be only talking. Let's lift according to our actions. All right. Let's not to blame bad Tinubu for everything. We that are here, we are thousands here. We are thousands, not only us, we are thousands. From the comment section, they are members. The comment section guys are also on the platform. We are thousands, all right? We should all try to lift each other so that what we talk here, we can take it up there. Now we'll finish talking here, but go home and sleep. All right. So that's just what I just feel like.
Yeah.
It's good to do. I don't know.
Well said.
Let me say this. I don't know who Ovie is. I never met him before. I just know him 8 months ago through this platform. For real. I don't know his background. I don't know who he is. I see him as a Nigeria. I think somebody I can relate to. I think somebody, okay, hey, what's up? Let's talk. Yeah, in the state I am. What's up? What's going on? Let's rub shoulder together. That's why I see him. I say, okay, he's going to go to Houston. I said, come, look at what do you need? Talk. I tell him, look at what you need, and I have it. So let's just go ahead and it doesn't matter whatever it is. Let's go ahead and assist. So that's how we should see life. Let's not see life because we are coming here to talk. So that's my own submission. So let's just not to come here and shout. We cannot really live up to it. Yeah, he is coming. Let me show you. See this guy here?
Oh God! What is that shower cap you are wearing? Ovie, you never cease to amaze people, man. You really never cease. That's good. I see you guys are getting along just well there. And
we are one Nigerian, That's what's
exactly. That's how it's supposed to be now. You were causing all kinds of trouble in the chat today and all the rest. Now we are all one Nigeria.
All right. Contact Africa. Contact me. Whatever you need, Gary. Show them around. Whatever you need.
I'm not sure you should be doing marketing. I don't know. Scribe, what does the say about this one? I think it's all good.
It's fine.
I will take that one on.
I didn't know the comment section is that fun. I was having fun in that comment section. I think that'll be my permanent spot now. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you guys are causing so much trouble then. I don't know. You're causing so much trouble in the comment section. So Ben, I think Uzo, I think your submission is quite important, and especially just after the discussion we just had, it tells you that when we deal with each other man to man, there's a lot of things that show that we have a lot in common. And I think there's a lot to be learned from. I can't even put all this stuff he said to words at all. So nice one. You guys are enjoying yourselves too much there. I'll soon put you backstage if you're eating like that. That's against policy. Will, you have been very patient with us, and I saw that you left. I wanted to call you. You went, and welcome. Okay. And what do you think about what you've heard, especially with what Ovi has said, and what CM said, and what Sam has also added to the conversation?
I think to compare Obi and Tinubu, I'm from Southwest. It's incomparable. Obi's track record speaks for itself. I never knew him before. But when he came out and I read about him, what he did, it's incomparable. I mean, we know that. It's like a light and day, Obi and Tinubu. That said, and we are following the tribunal right now, how is he going to lead. But presently right now, since Tinubu is the one in charge, we want him to succeed until the tribunal come to bear. So if to succeed, if he fails, the country suffers. For example, what he said about the about the fuel remover, people are suffering right now. And in comparison about what my brother said about Igbos, I mean, I grew up in Lagos, here in America, I'm in New Jersey. My pastor is Igbo man. Igbo are the achievers. There's no doubt about it. The achievers, they go for A's. I don't know how they push their children. I met some of them here and there. You want to compete with them, they push you. So I'm not saying you, so right now I think in this platform it shouldn't be about what tribe, which tribe. I think this platform should be about ideas, how we can move forward, not to compete on Yoruba, Hausa, Fulani. Okay,
that's true.
How we can, we here in the diaspora, we have to be unified about. Because we can't we have to be able to call spade a spade. We can't. Tinubu we thank God so far. What he said in his inaugural, acceptable. We like it. It's good. Hopefully, he works on it. But in reality, Obi's manifesto, what he was saying during his campaign, when you listen to Obi, you know that this is the man, this is the compatriot we are looking for. But we don't know if he gets there, if he's going to perform. But his track record, what he was saying, he was the right man for the right time. But the power belongs to God. So right now, we just wait and see how things unravel. But in the meantime, we have to support Tinubu and let him succeed until the tribunal comes to bear. That's what I want to say.
You see, that's quite dispassionate. I have to commend the way you spoke about these things, because as this is I'm coming. I think regarding when you said the right man, the right time, I think what people should really also understand, that second aspect. I think when we hear the right man, we just assume that's the end. That right time is very, very important. This is a deep thing. If we want to start talking about that, you will be surprised how far that goes. That right time is very, very important too. Scribe, sorry, go ahead.
No, I just want to say thank you, Will, for saying it. I also want to say that I think what you said about the Igbos is not just only the Igbos. I think all of the South are go-getters, if I'm honest. And the stats show it clearly. I mean, yes, the Igbos, I would say the Igbos, what the Igbos do is more explicit through braggadocio. And we're able to express it. That doesn't mean that the Southwest, I don't think it's going to be, I don't think it's fair. I also grew up in Lagos. I'm Igbo. I was born, raised literally in Lagos, right? So from what I observed, there's also, I think there's a very, very big similarity between the Yorubas and Igbo. But I think Igbos are a lot more from the side of you would say an Igbo man is like a Mourinho, what a Mourinho is doing with Roma, right? you just need to give him half a chance and then he will convert it, right? Doesn't mean that the Yoruba guy isn't good as well. I would say the whole South, in my experience. Yeah, that's all I want to say.
That part we have to be careful though, because I think the North is conservative and they are like almost Western in the way, that's in terms of the way they interact with each other and they interact with other people with like the Western people. They don't talk a lot. They tend to be more straightforward. Don't mistake that for any form of weakness, because they tend to operate at a level that you may not see them coming. And I think the Salsa, we tend to a little bit think that we are ahead of them. Their own education is different. This is one of the things I was saying, that maybe it's not a good idea that there are disadvantages on parts of the South through JAM or through some kind of educational system that they are doing in Nigeria, because their own educational systems, and they are educated maybe through from Islamic point of view, and the way they carry themselves and conduct their society is slightly different. So to
Is
use
the word you're
us
looking
as
for
Western,
environment? Is the word you're looking for environment?
I guess so. The idea is that because we in the South, we just believe that just because we are Western, we are more good getters than they are. You can argue that, but we have to be careful. You really have to be careful, because that is not very clear cut. Because they too, as a people, have been able to achieve a lot for themselves, given that they were working with what we call a massive disadvantage. I
No,
agree.
but
This
but
South.
the North, this is why I think the North is good. I'm not saying that the North is not good, but what I think is the difference is it being able to spot opportunity and be consistent. In the North, I don't normally see that. I'm just speaking from personal interaction, right? This is perception. Somebody can mold me with better stats, right? But I'm just speaking from just interaction and everything. And then also, I think it's more of an environment thing where it's not just the religion. It's not only that, but like there's sort of like an idea there that back with me, just take it easy, things will work itself out. But in the South, it's more aggressive. It's more about hey, look, if I need to get this, there's competition in the South. I think that's my own
I don't
perspective.
know, because they created some of the largest empires in Africa, and I think we don't understand them enough to be able to make this our journey.
I
Some of the
think
way we talk
they were
about them,
eroded by some of the largest empires in Africa. If you look at it properly, they
the
were
knock
they were
culture,
they were
and
conquered.
all the
Yeah,
others came from there.
the Songhai and everything. They progressed down that way. You wouldn't.
The knock came before Songhai. The knock, we are talking about 5,000 years ago or so, came before the Songhai. So
But the knock is knock. You mean in terms of Nubia, or where are
no,
you coming
knock, the
from?
knock culture, NOK
Okay,
culture
I don't
of
know that.
Nigeria. I don't know whether you're aware of it. They were smelting iron even before Egyptians started smelting iron. So, and if you look at breakdance as we know there's a heritage footage that came out online it shows that somewhere in the north they were doing breakdance in the north, which is weird that now they're just all Islamic. The Islamic nature you see in the north right now is not how it was in the 60s or so. It was a little bit different. So there's a bit of a change that has happened in that region too.
I
But
think
my
KJ.
point
I
is
think
that
KJ wants to
we
say
have
something.
to. I know. My point is that we have to be
Yeah.
careful about generalizing, and there's this thing that we do in the south that we just say they are not, but they are known as very good traders. They are known as very good traders too. So we have to be
Yeah,
careful. Nigerians,
yeah,
what I see in
Father,
Nigeria is that.
I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you.
Mm,
Especially if you go to the north to their major cities, yeah, you
mm.
realize there is no major differences between between those cities and the southern cities. Yeah.
Yeah, it's because we remain this. I will just say stuff, and we don't necessarily go deep enough to understand what drives these people. Because I've spoken to different type of this in Africans, and what you find that those ones that live in a drier region, they tend to be they are switched on. No, they don't play around with them. They are switched on, and they don't. That's what I see with them. KJ, sorry, I took a while to ramble on. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Father. Um, we sometimes seem to think, and sometimes when I hear people say they're not, they're not that straight as they attempt to project. And right from the beginning, the major difference that we have had and we're still having now, that is a major problem, is that you are taught to understand that we're not the same. Now, I just put a quotation there that Nnamdi Azikiwe, one of his speeches with Samadi Bello, said, "Let us forget our differences and build a nation." And Samadi Bello said, "No, let us understand our differences. I'm a Muslim and you're a Christian. I'm a Muslim from the north, northern Nigeria, and you are a Christian from the eastern Nigeria. By understanding our difference, we can build a united country." But you see, that is pushed a little bit further. When he speaks to core northerners, he tells them we cannot be the same with the South. Now, if you tell your people that we cannot be the same with the South, and that ideology has driven the North since the inception of this speech that I just read to you, what do you think we are going to build? Are we ever going to be a nation? The answer is no, because a particular set of people, while we, the Southerners, and in this case, Nnamdi Azikiwe, is believing that he's working with a group of people who believe that they are building a nation. An individual said, no, we cannot forget our differences. And as long as we don't forget our differences, there's not going to be a cohesion in the nation building, because you always see that I'm trying to take advantage of you. And that is why Igbos are still looked at as today as people who are trying to override everybody, come to your place, they take over your place. No, they don't take over your place because they're trying to dominate you. And I'm sure that if anybody goes around the north and sees all the places, and even in Yoruba land, and sees where the Igbos have built a house or built their businesses and developed cities, they've not gone to anybody and say, we want to become your emir. They've not gone to anybody and say, we want to take over now and begin to run your custom or tradition. And so it is something that we need to always guard against, because there's a tendency to say, okay, these guys are straightforward. No. And like I said, I told the other guy who we had last week that I did my community theater in a Ruga, in a Fulani Ruga. And one of the things we discovered very interesting with the Fulani is that once they assume, they want to understand your thinking. Once they get your thinking, they follow you up with that discussion. You think they are with you, but they're not with you. We are only able to discover this because we slept in a Ruga for 2 weeks. And why do we come to that conclusion? Because at the end of the day, as students of theater, we have to sit down and map out a story. And each of us from different regions, both north, south, east, and west, we all compared notes. And we discovered something, that it is difficult for the Fulani man to tell you what is in his mind and what he's planning until he's able to think that he can trust you. And even at that, he still holds back a lot of things. And two things come off that discussion, that expedition we had. One, they never trust anybody. Two, they tell you that, they deceive you to think that they don't understand what's going on. So you give them a lot of space to operate because you look at them as stupid. At the end of the day, the RD, which is their leader, that's like a chief there, told us something that shocked all of us. And he says that, look, you people think that Fulanis are stupid. And that's why we keep thinking that, and we'll keep advancing until we achieve what we want. And so when we came to the place, he told us something. You said you people came and say you are theater people. You have come to perform drama and dance. That's why we gave you our children. And what we noticed for almost 1 week was that every morning when we come out of the different huts, they will pack all their children and come and give us to be singing and dancing. And while the elders and every other person, they will just go away and be doing their own thing. Until one of the guys from the north had to go and meet him and say, look, what we came here for is is totally deeper than just having songs and teaching children how to, be able to live and enjoy themselves and in this bush where they are. So it was towards, I'm serious. It was towards the end of the 2 weeks that we even were able to get just some of this I'm telling you. So it is totally, why am I bringing that story in? The lifestyle of the north and the south is almost like night and day, And if you come and even juxtapose that against the Igbo tradition, where people make a mistake and say Igbos don't have chief. No, it's not that we don't have chief. we believe in God. God is our chief. And then we believe also that once we decide, so, okay, today, forefather, you're our leader. It does not now mean that we have handed our life to you. It does not now mean that when you wake up in the morning, you wake up and say, oh yeah, come here and go to my farm. No, we don't have that. We believe that every man is a king in his own house. But overall, all of us is a God that all of us serve. One God who is our king. But we can make you a ceremonial chief. But now, why am I bringing that in? If you just oppose that with the North believe that once you are an emir, whatever you say, that is how it's done. If you get up to them and say, KJ, your land is no longer your land. From today, the emir takes it. That is it. But if you come to Igbo land and say, KJ, because I'm the chief of this, I'm the Eze of this village now, so your land is no longer your land. Our own people, not even me, will speak. Somebody who is not even my relative will stand up and say, his great grandfather and my father used to have the same land. That land you're talking about cannot be your own, and that is how it is. And he will stand by that story because everybody knows it. So it's a little bit different.
But see, KJ, but what I've found with Nigeria is that so far from talking, having discussions with people, is that every region has their own way. The South, they have their own way of talking. The North and different regions, they have their own way of talking, and they all speak with. They have two layers. Let's put it that way. One layer they talk about general stuff, and the other layer is the actual truthful, because you look at what they're actually doing. And when you said something about the Ahmadu Bello said something like we don't want to leave, something like we have to recognize our differences. What you didn't mention there was that right from the beginning, even before we got independence, the North was very, very apprehensive about joining Nigeria because the South was ahead of them by miles in so many things. The Western people, the British built more than 700 something schools in the southern region of Nigeria, while barely 10 in the north. That is a massive gap. So all those things is the reason why they were saying that why you want to lump us with yourself so that we become your slaves.
The North didn't accept Western education, whereas the South accepted Western. In fact, I have a picture somewhere in my family where in 1940,
I agree with that point. What I'm trying to highlight is that the reason why they were a little bit apprehensive about coming too close and say, oh, we are all one, because they know that when they do that, they are just putting themselves as subservient to the South. That's what's going to go on. And that's why they refused to join Nigeria at first in 1957 when we were supposed to get independence. So when we understand that, then you go on to Nigeria 1960, that's why you see that type of behavior. Then in 66, all the events that occurred in that period, you can see why it led to what it led to because of that fear that they have. They had that fear from the beginning. Even before we got independent, they had that fear. That fear was always there. And you can see whether it's real or not. I will actually argue that maybe there's some real stuff there, because if you have a population that is not as educated as the other population, and you just lump all of them together, what do you think is going to happen over time? The other side is just going to dominate the other side.
Okay, so what is best to be done is to make sure that the other side that is advancing is stopped from advancing so that you can catch up.
That is the dilemma. I think that is what we could have done then was that this thing a confederate. That's why they went for the confederate system. But what happened? This is why the event that led in the 1960, the events led to such tragic outcomes, because they wanted to isolate themselves. Everybody wanted to stay on their own. But when the coup happened, then everybody was lumped together again, and some parts, all the confusion that happened during that period led to what it led to. So you can see the concoction that led to what happened in 90. You can even predict it if somebody did that coup, you know that kind of stuff can lead to problems.
If you follow the development of Onaburi we stand simply means a confederacy. You run your own region, I run my own region. We'll have a central government. That was what the Aburi simply means. It didn't mean more than just that.
But the moment the coup happened, it forced the people together, and the way the coup happened, it led to suspicion, and then the events that occurred, the mocking and all the rest that happened after that, even made everything worse. That is like you're just confirming all their worst fears in this world.
You see, I want to push back a little bit on that. the only, well, maybe I was too young, but the only song that I know, which they not misunderstood, was the song that was sung by Orita Brothers International when Murtala Mohammed was assassinated, which they not for mistook for saying that he was praising Dinka for killing Murtala Mohammed, for which made them to kill massively again numbers of Igbos in the north. And that, if you search that song, you can still see it. I don't know of any other time that the Igbos were known to be, because I can say this much. I have uncles.
Agwin Rosu, I don't know whether you were here when we had that discussion.
I was here.
Agwin Rosu passed a decree to stop it. So if it's not happening, he wouldn't pass a decree to stop that kind of stuff.
I want to see that link. I want to go to that place and find out.
Okay, I will find it and send it to you. Personally, I'm getting tired of sharing that link because yeah, but let me just see if I can find it. Yeah, go ahead, please. Somebody hasn't said anything. Who was that? Okay, go ahead.
Don't mind. I want to say about the first coup, the Agüero coup. Some people said that it was uncalled for. That prior to that coup, that the country was on the right track. That nobody ever came to America to get good ideas. That if that coup had not happened, that we would have been in a better place now. I want to hear your opinions about that coup.
Yeah, I think it was too late. He paid. I think Agüero did the right thing, but it was too late by the time he acted, and he paid with his life for it because he did that stuff in June 1st, but by July 29, everything had gone out of control by that time. But because the coup happened in January, so by the time he acted to pass that mocking something decree, it was around June 1st. That was a long time. A lot of resentment had built up during that period. So he just ran out of time, basically.
But why did that coup happen? What was his reason for that coup? Was it necessary, that first coup?
I think the unitary system, because that's one of the things Nzogo said. He said the most grievous mistake that this thing Agüero made was making Nigeria unitary. Even Nzogo said it, that was a mistake. And then the mocking of the Northerners when their leaders were killed. Most Northerners were the ones that died during the coup that happened. Not that Southerners didn't die, but mostly were Northerners. So, and they were being mocked by it. All those things built resentment on the ground, and it led to attacks of this in the Southeasterners. Continuous attacks. It just kept happening and happening. Then Agüero went on and passed the law to stop all these things, but it still didn't stop it, and it still led to we all know the results. The whole thing went out of control.
Okay, thank you.
T. I don't know what I've seen T before. T.
T is an OG now. Come on, man. How can you not remember T? Come on.
I'm quite
T,
new here.
Man. Welcome back. Welcome back.
I don't know, man. I can't recognize him. Welcome, T, man. What do you think about what you have heard so far?
Good morning, everybody. Good evening. Depends on where we are from now. I followed the conversation before now, and I think there are a lot of topics to talk about. The differences between the North, the South, this which is a topic. Then there's another topic that got interesting, which is the first coup that happened in Nigeria. Then I like something that KG was talking about the differences between the Northerners and the Southerners. You see, for me, the endless Nigeria problem, we always continue as long as we still cannot delve into history. You see, there's no precedent of what we see today that does not happen before. Even the religion system, it said there's nothing new under the sun. So which basically, if we take it to in agreement with science under observation, there is nothing that has happened in Nigeria that has never happened before. Now, the mentality in which, now they say train the child the way it should grow, and when it grows, it will not depart from it. Now, ethnicism is one thing that has eaten Nigeria. Now, ethnicism in Nigeria is stronger than nationality. we're finding it difficult to agree within ourselves. It's not because we don't want to agree. It's because the way we were brought up. KG made a statement just now, how the words of Sahamadu Bello. Now, the differences in Nigeria was not caused by Nigerians. Nigerian was brought up in a well, how will I call it? Well, I don't know what I can use. We were built in a society which I can say is psychotic. You understand? I don't know if you understand me. You say we're building a damaged society. When we're growing up in primary schools, there was something that would teach us. They say social studies can be defined as man and his environment. You cannot separate man away from his environment. We all live in a Western society today. Our ideologies have been rebrandished, let me use the word, by the environment in which we live. But now, we as Nigerians, let's go back to our 90s, from the first constitutional conference down to 1960, down to the 6 years we had before the fallout of the war. We will find out that the foundation in which Nigeria was built on, from our leaders, Sahamadu Bello, Abad Macaulay, the whole loss of Tafawa Balewa, Nnamdi Azikiwe, the Awolowas. If you look at those parochial leaders we had, they had different confidence the people under them had for them. They were like God, demigods. Awolowo to the west, Nnamdi Azikiwe to the east, Saduna to the north. So now the different ethnic groups within under these leaders had different mentalities. And those mentalities is what we are working on today. That is what generations has passed on. So I don't think as at this time there's going to be an immediate change. We're talking about, somebody was making a reference, I think it was Sam O, was making a reference when he was talking about the differences, the problem between Southeast and Southwest. You see, this problem is not a physical problem. It is an ideological problem. It's a mentality thing. It's something that you see, when I give birth to a child, okay, now first of all, look at the religions in Nigeria. How many homes will you go where you have a Christian father, you have a Muslim son? It's impossible. And most children, even when you grow on your own, you still cannot adapt to another religion because it's what you grew up with, and that you will transfer to your children. So such is this political structure Nigeria is built on. Nigeria is built on the damaged political structure that was okay. Now look at all the countries that were colonized by the British. I mean the British. How many are settled? Ask yourself. And when the British people came to Nigeria, they came to the north. And then during the foundational days of Nigeria, the North were marginalized. They were of lesser importance in the political structure of the country. When Scribe was talking about the first census, that was where the problem started from. Those things were done particularly for certain structures they wanted in Nigeria. When he was talking about the McPherson Constitution and the other constitution, these were parochial structures that were created because as at that time, the South, East and West were balanced. They were more educational balanced. They were more hardworking. They had more larger workforce. Now they not had the numbers, but they had no structures. They had no intellectuals. Ahmadu Bello made a statement. Instead for them for a job to be given to the Easterner, they will look for an expatriate. That's a divisional line, a foundational divisional line.
So, okay. So, but when you say that ethnicity is stronger than nationality. So,
okay,
is it not something that we can change? Because when nations want to really build, the nationalist parties or nationalist groups come on and put the nation first. Just like religious groups can say, you know what, religion comes first. So it's not, what I'm trying to highlight is that it may not be that fixed. Because if you look at America, the coastal states are quite different in mentality to the, hinterland states too.
Absolutely.
See what I mean? So go ahead, please.
I agree. Okay, now I think for me, you see, now ethnicity. Now you see, the African structure of a home starts from the father and the mother. You know, that's why somebody was talking about we are in the. It's okay now, like in the Igbos. Okay, now you talked about the coastal and the hinterland. Now in the Igbos, if you read some of Chino Achebe's book, you know, there was the country and others. You will see the Igbo are predominant democratic people. You see, Africans had their own form of governance before the whites came. You see, before the whites came to Nigeria, Nigerians had their own form of structure. The Igbo were the most democratic structure. The Igbo man that has is a Kenga. Now they have their different titles and their different chiefs. But now each are independent of themselves. They communal together and they have their different roles they play. That is why you have the red cap chiefs who they have their hierarchies. Now in the northern part, they are more of the oligarchs. That's why they had Samadu Bello and Tafawa Balewa. And when the 1966 issue happened, now it became an ethnic thing rather than a national thing, because the Igbos, the likes of the Uziogu who were carrying out the coup were not carrying out the coup because of ethnicism. They were doing it because corruption. This is what is still killing us in today. It was corruption, and they were fighting to bring in who? Awolowo. They were not fighting to bring in an Igbo man. Now it was a paraventure event that brought Aguiyi Ironsi because Adim Ologun was killed. Because when the British were handovering the power as 1960, they told Nigerians that the Nigerian army was not ready to be handed over to, that the Nigerians would not be able to govern it. And then you had Adim Ologun, you had Aguiyi Ironsi fight for the position. Adim Ologun was more homebrew. Mai Malari. It was Mai Malari from the north who was in contest with Aguiyi Ironsi for the GOC. Now they weren't ready to listen to the British. They said they wanted everything handed over on 1st of October. And when they looked at the whole the pedigree, they gave it to Aguiyi Ironsi to be the GOC. And then Aguiyi Ironsi was more stationed outside Nigeria, but he had more laurels to his military hierarchy than Mai Malari. But it was Mai Malari, Adim Ologun, and Aguiyi Ironsi that went for it. But now, peradventure, when Tafawa Balewa and the likes of the leaders were killed, including Kotiabo, they were all wiped out. Okay, now when they were phased out, now it became an ethnic thing rather than a national thing. When Aguiyi Ironsi came to power, now Aguiyi Ironsi was trying to do the carrot and stick kind of rule. And because now the Northerners at times will not still blame them, because for me personally, politically, I would say where Aguiyi Ironsi made the mistake that caused the ethnic divisional line was because none of the coup plotters were charged
and executed even.
No, they were not even charged. There was no tribunal.
Wow.
Even Kaduna Zago had to die during the war. So now you can see where this ethnicity came to be. Now, when we're talking about nationality, now we're in different parts of the world. Apart from maybe there's a national.
Sorry. T. Let me just. I appreciate the story that you took up. Story you're giving us, which is quite true. But I want to ask something.
Okay.
Those who call it, and where I seem to differ from you a little bit, is where those who call it ethnic coup, was it not Ojukwu himself that stopped the coup? It was Ojukwu that stopped the coup. It was Ojukwu Ojukwu that arrested Chukwumanzogu and put in prison. Okay. Now, the reason for Aguiyi Ironsi taking the national tour, for which I'm giving you account of his son who was 12 years old at the time he was killed, who was with him when he was taken out of the room to go and be killed. The son said they are consulted with the northern emirs who told him to go around and consult to people. That first consultation was first in the north. It was after he finished with the northerners because he wanted to find out what they wanted to be done. And then after they finished the consultation, the North told him to go to Ibadan to go and consult. And it was when they got Ibadan, the father was killed right before him. The father was he was in the room with his father when his father came. When they came, the army came for the father. Okay. So what am I saying? I'm saying these are also first-hand accounts of people who were in the situation when it was happening.
But why
Thank you, sir.
we should blame the
Okay.
North?
See,
1 million people were killed by the North. What are you saying, bro?
Hello, sir.
I want to ask a question. I thought you want to ask a question with that name, but it's okay. This is a T. Please go ahead.
Okay, you see, now talking about Agoye Ronsi going to the North, you see, that's why I talk. Nigeria works on political evolution. Now, it is the same politics. Now, Agoye Ronsi was trying to play the carrot and stick kind of politics, whereby this is the same kind of politics that Obasanjo plays. Rub my back, I rub your back. Now, when it happened, rather than being administrative, objective, Agoye Ronsi wanted to felicitate. He wanted to rub. He wanted to add emotions. Because as at that time, Babangida said one word during his annulment and all the SAP he brought, second-tier government. He said one word. He said, history will forgive you if you make a wrong decision. That's why Buhari is boasting today. Because you see, Nigerians, we have forgotten a lot of things that are hidden in books. He said, but history will certainly not forgive you if you fail to make a decision. That's the Machiavellian spirit of a leader. Agoye Ronsi failed there. When you went to the North deceived him. The North will always deceive you. You said the full animal will never tell you their mind. That's the North. That's the problem Nigeria has. The Southerners are open. The Southeast are open. The Southwest are open. But the Northern man is too reserved and conservative. You have to break through to know what is in their head. And the only people that are ethnically close to them are the Westerners, because they can use the Westerners. They use the Westerners. Somebody said something political. It was Sam. You see, the Westerners built their way to power through bats. It's the second Yoruba man that's ever ruled Nigeria. Of all the 16 presidents, how many are Southwest and Southeast? Let's go back to history.
I think that part of the reason why the North tends to do what they do, the way they behave, is that they have similar mannerism as some Europeans. I said it before. They are not very expressive as the South.
Thank you.
They are not as
that's the way
expressive.
the British has programmed them to be.
No, I don't see. Genetically, actually, they do have the R1 this in R1B genetics that is of the Anatolia, which is somewhat linked to the Europeans. So they may be the progenitors of the Europeans or something like that, who knows. But the point is that they have different ways of expressing themselves. And the truth is, in the end, it's not only that, it's the events that are going on the ground. Because even Nzog himself said, Angwin Rosie shouldn't have made the country unitary. So though there were a lot of catastrophic mistakes, he didn't try the coup plus stars. And then they were being mocked on the streets. So it's like they because they are quiet, people are not reading the dangers.
Yes, absolutely.
They didn't read the dangers of what was happening
at all. They didn't read the gender. That was why it took only 6 months for a counter coup.
Because they were quiet. Because if you did that to South, they will shout. If you did that to Yoruba man will shout immediately. But if you did that to Northerners, they will remain quiet.
They'll keep quiet. They'll look at you. They'll be watching you
until they are ready to strike before you see them.
See, it took the Nigerian army. It took even as good as Agoye Ronsi for the British to recommend him to be the GOC, the first GOC of Nigeria. You know what? It took only 6 months. Moritala said one account. He said when they got home, Mama Esno was saying something some days back that the women will start denying the men some conjugal rights for them to get some sanity to their brain to understand that this is a generational problem. At times, Mama Esno may be very harsh, but you see, there are things that is sensible in everything everybody says. If only we can just but listen.
Yeah,
now,
I actually think she is a lot.
When they got home after January 6th, the first day coup from Uzogu and coup, he said when they got to their wives, we're calling them lesser men. They will not give them respect. They will not give them food. That when they go to the marketplaces, the women will say, you are men. People just woke up and want to kill our fathers. So they have nothing.
Wow.
So they had nothing. Listen, I'm giving you an account from Maxilium. I still have the book here. I can bring it. Maxilium, Oil, Politics and Power.
I didn't know that.
So the women now engineered them. So they had no choice. So 6 months after, even as good as Aguiyi Ironsi was, and even with the first premeditation of that, already there was a coup that has happened 6 months ago, they were still off guard. That's to tell you how slow, like the rattlesnake, the Northerners can come when they want to come. And if you look at the power sharing in Nigeria, the North don't fight, but they get what they want. Have we Nigerians in the South? Have we sat down for things?
And when you look at Nigeria,
let me just use this as a point. Everybody was saying it's impossible. Muslim ticket, never. Everybody was shouting. They were not saying anything. They weren't saying anything, but did they achieve it or not? That's it. Under Obasanjo was saying, "Oh, we're happy. Oh, Obasanjo first year, 4 years." Now the problem of Nigeria, if you keep asking, I've asked Obasanjo, what's the problem of Nigeria? What happened with the 1999 constitution written by Abdul Salam Abubakar? He had 8 years to change it. He had 8 years for constitutional government. He didn't do it. He gave it to Jonathan. First of all, he gave it to Yar'Adua. Yar'Adua, who would have tried a little, maybe probably have been the best president, but didn't stay. You gave it to baby Jonathan. Jonathan was a baby when he came to power. It was obvious in his rulings, in his decisions. Then after Jonathan, when were we back? Back to the north. Because it was the same to Obasanjo did in 1978 when he took power from Moritala, when Moritala died. When he was handed over to Shagari. Obasanjo also lost handed over to the north because of the bromance between the north and the west.
Yo,
and that bromance does not exist.
On.
Okay, sir. Sorry.
So this is the thing, right? I think we are kind of conflating something here.
Okay.
So in Nigeria, right, the elite, the guys on the top, the guys that were former military generals, those elites work together. It doesn't matter if they're from the north, from the south, from the west. They all work together.
Absolutely.
That's what we need.
I agree.
That's what we need to understand. Ordinary people, everyday people, people that own shops, that make a little bit of money here and there, they are not the enemy. So this is the thing. There are two groups in Nigeria. There are the elites, the business class, the billionaires, and then there are ordinary people. These are all different people. And us as ordinary people, we're not enemies with the ordinary people in the north. Those in the north, ordinary people actually suffer from the elites, what the elites do in the north. It affects them as well as what what the elites in the south and in the east do affect those in the east and the south, right? Igbo people, the reason why we are where we are, why we are not progressing is because of the elites, the Igbo elite. You know what I'm saying? People like Kanu and many others out there. They all cooperate, they work together. And if you look at the government, even if a Northerner wins the election, he's going to bring in the elites from the east, from the west, from everywhere. The elites work together. You know what I'm saying? And what they do, their policies affects ordinary people, regardless of your ethnicity.
Okay,
that's a fact. It doesn't matter if you're Northerner or not. You still got to eat. We still need to eat 3 square meals. It doesn't matter if you're from the north. If you're from the north, hunger is still hunger. You know what I'm saying? And we all have the same needs, the same survival needs. Another woman that's selling maybe a banana on the street is trying to feed her kids.
Yes.
As well as
I think we have to be careful about using that analogy, because like when you have a family, 2 families feuding, it doesn't matter just because the two families have rich people in them and poor people in them, then the poor people within the families unite. They won't. They will gang up with their rich members and against others. That is what people tend to do. And that is human nature.
If you have a rich person in your family, let's say if you're part of the elite, right? If you have the elites in your family, you're no longer part of the working class, the ordinary people. You got to understand there are 2 classes in Nigeria: working class and the business class, the elites. And all this conflict between the north and the south, That this is what they want. They want us to be.
I think
They
you
want
are
us to be.
right. You are right. But the
They
problem
want us to
is
be.
that
Listen, let me
that
finish my
gap
point.
between both class, the poorer classes, the oppressed classes, the gap between them has not been closed,
Yes.
and that is why some of these conversations we often tend to have it in the South alone, but we don't have Northerners participating. We have to
No, no.
start reaching out so that both sides come together and say, you know what, these elites, you're all oppressing all of us
That's
together.
what we need. Exactly. That's what we need. That right there. You narrow it down to that. So, but if you focus on the tribe, like this person is Northerner, therefore he's different. This person is from the South, therefore he's different. If we
Okay, now,
focus on that, we can't come together.
okay,
That's what they
sorry. Can
want.
I
The
come?
elites want
Sorry,
us
can
to
I
be.
come in here? Can I correct
Hold on.
something?
The elites want us to be separated. They want us to be quarreling, to be having problems.
Please allow this guy to finish. It wasn't your. This is although CM has been very patient, keen, and CM. Do you want to let give CM some chance to add, because I know CM does have a lot of facts that he has. You know, he's done a lot of research. CM, have you got anything to add to this?
Okay.
You are muted, CM.
Ironsi for sure was unprepared. Ironsi for sure was unprepared for power. He made a mistake, which is, in retrospect, he should have maybe taken over every region, continue your administration the way you were administering yourself as a region. Because Ironsi, the unitary something was to bring them together to have one central civil service that will be taking care of the country, that type of thing. And then in that moment of mistrust, anything can be construed. Probably he made well in order to hold the country together if he wants to, but that's not what they think. So in retrospect, he should have said, okay, leaders killed whatever reconciliation he's trying to conduct by going around, but keep the identity of your region, keep it the way it is. Let it just be that somebody was killed, but in terms of structure, let it remain. So that cost him. So even if you come back to start to explain that I'm doing this because of this, no, there was no time. So and then that's one. Then secondly, at the heat of the moment, when Nzogu was arrested, Ojukwu stopped the coup in Kanu, Ironsi stopped it in Lagos, ran those people up. Maybe you put them in cell first, critically, just immediately, and then probably you constitute court martial, because that is purely a military affair. It's not going to go to civil court. It's a military affair. So the military, the way it is. So whether that will help the situation, but it may not help but people will say, at least you have a basis to say, but I'm doing the right thing. They broke military law, number one, so they should be court-martialed. Then seeing them there, that should have also, whatever measure you are taking, people will say, at least this is what it is. But these two critical, because I've read about it, these two critical mistakes, you leave it, he left Ironsi vulnerable and people interpreted it the way they want. However, every coup, every death is avoidable. Then 29th of July, at their own taking and at everything, Ironsi was murdered. What of Adekunle Fajui? What right has they to kill Adekunle Fajui? Who didn't do it? Seems innocent, but they killed him because Adekunle Fajui refused to allow them take Ironsi away. Say, Ironsi is my guest. No way, I can't allow you people. He's my command. He said he is my commander in chief. He still, even though Ironsi came to him to be a guest, his guest, he still said, Ironsi is my commander in chief. You can't handle him. Instead, you kill two of us. Then they took two of them, because when they came to take Ironsi, they told Fajui to say back, it's not you we want, this is the person we want. Fajui refused to release Ironsi. So when you look at all the things that happened those days, I know mistakes were made, particularly these two things Ironsi didn't do. Those people that did it and then
That court martial one, the way you put it, that court martial one you said
yes,
is a very strong one.
Yes,
because that's
he says
treason.
yes now, because
gone down
yes,
heavily
if you
for it.
exactly. So
I'm sorry
so any attempt,
to add something. So carry on. And to add something,
okay, yeah.
See,
So
that was where.
okay.
Sorry to add something, that was where the divisional line in the army started from. If you see people, somebody like Abacha has been in Nigerian coup since from even including Buhari, they were all from the coup, the counter coup
Yeah,
of
that he
1960.
created all these leaders.
He created all these leaders, these damn leaders that were all suffering today. CM, please continue.
Sad.
Okay, yeah. So,
Sad. You see, this is
so
why
because
it's
of,
very
so
important
because
we take leadership very, very seriously when we are doing it
Well,
and
yeah,
educate things on
yeah,
a level
yeah.
way.
before you continue, and
So to
much as you want to blame Ironsi, remember that Ironsi was a soldier, and what you understand is the command structure, central command structure.
yeah.
The
No,
soldiers,
KJ. I gave two reasons. One has to do with something like administration in terms of trying to bring a unitary,
I'm
make it
just
unitary. If you excuse Ironsi, if I'm coming, if you excuse Ironsi on that basis that he's not that savvy to know that he shouldn't administer from the center. What of military, where he's an expert or his constituency? He could have said, okay, court martial. There are two things. If that court martial should have been, if he's doing it, you don't have to blame him. You say, this is a military affair. So they broke the military law. So the punishment that we go is for them to appear before the court martial, and whatever is their fate is their fate. So even if you excuse him from that of whatever the administration, naively he shouldn't have done that. That of a military court martial, he should have done it. But given the 6 months, you see, that's why what really triggered this was this. Because some of us, when you after reading, you make observation. Now, there is nobody you will kill his brother that will be happy with you, although you could be giving reasons, yes. But because the thing happened this way, now when they settled score on 29th July, 6 months later, they kill, Sanusi. That's why sometimes you read Sanusi, Lamido Sanusi, former governor of Central Bank, said Ndi Igbo have suffered more than enough because of one Amadu Bello, one Saduana. He wrote an article, somebody should Google it. They've killed more than 300 army officers of Ndi Igbo on 29th July, apart from Ironsi killed in Ibadan. They summoned them just like soldier. We say they blow the bugle in the night. Everybody came out, said they have a message to pass from the commander-in-chief. Everybody at Abiyokuta barracks and the Ikeja, they came out. They have to say these are the Igbos this way. All of them never went back to sleep. They were all murdered right there. Massacre, that is killed, hit, dumped. At the airport, they were hunting them down. Yes, it was a revenge coup. But after that 29th, people felt you have settled scores. Remember, Sanusi said, Sanusi is Fulani. He said, because of one Saduana, they say Saduana is powerful. But you've taken your revenge, even killed more, including Ironsi, the head of state, and so many Igbo people. That was when Achebe them escaped, civilians. Now, all the thing didn't stop there on 29th. By September 66, another wave of killing started again. Those people they killed in the north were the people that came back in May when they started killing, May 66, when they started killing before. Those people were the people that escaped. So by July, after killing Ironsi, Gowon now took over. Gowon assured that no more killing, everybody should go back. He gave Ojukwu was the military governor of East, that everybody should go back and then normalize situation. Ojukwu assured Ndibo on Radio Eastern Region that they should go back, that everything is normalized now. Nobody should listen. Those that went back were slaughtered in September. Another mass killing, September 66.
But though, you see, I think now
Yeah.
what you are saying is showing that it's now beginning to highlight what happened during that period. Because after
Yes.
Irunsi's period, then Gowon came to power.
Yes.
The next debate that was
Yes,
happening was that there
yes.
was also an argument again with another southeasterner, which was Ojukwu again. That's what led to it again, because Ojukwu refused to recognize Gowon.
To
So
recognize
it became
Gowon.
a problem
And this is
again.
the reason. This is the reason. Ojukwu said he won't recognize Gowon. Reason being that after Irunsi,
And then he released
the
Zoku.
next
No, he didn't just
No,
stop there. Then
no,
he
no,
released his Zoku too.
no. Nzog was released prior to the war. It was 67. It wasn't 66 yet. We are still in 66. So after when Gowon ascended, because after on July 29th. So in case if they ask you in any question, say, can you name the 2 days Nigeria did not have a leader in the history of Nigeria? It was on 30th July and 31st July, because after cleaning Irunsi, there was nobody in charge, no leader yet. So Ojukwu said he will never recognize Gowon. That in military hierarchy, if Irunsi is not there, Ogundipe, a Yoruba man, should take over. They said, failing Ogundipe, it is not even Gowon yet. There's another man, I think he's from either, I've forgotten the name, but there's there are two more people before Gowon. And all these 2 people are not Igbos, but they are Yorubas. So Gowon is the highest from the northern side. So the north said they will never accept any leader if not from the north. And Gowon was the highest from the north. Ojukwu said no, that the way it works is that if you don't see the highest is not there, the next person should step in, which is Ogundipe. If Ogundipe is not there, the next person, I think, is still a Yoruba man, about 2 before Gowon. So because of that, they did not, backed by the British, and then Gowon became. So Ojukwu was the intransigence. He never recognized Gowon. This was happening until September. That after that killing, Ojukwu said no, that Gowon is not assuring the safety of his people.
Did you know that Nzogo was transferred to the southeast, the eastern region on May of that year? That's even before Irunsi passed the
Thank
law
you very much.
of this
Thank
thing.
you very much.
So he was transferred from Lagos to the southeast.
Exactly.
What kind of thinking?
Sorry. Okay, sorry, let me chip
For
in
me, that
something
was
now,
a big mistake.
So let me chip in something now. You see, when you cannot identify these little factors, you cannot understand where the disintegration is
coming. What would they not be thinking?
What would they be thinking? Are they not human beings? So you have the government who was static for 6 months, for 6 good months, and that is the problem. Okay, now if you remember, I want to chip in something. It's when Moritala died, the same thing happened. When Dajuma was supposed to take over, he retreated back. Instead of Ambassador to go for it. So now everybody was now afraid. Whose head will be beheaded? Who will go? So continue.
What kind of young men? These people were relatively young people. They were the ones making all these reckless decisions.
30-something. So after that September killing, so there was something like trust broke down. It was that in terms of they said Ojukwu and Gowon, Ojukwu never recognized Gowon, said they can't go to any meeting unless the real proper person takes over in the army, or if the person is not taking over, let them come. Ogundipe was nowhere to be seen. Do you know why? Ogundipe want to take over. That 29th when they killed, because Ogundipe is in Lagos. Ironsi was killed in Ibadan with Fajui. So Ogundipe, because he's the next in command. They said, what the book, one of this Mark Solium book, Ogundipe came in because he was living at, wanted to take over. He wanted to move to a state house in Marina. If you know where Zeke used to be as the head of state, he wanted to move to Marina from Dodam Barracks, because he's the nearest barracks, to go and take over, because that's where Ironsi stayed. When he gave orders to his junior, the juniors are mainly from the north or whatever, the normal brigade. Yes, it's true. Yes, yes, you are right. I've read it. Yes. So when he gave orders, they didn't obey him. In fact, they warned him not to talk to them again. These are junior, like captain, who are your gate men or all this thing. They said in the midst of that, from this thing, Ogundipe went into the bedroom, said, okay, let them wait, he's coming. He changed in civilian dress and jumped through the fence out and found himself in Sulere with a taxi, ran away. From there, he hid in one house, one Yoruba man house, who is Robert Adeyenka Adebayo. He hid in his house. So tell them, so they were announcing where is Ogundipe, because he should come and take over. But Ogundipe know that if he come out, they are going to finish him, because the North doesn't want to hear anything leadership except somebody from them. And the highest they could get is a Christian who is Gowon. So Ogundipe, what he did was to quickly come Because then if you want to go abroad, not a Ikeja airport, you normally go to either this their ship from Papa. So he said he came to Marina to cash money from a bank that he's going to use. From there, he will take a boat from Marina to Apapa. From there, he can go. He sailed through Portugal, landed in UK, announced that he's here, that he's not coming to take over, but he's willing to be ambassador to UK, for Nigerian ambassador to UK. That's where he started. Ojukwu knew all these things. So Ojukwu was using, say, look, okay, if Ogundipe is not the next person, they were doing this thing until towards December. People saw the tension. That was when the man, Ghanaian head of state, now said, as brothers, you should come and let us settle. And they went to Aburi in January. That Aburi, to be honest with you, who is this saying? So that Aburi in January 4th and 5th, or is it either 5th, not 4th and 5th, either 5, the 2 days, either 4th, 5th and 6th, or 4th and 5th, they went to Aburi. So at Aburi, Ojukwu laid everything bare, his fears. He said Ironsi was not given a burial as a head of state. They don't know where his corpse is. Tafawa Balewa was buried. And to tell you that, that's why when people talk about Ibuku and the mistakes, Mbadiwe, K.O. Mbadiwe, was the person that accompanied Tafawa Balewa's corpse down to Bauchi, where he was, where they gave him the real normal burial. Mbadiwe, if you mention the name, they not know. They say, so Mbadiwe says it's not part of it. He followed corpse. It was the people that carried it. Then go and ask. So when this thing happened at Aburi, they discussed everything. Midwest, David Ejo was there. Ojukwu for Eastern region. Robert Adeyenka Adebayo for West, because Fajui has died. Then Hassan Kasena for the North. 4 of them, with their secretaries and the commissioner for police and some military people, they sat down and discussed. One of the key thing they discussed was, because of the tension, they said every soldier should go back to his state region of origin. The West, they said that Ibadan garrison is full of soldiers from the north or from anywhere, that they want everybody go back. If you are in the north, come to the east or to the west. So that one, it will be quieting. And then they draw a framework whereby part of their Aburi report is that administration should go back to the region. That if they need to fight a war or maybe to do military intervention, every region should bring a soldier, because that's why it was. They want to go back to what it is. So Ojukwu said if they do it this way, because no Igbo man want to go back to the north again, they're comfortable sitting in the east. It was to do it. And then the next thing they said was resources, control resources from your region, pay 50% or thereabout to the center. The way it was being done, that made Awolowo to be a champion when he built the West in one fell swoop. You have National Cocoa House, 25-story building. You have Liberty Stadium, University of Ife, the first housing estate in Nigeria, Bodija Housing Estate, Ikeja Industrial Estate, Oluyole Industrial Estate, Ibadan. Free education, name it in the West. Because of cocoa. So this was the thing. It was when they now came back, Ojukwu said he's no longer disputing Gowon. He agreed at Aburi that Gowon will be head of state. That is one of the Ojukwu never disputed. Ojukwu said, henceforth, okay, Gowon should be head of state, but when he goes, let him implement this so that the peace, he will now go. Gowon came back. It was this British that said, if you do it, you are now a head of state, your powers have been whittled down. That the army you are going to be controlling is based on the fact that the North will bring, the Midwest will bring, the West will bring, the East will bring. So you have no total control in terms of, but only have to agree on the number of strength they are going to bring to do anything. That's one. He says, secondly, the resources you are now talking, there is now oil in the Eastern region and all those words. So the East will be controlling it and everything. That the North won't be controlling it. So all this type of thing, Gowon now stopped. Rather, what Gowon did was to go and create state. Ojukwu said no. When he created state, because when they came back in January, Ojukwu was saying on Aburi we stand, that if they implement what they did, they said in Aburi, everything will be solved. Everybody agreed. By February, nothing was coming from Gowon. Gowon was dilly-dallying, watching to see what Ojukwu will do. March 67, nothing. April 67, Ojukwu grew impatient. Say, look, let's do it at Aburi. When they call constitutional meeting in Lagos, Ojukwu say he's not going to attend. That what they agreed is do the thing they get in Aburi so that Nigeria will settle, that he cannot leave his region, his safety is not guaranteed. If you read all those things, so there are things building up. Gowon, it was Britain that advised Gowon not to implement Aburi. Because for
in the end, I think there was one last ditch effort the federal government made. I agree that I think Gowon was a young man. You know, all those people, they're all young men.
Yes.
So he went there, he didn't know what he was conceding to. He conceded so much power to the regions that.
Father, can I chip in something here? Now, from this narrative from CM now, you will see now, like the biblical word we say, when the word breaks, the serpent bites. Okay. Now there was a disintegration in the Nigerian army. Now, when Nigerians were going to Aburi, when Ghana was mediating, what was the British? Who were our colonial masters? If it was France, France would be present. Now, you see, now when that disintegration started from there, now there were infiltrations from Europe into Nigeria. That was where Gowon got confused. There was Germany, there was France, there was British. Everybody was hiding. It became a proxy war. The Igbo suffered a proxy war in the hand of the Westerners.
Yeah, because the French were siding with the Southeast at that time. The French were siding with them. But they played us. The truth is that they played us against each other.
Exactly. No, we
allowed it to happen. Let's face it, we allowed it to happen.
We allowed it. And that is the same thing we are still doing it today.
That Aburi, if not the British, if not the British, remember the regions were powerful before 1960. That's why Awolowo did what he did. The regions were powerful in the same, not that they're powerful in military, but in terms of administration, control, it was, so everybody looked up to it. But it's because of the way they see, in fact, let me tell you this thing, the way they see the corruption and what was happening then, and then the alliance, forget about some people that will tell you alliance of Akintola and the Saduana, the West never loved it. That's what put Awolowo in prison. The West, exactly. You know, it was the alliance. It was the alliance. Because Awolowo, look, let me put it this way. Though Zeke was doing his own in the east, Saduana in the north, Awolowo in the west. Awolowo is way ahead, not because he manages or knows better than them, but the money at his disposal. Cocoa was like drug, very expensive. So Awolowo had money more than palm produce or more than granite. They sell from the north because that is what they used. There's no oil then. So cocoa was like gold. So Awolowo will sell the cocoa, say $100. He will first of all keep $50. Out of that 50 remaining, they will give federal government 15 to use on its own. Then the 35 left will be shared among the 4 regions again. So invariably, Awolowo is rich. I mean, also the West is rich, and they were able to do all this. Imagine the first region to give free education. Funded it, build industries, industrial estate, build the University of Ife, and all those things. So before Zeke came up with Nsoka to match Ife, the terms of structure, they can't compare.
Let's bring people in CM, otherwise the other people will come back to you.
Sorry.
So that they can be able to add. T, well done, and CM, I think both of you have really, shed light on quite a lot of areas that I don't know. Eccentric cast. I think it's this thing. You can, have a go at what you have had so far, and then we'll go to Prof Data, the great one, and then we'll back to T and KJ. KJ has been quite. This is so eccentric cast. Yeah, I see you're an American. Are you one of the coastal ones or?
What are you doing? I'm Igbo.
Yeah, you have the American accent now, so that's what I'm just saying.
Are you Igbo? We don't know what is Igbo. We know Igbo. We don't know Igbo.
I'm Igbo. What you mean? What you talking about? I'm Igbo.
Oh, no, he say Igbo. He say Igbo. He changed from Igbo to Igbo.
So it's true. eccentric cast. Your accent is spot on. Everybody know you're American. Immediately you speak. People will
Amigo,
easily
what you
know
mean?
that eccentric. No. No. It's not to say what that's you lived in US. I mean, what I'm trying to say is that when you speak, they know that you must have lived in America. Whether you're a citizen of US or not, it doesn't matter. But you've lived in US, so they pick the accent very well. It's
I just wanted to gather where you are. Are you like one of the coastal Americans or the Bible Belt
I
southern
live in
ones?
Washington State. I live in Washington State, not
Oh, Washington. Okay, nice one.
Okay,
Welcome. Go ahead.
up, Washington. Okay.
What's that?
I said nice to
I said
have.
up.
Make a contribution.
Okay, sorry.
What part of Washington?
No. Make a contribution.
What is he doing? What is CM doing? CM is giving some kind of signal. What is that, CM?
No. I was trying to say I'm trying to say that Washington State is on top of California, all those near Canada. That's what I'm trying, but not really. Just I'm trying to use my geography to locate the area. That's okay.
Right. Yep.
Okay.
Same time zone as California.
Okay.
Nice one.
So, someone mentioned something on the comment, right? The person said, Igbo people, I think it was KJ, he said, Igbo people, God is our chief. I disagree with that, God is not our chief, because God is a European deity. We don't have God. We have chief.
Oh, that's a low blow, eh? That is below the belt. You can't come with that kind of stuff.
Hold on. But
he didn't say Christian God, though. He didn't say Jesus Christ.
What does our ancestors call church? Oloka, right?
Yes. Oloka, yeah.
Exactly. It's okay. So this is the reason, right? Religion in Igbo, right? It's practical. It's a practical thing. The chief priest, can heal you. He's like a doctor, and he can also do divinations. He can look at the sky to tell you to make predictions. He can throw rocks, whatever. I don't know the terminology for all that, right? He can do divinations. He can do he can bless you, all that stuff. It's practical, right? But when Europeans came with their religion, what they were doing was talking. You know what I'm saying? Our people came over there to see them perform their miracles and do stuff. They didn't see anything. They were in the pulpit talking the whole time. So our people was like, hey, Oloka, right? So I'm saying that to say I disagree with you, KJ. God is not our chief. We don't have a single deity. And also, I would also say Chukwu, it's a recent deity. It's not an old pantheon. It's not an old deity. There was no Chukwu prior to European conquest.
So what was there before then?
No, it's not. You're not gonna have. There's no proof. Show me an actual.
I'm asking now. If you say there was no Chukwu before Europeans, then what was there?
There was no Chukwu. Yes.
But I think CM is very vastly educated on this one. Go ahead.
See, eccentric cast.
I will have a very short answer. My brother,
eccentric cast. You know what?
Can I
hold on. Wait, hold on. Let me finish my point with this, right?
Okay.
So we have Ane, right? Ane is an embodiment of the planet as a being, right? Kind of like how they have it in Greece. They have Gaia. Gaia and Ane is the same thing, the personification of the planet as a living entity. And if you look into that, right, and study like earth science, you can see that our religion is actually way more advanced than European religion. Our religion is practical, right? We respect, like where my dad came from, you cannot cut down a tree without doing some ritual. You have to do a ritual before you cut a tree down, because they believe that a spirit is inside the tree, right? Our religion was way more advanced than European religion, and we didn't have let's say a central deity that's like above every other deity, because we have chi. We have chi for every event, perhaps for every elements, right? We personify them as chi, but it's more scientific. You know what I'm saying? Because I was looking into our religion using our language. You know, it made me realize that our religion is more advanced than European religion. It's more scientific as well. You know,
you can argue that Europeans, what they did was they separated their own religious worship from science. I think that's what happened between their time.
That's facts.
Because they wanted it to be more repetitive. You know, they can be able to scrutinize it, and it led to a technological revolution.
No, so their religion, right? Their religion is more like a soft power. It's what you call soft power, right? So, for instance, any country that has Christianity or Islam, there is a soft power there. So the people, let's say Saudi Arabia, if there's an Islam in any African country, the Middle East can control that country because they are the central of that religion, right? It's called soft power, right? So the West, the Middle Easterns, that's how they don't only control you by using arms, by coming to your country, surrounding everyone, killing all your military. They use soft power. You know, they use Trojan horse. Religion is like
but Europeans use Christianity. It's not theirs now. So how did they manage to? What's the difference between Europeans and compared to Islam and Christianity?
The Christianity that we have is their own version of Christianity. It's theirs. It's European Christianity. It's their version of Christianity.
I think that's correct. I think that's what, because the reason why I was asking that was because their Christianity put the headquarters basically in Rome.
Exactly.
And it's not in Israel.
Any Catholic church
in the Vatican.
Any Catholic church in Nigeria pays their tithe back to Rome.
A little bit, because I think maybe what I said triggered all this. Let me tell you something.
You started it.
Yeah, he started.
The Christianity or the religion in Igbo land predates that of the white man. Get that?
I'm not really sure about that. I'm not sure about that.
I'm telling you. If, believe me, the Igbos, the Christianity or the worship of God in Igbo land predates that of the white man.
KJ, you're confusing me now.
Listen, we don't. KJ, we don't. KJ, look at the etymology. KJ, look at the etymology of the word God. We didn't have it. We didn't have God. We didn't have God.
Who said we didn't have God?
We had chi. We had chi. We didn't have any God.
But is chi not God?
Yes.
No, it's not.
That was the question. Listen.
These are different pantheons.
What is chi then now?
Chi, excuse me, yes, eccentric. If somebody asks you, say an Englishman who are just from England, say when you say chi, what is chi? What is chi?
It's different. Now listen, this is the mistake. This is the mistake we make with our language when we translate it to English. You know what I'm saying? We translate. It's not always correct. It's not always correct.
English.
For instance, if someone asks you what's church in Igbo, you tell them Oloka, right? But Oloka means something different. It does not mean church.
Man, this guy, man. You know what? I have to salute you for the way you with this your accent, and you are saying some things better than you are pronouncing some things, better than some Nigerians. I have to give credit to you, man. There are parts of Nigeria that will not be able to say some of this you are saying.
Where do you put chi and chuku
of the modern time does not mean that the Igbo didn't have a chi. There's a Chineke.
Chuku.
Yeah. Okay, I agree. Chineke, right? Chineke is the deity.
There is Ohamadike, which is the creator of heaven and earth, the God above all. You see, the thing is that sometimes God.
Listen, okay, hold on. You made another error here. So heaven, like Igbo, we didn't have a God that's in heaven. Remember what we call heavens, right? Igwe, Elu Igwe, right?
Okay, I think okay. You know what? I think we have to let the elders speak now, because all these young people, Lexi is here. He must have been around when the gods walked the earth. So let's let Lexi speak. I can see you there, but because we are talking about things that modern people may not fully understand, it's good to let Lexi just chip in. Lexi, what do you understand about God before Christianity in the Southeast?
Before I answer your question, let me recall or remind you guys or share with you guys that There's this guy called Dick Gregory. I don't think he's still alive.
I don't
He's
think
one of
Gregory.
the leaders of the Black American of of.
He was
I
a
think
comedian. He was a comedian.
okay. There's something he said. You see, in all these sayings, sometimes something very useful comes out. Dick said that they, as Black people in America, made a mistake. That instead of seeking liberation, they try to solve their problem by thinking that when they are educated, or if they go with the flow of educating people in America, that they will be free. He said, now they have not achieved that goal, that they should seek liberation above. It's not that they shouldn't be educated. He said they should seek liberation above education. Now, when you use education, like all the research you are talking about, and you want to put it in a position of superiority to the freedom of who we are and the truth about who we are.
Lexi, we're talking about God, though.
Yes. In fact, even in that, the Igbos have Chukwu, the greater in terms of big and greater God. Chineke, the one that creates the world.
I disagree. I disagree.
Sorry?
How can you possibly know that Chukwu is new? Is Lexi eccentric cast says Chukwu is new. He's saying Chukwu is new. That Chukwu is not.
Who said Chukwu is new?
Me, I said it.
Chukwu is new. Chukwu is new in the context of God being named in that particular environment where we have.
Remember, Arachuku was like it was a community where they had a chief priest, right? And they were using religion as a political tool to control the rest of the Igbo region. So it makes sense that they would create a chuku, right? So you can have a priest.
Well, maybe the reason why they put Chuku in their name is because the Chuku already existed.
Yeah, Chineke is correct because it's a chi that does a certain thing. It creates. It's a chi that creates.
So are you also saying that that's foreign to us? It's a recent thing.
Foreign. It's not foreign to us.
Okay.
It's not.
So where do you place that with regard to chi? Chi is the lesser god. If you go to three,
it's not a lesser god.
It's in that category. Individual chi exists in our vocabulary. Yep. Okay, so how can individual chi now take the place of the Chukwu or Chineke that we all know as the great God that is above all gods?
That's not true. We didn't believe that prior. Like you need to understand, we have Ani. What about Ani? Ani, right? Ani is a female.
And it's part of the chief. It's part of the chief.
Please, where are we?
No.
Yeah, I think we just eccentric are just taking on to a weed that I'm trying to figure my way out of it, and he's digging on deeper and deeper into it. I don't know where this is going to lead us. But you see that all our Southeastern brothers have come to hear about where the original God came from. They are interested in it. So what are we going to do? I want to connect to
the point at Lexi made, Elder Lexi. I want to connect it to the point Elder Lexi made, right? He said something about freedom. We have to put freedom in the forefront over everything else, over let's say learning about being educated. But I think we need to listen. We need to take. There was something Bob Marley said, right? He said we need to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery, right?
Okay.
I think that's the first.
That's part of the freedom I'm talking about. That's part of that freedom. Yes.
Yes, that's part of it, right? And part of emancipating ourselves from mental slavery is to realize who we are by going back to to understand actually who we really are, because this is the problem that we have in Nigeria, right? We have some kind of inferiority complex, right? Where we desecrate our own traditions, right? Like we have like people pastors that go to villages and destroy monuments, destroy their their chi, And also, like I remember there was in my dad's village, right? This guy came from, I think, Germany, and he did a crusade, right? While he was doing the crusade, they were near a big tree, a very old and ancient tree. That tree's been around before I was even born. So a snake fell down from the tree, and that was at night. A snake fell down from the tree. They killed the snake and cut the tree down the next day because they believed that the tree was possessed. See, that's the thing. That's the mental
Is that in the
slavery
Bible?
right there.
Is that in the Bible? They didn't follow the Bible in what they did there. So yeah, are you going to say because he believes in Christianity and then his understanding of a tree and a snake dropping from it makes it a devil?
You can see that was older. Their response to that tree was from an older belief system. So it's not necessarily tied to religion. But I don't understand this idea that you think that Chuku is new. Where did you get that Chuku is new?
He's wrong.
My reason for saying that is because
Okay. I think let me share my
eccentric. Was it a research? Excuse me, eccentric. I don't know your background, but was it a research you did? That
okay, CM, just ask the question. Then Prof. Data need to say something because he hasn't said anything for ages, and we have gone past his turn. And let Lex go ahead.
I was asking eccentric case because the eccentric, the way you are speaking, was it a research you did or just maybe because I don't know your background? It might be because you sound interested or engaging anyway. Although not, I don't believe some of the things you said.
He's inferring a lot of
what?
things.
Well, it doesn't mean what it doesn't mean. But was it a research?
It's not.
Was it a research you carried out, or maybe you went to the east?
It wasn't a research. I was part of it. Yeah, part of it. But it's not really research. I was looking at the language, our words, the words we use for, things like the deity that made me interested in the religion, in our traditional religion, is Ani, right? Because I looked at the similarity between Ani and Gaia of the Greek Gaia, right?
There we go.
And also, and then I looked at the
that's research now. That's research. You are researching it. That's research.
Right? Yes, I have a direct experience. Like I said before, right? There was this guy. They wanted to cut down a tree in my grandpa's compound, right? They wanted to cut the tree down because there was a group of evangelicals that believed that the tree harbors like an evil spirit, right? That was holding my family down from progressing, right? So before they cut down the tree, the guy that was hired to cut the tree down said that he cannot without appeasing the spirit in the tree. So he did some rituals before he cut down the tree. So what I got from there was we
419 ritual.
We respect not 419 ritual. All he did was he poured libation. He said something and then poured drinks on it and then cut the tree down. What he showed to me was we respect nature, right? Our people coexist with nature. And if you look, okay, let me give you an instance right here. In Uturu, they have alligators, right? Running around everywhere. The people don't kill the alligators. They all moving around. So, and if you go to different communities, they have animals that that are sacred. What he tells me is that our people, our religion is, in respect of nature, right? We respect nature. We live in coexistence with nature. Now, if you look at today, with what climate change is doing, with the Western civilization, where they come in and they are at war with nature, where they destroy nature to put in their infrastructures, right? And we see the effect in our planet. The sun's getting too hot, and we're destroying trees, and we don't have a cloud to push away the ultraviolet ray from the sun, and our planet is going to get hot, right? If our religion and our religion and science, which is respect for nature, if that was incorporated in our civilization, in our development, in our like in our cities, like if you go to cities like Lagos, right, or Aba, there's no natural habitat. We don't have any trees on the road, on the freeways. We don't have any stuff like that. Most of the cities, there's no flowers, no trees, none of that. That's why it's hot in that region, right? And there's a place in Uturu where there's erosion, right? A very large erosion, And the reason is because the trees there that was supposed to hold the ground with the roots has been cut down, right? People cut it down to build infrastructures and all that. And the effect, and it had like a feedback loop on the environment. That's what created
Okay. Can I
eccentric cars. I think you are opening up a lot of cans of worms. I can't. Prof data. I don't think he even knows where to start now, because there's so many things that has been said before. Prof data, please. Whatever you let Prof data, because he's been very, very good.
Let me come in here just briefly. There's an impression I want to correct.
If Prof data agrees for you, then it's up to him. I think because he has been here for a very, very long time.
Okay, Prof data, please go ahead. He asked me to go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, just for a few seconds, right?
See, eccentric this thing, you have caused a lot of commotion here.
Eccentric
a lot of people are just coming in now.
I'm bringing excitement.
I think I will agree. I will agree with you to a certain extent, but the fact that you are trying to argue that our Chukwu was just a creation of Western religion is where I'm going to disagree with you. Listen, when you come to Chi, there is this Igbo adage that says that, I don't know if it's adage or just saying, that Chionye Chiawotu, meaning my Chi and yours are not the same. And that is where you get the name Chiedu, right? So I will agree with Lexi on this. Chi is a lesser god. And then we have Chukwu.
No, it's not.
Chineke. Chineke, Chukwu means the creator, the almighty, right? So I don't know where and how. Does it mean that the Igbos don't know about Chukwu? Does it mean that the Igbos do not know about Chineke before Western religion? Hold on.
We have a very advanced. We didn't have what do you call that when a religion has like one deity, right? Monotheism.
Monotheism, yeah.
Monotheism.
I've done a lot of research on this one.
Monotheism started in ancient Greece, right? Monotheism started in ancient Greece, the ancient Kemet, right? It was I forgot the pharaoh's name. Very popular.
I know where you are driving at. See, there's this thing going on in America of today, where you have a group of young Black Americans. Okay. When I say Americans, I don't limit that to Americans, but you see a lot of Africans in that group as well. And I wouldn't want to say that eccentric caste is one of them. However, they are trying to prove that Christianity or Islam shouldn't be a religion that anybody should even agree with. However, they are trying to go back to the traditional belief. But the problem that they are having is they don't even know, they don't even understand the traditional beliefs. They don't even know how it started and where it even come from. And this is it. We have bad chi and we have good chi. Ajo chi and Ezigbo chi. So if you are saying that the Igbos only know chi, which of the chi?
Professor
Ajo chi or Ezigbo chi? You understand?
No. You are like you are.
Can we let Prof Data? Are you not going to say something?
So
because at this rate, we are not going to be able to say anything.
We have Ezigbo chi and we have Ajo chi. However, we still have Almighty God.
Doesn't sound right.
No, understand this. Right. Even the Christianity that you are talking about. Even the Christianity that you are talking about, we the Igbos started practicing. Maybe not the way that they are doing it today, but we know about whatever that you see in Christendom today. We've been doing that before the Westerners came with their modernized Christianity.
Okay. Kenny, let's hold on and eccentric cast, please. let's let
Hello,
Prof
are you
Data
hearing
say
me?
something, because Prof Data feels like a debt that I have not paid. I need to pay it so that we can move
Okay.
on.
Hello, are you hearing me?
Give me 30
Yes.
seconds.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you, Prof Data.
Okay, yeah. Good day to everybody in the house, and I'm happy being here again. It seems we have the thought from the main political issues of this show, and this what's eccentric cast. What you brought up, I have to tell you, is a topic that's quite delicate, because I will tell you the truth. I'm not going to talk on it. What Ekene said is true. I would like to throw more light on it, because one thing I know, I'll just say this, then go into politics. One thing I know chi means is your personal God. And there's nothing different from what Ekene says, because Ekene brought up an adage that makes it clear that your own chi is different from someone's chi. Then Chukwu, I know, existed. We had that Chukwu, we had Chineke. But the only thing there, I know that Chineke and Chukwu, somehow we had a distinction between the two. Now, let me leave that. Let's go back to our politics matter. Yeah, let's go back to our politics matter. I want to congratulate.
Can I speak on your point? On the point you made?
See,
Eccentric cast. Anytime you say something, you open a can of worms. Please let him finish what he says, so that we don't start another round again.
If we begin to talk on this matter,
let me refute the earlier point. He said that
if we begin to talk on this matter,
if
we begin to talk on this matter, it will go on and on. We won't.
Forefathers, can I just end this matter? Okay, eccentric. There's a community called you are not in the right community for this topic. With all due respect, there's a community by Ofodirin called Igbo Shell, Medicine Shell. Okay, he exhaustively has talked about this. What you are alluding to is in Igbo land what they call different ideologies per village, per community, per clan. Everybody understands this in different way. And this one, if you go to Enugu State, it's a different ideology. And we cannot sit here and debate you on what your side of Igbo land believes is true. But it is where we are right now. We're never going to allow land. I mean, I don't want to beat my horn here. I have researched this or something. I know exactly where you're coming from. What you are espousing is an ideology that is, directly with the Okigwe, Uturu, Obaha area. I mean, I know what the Arochukus, what they believe. There was a priestly kingdom there. And that's where you're going to. So it will not be the same with somebody like Kene, who is from Obunike. It's a different. Me and Kene will see eye to eye. Me and Uncle Lexi will see eye to eye because we are in the Omambala side. We will see, but we will not see eye to eye with you. You are more on my mother's side. On the other side, you would believe something different. My maternal grandfather believed close to what you believe. So I think that's the basis of the discrepancy. So I would like to recommend that you follow the work of Derek Ofodirinwa, the Medicine Shell. Subscribe, get into his Dropbox. He has a lot of material there that would help you dissect these things. It's very complex, and besides, you don't even touch the even core one. Without without Omumu, you can't touch Ani. It is very deep because all these side things they're saying. Let's just drop it. Let's go back to politics.
I think this seems to be a very exciting topic, because everybody that is from the southeast is coming on. They have an opinion on this.
Exactly.
So
the politics.
I think you seriously went and you touched on something. You touched on a nerve.
Okay.
See, I think it's have you finished, Prof Data?
No,
Okay,
I
go ahead,
want to commend CM. There's something he said. You see how we brought out this issue of the history of what happened before the war. I wish people were here to listen, because I've listened to people and he really brought it out in a detailed way. Now let me leave that aspect. See, you know, even though I'm somebody, I keep saying it, I want the Republic of Biafra, but of recent, I have had a lot of hurt of what's going on in that country, Nigeria. And, you know, it's just it's a source of concern to me. What is a source of concern is, you know, you see, you don't build you don't raise a skyscraper on a foundation meant for a three-story building. That is what Nigeria has done. And no matter
They do it in Le-
what
they do it in Lagos. They do it in Lagos, and the building will collapse. You know, buildings are collapsing.
it's bound to collapse. You know, it pains me on this platform and other platforms. You see people saying, validating what Tinubu did. You see, this is a man that has been put into power. He didn't meet the constitution. And this thing will come one day to haunt every one of us. Even us living in this part of the world, because we all know this place is not our home. It's not our home. And we all know what's going on. Before I came into this platform, I just heard on, is that Edo Watch? There's a platform, Edo Watch. Someone was saying it's a pity. Tinubu has started inviting all people like Ibori and Co. You tell me the type of government that will come out of that. A drug baron is on the zenith of there. You see, I'm not saying this thing because I'm not from the south. I'm from the southeast or southwest. I'm from the southeast. People that know me know that at least Isimiri knows I'm from Anambra. But you see, it's a pity Nigeria went on to do that, and they have been doing this, and it's going to fall on every one of us. Thank you.
All
I'll
right,
stop there.
So the thing is, our political system, right? Our political system that we adopted came from the West. Democracy and what else? And the economic system.
Eccentric cars. Before you open another one, let's let the people that are here respond to all the stuff you've said already, because they will not be able to catch up at this rate. Who is next? Is it Jude or Kene that came? Jude, who came first? Between you and Kene.
No,
I was going
Jude.
to make a good point about what he
I
said,
came before
about
Jude.
the state of Nigeria.
Okay, Kene, please go ahead then. Go ahead, so that Ismail
But
can.
he can speak if he wants to speak. I think he let me the other time.
He's not here now.
Okay, so what are we talking about? On what's the topic?
I think it was regarding, we were discussing the issues that occurred in the 60s, 70s, and then this in eccentric cast just blew up something about Chuku being a recent thing. Like Chuku was something recent. It's not about
the 60s, 67, all the way to 70. See, I think last time I've exhausted what I know. I will allot my time to CM. So I will want CM to take my time and act his own and speak for me.
CM has schooled regarding the CTC stuff at 70. CM has spoken quite extensively about it, and I think we really covered a lot of ground. It's just
but CM is the most knowledgeable in this topic.
I think he's more resourceful when it comes to this. So
you can debate.
He should be given more time to talk. So take my time, please.
Let him take time.
Okay,
CM, we respond with the 1966, 67 events again. Let's because the one about the Abori one, that Abori one, I think what I was saying was that then there was another offer that the federal government made that wasn't accepted again, because they said that offer, if the federal government made that offer today, most parts of the country would jump at it. But then they rejected it at that time because the atmosphere had already been poisoned. So sorry, go ahead, CM.
Somebody is speaking. Okay, yeah. You know the thing is that if you look at what happened in those heady days, because you can't write the history of Nigeria without those period. That it will, if you want to talk about the history of Nigeria, that area must be given prominence. You see, when you look at it dispassionately, it's over 40, 50 years now. you found out that this country called Britain fear them. They were manipulating the entire thing. They manipulated the thing from beginning to end. Ordinarily, after that July 29, 1966 coup, the North want to go on their own. But Gowon called them back that God has placed the power once again in the hand of a northerner. Let them cooperate with him because they've lost interest. Their own idea was because you killed their people, if they settle this cause, anybody can go their way. But when Gowon now getting the British people, the day Gowon was sworn in, 1st August 1966, he had a meeting with the British High Commissioner. He told him, look, we are ready to back you. Do not go. That look at the oil resources in the South. When you leave, the South will get control of it. And without the North, let me tell you here, I mean, we can debate it. Britain cannot control southern Nigeria. We all know this. When I mean south, from the Lagos State down to Cross River, if these people, Britain can't control us, they know it. They only come from the north because of the educational backwardness. So they will be inciting them and then they use the military. Otherwise, they know Britain, they can't because they find it difficult. Awolowo never agreed with the British. When they were going for constitutional conference, Awolowo and Zik never agreed with the British. It was because of the fact that to play a brother against a brother that the British told Zik and Awo that we are asking for independence. We can't give it until all of you agree. The North are not ready because of obvious reasons. Awolowo want it as a 1954-56. Zik, the same thing. But it was delayed to accommodate them. Yes, but the British know that if without the North, they can't have a foothold in Nigeria. That is a fact. No, but even they know, till today, without the North, they can't have it because Yoruba cannot sit down and then agree with the British or the Igbos. No way. Or even the South, because they know.
But CM, though, you can argue that most of the people that travel to Western countries are actually from the South. The Northerners are not very. I think maybe what you want to argue is that they fear that the North will become more of that's the Middle Eastern influence will be stronger over the North.
But for
if
that,
they
you
were
just
not
reinforced
involved.
his. No, you just reinforced his point. The fact that the mindset of the Northerner is that this is ours is the reason why they continue to stay, and because now the Southerner feels somewhat that the Northerner that you just proved this point. The fact it's a psyche. The fact it is. It plays out. Let me tell you. When I first graduated from university, I started to do let me come back Nigeria, let me try and do all this contract stuff. Man, if you don't have a Northerner in your company, you're not getting the contract. If you like, let you be the most brilliant person. It's not gonna happen.
See, you have to understand from the point of view of the, let me just add this from the point of view of the British, they colonized the country, and most of the South has embraced their own religion, but the North didn't embrace the Middle Eastern religion. So technically, you can argue that they felt that if they didn't have a way of controlling them in Nigeria, they would be more beholden to the Middle Eastern part of the world. So it's not very clear that they were very close to the North compared to the South.
Forefathers. Forefathers. You know what you said now? What you said now is a fact, but let me tell you, it's the irony, sort of the contradiction you can't understand or we can't understand. Britain brought their religion, the West. We in the South embraced it. Ordinarily, we should be partners, pali. But the North that are insisting on their Islam that came from the Middle East is the people the British will prefer because they know they can't control the South. It's as simple as that. The South know as much as we educationally, let me say, at least compared to the North. So back to what I'm saying. What happened when Gowon took over? It was the British that came that tell him, don't worry, be here. We will be with you. We will support you. Because they seen what opportunities Gowon hasn't seen and the North did not see. What the North were against was because of the, if you follow the constitutional development, they were doing it in Lagos. But because of the fact that whenever the North come, they are bidding for time, that they are not ready. So because of that, when the North are going, they are sort of abuse them, something like heckle them at the train station, that you people are baking, those things. So they feel they are not comfortable coming to Lagos to discuss. The British now took it to London. So whenever they go to London and come back, the same thing is happening. Britain now felt that we won't give it to you just to punish them, the South, Zik and the Awolowo, maybe Nahur and the others, that you people must agree, otherwise I won't do it. So that was when Zik said, okay, we are ready to wait. If it's in 1960, let's say when the North will be ready. So when all these things happened, all the North wanted was the way they were living before these things happened. But the fact that the leaders were killed in January 1966, they wanted was to settle score. And when they settled that score 29th, they were ready to leave Nigeria in terms of being on their own. But Gowon is the North that is now the head of state. It's the British that saw these oil resources that told the North, do not go. Even they went to the North to tell the Emir, say, do not go. You have a better advantage. The North, your power is now in your hand, and we, the British, will back you from behind. Ojukwu knew all these things. Awolowo knew all these things. Awolowo going to prison was a making of the British and the Sadwana. Awolowo shouldn't have gone to prison. Awolowo was a champion. He was rated high, ahead of all the other premiers in terms of
all these opportunities was created for them to do all these things by fellow Nigerians. Like, you used to say that, that we should hold ourselves accountable. We created the avenue for the British to do all this thing that they did, because that coup, the way it happened, the way it was responded to, everything laid the foundation. Like, we just set ourselves up to be completely decimated. But that said, though, there is a lady on the panel that we have not acknowledged, and with all these men here, I don't know whether we should have cleared way for a bit. Please welcome Ismiri. I know that we can go on sometime. We forget that we should be welcoming you. The fact that you choose to come in this time is, I know I think you're in the UK, so that must be something, isn't it? So welcome, and so what must have brought you here? Something tells me eccentric cast has something to do with it.
Not really. Yeah, I was watching you guys studying and a bit bored, and I felt I can join. And even if I don't have no contribution, I can listen and learn. I know growing up that I got westernized a bit religiously. Christianity started as a Catholic and then a Pentecostal. But I did hear about Chideke, Olisabinigwe, different names of Okaka, Osepolowa, Anyanwototo, many names, So it depends on which part of Igbo you are. I think they have, God is one to me, though, but we have the Anambras, the Imos, they have their ways of tradition, how they worship their own God, but I believe it's one. And I'm open to learn anyways. I don't know it all. I don't know much of those deep traditional things because my parents were trying to prevent us from learning it because it was termed as evil, as people are saying that religion was brought to us. I know. I'm learning and unlearning them as I go. And I because when growing up, I used to listen to a lot of R&B music, but these days hardly, because it seems as if the older you become, you start thinking about home unconsciously. So I'm even more proud of who I am now than before and can die for it. So I'm on learning and learning from people with experience. Even though I might not... I can tell when someone is saying the truth and lie as an Igbo. So don't be fooled. Thank you.
Yeah, I really appreciate some of the things you said. Let me ask, do you know when Christianity was first adopted by there's the Southeast and in Nigeria? Is it, because I don't know, is it recent or like 100 years ago or so, or it goes all about
1890.
1890?
Yeah. 18
1890
something.
something.
It's
1890s.
1890 something
18,
because
18,
remember Ajayi Crowther came in through the south, into the west, sorry, and then there was a battle between from
yes.
there how they will go into the east. So the Catholics, something Will Bond guy, I've read it a long time ago. The Catholics, the CMS, which
But,
Ajayi Crowther, this is
but
the
I was asking
Presbyterian.
the lady. I was asking the
Oh,
lady.
sorry. Oh,
Let's give her the opportunity to pass the question on, and then
I'm
you
going
can
to
take
fail
over.
hopefully, and
You
I'm not
know,
ashamed of failing.
yeah, men are very, very hot today. If he was here, it would have been free for all. But let's give her the preference, please. I don't know. Do you have any idea, or you think they are correct from what they said, 1890 something?
I do not know, to be honest. Like I said, we
Okay.
were actually very protected from traditional kind of way, being that my dad was the only child, and there were a lot of history that we were hardly not home. But I was lucky to be sent home to care for my elderly parents. Then I had the opportunity to know more about my culture than my other siblings, which I'm teaching them now and continue to teach them. Sometimes I let them watch this show, but when there are a lot of misunderstandings, I try to take them away. So a lot of young people are watching who want to reconnect with their culture. Doesn't mean that they are not Igbos, but perhaps due to family disorientations, or there are we are tribal people. Things happen when people are growing up. No one is to be blamed. I cannot blame anyone. Where I am now is where I am, and make better use of it. So I don't know, but uh, we were made to become very religious in a Christian way. But I respect my tradition so much, and I miss it.
Yeah. I think a lot of people share your sentiment here. Clearly, look at all of them. They don't want to go to sleep anymore. They are all here.
So, Father, I
Suddenly.
just pasted the key events that are used as benchmarks of when Christianity different. So the Catholic, the CMS, and I think so Roman Catholic is 1885.
Mm.
The Church Missionary Society, which is technically Anglican Church, 1857, and then 1841 Samuel Ajayi Crowther came in. So that's kind of like the idea. So let's just say 1841, the earliest.
So if that is the case, in historical terms, it hasn't been that long compared to the Romans that went back almost 2,000 years and stuff. So it's relatively a recent event, conversion that we've had. And I won't be surprised we are able to shake it off. And if we don't, if we truly want to own Christianity, then we have to put the headquarter, Africanize it. Let's put it that way, because that's what the Europeans did to theirs. They Europeanized their own Christianity. And if we are not going to Africanize it, then we'll get rid of it. Because
No,
sooner or
we did
later,
Africanize Christianity. Select Church, Cherubim and Seraphim, Sabbath.
the headquarters. I
What's the
mean,
other one? Wanyu Fuma.
uh,
We did Africanize Christianity.
we did. But
If I beg to differ in this respect.
No, I understand what you are saying. We did all parts of Christianity, like even this in the Russian one is slightly different. But what I'm talking about is the way we see the God Himself. Like Jesus Christ is still blonde hair, blue eyes, and the headquarter of the actual establishment of the church is also in Europe,
I'll
not
share
in
an opinion.
the Middle East where it belongs. So if you like, the same thing applies to Islam too. If we want to take over Islam, we have to make it Africa, and it has to come to Africa. If it doesn't come to Africa, then keep it there. Let them, because there's a political. I think somebody mentioned soft power that comes with this. So we can't keep conceding all this power. Tomorrow we'll go to a boardroom and go and negotiate with people that we consider closer to God than us. That it doesn't make for a progressive negotiation for your people. So sorry, who is next? I don't know.
I have a question for you.
Loco has been around for a while. See, eccentric. You had a big issue, and let other. Jude hasn't said anything.
I have a question for CM concerning the Biafra.
Then CM is going to
civil war.
answer. CM is going to answer. CM doesn't like to do 30 seconds answer. he's gonna do 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. So he doesn't like. So let's let Jude say something. Jude came in first before Loco. Jude, welcome.
Yes, thank you, my people. How on a day?
We are all here. Oh, fine, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. So what's going on?
What do you
About,
just say whatever you want to say, because given what you've heard, you can just add whatever you want to add, and so that I'm sure you've heard a lot of things said regarding God or this what happened in the 1960s in Nigeria, or the political stuff. You can even talk about the Naira, the currency convergence that the current government is looking to do. Whatever you want to talk about.
Yeah.
No, for the religious
one
aspect, I want to say
statement.
before the advent of the white man religion, the black man, in fact, the Igbos, we have had our own religion, even if I don't subscribe to it, but we have had our own religion and symbol of deity known as Chineke, or people call it differently depending on which side. Some call it Chukwu Abiyama, some call it Chineke Kebinigwe, that's our Father in heaven. Some call it Chukwu, so it depends, but the fact remains that the black man have had their own religion before the advent of the white man religion of Christianity. Well, since morning we have had there is this guy who had always shown up on this place every time to. I think he has been deliberately doing that for the past several times I've seen him here. It's a calculated attempt to not only to destabilize the flow of interaction amongst the discussion, the particular topic of discussion, to please himself or to satisfy those who have always sent him to do that. It still hurts me so much why some of us, especially those that live in diaspora, will continue to support the evil administration we have in Nigeria today, and what is going on in Nigeria, and how people can be so be so numb about the feelings and the sufferings of millions of people back home. We have seen that this man actually have nothing to offer Nigeria. Prior before this inauguration, I have constantly been saying it here on other platforms that there is no way you can expect someone to give what he or she doesn't have. Okay? There's no way you can elect a thief, elect somebody who's almost everything about him is riddled with corruption and shrouded in secrecy and impunity and whatever you can name it. There's no way you can expect a good administration from that individual, because the reason is this. They say likes attracts likes, right? If you're a bad person, definitely if you want to choose leadership, there's no way you can go and be looking for somebody who is better than you. If anything, you're going to look for people who are in your level, in the same clique, in the same, or somebody who you are more, whom you can easily manipulate because that person understands your language. People who speak the same language. And what is that language? Language of corruption. So if we look at the people this man is already surrounding himself with, they are hardened inferior to be in other countries. All of these people, there's none of these people that would have not been spending many years in jail already. But those are the crop of people he's cycling or he's bringing on board to live with him. How are you going to expect a good leadership other than what we already started seeing? Bible says where the righteous rule, the people mourn. And when the ungodly man rule, what happened? Where the righteous rule, the people rejoice. But where the ungodly man rules, the people mourn. What do we see already? We have seen mourning. Nigeria have been mourning and have been languishing in pain and in anguish for the past 8 years. And now this is extension of it, and even in a more worse condition that we already started getting into. Every government, at least in the very first few weeks of that person assuming leadership, will always try to manage fear, to allay people's fear, and to make people, if whether you vote for them or not, they will always, their attempt will always be to reconcile, to bring everybody together, and make people want to believe that he means well for them. But this time, right from first day, to let us know that, hey guys, you got to brace up. A new sheriff is in town who have no human. I don't care about how you feel. I don't care about what happened. All I'm going to do is what I want to do. And you people just have to fall in line. And if you don't fall in line...
But Jude, earlier on, the question was about what are we going to do then? Since like the subsidies now, do you have like possible solutions to...
What we are going to do, the thing for this man to do is, first of all, to reverse this subsidy of 18 and apologize to Nigerians for putting...
You want him to start giving subsidy to rich people?
Huh?
You want him to reverse the subsidy so rich people can be getting the money?
Oh, what do you mean?
They said a lot of the subsidy money is going to rich people.
A lot of the subsidy money is going to rich people? Okay, let me tell you now. Now they have reversed, they said they reversed it, right? Do you know who is going to benefit the most? It's the same rich people that will benefit the most.
How?
By the way, there is nothing like oil subsidy, it's a scam. Okay? Now, the only thing they are setting you up, they are setting Nigeria, hold on, they are setting Nigeria up to buy into what is this guy, the one doing what is this guy, the northern guy building Dangote. They are setting Nigeria up to accept whatever Dangote is going to offer them when eventually that refinery comes on, begin to function. Okay, maybe at that time we would have started buying gas, let's say $7, and then maybe Dangote's this thing will now start functioning. It will now be giving us 500. What will happen? Wouldn't Nigerians rejoice? They will rejoice and say, "Oh wow, Dangote have come to save them." Meanwhile, Dangote refinery are just collection of money of these thieves. Okay. The $18 billion Dangote reportedly has spent on that. It's not his own money. Maybe a little fraction is his own money. He has just collected, is this same politician, the money they have stolen from Nigerians, from us, that is what they have dumped into that place. Thereby destroying all of our refineries and make sure it doesn't work, so that every pressure, everything will not be on that refinery. They will still be making us.
You know that Nigeria
owns... And if we don't resist it, we are in trouble.
Jude, hold on now. Hold on for a second. You know Nigeria owns 20% of Dangote refinery. So whatever Dangote is making, Nigeria is making 20% of it. At least.
Which Nigeria is making 20% of...
yes, of that, what Dangote is bringing out. At least. Because, and I think Nigeria too can use the presence of Dangote on his territory and the fact that they are going to be supplying Dangote crude oil to get other savings out of that too. So, but the question is, see, that's why we have to be asking details. We need to be knowing some of all these things. And I'm glad that many of our diasporans are paying attention. We need to be knowing what is going on, because these people are relying on the fact that many Nigerians have so much to challenge to deal with. So they don't care about these details. But if we know, we know how much we are supposed to be getting from the Dangote refinery, how much we are saving. You see what I mean?
Forefather, let me ask you. You see, why this scam? Why the oil subsidy is being a scam? Or even if, let's assume it's not a scam and they are genuine. Now, how can anybody explain to me, for the past 8 years alone, do you know how many trillions they told us they have used for this subsidy?
A lot.
It's over $6 trillion. What is $6 trillion naira mean?
$6 trillion. Oh yeah. That
now,
would be shocking.
6 trillion naira can build Nigeria 6 standard refinery of any capacity of any capacity that can not only service Nigeria with making oil available and refined oil available to us, but to the entire African continent. True or false? Can anybody dispute that?
I think Nigeria is spending
Now,
almost
if
$10
that is the
billion
case,
every year right now.
why couldn't they channel those money into building? Forget about, let them, maybe the ones we already have, which they have been pumping a lot of money in refurbishing or whatever, and up to today, none of them is functioning. What about if they have started from the scratch and say, you know what? Instead of continuing to do this oil subsidy because we are not refining, why don't we rather, for 1 year, let us channel this amount of money in this thing
to build a new one,
a brand new one, even if it's only 1 or 2 in Nigeria. Serve us.
But Jude,
that will eradicate the so-called oil subsidy.
Let me ask you now. Let me ask you this. What would you say if, say, the 3 refineries that we have in Nigeria, because they are actually being fixed, and they said that the one in Rivers State is due to come online sometime this year. So
how many years have they been saying that?
They've been saying that. I know. Even Dangote want to. They just commissioned it. It's never started pumping any petrol until we see something. Nigerians, don't be shocked that they commissioned a refinery that never gets to pump petrol until they start pumping fuel out. I will not believe anything until I see it.
Let me ask you something. Since you have been living abroad, have you ever seen any project that any government in any country, any abroad, where any of us have been living, and is commissioned without working, without functioning? Most projects have been even started functioning before they will commission it. But Nigeria have always commissioned non-functional projects, just the same way they commissioned second Niger Bridge that is not even finished. That second Niger Bridge is not even completed yet.
But the question I'm asking you now: what if all 3 refineries come online? Would you forgive Nigerian government for what they've done with the subsidy? Would you say, okay, that is a good path we are on if all 3 refineries come back online, let's say by 2025?
Can I answer that for
my brother?
And also, hold on. I think this one is going to blow. I think this one is going to cause confusion. What if by 2025 all 3 refineries come online? Would you vote Tinubu in 2027?
Let me tell you the truth. When these people do anything, they are not doing us a favor. They are simply doing the job for which we hire them. It's just we live in a country that the citizens don't even know that they are the boss. Because over the years, our employees have made us believe that they are demigod, that we are rather should be happy whenever they throw any crumb to us. Whereas it's supposed to be the other way around. So when they commission,
I think you are correct, but the question was
in their states, they want us to celebrate them that they have achieved a lot.
Jude, would you support the APC government if they brought 3 refineries back online?
Far be it from me, because 3 refineries is not only our problem. It's not only our problem. If they do that without fighting corruption, the only thing I will praise any government in Nigeria is when that person fights corruption to stand still. That is the only time I'm going to praise any.
Okay, Jude, let me ask you one provocative question. So they bring all 3 refineries back online. They increase security in Nigeria, that Nigeria is so secure that anybody can go out in the middle of the night. There is not going to be, you're going to feel safe. And what else?
Fight corruption.
Electricity 24/7. But they don't fight corruption. What would you do?
No, it's still not going to work. Because, do you know why? All those things you have said that give it 1 year, they will spoil everything. Will be destroyed because of corruption.
Okay, good. I get where you're coming from. I think you do have a point. KJ, please go ahead.
Okay. If the government is serious, and just like you said, if
forefathers, it be bad, very bad model.
Oh no! I think I agree. KJ is not having a go. So I'm going to come back to you. I'm going to come back to you. Sorry about that.
No, KJ, continue.
Sorry about
that. Just want everybody to say he's a very, very bad moderator. I just want to let them know. KJ, continue.
I'm sorry. You were down here. Suddenly you disappeared up there. Sorry, I missed that. Sorry. KJ, go ahead.
if it will be very beautiful if the government can activate Dangote and the 3 refineries in Nigeria. And it will be miraculous also, because the most honest Nigerian man ever lived, and the most honest black man that we have ever known, Muhammad Buhari, could not do that in 8 years. So if Ashwaju Ahmed Tinubu comes in and is able to do that, I will personally doff my cap for him. But I can bet you, forefather, $1,000 that cannot happen, and for many reasons which I'm going to give you very soon. One being that what you are seeing now is the complete handing over of Dangote, Nigeria, over to Dangote. It's not going to come up. Nobody's going to do any of those refineries.
Exactly.
And then, secondly, let me tell you how dishonest these people are. If you tell us that you have deregulated, subsidy is gone. We have the petroleum pricing board, which is the PPR, which controls the price of fuel. You still have monopoly that is given to NNPC to be the one importing fuel alone. You still have government licensing people who want to, marketers who want to go into selling and buying of petrol. So, and then you still have the federal central bank allocating resources, that is foreign exchange, to different companies of their choice to go and do this trade. How now do you, and then you still have a government agency that regulates and sets price, okay, of the gas, of the fuel that's being bought. How now can you tell me that subsidy is gone when all these agencies are still functioning 24/7? So you can see that it is all theatrics. It's called aesthetics. Those that will do theater, it's called aesthetics. You know, the eyes love colors. So he just puts plenty of colors so that we'll keep looking at things, and we masses are just struggling and looking at lights, different disco lights here flashing here and there. That is what
So are you saying something is not going?
it is going nowhere, because see, let me tell you something. You don't start building house by you don't erect the blocks on nothing. You don't put it on the air. You put it on the ground. Okay. Now, if you have not deregulated all these processes, how then do you say it's gone? Because tomorrow NNP is the one importing the petrol, and it is what they tell you and I. That is the price. That is the price. Up to tomorrow, NNPs have not been able to tell Nigerians exactly how much it costs to import fuel into Nigeria, and all the wastages they put along the way, all the round tripping from lifting fuel from the little that is produced in Warri and take it round trip to Lagos, and then give you foreign pay slips, invoice. They've not told you that one. They have they removed that. All the time taken to offload and unload, which they not that is inefficiency on government part. Who pays that? Who picks that bill? Who picks those costs? I tried to get a friend of mine who works with Shell into this place, and he will not agree. I'm still begging him to come because he wants to give us a breakdown, blow to blow account of the way that they manipulate the system. Yeah,
please, can you try and get him, please?
I think we have to be careful, because when we start using,
he said something.
For me, KJ, for me it's very simple. If petrol costs $1 overseas, but when it comes to Nigeria, it reduces to 20 or 30 cents, that tells you that something has happened to the value. And to pay for that is that's the element of subsidy. And if you look, if Nigerian currency devalues, the more money we pay into subsidy. That's why subsidies keep going up and up and up and up, and the consumption is also said to be going up too. So
it is totally not the way it should operate. I can tell you the truth from the little you have talked about, because the oils, the crude they lift from various different Chevron and Shell, we can calculate it. The Nigerian government knows how much they're lifting. So how come they are in their own pump piston, they don't know how much has been lifted? How come the badges that are so big, that is all costing over $300,000 to rent per day, can be in the waters loading for 2 weeks, and nobody knows. Is that the money you and I can cough out in a go? So you see, no,
oil
I'm
theft
coming.
is one
Sorry, I'm
thing
coming.
though, but
Why
to
didn't you get
just
on stage and say, oil bunkering or oil theft is gone? Because they know the people who are bunkering and who are doing the oil theft. Why didn't you say it's gone?
I think when we have this debate, the problem is that we don't even agree how much oil Nigeria is generating it in one day. Because when me and CM we did the numbers and a few other people we did the numbers, it's clear that Nigeria is making about $30 billion or so per annum from petrol or this in gas. And if you look at our national budget, it's around that amount, taking out the fuel subsidies. Then we still have to service our national debt. So the fact that we have the federal government is borrowing money to cover for that now. So that tells you that somewhere along the line, a lot of money is being spent to keep this petrol price down in Nigeria. Yeah, nobody's telling me I've bought them before. I've bought Nigerian petrol for 200. This is 190. This in the Naira per liter. That is extremely cheap. And somebody made it. They didn't even make it in Nigeria, made it overseas. Here in the UK, it's over £1.
My brother, listen.
And that is almost 800 Naira.
It's
or
over
more.
£1.
900 Naira now.
Jailbreak, my brother. Before you and I came into this discussion, I was just calculating here for a Nigerian who earns 80,000 Naira as a salary. And for you to now, and you have a Corolla. Corolla is the one I can think of that can take the list of petrol. Now, if you have Corolla and you have to fuel a Corolla with just if you have to fill your tank, no, not even fill tank, have that tank will give you 27,000 Naira, 27,500 to be precise, out of your 80,000 Naira, and you have 5 children, okay, that are going to school, and you are living, not of course, you will not be living inside, you are living at a suburb of Abuja. And this fuel will not take you. This is what you are put now, because you know the fuel they sell in Nigeria is something else. It evaporates. If you park your car full loaded in the sun, by the time you come back, you'll be wondering whether somebody milk out the fuel that you put in your car. So you find out that the person who is being paid at the end of 31 days is paid 80,000 Naira. 27,000 Naira has already gone in your fueling your car. That's minus electricity, minus feeding, and minus your children's school fees. Okay? Are you telling me that nation is looking at looking at being realistic in any way? No, that is one. So what I'm trying to draw your attention to is the fact that even the people who are telling you they are deregulating are not sincere. And the pump price they're putting right now is totally unacceptable, and it's a lie.
You may have a point, because you may have a point, but it's not as clear cut as we think. The important thing is that we should know how much Nigerian government is saving from removing the fuel subsidies, because we know that they spent almost $10 billion just last year. They claim to have spent that. So it means if they take it off, we should be spending $10 billion somewhere to do other things for the nation. So
they are spending $10 billion because they are lying to us. Give us the figures. You see, the truth is, give us the figures.
Yeah, but now they say, but KJ, now that they say they're taking it off.
How much you buy?
But KJ, hold on now. Now that they've taken the $10 billion off, they say they've removed it. Are you not now? Would it not be reasonable to say, where is the $10 billion now that you say you've taken off? Don't you think?
Nobody is going to give you answer to it. Remember, somebody here, Sam was talking about palliatives that we're going to put in place, like getting buses. We have enjoyed urban mass transit in Nigeria. It took less than 6 months. In fact, the one that operated too long operated for 1 year, and all the vehicles broke down. Up to today, we don't have urban mass transit again. We have enjoyed all these things, all these palliative. It only lasted for a while. After that, it is removed gradually.
KJ, the analysis you gave us before about somebody earning 80,000 Naira having a Toyota or this thing. How did the person earn money to buy a car with that salary? Can it be possible, if not stealing or something? How can somebody
the person didn't buy the car
80,000 Naira in Nigeria buy a Toyota?
I'm coming, sir. Remember that the cars that they sold in Nigeria are all to Gumbos from from abroad. So if you can manage to buy one, and
Yes.
before now,
Like
when
how
the naira,
much? Like
before
how
now,
much?
you could have bought it for for like 1.2, okay, 1.2.
Uh-huh.
So for a Nigerian who is a civil servant can take overdraft. Those who are honest, they can ask for
Huh?
salary advance. Yes, you can ask for salary advance. You can equally ask for housing. Okay, I'm telling you how you can get the money to buy those things. You can ask for your housing depending. I'm look at
See,
my someone
see,
of my listen. I'm looking at someone of my status
see,
now. You can ask for your housing. You can ask for your salary advance. You can put it together to buy a vehicle.
and they will give you.
It
If
may
all
not.
these things are possible, then it then means Nigeria is good, then, isn't it?
Oh no, I think
If
you're
all
driving
these
to the.
things are possible, it then means
No, no, no. You see, you see, we're not talking about buying the car now. It is now that the thing have become this bad. It wasn't this bad over 10 years ago. It wasn't this bad. It wasn't this bad, during the first term of Jonathan. It wasn't even bad during the second term. It was the second time of Jonathan that things started becoming a little bit difficult. But even at that time, I could still afford to buy my 4 tire for 250. So it is good still good at that time. It got worse now that the money had become so devalued that it doesn't make any sense doing anything. Okay. So what am I driving at here? I'm driving at to say that if we are being sincere as Nigerians, nobody is saying don't remove the palliatives. I mean, don't remove the fuel subsidy. I'm not even saying put palliative. Tell Nigerians exactly how much it costs. There's no problem in doing that. And don't use America or British oil pump price to measure Nigeria, because we're not earning the same thing. It's not the same economic power that we have. Okay, I can in America here, I can eat, I can spend $10 to buy, a good burger, and that would take me, But in Nigeria, that's a lot of money. Okay, so the our spending power is different. And when you go and collect all the prices of how much gas is costing in developed world, in Saudi Arabia, in this, you're not paying them the same amount of money. Okay, you're not paying them the same amount of money. But at the end of the month, what you're paying them is almost like, almost like what I will earn in half a day. Okay,
But,
so
KJ, OPEC sets the price, not countries. Nigeria is a member of OPEC. OPEC set the price of oil. Nigeria cannot set the price of oil themselves, since they're part of OPEC. The problem
I'm
is
not,
that
I'm
it's
not
the
concerned about the oil price set by OPEC. I'm just talking about you being sincere to your population, being sincere to your population. This is how much.
I don't think everyone will be capable of reading all the budget, the budget paper. That's a lot of number to crunch.
So the
I,
Nigerian
I
people.
think when you look at the price of like petrol in the UK now, it's showing somewhere around £1.6. I can't even imagine it. It's crazy, and many of European countries 1 point something pounds. That is excessively expensive compared to what we pay for petrol in this in Nigeria. But that said, though, local, please. I know you've had so many topics, that we are talking about, so that we get your take on this. What do you think about what you've had from the 66 event to the Chuku debate, and now the subsidy this issue? You can go any way you want. You can also go into the convergence of the foreign exchange
think
rate that the current government is talking about in Nigeria. Whichever one you think is best suited, you can go with it.
You can also
Welcome,
tell
by
us
the
about.
way. Sorry about the confusion that I experienced.
I've been getting paid over $1,000 passive income just from the YouTube app.
What's that noise?
Who's this now? Loco, I want make small joke with you.
I want me to land. Continue.
who is
You supposed to tell us about
Loco? You are
all those
muted.
juju ede for Bini,
I'm not hearing you.
or the equivalent of Chuku in Bini.
You can give us the Benin perspective too when we want to go there. Yeah.
Hey.
Okay, first thing first. Hello everybody. Happy new month to you all. I hope you're all blessed and I hope you're doing well and okay. For the subsidy, because that was the first topic, I mean, what is subsidy? What is the real definition of subsidy? Everybody knows. Yeah, it may be an English word, and it also have what's it called? Synonym. What could be or is another name for subsidy is helping you out, giving you handouts, helping you to cut price, helping you to pay less for something. Everybody wants subsidy. Subsidy is a good thing for everybody. You understand? So, like, if you are paying £1,000 or for something, and tomorrow a government comes and says yes, okay, no, be paying 800, while I'm paying the remaining 200, won't you be happy? So why is everybody saying subsidy is a bad thing as if subsidy is really a bad thing? Because some evil people sat somewhere and make your money under the guise of paying subsidy. We are not believing them what they are telling us that subsidy is a bad thing. You understand? Like in the UK, everybody knows if you have a new build, you understand, maybe property developer having blocks of flats, new builds, there's a quota that they give to councils. You understand? Why other property are rented out for a particular amount, the same property that belongs to the council is also rented out to some people, you understand, at what subsidized rate. So those people are happy that they're getting that price. Why you, who is their next neighbor in the same development, is having a higher price. So everybody's happy for subsidy. So let's not paint as if subsidy is something bad. You understand? You just like BRT in Lagos. BRT is subsidized. You understand? If you enter a private, what's it called, capacity, the BRT capacity. If you enter a private one, you pay more than what you pay in for BRT. So I don't see why people are just shouting like BRT subsidy is a bad thing, it's a bad thing, it's a scam. People in your government are making you guys in the name of subsidy. So I think we should quarrel the negative use of subsidy, not what it's supposed to be meant for. You understand? Just like tax rebates. You understand? The government are the one who's taking this money from you. After some time, you file for tax return, and the government will give you back that same money that they took from you before. So to help you to, I'm getting hold back. Who's that? To help you to subsidize whatever stuff you want to subsidize for yourself. So please, let's be guided to that. Subsidy is a very good thing. It's money, taxpayers' money that is with the government. Government is using it for us again. But the people you have in your country are lying to you people through the government that subsidy is a bad, it's a scam, because they are making you ask them.
But don't you think that the issue with Nigerian subsidy is because we don't have the money to be paying for it? It's like when you are already in debt, you are still sponsoring people to
hold on. Now let me tell you why you don't have the money to pay for it, right? If you don't have the money to pay for it, don't you know that you don't have the money to pay for it? And the only way that you can do the right thing is to build your own refinery and make it to be 100% functional. You understand? Is there common sense to that? Just do the right thing, build your refinery, make it work. If it's working, you can still be paying subsidy. So even if your refinery is working 100%, the government can still choose to still pay subsidy for that 100% that is still working. All is just the government is trying to make life easy for the people. If life is easy for us 50%,
but that tells you something else is going on. Now, this is why I addressed the issue of, because we are spending over 90% of our income servicing debts at the moment. That is massive.
Now, what stops you for even producing? What stops you for manufacturing? So that what you manufacture will help you to even pay for that.
But in the meantime, we don't have that. This is why it's not because we are saying something is a bad thing.
Did they put gun in your head? Create it. Do these things. Did they put gun in your head?
I know what you are saying. But in the meantime, given where we are, we cannot afford the subsidy. That is why it has to go. It's not because it's a bad thing.
Now I'm telling you, hold on now. Before he got to this place, what did happen? Were we sleeping? Before he got to this place, even 3 months ago, 4 months ago, even 1 year ago, What happened? Nothing.
Because the reason why, because people were arguing that they should keep it on because it's going to make Nigerian people's lives
Because
very,
many
very
people
hard.
do not know, because you say keep it on or take it away, right? People do not know what its subsidy really means. Subsidy is handout. Subsidy is helping you out. The government helping the people, cushion effects. Not because it can be fuel, it can be rent, it can be bus, it can be aviation, it can be railway, it can be anything. It can be agriculture.
No, okay, now let me introduce another angle that you can, so that you can understand potential pitfalls of doing these things. Like if a company now wants to come into Nigeria now, wants to come and generate electricity and pay, charge Nigerians for electricity, because the Nigerian environment, the ecosystem in Nigeria now charges less for energy, which they actually use to generate electricity. It means that Nigerians have to pay less now for electricity. Otherwise, they are not going to be able to afford it.
Why should a private person be doing what is the responsibility of the government?
Because the government cannot do everything. The government cannot remove for power.
It cannot
do everything.
What can the government? Hold on, wait. What can the government now do? You can't do power.
Because
hold on, wait. You can't do power. You can't do health. You can't do education. Okay, what can you not do?
Because generally nations now, at modern capitalist nations, they tend to do these things through private this enterprise.
Because do you know why? Because they've done their foundation. They've set their foundation correctly first. So when they've done that, like, oh, okay, we are now settled. We are now okay. We can privatize this one. But in the situation where you don't have a foundation, government is supposed to be the first way to kick off first. When you kick
we
off,
did it before. Look at where it got us. All these things you are doing, we did it before.
Not doing it genuinely.
Can I ask you a question? Are you a capitalist or a socialist?
I don't understand this man.
Personally, I'm not welded to any of them. I'm welded to what works.
Are you a capitalist or you are a socialist?
I'm not sentimental about any of them. All I care about is what works for the people.
Okay, now let me ask you a question. In Nigeria, as a country, as a Nigerian, local, please, in Nigeria, as a Nigerian, what do Nigeria operate on? What system do Nigeria operate? Is it capitalism or socialism?
It's a mix of both. Which is what most nations are doing. That's the truth of it.
Look, 1 minute. It's a mix of both.
Yes.
Okay. Keep it at that. We'll come back there. Look, continue.
Okay. So, like I was saying, right? See, bro, look, we Nigerians, we are not serious. You understand? And I think we'll be fooled around for too long that the foolishness is now becoming like the truth, fact to us. We are not even trying to look beyond our nose to say, come. If Nigeria was a private property, can you treat it like this? Can you take this excuse that the government is giving to you? If Nigeria is your private property, if Nigeria is your house where you stay, can you behave? They believe you are accepting from whatever you are accepting from the federal government. Will you accept it in your house? No, you can't. So why not tell yourself that, look, what the federal government is offering is bullshit. You understand what I'm saying? So still about subsidy or no subsidy or whatever, my brother, look, if federal government is supposed to pay 1,000 naira for subsidy, the books and the cabals are lying to you through the federal government that they are paying 10,000 naira, which is a lie. So they are not forcing you now to pay the remaining 9,000 instead of as against 1,000. You understand? Forcing people to pay that 9,000 by increasing the fuel price for us, so that they can achieve their 10,000 naira benchmark that they are lying, that they are paying subsidy with. Meanwhile, the real amount for subsidy is supposed to be 1,000 naira. You get that is where the scam is. So the scam is the 9,000.
Is that we the people ourselves are not monitoring them very closely. They just come announce this is what we are using. We are not monitoring them very closely.
That's why they are using hunger to dissuade you and give you peanuts and you forget about yourself. That's why somebody like Asari Dokubo will take some miscreants from Niger Delta and say they are wanting they are in Abuja demonstrating, doing what? Meanwhile, the oil that's been taken from their side.
Can I give you? Let me explain why I made the argument earlier on so that people can understand. Because when I was in Nigeria, what I found was that everything was a lot cheaper in Nigeria than almost anywhere else. That is the problem. See, electricity is cheaper.
Is that yastic? I don't understand. Is that yastic?
Hold on. Electricity is cheaper. Transportation is cheaper. The fuel is cheaper. Yeah. Just name it. The only things that are expensive are the things that are bought from abroad. things we buy from abroad.
Hold on.
Let me explain where the problem is. Let me explain where the problem is now.
Water that you buy here in the UK,
Hold
is it the
on.
same price of water you buy in Nigeria?
Hold on now. That's what I'm trying to explain. Now let me explain where the problem is. If private industry wants to come into Nigeria to come and operate in an economy where people pay less for almost everything, while the actual tools that they have to use to come into Nigeria, they don't care about whatever the tools that they use are bought for more expensive prices overseas. They will not see Nigeria as an attractive market.
It may not be expensive. Hold on, it may not be expensive because our currency is shamble. If our currency has value, you understand? Whatever price they're buying it in dollars will still be the same price. It's just because our currency is going down. See, that's why it seems.
I don't think the currency is the cost of this. The point is that it doesn't matter what the currency is. Let's say the currency was the same as a dollar. Something that you buy $1 in America, but when you come to Nigeria, because of the heavy subsidy in Nigeria, you buy it for 50 cents. That's the problem. That is what I'm saying. That because of that, you are discouraging. It's almost like the Nigerian economy is in a pit. You are discouraging foreign enterprise from coming in, even on their own incentive, to come and make profit in Nigeria. They don't want to come in because they don't see any prospect that they can make profit.
Let me speak on other issues anyway. Let me speak on other issues anyway.
Ismail wants to add something.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. You made a controversial point now, so
okay.
Sorry, I'm just saying.
About him making the controversial point, to add, to question what forefather is saying, that things are cheaper in Nigeria. What are the things that are cheaper? When you buy stuff, should it last for you? Should it be quality? Are we buying based on something is cheap, as in volume or quantity or quality, to improve quality of lives of Nigerians? Because it's, for example, you say, okay, you buy medication is cheap, and that medication is fake, and it's something that will contribute to your shorter life expectancy. That's not good, is it?
No, it's not. See, the problem, the point I'm highlighting is from the point, let's say Nigerian government is not generating power for us. If a company is in the UK that you can go and meet now and say, come to Nigeria and do power supply for Nigerians, but they will tell you how much can Nigerians pay for my power supply.
Why can't your government do that?
Hold on now. That's what I'm saying now. See, most countries, private enterprise that come and do these things, so that you want to make your economy attractive so that they can come in.
Or existing countries. Is it new countries or existing countries?
Most in this in Western, this in American, all of them, they because the price. If you look at the price they charge for petrol, it tends to be the same. They tend to be synchronized, but ours is so low.
Let me ask one simple question. Hold on. The money you make an hour.
Can I say something?
The money you make an hour in UK, is it the same money you make an hour in Nigeria? You can't equate it.
But why do you think ours is lower? It's because of that pit I'm talking about. That because we have made everything too cheap in Nigeria.
No. That's not.
When you say when you use
food is cheap. Food is way cheaper in Nigeria than in the UK.
Okay, hold on. In the same Nigeria, hold on. In the same Nigeria, right? Why do you buy land somewhere cheaper than other places in the same Nigeria? In the same state? Why? In the same
because of demand. I guess because of demand in Nigeria.
Exactly. Don't tell me because of babies.
It can be. It doesn't hold water. I agree with that. That's not demand. That's price control.
You understand?
You mean land?
Now you want everything. You want everything overseas to be operational in Africa, and it's not possible because that is where the problem is. Now, how many Nigerians of the 200 million Nigerians? How many people in Nigeria knows the meaning of subsidy?
They don't.
Fela said one word. He said when the government want to bamboozle Nigerians, they'll bring one big language.
One big word, exactly. I'm confused.
One. How many market people know the meaning of subsidy?
They don't.
Out of 2 million Nigerians.
Exactly.
And meanwhile, the votes that they used to win in the elections are conducted in the Hitherland.
That's an insult, Mr. T. Don't say that.
No. It's true. No, history. Forget. They don't know.
Let us be factual. How many Nigerians
don't know about subsidy?
Meaning of subsidy?
Sorry.
Look at
let me make a statement to change this.
are using it. Okay.
And I said abroad, they do it abroad.
Eccentric Cass has been very, very patient. He has been very, very patient.
Let me finish.
Okay, yeah,
let me
please.
finish. That subsidy is one. But let me finish. Two, somebody talked about, he said, God, scribe, I want to make you hear this one, scribe. He said something like, God, the Chiku, Chineke, whatever. I'm not Igbo, but for the Igbos, but I am. But I think it's all about linguistics, right? You understand? The words seem to be the same, but maybe distance may want to give them different meaning. You understand? So somebody saying Chineke, Chuku, whatever, there's or Chi. You understand? Chi might just be just like in the beginning, they say Osa. You understand? They say maybe Osa is God, whatever, Osa. It's short, but there's a longer word for it. So if you say Chi and Chineke is different, you might be wrong because
in Igbo, Osa is Olisa.
You understand? So if even Chuku, it may be Chi Uku. Probably maybe after a long time, they just say one word, Chuku, and you feel this CHU. It may be CHI Uku. Maybe that's how
no, you're right.
Before. Way back, yes. So linguistics, sometimes people don't understand. You understand? Like when you say like, oh, it's different. You don't know because you weren't there. It might just linguistics and years have maybe made them to be the same.
Look, let me help you. When the British people were here, they used to spell Igbo as IBO. When Igbo people now learnt English properly, we said, oh no, it's actually Ndibo IGBO. So
So people will not be like, oh no, it's not Igbo, it's Igbo. Even one of my friends, they didn't correct me. I said no. I said I told him like Igbo IBO is from Imo, IGBO is from Anambra. You understand? Just because of this, you understand? But it was wrong. It's just because of the way people were pronouncing things. You understand? So Chi is Chuku, Chineke is the same thing. You understand? It's just linguistics that is just, if you disagree them, you see them the same. Yeah? You say what?
No, it's not.
No, you won't understand. Don't worry. It's not an argument. I'm not arguing with you. You win. Don't worry.
I thought you heard nobody. You're telling me you would understand.
Namaste, my friend.
This is local speciality.
Because if you understand linguistics very well, how words can transcend.
Okay, listen, Loco, hold on.
No,
Loco, I'm Igbo. Okay, I'm Igbo, so I understand.
It doesn't matter where you come from. I'm telling you what linguistics is not tribal. Linguistics, how linguistics work. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I understand what you're saying, right?
Is it on the topic of religion? Is it on the topic of religion and the origination of words?
Exactly.
So they are two different things. Now, the Africans had their tradition, but we couldn't write.
That's not true. That's not true. No, that's not true.
No, that's not true. We could write. We had our own.
Calm down. When you were talking, I was listening.
Calm down. The CBD.
Writing. Even in Latin, writing was the first writing was hieroglyphics. That was the first form of writing in pigment. That was the first form of writing in Egypt. That's history.
Yeah, okay, hieroglyphs.
Yes. Okay. Now we Africans, we had our religion before the white man came, and now the documentation of our
sorry about that. I think there was a writing that was found somewhere in South Africa about 50,000 years ago, and that leave that one aside because they don't know how to interpret it, but they knew that it was a writing.
Okay, now beautiful. Now we're talking about documentation. Now, if you read eccentric cast, try and read. There was a country, and read if you're an Igbo man, read there was a country, Chino Achibe, then read Things Fall Apart. You will understand the infiltration of the whites into the Christianity. I mean, that how the whites brought the Igbos to become two sets of Igbos, the Christian Igbos and the traditional Igbos.
Huh?
So you will get a better story if you read those two books. Then if you want to talk about Christianity in general in Nigeria, like where my mom comes from is Benin, same with local. Okay, now there's a word that's called Osanoboa. It can be breaking to Osa.
Exactly.
You understand? Just like you have the Chi and the Chineke. You understand? So the word varies by how they were documented. They were documented. You understand? Just like the Bible, Leno Mokiri and some people who are good with Latin in the Bible will tell you that there one word that has different meanings. You know, so with languages and religion, I think it's not a topic.
It's very interesting. It's very interesting you use the term Osanobua because I've heard that before.
Yes,
in some part of Delta where
Edo State particular.
So in some part of Delta they speak like Igbo, but they use the term Osanobua too. And
yes.
But yet the deep Igbo people don't use Osanobua, which is it's like there is a mix of culture.
There is Osanobua, there is Osanogudua, there is some will tell you Osano, which is N-O, or Osalo, which is L-O.
L-O.
You understand? There's L-O, there's N-O. So hold on. It doesn't
mean that is where the difference comes in.
You understand? That is linguistics and phonetics and writings.
It's a different understanding of the people who documented it. That is how it was taught.
It was taught. It doesn't mean originally it's different.
Look, how about Ogene?
You see?
Okay, now Ogene Delta State, I'm checking.
Ogene is Delta.
Ogene is a name. You see, just like when you use the word God, Allah. Then, just like the Igbo will say Chuku, the Benin will say Sanoboa, then the Delta people will say Ogene. Now, the Ogene is a capital word for God, irrespective of where you come. Then now, the affiliation you have to your God is where you qualify your God. That's why they'll tell you, praise your God in your language. You can say Ogene me, Ogene kewe. So it is how it is now you magnify your God the way you want it. You can say Chiki, you can say Chuku Mezie. You can say Chuku
Ogene Beko.
Ogene Beko. God I beg go.
God I beg.
You understand?
How do you know all this language? Are you not supposed to be Benin?
Yes, because you see, that's what I'm saying. You see, now for religion and languages, you see, now the Romans infiltrated the world. They were able to capture the Europe as a whole first because of religion and doctrine. You understand? Now, these are the same thing that was transferred into Africa. You can always remember during the Second World War, you see, Africa was not in existence to the eyes of the whites, the Westerners.
Africans
It was when Hitler. Second World War.
We were very much around now.
Africa was involved.
Now, we fought the war for them. We didn't fight it for ourselves.
Oh, fair. Yeah, that's true.
So let's be very factual.
We fought for ourselves.
Africa was drawn into the war.
Remember the Germans? Remember the German Nazis had a concentration camp in is it Uganda?
It was Hitler. It was Hitler who gave the European leaders a sphere of what Africa was. Because if you could remember very well, he said Africa was the farmland. And today, the whole success that is being enjoyed in Europe comes from Africa. That was why slavery became a merchant deal. When they started coming to Africa, when they started infiltrating Africa, they started seeing the values, why it was a farmland, the gold, the diamonds, the natural resources. Okay? So now, when they were coming, they had doctrines, they had religion. And what was the religion? It was Christianity. And the Christianity was coming from who? Okay, if you want to say the origination of Christianity, who falls back to Constantine? The Roman emperor, who said in his last battle, he raised the sword, he saw a cross. So all the Roman soldiers, that was how the Roman soldiers started having cross on their helmets, their whatever. And before they were conquered Constantinople. And in trying to bring all the people he has conquered, the cities he has conquered, it was the same ideology the British used in Nigeria. Which was talking about when he was talking about 1960, the infiltration of the British and everything. It is it's a political structure. It's a world order. It only changes in different governments. That's why they'll tell you every successful leader must read Machiavelli. But was Machiavelli successful? Is so a political person? No. So people who document things, people who write things, and people who read and carry out what they read, what they write, are different people. You can write a book and you are not successful with the book. But I can read the book and be successful with it. That's what Christianity and that's what documentation of Christianity brought to the western part to Africa.
I think especially in politics, you tend to find that people that write like Karl Marx. Marx, I don't think he went on to this. It was Lenin that did what he did, and
Yes.
but the Samsung, the one that wrote Art of War, was
Art of War.
actually somebody that actually got the stuff done. That said, we are the ones. Let's not make the mistake. We Africans went to Europe first. We went there. The Moors went to Europe for 800 years, and they used Christianity to fight us. And they followed the Moors as the Moors were coming to Africa. They followed them into Africa, and that's where we encountered them. So and then you saw Mansa Musa went when he converted. He went and showed them how much gold Africa had
in Africa.
So all those things, if you look at during that period, that's exactly when they came.
That's when they came.
Because we drew them into Africa, and
when they came,
then we have all the trouble that came with it.
The only thing they could tell us was that our traditions were not good. Our traditions were myopic. We were killing twins. They brought Messilesor. They were telling this: you must not serve chi. You must not do liberation. You must go to church. You must conserve. So now they were bringing it was a form of control.
Okay, Loco, have you finished your contribution so that we can hand it over? T hasn't said much, T hasn't had his turn. So after a century,
you wanted to ask me a question.
KJ, you wanted to ask something. Go ahead. And Augustine, I'm coming to you, Augustine, after a century cast. Good night. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for coming in. Yeah,
wanted to ask a question.
I think he wanted to say something.
So let
me. Okay.
I wanted to say something. What I wanted to say is when forefather mentioned that Nigeria, everything is cheap in Nigeria, that is far from the truth. 80% of Nigerians struggle to eat. So when you consider things, when people are still dealing with food, many countries of the world no longer think about food. So when people work, all the months they work is to eat, just to feed the basic, not even the extra food, just to eat the basic way. That's how you know how expensive that country is. So we might be mistaking it because of the currency issue, but and that's what I wanted to add on that. So when you check from the narrative of things being expensive, things are quite expensive in Nigeria than any other place.
It's expensive to Nigerians. I'm comparing the Naira currency versus that of this. If you spend 500 Naira to buy food in Nigeria, in the UK you spend £3, £4, £5. You probably not even get a proper meal, and that is equivalent to more than 10,000 Naira.
Okay, hold
on. See why it's expensive? The 500 Naira is if you remove it from the salary, the monthly salary of the person. And when you remove £10 from the hourly salary of the person, you will see that it's more expensive in Nigeria.
Yes, see, poverty in Nigeria still doesn't mean that it's still not cheaper. Because the reason why I'm saying that is because you have to realize that this world doesn't care about whether you have money, your currency value or not. When you want to buy food, the price is technically the same, especially when technology is involved, not what